On the playground of Jiangcheng, hundreds of students aged 18 and above braved the scorching sun, each gritting their teeth and enduring the severe pain as they performed the 18th set of revised bodybuilding exercises. Lu Qinzhou endured the soreness in his muscles and heard the students around him grumble, "This bodybuilding exercise is so painful." For Lu Qinzhou, the future is equally uncertain. Going to school and pursuing a career are everyone's goals from birth, and a career determines a person's entire life. Lu Qinzhou's father was awakened as a soldier, and his mother was awakened as a profession. His father worked in the night patrol, and his mother had a stable job, so the family lived a pretty good life. However, a sudden space crack erupted, and monsters poured out of the crack, destroying the entire street. His mother's shop was also destroyed, leaving only Lu Qinzhou and his father at home. Even greater misfortune followed. During a night patrol, my father's team was completely wiped out. The night patrol only delivered my father's death certificate and no further news. Lu Qinzhou struggled to make ends meet, relying on federal relief food and the meager inheritance left by his parents, and barely survived to this day. However, next month, he will experience his professional awakening. At this moment, his fate will be in his own hands. Whether he will become a worm or a dragon depends entirely on his own efforts. What's going on? I woke up after a good sleep. Lu Qinzhou got up from the bed, his face full of confusion, and looked at his awakened profession in disbelief. This year, it's finally my family's turn. He clearly sensed his class profile. For 18 years, he had prayed for an awakening, only to be disappointed each time. But today, he finally awakened. Name, Lu Qinzhou. Occupation, boatman level, LV0. Experience, 0 out of 100. Origin warship, small wooden boat, no supreme talent, infinite evolution. His occupation panel looked ordinary, and his personal attributes were balanced, equivalent to 5 times the physique, agility, strength and intelligence of an ordinary person, and more than twice that of a perfect body refining master. The only thing that puzzled him was the skill, summoning a small wooden boat. The boat was only 5 or 6 meters long, with only 2 oars, and it remained in the sea of consciousness, ready to be summoned at any time. But at the moment, this skill seems to be useless. After all, you can't summon a ship from above the enemy's head and smash it down. However, his talent is exceptionally powerful, infinite evolution. This means his natal ship can continuously evolve, consuming experience and materials to add weapons and functional modules, continuously upgrading its level. If this talent could be fully utilized, the future would surely be extraordinary. However, Lu Qinzhou knew that he couldn't easily reveal his abilities. Only by hiding his trump card and waiting for the right time could he gain a foothold in the future. Chapter 2. Lu Qinzhou walked on the road to school with a calm expression. The campus was bustling with activity. Not far away, a group of students were whispering, their tone filled with envy and a bit of gloating. Have you heard there's a student who awakened his profession on his own and hasn't shown up at school for several days? He doesn't even have to go to the awakening platform to compete with the odds. Really? Doesn't that mean I can just skip the hardest stage? The Federation has a bonus for self-awakening, a full 10,000 Federation coins. If I can awaken my profession before going to the awakening stage, then I won't have to worry about being assigned an unlucky profession. What a shame. He awakened to a livelihood profession. I heard he's a boatman, but he can only summon a wooden boat, which is not even as good as the sightseeing boats in the park. No university would want an awakened person with this profession. Even the professional union in Jiangxing rejected him. It's so pitiful. Awakening is the same as not awakening at all. It's better to go directly through the formal path. At least there is still some hope. Okay, stop talking. Hurry up and practice your body. The teacher is coming. The unlucky guy they were talking about was standing at the door of the night patrol station. He was Lu Qinzhou, and after realizing that he had become a boatman, he had no way out. He was speaking to a gray-haired, gown-clad old man, his tone firm and unyielding. Old Chun, that's it. Get me hired. Old Chun, sitting behind the table, frowned and looked at Lu Qinzhou, his tone filled with helplessness and admonition. Why are you doing this? Non-staff members don't get paid, and your profession is neither combat-oriented nor support-oriented. Why are you joining in the fun at the night patrol? You've already awakened your profession. You won't be forced to do a job like those who failed to awaken. You can definitely find a more stable job. Besides, fighting is no joke. If you die out there, you might not even have a chance to collect your body. Lu Qinzhou chuckled, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Good job? Where can you find a good job now? I'm an adult, and the federal subsidies are gone. Are you going to leave me starving? You mean a good job? It's just like being a cog in a factory, doing endless work and staying up all night like a 007. And in the end, Your salary is only enough to buy synthetic protein worm blocks. I'd rather die in battle. At least that's my choice. Old Chen sighed and ultimately completed the onboarding procedures for him. According to federal law, self-aware professionals can apply to join the Night Patrol Bureau and are accepted unconditionally. Lu Chenzhou had successfully squeezed into the official organization thanks to this clause. However, because his profession was too useless, with almost no combat or auxiliary capabilities, no one wanted him, and he could only be assigned to a marginal position without a regular staff. This position has no subsidies, no benefits, and even the name is just for show. The only benefit is that you can be issued a professional bracelet, which makes you eligible to purchase weapons, materials, and skills from within. Under the strict federal weapons control system, it was practically impossible for ordinary people to obtain weapons. Lu Chenzhou, relying on his professional status, was able to access such resources. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to do so. The formalities have been completed. You can leave now. Old Chen's tone was obviously impatient. Lu Chenzhou came over excitedly, his eyes shining. Come on, Old Chen, since my dad used to have a good relationship with you, please help me and give me some weapons. And that professional bracelet, send me one quickly. I can't wait to go kill monsters. Old Chen was so angry that he shook his head. You're just trying to trick me. You didn't fight, didn't assist, and why are you here to join in the fun? Monsters are no joke. After saying that, he handed him the professional bracelet. According to the law, only professionals who joined the Night Watch Bureau were allowed to wield weapons to fight against the monsters pouring out of the space cracks. Although Lao Chun tried his best to stop him, Lu Chenzhou insisted on joining the company and even proposed to buy weapons, which made Lao Chun feel very complicated. I want this and this. After putting on the bracelet, Lu Chenzhou opened the shopping interface without hesitation and pointed at the two weapon icons on the light screen. When Old Chen saw it, he almost fainted. The Gatling machine gun and revolver were all 12.7 millimeters large caliber, enough to kill elephants. Are you crazy? What are you going to do with this? Old Chen blurted out. Lu Chenzhou said calmly. To hunt monsters, of course. He felt that he had no special skills since waking up, so in order to avoid being eliminated by this world, he could only take a gamble. In the past few days, he has mortgaged his house with an annual interest rate of up to 55%. The property was originally worth $1 million, but he only borrowed $500,000. All the money was invested in weapons and ammunition, leaving nothing behind. If he couldn't earn enough to repay his debts within the year, his house would be auctioned off at a low price, and the interest and penalty would likely plunge him into deep trouble. He knew very well that banks and capital were never sentimental and would profit from the loss of human life. Old Chen looked at the stubborn young man with a complicated expression and sighed softly. Old Lu, I really can't stop you, kid. Not long after, two uniformed support personnel came out, pushing a heavy box. Lao Chun patted Lu Chenzhou on the shoulder, his tone unusually serious. You chose your own path, and this is the weapon you wanted. I'll give you another 10,000 rounds of ammunition, so stay alive. Lu Chenzhou nodded, a rare smile on his face. Don't worry, Uncle Chun, I'm lucky. As he opened the box, he felt the heavy metal touch and held the huge revolver in his hand, his eyes full of determination. By the way, why didn't I see Sister Yakian today? He asked casually, his eyes still on the pistol. Chapter 3. Inside another huge box was the Gatling gun, a weapon so feared by the Federal Army. Lu Chenzhou waved his hand, and the entire Gatling gun, along with a box full of ammunition, was stored on the small wooden boat in his sea of consciousness. Hearing Lu Chenzhou's question, Old Chen replied in a relaxed tone. Your sister Yakian went on a mission today. They said a space crack appeared in the fifth ring, and many monsters escaped. She should be back soon. Old Chen's expression was filled with pride. His daughter had awakened several years ago and had a rare combat-type career, having already become one of the backbone of the Night Patrol. Lu Chenzhou nodded, without saying anything more, and waved goodbye. Uncle Chun, I'm leaving first. He turned and ran out of the building. He walked quickly all the way until he turned a corner and stopped in a quiet corner. He clicked on his professional wristband and looked at the taskbar. His face was calm, but a hint of anxiety was hidden. He wanted to lie down, but the reality was too cruel. This world has undergone drastic changes hundreds of years ago. Space cracks have appeared randomly all over the world, and swarms of demonic creatures have emerged from them. Once the monsters appeared, they brought devastating slaughter, brutally slaughtering humans like livestock. To survive, humans organized wave after wave of resistance, and warriors fought bravely, but in return, the front line of humanity continued to retreat. So, in desperation, humanity built massive walls, struggling to resist the monsters' invasion. After countless nations were destroyed, the surviving humans finally chose to unite, establishing the current federal system and starting to live in giant cities. It wasn't until the emergence of professionals that humanity truly saw hope. These humans who awakened their professions began to contend with monsters and reverse the decline. As spatial rifts became more frequent, some regions even expanded in size. The world map was reshaped, now dozens of times larger than before. Even various alien races appeared, and the world became more chaotic than ever before. In order to ensure the continuation of humanity and the accumulation of strength, the Federation established a comprehensive fertility and education guarantee plan. Federal citizens under the age of 18 enjoy basic survival subsidies and compulsory education. After awakening their profession, outstanding ones can enter combat academies for further studies. Those who fail to awaken must participate in the federal fertility program and give birth to a child every 18 months. The government provides survival and education for the newborn until adulthood and also provides awakening loans to support job transitions. The only way to repay the loan is to continue having children. For each child born, the loan will be reduced proportionally, and you may even receive a bonus. The policy is enforced, and adult women have the right to choose their own spouse for 2 years. If they are still unmarried by the age of 20, the government will assign them a marriage partner. As the number of male professionals decreased sharply due to the war, they became the most sought-after spouses, followed by ordinary professionals, and then ordinary men and the disabled. As a result, many male professionals have a large number of wives and concubines, but it is rare for a man like Lu Qinzhou's father to marry only one woman in his life. Now Lu Qinzhou is the only one left in this family. He occasionally jokes with Li Xiaoya, but it is only because she is beautiful and he wants to leave some bloodline. In such a rapidly expanding world, Jiangxing has also expanded from a city wall to a 7-ring city today. The population continues to pour in and the city is getting bigger and bigger, but resources are still tight and space cracks may appear in any corner of the city at any time. Lu Qinzhou knew that as long as he was alive, he had no right to lie low. He refused to believe that the boatman profession was truly useless. He firmly believed that with enough experience and materials, he would one day be able to summon a warship that would rival any other combat profession. Just as he was about to select an exploration task from the task list, a red warning task suddenly popped up on the bracelet. A restaurant in the 5th Ring Road area has been invaded by demonic creatures. He focused his eyes and checked the mission location, only to find that it was only 2 blocks away, no more than 10 minutes walk. Lu Qinzhou clicked accept without hesitation and quickly set off. As he ran, he pulled out his revolver from his sea of consciousness and began to load bullets. The cold, heavy metal of the gun in his hand gave him an inexplicable sense of security. His awakening, enhanced physical qualities, allowed him to reach the scene in just 5 minutes. It was a mixed commercial and residential area, and several auxiliary professionals had already fled without a trace. Many ordinary citizens who had not yet awakened had no time to escape and were now trapped forever in the bloody restaurant. Lu Qinzhou glanced around and saw several humanoid creatures tearing at broken limbs on the ground, and the blood dyed the entire street red. His face changed and he recognized the types of these monsters: zombies, infected humans. It was his first time facing zombies up close, and he felt a little nervous. When several civilians around him who had not yet fled far saw him, hope suddenly ignited in them. They stopped and hoped that he could rescue them. Lu Qinzhou gritted his teeth, raised his revolver, and aimed it at a zombie that was gnawing on the corpse. Bang, 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 bang. 4 gunshots were heard, and the bullets hit the target accurately, blasting bloody holes on the zombie's body. The last shot completely shattered its head. The bracelet sounded a notification. Killed a level 1 zombie, gained 1 experience point. The gunshot startled several zombies still devouring human flesh. They instantly raised their heads, their red eyes gleaming with madness, and rushed towards Lu Qinzhou. Lu Qinzhou gasped and pulled the trigger again, bringing down another one. But the next time he pulled the trigger, only a click sound came out. He froze and looked down. He was out of bullets. Seeing several zombies approaching, Lu Qinzhou made a quick decision, turned around and ran, while quickly reloading his gun. The civilians around who wanted to watch the excitement saw Lu Qinzhou running away and immediately fled in fear. But how could these ordinary people outrun the monsters? The first-level zombies were not slow, and they felt no pain at all, easily tearing several people apart. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Qinzhou steadied his breathing, and after reloading, he began to accurately clear out the remaining zombies. After 2 consecutive rounds of shooting, several zombies were finally killed, leaving only 2 more bodies of ordinary citizens on the street. They just wanted to watch the fun, but ended up becoming victims. Lu Qinzhou silently put away his pistol, feeling a heavy heart. He whispered, "I hope you won't regret standing here and watching the show today when you get to the underworld." Chapter 4. Lu Qinzhou carefully inspected the streets and buildings where the restaurant was located. After confirming that there were no remaining zombies around, he clicked on the bracelet and submitted the task completion status. Night Patrol, non-staff member Lu Qinzhou, complete the zombie killing mission and receive a 1,000 yuan bonus. Seeing this prompt, Lu Qinzhou curled his lips. A mere 1,000 yuan. Earning it was too hard and too tiring. However, as long as he had the money, plus the 5 zombies he killed also brought him 5 experience points, so it was not all in vain. Not long after the mission was submitted, a military pickup truck slowly drove over and 3 or 4 uniformed logistics personnel jumped out of the car. "Sir, leave the rest of the cleanup to us." Lu Qinzhou nodded and turned to leave. Naturally, dealing with the scene wouldn't be left to professionals. There were already specialized personnel in charge. A young logistics officer quickly stepped forward and respectfully handed Lu Qinzhou 5 bones that shone with spiritual light. "Sir, these are 5 spiritual bones. Please keep them." These bones were taken from the spines of zombies. They were crystal clear and had a hint of spiritual energy. Bones imbued with spiritual energy, bones nurtured within zombies, can be used as materials for ship upgrades. Seeing the prompt, Lu Qinzhou's eyes lit up. This thing was a treasure to him, so he put it away. "Thank you. You are so polite, sir. This is your trophy. It should belong to you." With this unexpected reward, Lu Qinzhou was in high spirits, a long-lost smile on his face. It seemed the boatman profession wasn't so useless after all. It allowed him to kill monsters and collect materials, so even if the quest bonuses were smaller, he could still earn some resources. He randomly found a noodle shop and ordered a bowl of noodles. Unexpectedly, he was charged 50 yuan when he paid the bill, and there was not even a piece of meat in the bowl. He shook his head, cursing inwardly. These days, everything's going up except wages. If I'd known this, I should have just gone home and cooked pre-made meals. Sitting in the corner, Lu Qinzhou ate noodles with bland soup while opening his professional bracelet to check the task list issued by the Jiangxing Night Patrol Bureau. There are almost no good tasks in the entire 5 Rings area. The probability of space cracks appearing is extremely low, and the monsters that escape will basically be dealt with by official forces as soon as possible. Most of the tasks he could take were basic work such as exploring sewers and recording patrols, but these tasks had nothing to do with non-staff members, and he would not receive any rewards for completing them. The only valuable thing is the material acquisition task. For example, the spiritual bones he just collected have a purchase price of 100 yuan per piece listed on the bracelet. $5 equals $500. Adding the mission bonus, he'd earned $1,500 today, which was barely acceptable. Thinking of this, he whispered, "Go home and lie down." In order to save money, he was reluctant to even scan the shared bicycles. He relied on his own legs and took more than an hour to walk back to his community. As soon as he arrived at his door, Lu Qinzhou saw a familiar figure standing outside. "Li Xiaoya, why are you here? Are you attracted by my handsome face and want to have a baby with me?" Lu Qinzhou joked with a grin, his shamelessness appalling. "Go away. Open the door and take me in. If you keep being naughty, I'll pinch you." Li Xiaoya rolled her eyes at him, then took advantage of the situation and twisted the soft flesh around his waist. "Ouch, it hurts, I was wrong, let go." "Do you know you were wrong? Or do you feel the pain?" "I know it hurts, I won't do it again." After a little commotion, Lu Qinzhou finally opened the door and led Li Xiaoya in. "What do you want from me? Is there something?" He poured a glass of water and handed it to her. You can't come if you have nothing to do. Let me ask you, are you the one who's been talking about self-awakening at school?" Lu Qinzhou didn't intend to hide it and nodded directly. "It's me." "So, do you want to celebrate by giving birth to a baby for me?" "Celebrate what you're doing. You're being naughty again, aren't you?" Seeing his playful smile, Li Xiaoya pretended to hit him again. "Did you really awaken to the profession of boatman?" There was worry in her tone. She hadn't seen him in the past few days, and the rumors at school were so unpleasant that she was really worried. Lu Qinzhou pondered for a moment. "I am a boatman, yes, but not a useless boatman. If you give me time, I will prove that this profession can also defy fate." This girl is naturally beautiful and will definitely awaken a powerful profession. When the time comes, I will protect you," Li Xiaoya said arrogantly, but she felt relieved in her heart. "Okay, I'll cheer you up then. Awakening Day is just over a week away, right? I'll go with you." The two chatted for a while until it was getting late. Li Xiaoya knew the streets were unsafe at night, so she left and went home. As the night deepened, the neighborhood gradually fell silent. Suddenly, a heated argument erupted from a residential building. This was not the first time the couple had quarreled. They quarreled almost every week, and the neighborhood committee's repeated mediation efforts were in vain. Originally, Lu Qinzhou didn't bother to pay attention, but this time the quarrel continued until late at night, making it impossible for everyone in the building to sleep. He had just covered his ears and was about to fall asleep when suddenly a heart-wrenching scream came from upstairs, and then the whole building fell into silence. The next morning, Lu Qinzhou walked downstairs and saw several middle-aged women gathered together, talking. "Have you heard? Something happened to the couple in Building 3 last night." Before dawn this morning, several law enforcers arrived and cordoned off the entire building. They said they were being targeted by a Nightwalker monster. Is that the monster that appears at the slightest noise? Yes, they said the two were torn to pieces. The whole room was covered in blood and body parts. Even the law enforcer vomited. Serves them right. They kept us awake every day with the noise. This time, they really asked for it. I have to go back and teach my naughty child a lesson. If he cries again at night, I will make him know how powerful I am. Lu Qinzhou naturally knew about these night-walking monsters. They hide during the day and come out at night. They are only interested in loud noises and are difficult to catch. Aside from industrial areas, which have specific measures in place, ordinary residential areas rely almost entirely on self-regulation by residents. He shook his head and said only one thing about the couple's fate. They deserved it. He opened the bracelet while walking and continued to browse the tasks. He had to make money as soon as possible, otherwise the mortgaged house would be taken back by the bank. Thinking of the 1.5 times penalty for breach of contract, Lu Qinzhou's eyes grew colder. Sooner or later, I'm going to make these capitalist dogs pay. These days, even the living are driven crazy. Chapter 5. Lu Qinzhou stared at a red task prompt in the taskbar of the bracelet. The reward range was clearly written as 10,000 to 100,000. It was obviously a big job. He paused for a second, then immediately clicked accept. He didn't want to miss out on this opportunity to make a fortune. Gritting his teeth, he swiped a shared bike for the first time and sped towards his destination, zipping through the streets like the wind. After awakening, his physical fitness, strength, and speed increased several times, which gave him the illusion of flying when riding a bicycle. Before he got close to the mission site, he saw from afar a large number of ordinary people in uniform setting up isolation zones. Several nearby streets were blocked and no unauthorized personnel were allowed to approach. The patrol team ahead was clearly on high alert. Some professionals showed their identity information and entered the isolation area one after another with the permission of the logistics personnel. Lu Qinzhou imitated them and clicked on the identity authentication in the bracelet. Under the respectful gaze of the logistics staff, he successfully entered the blockade area. The deeper he went into the street, the more intense the sounds of fighting became. He immediately pulled out a loaded revolver from his mind. Hold on. Attack quickly. We can't hold on any longer. A tall warrior was waving a great sword, trying hard to kill the zombies that were rushing towards him, while shouting loudly for support. A zombie suddenly pounced from the side. Lu Qinzhou remained calm and shot it in the head, killing it instantly. Kill a level 1 zombie. Gain 1 experience point. He was now completely accustomed to close combat with zombies. With soldiers in front of him, he had no pressure to shoot. 1 shot, 1 kill. Every bullet in the pistol hit the target accurately. He killed 5 zombies in a row and gained another 5 experience points. Lu Qinzhou was secretly pleased with himself. He was indeed a genius born for battle. Although these level 1 zombies were weak, each one provided a bit of experience points, and killing 100 of them would level him up. He excitedly flung out the shell and quickly reloaded the ammunition again, his movements as skillful as a veteran of many battles. However, he also found that although the revolver was powerful, it was too troublesome to change the bullets, which was a significant disadvantage. The greatsword warrior he supported gradually stabilized the front line. The front row took the damage while the back row fired. The two cooperated tacitly to clear the zombies. "Brother, is it all right? Gunner, shall we kill monsters together?" the soldier asked breathlessly. "Sure, be careful to the right." Lu Qinzhou responded, raising his hand to blast away the zombies that attacked from the side. "Thank you, brother." The soldier thanked him repeatedly and cheered up to deal with the subsequent enemies. Lu Qinzhou watched him fight and found that this soldier's attack power was very strong. With 1 slash of sword, he directly cut off the head, and there was a faint light on the blade. If not for the overwhelming number of enemies pouring out at once, these low-level monsters wouldn't be a threat at all. As more and more professionals joined the battle, the large number of zombies were quickly cleared out, leaving the ground piled high with corpses. Lu Qinzhou suddenly felt anxious. If he didn't grab the monsters now, he wouldn't even get any experience. "Brother, let's charge forward and try to kill as many as possible." No problem. The two of them charged forward in unison, the sound of gunfire ringing out. As zombies continue to fall, experience points rise rapidly. 100 experience points have been earned. You can spend 100 experience points to provide materials for evolving your ship, or spend 100 experience points to level up. The continuous shooting made his arms sore, and the recoil made them numb. The warrior also bent over to catch his breath, supporting his sword to rest. The two of them withdrew from the battle panting, unable to keep up with the pace of the other professional teams. Lu Chenzhou made a rough count and found that there were at least hundreds of professionals at the scene, including many experienced and well-coordinated teams. The front row uses melee combat to attract firepower, the back row uses long-range attacks, and there are many auxiliary means. The zombies are no match at all. Driven by curiosity, Lu Chenzhou followed a group of professionals and continued to walk towards the center of the street, and finally saw the core of the mission. A 3 or 4 meter wide spatial rift stood quietly in the middle of the street, and zombies continued to emerge from the black crack. As soon as these monsters appeared, they smelled the scent of the living and charged forward fearlessly. But what they faced was a fire network formed by arrows, fireballs, ice cones, and other skills, and all died during the sprint. Corpses piled up one after another on the street in front of the crack, and the ground had been dyed blood red. Lu Chenzhou's eyes were filled with jealousy, because those were all experience points. But he also knew that these powerful professionals had already staked out their territory, and rashly trying to grab the monster would only lead to one outcome. He clutched his chest, a look of pain on his face. I feel like I missed out on 100 million. He turned around to deal with the zombies' bodies, but ended up standing on the bloody ground, not knowing where to start. At this time, a logistics staff member came over and said to him politely, "Sir, leave it to us. Your professional bracelet has recorded the number of kills you have made. You can come back later to collect materials or exchange them for merits." Lu Chenzhou nodded, his gaze sweeping across the street. Dozens of uniformed support personnel were expertly clearing the bodies. Some of the life professionals unleashed their skills, easily extracting glowing spirit bone material from the corpses. Ordinary people followed closely behind, dragging the bodies away and spraying them with medicine to clean up the remaining bloodstains on the ground. In a short while, the streets that were originally littered with corpses were cleared away and returned to their original state. Lu Chenzhou couldn't help but blurt out, "Awesome." At this moment, the sound of fighting on the other side of the space crack stopped. He looked up and saw that zombies were no longer pouring out of the cracks. After flashing a few times, they disappeared completely. The professionals around were chatting and laughing, and some shook their heads and sighed. If only this rift could stabilize, we could go in and explore. You're dreaming of getting rich by going in. Even if it were stable, it wouldn't be our turn to get in. It's already been monopolized by professional companies. That's true, but it would be nice to get a piece of the pie. They were chatting and laughing as they left, but Lu Chenzhou heard a key word from their words: stable rifts can be explored. However, this kind of exploration permission is not something you can enter just by being strong. You need relevant qualifications. He had heard his teacher mention this in class before. Federal regulations required anyone to hold a license for any high-risk, high-reward job. Even if you can cook, you can't work in the kitchen without a chef's license. Even if you're determined to become a chef, you still have to pay a fee to take the exam. Or you can pay to go to a technical school for training, then pay a fee to take the exam after graduation. This is the only way to legally work. Makes sense, Lu Chenzhou muttered to himself. Knowing something doesn't mean you're capable. Being capable doesn't mean it's legal. In the Federation, if you want to make money, you have to get a license first. Chapter 6. Although Lu Chenzhou really wanted to explore the fragments of the world behind the space rift, he also understood that he must have the corresponding qualifications to participate in such exploration. This kind of opportunity has never been prepared for ordinary professionals, but has long been firmly controlled by large companies with deep backgrounds. Not only did they monopolize the expedition qualifications, they also jointly set thresholds, blocking the advancement channels for ordinary professionals. What's even more ironic is that most of the professionals who rely on loans to keep fighting are ultimately just cannon fodder to die. Ordinary people have almost no chance of survival if they encounter a space crack, and if professionals enter the crack privately, they will be regarded as stealing resources once discovered. This type of behavior is a felony in the federal system and could even result in a direct sentence, unless. He stopped this dangerous thought. Lu Chenzhou forced himself back to reality and put away his unrealistic fantasy. In the next few days, he received urgent tasks almost every day, and the targets of these tasks were almost all related to zombies. In some missions, there were even animal-like zombies that moved faster and attacked more powerfully, and many members of the night patrol were injured. especially some novice professionals who had just joined. There were even several casualties. After the actual combat training of these missions, Lu Qinzhou became more and more cautious and calm. He'd collaborated with other professionals on numerous occasions, prompting people to rethink his understanding of this awakened boatman. His marksmanship was precise and steady, unlike that of a life-oriented professional. Instead, he resembled a seasoned gunner with extensive combat experience. While the gunner class is widely considered a strong early-game fighter, the high ammunition consumption discourages many. For example, the most common 9mm bullet costs about 1 yuan per round, making it adequate against humans but ineffective against monsters. The revolver Lu Qinzhou used was loaded with 12.7mm armor-piercing bullets, each costing 10 yuan. If one added the psychic bullets engraved with the array pattern, the price would increase tenfold, making it far beyond the reach of the average person. Lu Qinzhou's frequent missions and high ammunition consumption sparked widespread discussion, with some even suspecting he was a wealthy second-generation employee sent down by a major corporation. The truth was, after completing several missions, he accumulated enough contribution points to exchange for an old ammunition crafting table from the night patrol. When he brought the dusty machine home and successfully upgraded it, he finally solved the problem of ammunition costs. He spent 100 experience points and combined it with a spiritual bone to complete the first upgrade of the ship. The system prompted, consume 100 experience points, ammunition crafting station, spiritual skeleton. Do you want to evolve the ship? After confirming the operation, he was given 2 upgrade options and ultimately chose the ammunition production bay function. The first is the bullet generation pod, which automatically produces 1 normal bullet per minute with just the blueprint and raw materials. The second is the psionic bullet pod, which converts spirit bone properties into psionic ammunition, generating 1 psionic bullet every 10 minutes. To solve the blueprint problem, he once again asked Uncle Chin for help, and he obtained the blueprints and materials for the 12.7mm psychic bullet. A simple search for blueprints for regular bullets was available online, so he downloaded them, printed them out, and completed the binding. Without the ammunition self-sufficiency brought by this upgrade, he would have long since withdrawn from the battle due to lack of ammunition. Now he can produce 1,440 ordinary bullets and 144 psychic bullets a day, enough for him to deal with daily small and medium-sized battles. He had previously worried about his monthly loan of over 60,000 yuan, but now he couldn't even scrape together that much money from mission bonuses. The upgraded ammunition self-sufficiency system on his ship, while not profitable, at least kept him going. Just as he was wandering aimlessly on the street, he suddenly heard a heart-wrenching cry for help from the front. He immediately turned to look in the direction of the sound, and was shocked to find that a dark space crack had suddenly appeared on the street. A group of zombies poured out from the cracks and began to attack the unsuspecting pedestrians around them. The street suddenly fell into chaos. The crowd fled in all directions, some people were pushed to the ground, and even trampled by other fleeing people. When Lu Qinzhou arrived at the scene, he saw a girl in a miniskirt lying on the ground, her stomach ripped open and bleeding. When the girl saw Lu Qinzhou, a glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes, and she weakly stretched out a hand. He gritted his teeth and cursed. I just finished talking about the space crack, and it's come true. He took out his revolver without hesitation and shot off the head of the zombie that was gnawing on the girl's body. Kill a level 2 zombie. Experience +2. He was startled. Space cracks have appeared frequently recently. Could it be true, as speculated within the Night Watch Bureau, that another piece of the world fragment is about to be integrated into Jiangxing? But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. The other zombies, hearing the gunshot, looked up and lunged at Lu Qinzhou with their mouths full of blood. That's more than twice as fast as a level 1 zombie. Lu Qinzhou was shocked. He ran, turned around, and shot, instantly killing 4 more zombies, but more enemies continued to rush towards him. At this time, he was the only professional on the street, without a front line to support him, and the pressure increased dramatically. He reloaded his gun as he fled, circling around vehicles and obstacles on the street. After several close calls, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, the sound of gunfire echoing in the street. He knew in his heart that if he hadn't gained a lot of combat experience recently, he would have been overwhelmed and eaten. At this moment, the system prompt popped up again. Experience points reach 100. You can use experience and materials to add 1 more shipborne weapon. Lu Qinzhou was shocked. This meant he could gain new means of attack. The battle was extremely fierce. He had originally planned to escape, but thinking of the experience points and the materials on the ground, he couldn't bear to leave. He looked around and suddenly noticed a dump truck loaded with construction waste parked on the street. He quickly rushed over, used the momentum to jump, and with both hands firmly grasped the edge of the truck, pushed hard, and successfully flipped over and jumped onto the truck. In his pre-awakening state, he wouldn't have been able to leap over 3 meters, but now he did it with ease. Lu Qinzhou summoned his own wooden boat, approximately 8 meters long. He quickly climbed aboard and immediately opened the box, pulling out the Gatling gun. Chapter 7. Spend 100 experience points to add ship-mounted weapons. The experience points gained from killing zombies were quickly consumed. In a flash of light, the Gatling gun on the bow was installed. The metal and wood base gleamed with a cold light, appearing particularly majestic. Shipborne weapon, Gatling gun turret, feature, auto-reload. Consume 1,000 experience points to upgrade the ship to increase the number of onboard weapon slots. Lu Qinzhou looked at the Gatling gun with satisfaction and thought to himself, not bad. It can actually reload ammunition automatically, saving me the trouble of manual reloading. As the zombies approached, Lu Qinzhou gripped the machine gun handle with both hands, his confidence overflowing. This confidence came from the 3,600 RPM Gatling gun firepower. Da-da-da-da. Powerful firepower poured out instantly, and the zombies fell like wheat. The firepower extended all the way to the spatial cracks, and the zombies who had just escaped from the cracks were shattered before they could react. Until the last zombie fell, the space crack gradually shrank and disappeared, and the muzzle of the gun stopped rotating. Lu Qinzhou wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling a little emotional. Finally, I killed so many monsters. I was able to destroy an entire wave of monsters in the space crack independently. He breathed a sigh of relief, but then realized that if a few more waves came, he might not be able to hold on, especially since his bullets were consuming too quickly and the ammunition he had accumulated was almost used up. We need to prepare more bullets in the future, otherwise we won't be able to sustain so many battles. He called back the small wooden boat and jumped off the dump truck. There were potholes and bullet craters all around, and the broken limbs and arms of zombies were scattered all over the ground. The air was filled with a pungent fishy smell. Lu Qinzhou covered his nose, still carefully checking to see if there were any fish that had slipped through the net. He dug out a piece of bone that was glowing faintly. This was the material used to make psychic bullets. Enduring the stench, he continued searching, eventually finding over 1,000 zombie skeletons of varying sizes, imbued with spiritual energy. Digging through these bones exhausted him. Even killing monsters wasn't as tiring. I will never do this kind of dirty work myself again. Throwing away the blood-stained gloves, Lu Qinzhou sat down on the ground and breathed a sigh of relief. It's over, it's over. By the time the other professionals and support staff arrived at the scene, the incident was already completely over. With the sound of footsteps, a team of people armed with various weapons appeared in front of Lu Qinzhou. The big man, Captain, looked at the corpses on the ground and asked, "Boy, did you kill these?" Lu Qinzhou looked at the ground and replied calmly, "If there were no other professionals nearby, I would have killed them." He saw the leading man wearing gleaming armor and holding a massive axe, and he couldn't help but feel envious. These pieces of equipment looked incredibly powerful, each one worth hundreds of thousands. How wonderful it would be if he could have one. A blue-haired girl in the team asked curiously, "Are you a gunner?" "Captain, I know him. His name is Lu Qinzhou. He just came to our night patrol bureau a few days ago. He's the useless boatman who was rejected by our department." A yellow-haired man stood up and said disdainfully, glancing at Chen Yaqian beside him with a somewhat obscene look, "Who's that waste?" Lu Qinzhou immediately countered, his eyes cold. This guy dared to look at Sister Yaqian like that. He was simply courting death. "I'm talking to you, you piece of crap." Huang Mao raised his dagger, ready to strike. "You dare?" Lu Qinzhou pulled out his revolver without hesitation, pointing it at Huang Mao's chest, his tone full of menace. Seeing this, Chen Yaqian quickly raised her staff and blocked Lu Qinzhou's way. "Stop!" The leading man quickly shouted. "Fei Yong, put down your knife. Little boy, put away your gun. Thank you for preventing this disaster." "Captain, the situation has been clarified. No monsters have escaped," a team member reported, his words a little hesitant, "but we just didn't find any spiritual materials," another team member added. Huang Mao immediately shouted, "Boy, did you take the spiritual materials? Hand them over." Lu Qinzhou was furious when he heard this. He raised his gun again, his eyes full of provocation. "Do you believe I will kill you right now? Fei Yong, what are you doing? Have you forgotten the rules?" Captain Wu, who looked at Huang Mao with a serious expression, "Whoever kills the monster has the right to dispose of the materials obtained." "But Captain, he is just a non-staff member. With so many monsters, there must be a lot of spiritual materials, which is a huge contribution value." The yellow-haired man still did not give up. Wu glanced at Lu Qinzhou and patted him on the shoulder. I'm sorry, little brother. I didn't discipline you well enough. I've uploaded your mission record this time, and the night patrol will give you contribution points and bonuses. You have the talent of a gunner, so I'll give you this crystal core as a welcome gift. Captain, you're giving him something this valuable. Shen Yaqian's eyes widened, clearly dissatisfied. No problem, I'm optimistic about him. Woohoo smiled. Remember, there's no such thing as good or bad in the profession, only good or bad people. Why don't you thank me, Captain? Shen Yaqian whispered to Lu Qinzhou, gently nudging him with her arm. Thank you, Captain. You're so majestic. Lu Qinzhou replied immediately and generously. Seeing that everything was clear, Woohoo waved his hand and said, Team up. Let's go, brother. Remember to practice. Shen Yaqian blinked and followed the team away. Lu Qinzhou stood there, watching the logistics staff deal with the bodies at the scene, and then prepared to go home. Tomorrow is Li Xiaoya's awakening day, and I have to prepare well. I hope she can give me a baby to maintain our relationship, so I can't miss it. Back home, Lu Qinzhou took out the crystal core that Woohoo gave him and looked at it carefully. Psychic crystal core, a material that can be used to upgrade the ship. After careful consideration, he finally made up his mind to use the crystal core. Do you want to consume 1,000 experience points, spiritual bones, and psychic crystal core to upgrade the ship? Upgrade. As he confirmed the operation, the small wooden boat in his sea of consciousness emitted an intoxicating light, and the spiritual skeleton and crystal core merged into the hull. In the blink of an eye, a black-sailed boat, emitting the sheen of bone, appeared in his sea of consciousness. The boat was about 15 meters long, and the Gatling gun on the bow radiated spiritual light, looking majestic. Ship attributes displayed. Name, Lu Qinzhou. Occupation, boatman level. LV1 200 experience points are required to upgrade to LV2 reserve experience points. 120 source weapon. First level low-grade black iron-grade whooping warship. 5,000 experience points are required to evolve shipborne weapon. First level psychic Gatling gun. 1,000 experience points are required to evolve ship function compartment. Psychic conversion compartment. Ammunition generation compartment. Lu Qinzhou looked at the data and pumped his fist in excitement. Finally, I've leveled up. He thought to himself, if it weren't for the strange monsters that appeared at night, he would really want to shout a few words of celebration at this moment. Chapter 8. After evolving, Lu Qinzhou's ship gained more capabilities, not only a new onboard weapon, but also a psychic energy conversion chamber. This function came from the crystal core that Woohoo had given him. Now the psychic chamber can not only absorb the surrounding energy, but also devour flesh and blood to convert psychic energy. This characteristic originates from the biological abilities of the zombies, and after being enhanced, its effectiveness is greatly enhanced. Psionic energy has a wide range of uses in combat, whether it is controlling ships or manufacturing psionic ammunition. It must consume psionic energy resources. As the ship continued to upgrade and expand, it would inevitably consume even more spiritual energy, which made Lu Qinzhou feel a little regretful. There were so many zombies today, and I didn't even deal with any of them. It was a waste of so much flesh and blood resources. He cursed himself for being so careless. He told himself that if he encountered a corpse again, he must fill the psychic tank as soon as possible to avoid wasting resources. As the ship evolved, the ordinary Gatling gun was upgraded to a first-level psychic Gatling gun. If equipped with psychic bullets, it could easily deal with black iron-level monsters. But the problem was also real. The production rate of these psychic bullets was too slow, only producing 1 per minute. Why do pod upgrades require experience points, while weapons upgrade along with the ship? It's so unfair. Lu Qinzhou couldn't help but complain. The system was powerful, but it was also quite resource-intensive. The current professional tiers were Iron 1, LV0-10, Bronze 2, LV11-20, Silver 3, LV21-40, Gold 4, LV41-60, Star 5, LV61-80, and Legend 6, LV81-100. The strongest professionals in Jiangxing are currently only at the gold level, and the City Lord is no exception. It's said that the strongest beings in the Federation have already broken through to the star level. It's these top experts who hold the last frontier of human civilization. For Lu Qinzhou, those levels were something he could only admire from afar and were simply beyond his reach at this stage. The next day, he slept through a rare natural sleep, only to remember that today was the school's awakening day. He immediately got up, grabbed a quick breakfast, and headed out to school, scanning the QR code and hopping on a shared bike. Arriving at the school gate, he locked the bike and checked the time. It was exactly on time. He quickly ran into the classroom, took his seat at the back, and glanced at the podium. He came to school today not only to cheer for Li Xiaoya, but also to meet the cultural teacher. With the crisp sound of high heels, a female teacher in a white t-shirt and skirt slowly walked into the classroom. She was Bai Wan, the cultural studies teacher, and her appearance immediately attracted the attention of all the boys present. Her beautiful figure and delicate features, even without makeup, exuded an indescribable charm and elegance that captivated many. Bai Wan's awakened profession was teacher. While not a combat-oriented one, it was a formal profession. However, her skills were more knowledge-based, making them unsuitable for today's mainstream combat. Unlike other teachers whose awakened teaching professions boosted students' physical training efficiency, Bai Wan's knowledge bonus seemed somewhat useless. Despite this, she was incredibly popular among the boys. Her classes were almost always packed, and even if she wasn't attending, just looking at her beauty was a treat. Lu Chenzhou was no exception. Although he knew that all this was meaningless, he couldn't help but take a few more glances. Long time no see. Another student in our class has successfully awakened a profession. As soon as Bai Wan started talking, the audience erupted in discussion. The students all knew they were talking about Lu Chenzhou. They had previously joked about him, saying he would be the perfect fit to be a boatman in the park. With Bai Wan leading the applause, scattered applause broke out in the classroom. "Tisk, he's just a boatman, who wants to ride a small wooden boat," a student muttered softly, his words full of sarcasm. Some people also spoke up for him. "At least he has awakened his profession. You don't even have the chance to awaken." Another student was not convinced. "If I had awakened my profession, I could beat him with one hand." Some girls even directly gave a bad mouth. "I wanted to confess my love to you at the beginning, but fortunately, I didn't go. It would be better to just find a rich man and marry him." Lu Chenzhou was not surprised by these discussions. Of course he was angry, but he didn't take it to heart. He knew full well that most of the students present didn't even have the qualifications to awaken their professions. They were pure, ordinary people. Although Bai Wan wished everyone a successful awakening, Lu Chenzhou knew that the awakening rate on the awakening platform was less than 10%. For those students who hadn't yet reached perfection in their physical training, the success rate was even lower, pitifully low. So he didn't bother with these muggles. He was too lazy to pay attention anyway, so it was better to continue admiring teacher Bai Wan's beauty. He was afraid he would not be able to suppress his body's reaction if he continued thinking about it, so he quickly diverted his attention. After the bell rang, the whole class was in an uproar, and students rushed to the playground to prepare to go to the awakening platform. Lu Chenzhou was the only one in the class who walked slowly at the end of the group. He clicked on his wristband and suddenly found that a mission reward had been deposited into his account. He was slightly taken aback by the 20 contribution points plus a 300,000 cash reward. This was much higher than his previous mission income. Although 20 contribution points might not seem like much, they could fetch a high price of 200,000 in the market, but few people would actually sell them. Because contribution points are far more valuable than money, they are the only official universal certificate for exchanging equipment, materials, and skills. Although Lu Chenzhou is not short of money, after all, he eats and drinks by himself, does not support others, and does not spend money recklessly. But when he saw the items in the contribution mall, he still felt a deep sense of poverty. 1 ton of black iron enchanted wood, 50 contribution points required. A pair of bronze zombie fangs, 1 contribution point required. 1 ton of black iron spiritual skeleton, 10 contribution points required. Black iron skill fireball, 50 contribution points required. Bronze psychic spear, 100 contribution points required. Bronze floating cannon, 200 contribution points required. Looking at the pile of items he coveted but couldn't afford, especially the high-end equipment used by gunners, his eyes were filled with desire. If he could evolve a floating gun pod for his ship, he would be truly rich. Just as he was lost in thought, a gentle female voice rang in his ears. Student Lu Chenzhou. He knew who it was without turning around. "Teacher Bai Wan, is there something you need from me?" Chapter 9. Bai Wan tucked her hair behind her ear, and Lu Chenzhou's eyes widened, his heartbeat quickening. "Student Lu Chenzhou, don't take it personally. Everyone says that about you. In my eyes, being able to self-awaken your profession is already quite remarkable. Teacher Bai, I don't take it personally." Lu Chenzhou replied, wanting to add, "I don't take them seriously either." "That's good," Bai Wan said softly, her face slightly red, and she was hesitant to speak. "I have something, can you help me?" Seeing her seductive look, Lu Chenzhou's heart was moved, and he immediately agreed. "Don't worry, I will definitely help." "Great. Can you come home with me tomorrow night?" Bai Wan's expectant expression surprised Lu Chenzhou. "Huh?" Lu Chenzhou was stunned for a moment. Going home with her, could it be? "What? Remember to come to school tomorrow. I'm going to maintain order first." Bai Wan smiled and waved, then turned and left. "Oh, okay." Lu Chenzhou was still a little confused. Looking at Bai Wan's proud and arrogant back, Lu Qinzhou's heart suddenly ignited with a burning passion. He knew that tonight was destined to be extraordinary. What are you still doing here? Why don't you leave? It hurts, it hurts. He heard the voice and immediately knew who it was. Li Xiaoya was causing trouble again. Let's go now. Hurry up. Aren't you going up? Lu Qinzhou replied repeatedly, rubbing his waist. Li Xiaoya was a little angry. It's all your fault. I've been looking for you for a long time. You said you would come to cheer me up. It has already started. Hurry up and line up. Come on. Lu Qinzhou clenched his fists and encouraged. Li Xiaoya stood in the team, feeling uneasy. Although she still looked proud and arrogant on the outside, she was thinking in her heart, I'm only at the 8th level of physical training. It's over. Am I really going to give birth to a child for that big fool Lu Qinzhou? The two had agreed since childhood that they would get married if their awakening failed. Although Lu Qinzhou became more and more naughty and lustful, which always made Li Xiaoya angry, their relationship has always been as good as when they were children. On the awakening stage, the principal didn't give a long opening speech. After just a few brief words, he began pouring in spirit crystals and presiding over the awakening ceremony. The principal had a passive skill that increased the success rate of awakenings. Although the probability was extremely low, it gradually increased as the number of awakenings he presided over increased. Next, each class will go on stage in turn, 10 people at a time, and maintain order. The principal instructed. There were 10 gleaming obelisks on the awakening platform. Touching one of them would reveal their chosen profession. Although the chance of awakening was low, compared to the 1 in a million chance during the Dark Age, it was now considered quite high. The first batch of students, almost all of them top students, had money and a good foundation. After rigorous physical training, almost all of them had reached perfection. When they took the stage, they nervously reached out to touch the obelisk. Unqualified, next batch. The principal's voice fell, and the students in the top class bowed their heads. One girl in a white dress even burst into tears on the spot. They had money and resources, and the competition was fierce. The rich children and daughters who didn't have awakening professions were even worse off than the children from ordinary families. Impossible. How come I haven't awakened yet? Let me try again. A classmate screamed in frustration, clearly unable to accept the fact that he didn't have an awakened profession. He had practiced since childhood, consumed countless potions, and yet today he was a muggle. Those who haven't awakened a class, hurry down and don't delay the next group. The teacher rushed forward to maintain order. The next group of students nervously walked up to the awakening platform. It's on. Someone's awakened a class. Congratulations, Xiaosheng. You've awakened a combat class, Fire Mage. Congratulations. Following the principal's announcement, the audience erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers. Xiaosheng beamed with joy, having become a Fire Mage, a rare combat class with immense potential. Xiaosheng, I'm going to give birth to your children. Many girls screamed, clearly thrilled by Xiaosheng's awakening. The awakening process continued. While most students' results weren't ideal, there were still some who succeeded. Congratulations on awakening the support class, Priest. Congratulations on awakening the life class, Minor. Congratulations on awakening the combat class, Greatsword Warrior. Congratulations on awakening your life profession, Weapon Forger. As more and more failed cases appeared, the atmosphere began to become heavy, but occasional success still brought people a glimmer of hope. In a class, there are very few who successfully awaken. The success rate of awakening for students who have completed physical training is only 1 in 10. At most 1 out of 10 will awaken a profession, which is usually a life-related profession, and combat professions are extremely rare. As the students from the general class took the stage, voices of defeat continued to circulate. Haha, ordinary people shouldn't even try to awaken. Can't you just be a beast of burden? There's no chance of awakening a combat profession. As one group after another failed, despair enveloped the impoverished class. Congratulations on awakening the Frost Archer. Wow, Su Wanxue, the common school beauty, actually awakened a rare combat class. Whoever said that awakening wasn't possible without perfecting their physical training, come on and slap them in the face. School beauty Su, I love you. After Su Wanxue successfully awakened, there was a warm cheer from the audience. Everyone was full of admiration and envy for her awakening. Awakened successfully, Enchanter. I made it, the awakened student shouted. Although Enchanter was a lifestyle profession, its earning power far exceeded that of combat professions. The market for enchanting weapons and jewelry was enormous, which meant he would skyrocket to fame. Classmate, I'm from 720 Company. I want to talk to you. Classmate, I'm from Qian Beidou. We're hiring you with a high salary. I'm from Black and White Goose. I'll give you double the price. Business representatives came forward one after another, extending olive branches to the students who had successfully awakened. Once recruited by these companies, they were like chickens that could lay golden eggs. Chapter 10. When Li Xiaoya's class began to awaken, Lu Qinzhou was not only full of anticipation, but Li Xiaoya also seemed very nervous. Lu Qinzhou made a trumpet shape, put his hand to his mouth, and shouted loudly, "Come on!" The classmates around him turned to look at him. This time, no one laughed at this person who suddenly made a loud noise. Facts have proven that they are just ordinary people who haven't even had the chance to awaken their profession. How can they have the qualifications to laugh at Lu Qinzhou, who has already awakened his profession from now on? When walking on the road, these people must be more respectful. Some girls who think they are good-looking have begun to pay attention to Lu Qinzhou, especially those classmates who have awakened their professions. There are several or even dozens of female classmates surrounding them, secretly wanting to register their household registration with them. After all, if they didn't awaken to a profession 6 months later, they would be forcibly assigned to strange men to marry and have children. This was their fate. For the boys who failed to awaken, their future options were almost non-existent. Joining the army, working on factory assembly lines, building city walls, these were their only options. Of course, if you're lucky enough to survive, you can still be assigned a partner after retiring with a disability. Professionals have the right to choose their own lives, but they must also abide by the rules of the Federation. Just then, a beautiful girl with long, fluttering eyelashes walked up to Lu Qinzhou and asked with a smile, "Lu Qinzhou, look at me. I'm Xiao Tiantian from the class next door. We met last month, and I'd like to merge my household registration with you. Is that okay?" "Brother Lu Qinzhou, I'm..." Suddenly, the girls who had failed to awaken gathered around him one after another, and the atmosphere became increasingly heated. These young women made him feel a little helpless, but also a little enjoyable. They were all fragrant beauties, with different body shapes, some fat and some thin. Surrounding him was a bit of a headache. It hurts, stop twisting it, I'm wrong. You still feel pain, you're such a pervert." Li Xiaoya suddenly appeared in front of him, fiercely twisting the soft flesh around Lu Qinzhou's waist, and angrily said, "You said you were here to cheer me up, but you ended up getting into a group of women. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'm not Li Xiaoya." No, how dare I? Lu Qinzhou immediately raised his hands in surrender. "What profession have you awakened to?" Li Xiaoya asked coldly, handing over a red book. "What is this?" "Household registration book. I'll go to register my household registration tomorrow," Li Xiaoya said with forced calmness. Lu Qinzhou was stunned for a moment and stopped rubbing her waist. Li Xiaoya had always been a strong and proud girl, but he didn't expect to see her so vulnerable today. He gently spread his arms and hugged Li Xiaoya. "It's okay. I will protect you from now on." Li Xiaoya's body stiffened for a moment, then suddenly softened. She threw herself into Lu Qinzhou's arms, sobbing softly. "If you dare to bully me again, I'll bite you to death." Lu Qinzhou chuckled softly. "Don't worry, give me a child and maintain our long-standing brotherhood, huh?" Li Xiaoya was furious after hearing this and chased after him, shouting, "Lu Qinzhou, you want to die?" The two of them returned to the community, playing and fighting. Li Xiaoya's father was a life professional with gathering skills. He worked in a company and was responsible for collecting various monster materials. Li Xiaoya's father was an experienced veteran with a decent salary. He also had 2 wives, who gave birth to 11 children. Li Xiaoya was the 5th child, with 3 older sisters and 1 older brother and 6 younger siblings. Her brother had failed his awakening last year and was assigned to the city defense forces. Her 3 older sisters also didn't awaken, and they married and had children early. This was pretty much the life pattern of most civilians. Li Xiaoya was ready to face her fate, but who could accept it? Everyone felt a little bit unwilling. Lu Qinzhou bought a few gift boxes on the way and followed Li Xiaoya to meet her father-in-law. The middle-aged woman who opened the door was holding a baby less than a year old. Seeing Li Xiaoya return, she greeted her warmly. "Xiaoya, you're back. How is your awakening?" Li Xiaoya took a deep breath and said with resignation, "It didn't awaken successfully. This is Lu Qinzhou. I plan to register my household registration with him tomorrow." Li Xiaoya's mother's eyes flickered with disappointment upon hearing this news, but she still politely invited Lu Qinzhou in. This small house, just over 60 square meters, was crowded with more than 10 people. Bunk beds were placed in the living room, making the space extremely efficient. Lu Qinzhou stood respectfully in front of Li Xiaoya's parents. "Hello, Auntie. Uncle Li is here too. I bought this for you and Auntie as a small token of my appreciation." Li Xiaoya's father sighed slightly, as if he had long known that his daughter had not successfully awakened, but he still respected her decision. "I have no objection to you being together. Although I also hope that you can live a better life. I hope you can live well. Your father and I knew each other back then, and you grew up together. I have no objection to you being together. You also know that life is not easy for us civilians. You should go to the Civil Affairs Department to register, and I wish you a good life. Lu Chenzhou also said that he worked in the Night Patrol Bureau and had awakened to his profession. Li Xiaoya's father smiled, visibly relieved. That's good. In that case, I'll have my 2 wives go shopping for groceries tonight and cook a nice meal to celebrate. Li Xiaoya's mother was even busier, warmly entertaining Lu Chenzhou, pouring wine and heating up dishes. The family was in a joyful, warm atmosphere. This was the survival wisdom of ordinary people. Their daughter finding a professional husband was something they couldn't even dream of. Li Xiaoya's parents had already made plans. Even if Lu Chenzhou hadn't awakened his profession, they would have arranged for them to get married. After all, Lu Chenzhou had an 80 square meter house. But who knew that Lu Chenzhou would actually awaken his profession? It was like their daughter marrying up, so no wonder they were so happy. In the end, Lu Chenzhou couldn't hold his liquor well, so it was Li Xiaoya who helped him get home. Chapter 11. The sun shone on his face, and Lu Chenzhou slowly opened his eyes. He felt dizzy, so he shook his head gently and tried to sit up. I can't drink much. It really makes me feel uncomfortable. When Li Xiaoya knocked on the door, Lu Chenzhou had just finished washing up and opened the door to let her in. Li Xiaoya today gave him a refreshing feeling. Li Xiaoya had dressed up specially today, and her white dress showed off her charming demeanor. Lu Chenzhou looked at her and couldn't help but praise her. You look so beautiful today. Li Xiaoya glared at him proudly. Huh? What are you looking at? Have you never seen a beautiful woman before? She walked into the house happily and looked around like a hostess. Humph. Get up quickly. My dad said we should get the marriage certificate today. I also have to go back to write the invitations. My family has chosen a good day and is preparing to set up a few tables to celebrate. Ah, a banquet? I don't know anything. What should I do? Lu Chenzhou was stunned. After all, this was his first marriage and he had no idea about the process. Li Xiaoya responded bluntly. There are weddings every year in this neighborhood, so why don't we see anyone holding a banquet? She looked at Lu Chenzhou, a smile playing on her lips. It's not because you're a professional. My parents want to host a few tables and invite relatives and friends to give us some face. Don't worry, they'll take care of it. Lu Chenzhou was stunned after hearing this. He had never thought his wedding would be like this. Li Xiaoya pulled him out of the house. The Civil Affairs Bureau was unusually busy today, with many couples queuing up to get their marriage certificates, especially young men and women who had failed to awaken. The girls didn't want to be forced into a relationship and chose to find some outstanding men to get married as soon as possible. Soon, it was Lu Chenzhou and Li Xiaoya's turn. The staff walked them through the formalities, taking photos and completing all the paperwork. Finally, a new page appeared in Lu Chenzhou's household registration book, containing Li Xiaoya's personal information. Haha, we're finally getting married. Call me husband, Lu Chenzhou joked excitedly. Humph, hubby, Li Xiaoya whispered. Her face flushed, her voice almost inaudible. Lu Chenzhou smiled, put his arm around Li Xiaoya's waist, and walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, secretly rejoicing. He finally had a wife. To celebrate, Lu Chenzhou suggested going to a restaurant for a good meal. This sumptuous lunch made Li Xiaoya feel distressed. The restaurant's ingredients were all naturally grown and raised, not synthetic. The price was also very expensive, with 8 dishes, 4 meat dishes and 4 vegetable dishes, and this meal alone cost over 5,000 yuan. Don't feel bad. Today is our special day. I'll treat you to a good meal. Money is not an issue. I'll keep you plump and white from now on. Bah, a dog can't spit out ivory. That's why you're plump and white, Li Xiaoya muttered softly, and although she said this, her mood was obviously much better. Over 5,000. Li Xiaoya's family has over a dozen people, and it's not even enough for a month or 2 of living expenses. They've already eaten it all in one meal today. You have to be more careful with this guy in the future, otherwise he'll be a real spendthrift. After lunch, Li Xiaoya said she was going home to help and sent Lu Chenzhou out. Lu Chenzhou, who had nothing to do, suddenly remembered what he had promised teacher Bai Wan and hurried to school. He waited for a long time at school until teacher Bai Wan's cultural class finally finished. Although Bai Wan was a cultural teacher, she had to teach multiple grades every day and was very busy. Bai Wan walked to the agreed location and saw Lu Chenzhou playing with his psychic bracelet boredly. She walked over with a smile and said, "You've been waiting for a long time. Come on, I'll take you to change clothes and come home with me tonight." Lu Chenzhou looked up and saw that teacher Bai Wan was wearing a professional uniform today, showing off her figure just right. She exuded a fragrance that made people think of a word bed. This was undoubtedly a woman full of temptation. The two chatted and laughed as they took a taxi to a shopping mall, immediately attracting the attention of many passersby. Bai Wan's beauty and Lu Qinzhou's handsomeness made them the focus of attention. After entering the mall, Bai Wan took Lu Qinzhou to the men's clothing store and helped him try on several suits. Finally, he put on a blue suit and stood in front of the mirror, looking very handsome. "Miss, you really have good taste. This suit looks so handsome on you. So handsome, like a noble man." The salesgirl couldn't help but praise him, her eyes twinkling with stars, and she couldn't wait to give Lu Qinzhou his contact information. Although she knew Bai Wan was Lu Qinzhou's teacher, she was still attracted to him. "Well, let's take this set. Pay the card." "Hello, miss. The total is 19,800. Here's the receipt. Welcome to visit next time." Lu Qinzhou was a little shocked when he heard the price, and Bai Wan felt a little distressed. This was the private money she had saved for many years. But thinking about what happened tonight, she seemed to have made up her mind. Lu Qinzhou couldn't help but ask, "Teacher Bai, you bought me such expensive clothes. Now you can tell me what you want my help with." Bai Wan glanced at him and whispered, "Remember what I asked you to do for me yesterday? Come to my house tonight, and don't call me teacher, call me Wan Wan." "Wan Wan? That's not nice, teacher." Lu Qinzhou felt a little embarrassed. Bai Wan finally told him, "My mother died young, and my father remarried. But my stepmother is a snob and wants to force me to marry a professional as a concubine." She explained that the Federation encouraged professionals to have multiple wives and children, especially since the children of professionals had a higher chance of awakening. Bai Wan had previously been a professional, so she had never been subject to mandatory assignments and had always refused to marry. Recently, her family contacted a professional who was willing to give her a betrothal gift of 300,000 yuan, but she didn't like him at all. In desperation, Bai Wan had to think of Lu Qinzhou. After all, he was the most handsome among this group of civilian awakeners. Chapter 12 Accident. It's not that there haven't been any rich young men who have hinted at Bai Wan, but Bai Wan didn't want to be their plaything and then be abandoned after being played with. This kind of thing is not uncommon. Lu Qinzhou is also a professional. Even though everyone says that Lu Qinzhou awakened to a sewer profession, as a teacher, she is also a cultural teacher. Naturally, she has read more information in documents. Although self-awakened professionals seem to be very weak, there are also some who have turned things around. Countless historical documents also vaguely record self-awakened professionals. Most of them have talents that are unimaginable for ordinary awakened professionals. Bai Wan also paid attention to Lu Qinzhou privately and asked someone to find out about Lu Qinzhou's general situation and movements recently. After seeing that he was able to face the space crack independently, Bai Wan knew that Lu Qinzhou was not that simple. Bai Wan was willing to bet everything she had on herself to fight for a future, and she wanted to take advantage of today's opportunity to let him pretend to be her boyfriend. "It's decided. Can you help me?" Bai Wan smiled when she saw that the other party was stunned. Lu Qinzhou patted his chest and said, "I will help, of course, Teacher Bai." "You still call me Teacher Bai?" "Then Wan Wan." After hearing Lu Qinzhou's change of words, Bai Wan blushed and felt shy, but she felt secretly happy in her heart and secretly glanced at the other person. As expected, appearance represents justice. Bai Wan's home is even more remote than her own community. Since the monster invasion, walls have been built around the city. Her own community is next to the 5th ring wall, while Bai Wan's home is actually next to the 6th ring, which can almost be said to be a slum. "I just didn't expect that this place could produce such a beautiful woman, and that beautiful flowers could grow in the mud." After entering the dark alley, stepping onto the narrow stairwell, stepping over the debris piled in the corridor, and opening the door, a small house that was much more shabby than Lu Qinzhou's room appeared in front of him. "My room is at least a 3-bedroom, 1 living room, but their room is just 1 room, separated by wooden boards into 2 rooms, with several simple bunk beds placed across the room, and a folding table placed outside." I saw the whole family sitting around the table eating. They had no intention of waiting for Bai Wan. "Dad, I'm back." "Are you back? Remember to wash the dishes and clothes later. What have you thought about what I told you?" A middle-aged woman sitting on a stool without even raising her head gave Bai Wan direct orders, as if she was redundant. "Hey, Bai Wan, who's that next to you?" Bai Wan's father looked up and saw Lu Qinzhou beside Bai Wan and asked. It was rare to see such a well-dressed person in this slum, as if he was some noble young man. If he knew that this outfit was bought for him by his daughter by saving money, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. "This is my boyfriend, Lu Qinzhou." Bai Wan took Lu Qinzhou's arm and spoke intimately. "Hello, uncle. This is a little gift I bought for you." While speaking, Lu Qinzhou handed over the 2 gift boxes in his hand. "Ah, okay." Bai Wan's father's face is full of vicissitudes of life. Because of the need to support the family, years of hard work have broken his spine. However, it can be seen that he must have been an absolutely handsome man when he was young. "What? He's your boyfriend. I don't agree. I've already made an agreement with the professional. You can get the betrothal gift when you marry into his family. Then you'll have enough money for your brother's wedding. How can you, as an older sister, be so ungrateful? He's a professional. I've been so worried about you. The thin woman with a mean face immediately objected when she heard Bai Wan say that she brought her boyfriend back. That's right, sister. I'm counting on you for my marriage. How can you go back on your word? The little fat boy also said with an unhappy look on his face that he didn't know how he could grow so fat when his parents were so thin. Bai Wan's father held the gift in his hand, not knowing whether to accept it or not, and stood there awkwardly. Dad, this is my boyfriend. He is much better than the one they introduced to me. I chose him myself. Bai Wan blushed. Bai Wan's stepmother looked Lu Qinzhou up and down. What's so strong about that? Is there anyone stronger than a professional? What's the point of being good-looking besides that? You can't be with him. I have the final say in your marriage. I told you. I make my own decisions about my own affairs. You just want to sell my daughter, but you never ask me what I think. Long-term repression caused Bai Wan to argue with them. Don't say such harsh words. Do we need money to raise you? If you can provide the money, I will agree. Bai Wan's stepmother became more and more angry as she spoke. My tuition is paid for by the federal government, and I earn my living expenses by doing odd jobs. And I give you almost all my monthly salary after I start working. Are you still not satisfied? Lu Qinzhou felt distressed when he saw Bai Wan crying. He didn't know that his usually gentle and generous teacher had such an unknown side. Well, listen to me. You have no say, boy. Don't think that just because you are pretty, you can trick our Bai Wan away. Tomorrow, I will personally deliver her to the professional master. Before Lu Qinzhou could finish what he wanted to say, he was interrupted by the middle-aged woman. Bang! Lu Qinzhou pulled out his gun, and there was a gunshot. I'm giving you face, right? You're talking all this time, like everyone's a professional. Several people were frightened by Lu Qinzhou's sudden change of expression. The two children were frightened by the sudden gunshots and burst into tears. The little fat boy was so scared that he fell to the ground, and the ground was instantly wet. Lu Qinzhou waved his hand in disgust. What are you going to do? I'm telling you, if you don't have 300,000 yuan in betrothal gifts, don't even think about taking Bai Wan away. Even if you're a professional, I'll still sue you. Bai Wan's stepmother said this in a stern voice. Her legs couldn't help but tremble, but for the sake of her son's marriage, she was willing to risk it all. 300,000 yuan for the betrothal gift, right? Bang! I'll give you 300,000. Raise her? I'll raise your sister. Everyone under 18 eats and uses federal money. Bang! Old Biden, are you giving me face? Ouch! Ouch! Stop hitting me! Stop hitting me! I don't want it anymore. I don't want it anymore. Please spare me. Lu Qinzhou punched the old woman so hard that she ran away in panic. He stopped when he saw her begging for mercy and asked, Can we take Bai Wan away now? The other party covered his bruised face and nodded quickly, fearing that this unreasonable young man would beat him up again. As an ordinary person, he couldn't afford to offend a professional, and he was also possessed by a ghost just now. Yes, I'll give you her household registration booklet now, and she'll be yours from now on. Bai Wan's father said nothing, but silently took out Bai Wan's household registration book and handed it to Lu Qinzhou, who claimed to be a professional. He knew in his heart that this was the best choice for his daughter. Uncle, give me the card number. Seeing the other party standing there in a daze, Lu Qinzhou said nothing, silently opened the bracelet, asked Bai Wan for his father's payment account, and transferred some money to the other party. Uncle, this money is not a betrothal gift, but because you have raised Bai Wan to be so outstanding. This is my gift. Please accept it. Men should treat themselves well. The thin middle-aged woman, seeing her husband standing there in a daze, immediately stepped forward to smooth things over. Hee, look at me, this is also for Bai Wan's own good. If she follows a poor man, what will she do if she suffers in the future? Well, son-in-law, I will pack her things right away and go home with you tonight. When Bai Wan's stepmother saw that the money was recovered, her face immediately changed. She busied herself helping Bai Wan pack her things, fearing that she would continue to stay here and eat and live at their expense. Finally, Bai Wan was holding a suitcase in her hand and looked at her father with reluctance. Dad, I'm leaving. Hey, take care of your household registration and take care of yourself in the future. Chapter 13, Brought Home by Accident. Bai Wan's father sighed deeply at last and silently sent Bai Wan out the door. Now he sent her out of this home to let her find her own happiness and a better home, but his body seemed even more hunched. The two of them stood at the entrance of the alley, looking at each other. What is going on? I just came here to help, but something like this happened. Lu Qinzhou looked at the sky speechlessly. Classmate Lu Qinzhou, won't you take me home? My sister is yours now. Bai Wan was the first to break the awkwardness, and now she has also become a homeless person. Teacher Bai, stop joking. I'm here to help on my own initiative. Lu Qinzhou said with a stiff upper lip, feeling sorry for the small amount of money. Now, his impulsive thinking has completely wiped out his family's wealth, with only less than a few thousand yuan left in the account. Thank you, Mr. Lu. I will pay you back later. My sister has no place to live now, so you have to take responsibility for it. Well, okay, I'll take a taxi right away. Don't worry, you're welcome at my home. Unable to bear the sight of the other person's watery eyes, Lu Qinzhou sighed and said, let's go home first. When the two returned home, Bai Wan looked around curiously. This house was much bigger than her own. Her mother died when she was very young, and Bai Wan and her father were placed in that small room, where they spent year after year. With the birth of her younger brothers and sisters, life became more and more difficult, and the whole family was crowded in that room. Teacher Bai, you can live in this room. It used to be my room. Since my parents left, I moved into the master bedroom. The bed is ready. I'll get you a blanket and tidy it up. Lu Qinzhou said embarrassedly that since he lived alone, although the house was cleaned fairly well, many places were still dirty and needed to be cleaned again. Let me do it. Bai Wan took the quilt and began to tidy it up. This was the first time she had her own room. It felt so good. As they worked together, Bai Wan thought, is this what home feels like? It feels so good. Teacher Bai, this is a new set of toiletries. Take a look and see if they fit. If not, I'll buy them for you tomorrow. Lu Qinzhou saw that the other person's suitcase didn't seem to have any toiletries, so he quickly handed over his spare ones. It was late at night and the monsters were more active, but no store dared to open, so he couldn't buy anything even if he wanted to. Thanks. When Lu Qinzhou wasn't paying attention, Bai Wan suddenly shed 2 tears. The feeling of being cared for was really heartwarming. Her usual strong and charming appearance was also a form of self-protection. At this moment, Bai Wan really felt moved. Although the other person was much younger than her, this was a kind of care that she had never felt at home. Goo 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 goo. Are you hungry? Bai Wan felt a little embarrassed when she heard Lu Qinzhou's stomach rumbling. Then I remembered that neither of us had eaten this afternoon, and so many things happened after we went to their house, so we were both hungry when we got back. I have food here. There are vegetables in the refrigerator. Lu Qinzhou took out synthetic bacon, potatoes, and some vegetables from the refrigerator and prepared to start cooking. Leave it there, let me do it. Bai Wan sent Lu Qinzhou out of the kitchen and started to get busy herself. Soon, several delicious dishes were served on the table. Lu Qinzhou saw the other person busy at work and didn't expect that the charming teacher Bai also had such a good wife and mother side. What are you looking at? Let's eat. Come on, I see you have 2 jars of wine. I'll fill them up for you. Cheers to my future freedom. Bai Wan opened a jar of fruit wine from the cabinet and poured half a cup directly for Lu Qinzhou. Cheers to freedom. Don't say this wine is delicious. Bai Wan took a big sip and said, this is the fruit wine the team's logistics staff gave me when I was on a mission a while ago. They said it was homemade. It's a bit strong, so drink it slowly. Lu Qinzhou persuaded. You're underestimating me. Thank you for helping the teacher. Come, have another drink. After saying that, Bai Wan poured herself another glass and drank it in one gulp. Eat, eat, drink the wine slowly, I'm starving. Teacher Bai, I didn't expect you to be such a good cook. It really lives up to the saying. You can be both a housewife and a cook. Whoever marries you will be so happy. Lu Qinzhou praised Bai Wan's cooking skills highly. Does brother Lu like me? Bai Wan asked with a charming look. Teacher Bai, you've had too much to drink. Good night, Teacher Bai, I'm going back to my room first. When Lu Qinzhou saw Bai Wan's current appearance, he fled back to the room. This witch, I can't hold back my anger anymore. If Li Xiaoya finds out, although she won't object, she will definitely be beaten with a 9-in white bone claw. Early morning. Ouch, you're pressing on my hair. When Lu Qinzhou heard the voice next to him, he was stunned. What was going on? I clearly remembered going back to my room to sleep alone. Who else could this person beside me be but Teacher Bai Wan? Did I get drunk last night and do something I didn't know about? When I lifted the quilt, I almost had a nosebleed. It's over. The other person's devilish figure came into view. Everyone knows there's a celebrity with a big secret, and it's a favorite among men. Teacher Bai's figure is no less impressive, but the question is, how could her habit of sleeping naked be passed on to Bai Wan? Now, the suspicion cannot be cleared. Although Lu Qinzhou has imagined this scene many times, when it really happened, Lu Qinzhou only felt his heart beating faster and his blood rushing up and down. Lu Qinzhou was about to quietly get out of bed so as not to disturb the beauty beside him, when suddenly a pair of soft jade hands came around him. But it was so early in the morning. 3 poles in the sun. The two smiled at each other. Bai Wan looked at Lu Qinzhou, who was holding his waist, and chuckled. Lu Qinzhou stared at him fiercely, and his eyes meant, just wait for me, demon. I will come to subdue you after I have mastered my cultivation. This caused Bai Wan to look back at him charmingly, and she laughed even louder. Seeing him carefully put away the plum blossom-printed bedsheet, he thought, "Oh, this is the first time. How come I, an awakened professional, lost? And lost so miserably?" Thinking of this, Lu Qinzhou directly opened the professional bracelet and started looking for tasks, killing monsters, and leveling up. I won't come back today unless I level up 2 levels. Chapter 14 Farm Mission. Opening the taskbar of the professional bracelet, it displayed a dense array of tasks, but many tasks were already in progress. Either they required high-level professionals, or the pay was low and the work was heavy. As a non-staff member and a rookie like me, there was no need to risk my life. Forget it, I will not join the large-scale tasks for now. My life is more important. After browsing for most of the day, I finally found a task that suits me, which is a farm. A fog suddenly appeared in a rural village, and a demonized wild boar ran out of it, which required a professional to suppress it. Lu Qinzhou quickly took on the task. "Sister Wan, I've accepted a mission and need to rush over now. You can have lunch by yourself." I left the spare key on the table. Lu Qinzhou packed up his things, said goodbye to Bai Wan, scanned the code, got on his bike, and set off. The cold wind brushed across his face, and Lu Qinzhou was thinking at this time, if only I were a formal employee of the Night Patrol Bureau, then there would be a professional vehicle to pick me up, which would save me a lot of money, and I wouldn't have to ride my bike there myself. When Lu Qinzhou arrived at the farm, the more than 300-meter high farm building was under martial law. Since the beginning of the megacity development, the population has exploded and the previous small peasant economy is no longer viable. Today's integrated farms are like huge mountain buildings, with each floor varying in height by dozens of meters. Utilizing advanced technology and the abilities of professionals, each floor covers hundreds of thousands of square meters and grows a variety of crops, providing survival guarantees for the entire city. It's really spectacular. Lu Qinzhou looked up and saw that the entire farm looked like a circular terrace covered with green plants. "Sir, follow me quickly. The fog is inside the farm, and another one has come out." A farm manager saw Lu Qinzhou opening the professional bracelet and showing his identity information while the staff at the door was still checking it. So he hurried over, sweating profusely. "It's already this late, and you're still here slowly checking the information. You really feel superior as a security guard. If the equipment and crops inside are damaged, you may not be able to save your own skin. Sir, please follow me. The demonized pig is on the 4th floor." Entering the rural area through the wide gate, you will find a different world inside. Under the illumination of rows of special fluorescent lights that simulate sunlight are technological culture tanks. The vegetables growing well in the culture tanks are neatly arranged, stretching as far as the eye can see. It is actually an automated planting method, and the staff who manage the farm only need to watch at the operating table. This really subverted Lu Qinzhou's imagination. Take the dedicated elevator to the 4th floor entrance. "Sir, the demonized wild boar is inside. I will open the door now. Be careful." The manager comes to the operating table at the door, swipes his card, and obtains permission. Squeak. This door, which is more than 10 meters wide, slowly opened to both sides after the airlock was opened. Lu Qinzhou took out his revolver and carefully entered the room. The culture tanks inside were lying on the ground in a mess. The glass was broken and splashed everywhere. The vegetables cultured inside were ruined and water was flowing everywhere. It's so hateful. These large farms are the source of food for tens of millions of people in the entire city, and monsters are not allowed to destroy them. Lu Qinzhou did not dare to be careless and immediately took out the psychic bullets and loaded them. Boom. Lu Qinzhou immediately ran to the place where the loud noise came from. It was the 2 wild boars that the farm manager mentioned. These were wild boars. They were 2 or 3 meters tall and 4 or 5 meters long. They must be African elephants, one weighing thousands of pounds. They were so huge and had ferocious eyes. They were destroying the farm. There were collapsed and twisted culture tanks everywhere. The best vegetables were ruined by these 2 wild boars. Fortunately, the people in the farm had already evacuated. Bang, bang, bang. He emptied the magazine directly, leaving bowl-sized holes on the bodies of the 2 wild boars, and then they fell to the ground. As expected, the power of psychic bullets is at least 10 times stronger than that of gunpowder bullets. These demonized wild boars are not as simple as ordinary wild boars, and their leather armor is thicker. Experience +8. Not bad. A wild boar has about 4 experience points. It is actually a level 4 monster. Fortunately, it is loaded with psychic bullets, otherwise it would be dangerous. After dealing with the wild boar, Lu Qinzhou carefully observed the fog. What is this? The scene when the fragments of the otherworld space are integrated is bad. If it is not dealt with, this farm will definitely be destroyed when this space is directly integrated here. This is a fragment of the world. If he could get in, the resources and monsters inside, the fragment of the world itself would be a huge fortune. Lu Qinzhou was excited, but he knew that if it were under normal circumstances, this was not something he could get his hands on. But now there was no one around. Let's fight. Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk, and one's trump card is a level 1 warship. Lu Qinzhou turned off his professional bracelet and entered the fog carefully. As he took a step forward, it was as if time and space had shifted, and suddenly his eyes lit up. It turned out to be a valley. In the valley, there were densely packed wild boars and bison, about several hundred of them. When the wild boars and bison saw a person suddenly appear in the valley, their eyes immediately turned bloodshot, and the monster's huge body quickly charged towards Lu Qinzhou. Lu Qinzhou was almost scared to death when he saw this scene. The scene of a herd of African buffaloes charging into each other came into reality, but now it was even more terrifying. Their bodies were even bigger than those of elephants. No, if this thing gets out, all the farms outside will be scrapped. Summon your natal ship. Lu Qinzhou subconsciously ran to the bow of the ship. When he held the Gatling gun in his hand, a sense of confidence surged from his heart. Have you ever seen a Gatling gun with blue flames? The charging bison and wild boars were shot through the bodies by powerful psychic bullets. Even one bullet penetrated several wild boars in succession. The densely packed wild boars fell on the road as if they had hit an invisible wall. As experience continues to increase, Lu Qinzhou's adrenaline continued to surge. Only when the last bison fell at his feet did Lu Qinzhou stop pulling the trigger. Cool. I actually gained more than 2,000 experience points. Haha, now that's enough upgrades. After clicking on the upgrade button, 200 experience points are consumed, and the level is immediately raised to LV2. Name, Lu Qinzhou. Occupation, boatman. Level, LV2, 300 experience points required to upgrade to LV3. Reserve experience 1950. Origin warship, first grade low-grade black iron-class black-winged warship. Evolution requires 5,000 experience points. Ship weapon slot, 1/2, Tier 1 psychic Gatling gun. Evolution requires 1,000 XP. Ship functional cabin, 2/2, functional cabin, psionic conversion cabin. Evolution requires 5,000 experience points. Functional cabin, ammunition generation cabin. Evolution requires 1,000 experience points. Supreme talent, infinite evolution. Continue to click on personal attributes. Constitution, 11. Agility, 11. Strength, 11. Intelligence, 11. Sure enough, after the level is upgraded, the physical fitness can be greatly improved, and the empty waste becomes full. No wonder high-level professionals have 7 or 8 wives, or even more than a dozen, and can live in harmony. It turns out that this is the reason. No, I remember my original attributes were a balanced 5 points. After the first upgrade, all attributes increased by 1 point, so it should be 6 points. With this upgrade, it should be 7 points. How did it become 11? Could it be that after the evolution of the origin ship, the professional strength has been improved, and now each upgrade increases all attributes by 5 points? This is awesome. There are such benefits after evolving the ship. I have to quickly upgrade the level of the origin warship. Jump off the boat and put the warship into the consciousness space. Go check out your loot. These are all good things. This wild boar tusk actually contains spiritual power. Pull it out quickly. This horn is pretty good, thick, big, and so long. I pulled it out. Lu Qinzhou saw that the fangs of these demonized bison and wild boars were almost all made of black iron-grade psychic materials, so he directly found a way to pull them off. Later, he remembered that he had a psychic conversion cabin, so he directly put the whole bison into the cabin. However, it was no longer possible to fit only 2 of them. Looking at the hundreds of them on the ground, he became anxious because he could not take them away. Oops, it's all my fault. What a pity my liver hurts. Chapter 15, Being Trapped by Mortgage. After Lu Qinzhou finally explored the entire valley, he found that the space of this world fragment was extremely small. There was only this valley, and these hundreds of bison were all the living creatures that existed. Suddenly, the entire space fragment began to vibrate. Lu Qinzhou thought something had happened and hurriedly ran to the edge of the fog to escape from this space fragment first. Suddenly, a dazzling stone appeared in the air and fell to the ground. Lu Qinzhou didn't care about anything else. He thought it was a good thing, so he bent down to pick up the stone and jumped out to the edge of the fog. Lu Qinzhou fell to the ground in the farm again, and the fog in front of him rolled violently and became very unstable. Lu Qinzhou rolled and crawled away from the spot. This thing looked very dangerous. If he didn't run away, he would be waiting to die. The expected danger did not happen. The fog disappeared after flashing violently. The entire farm returned to peace. Only the destroyed culture tanks and other equipment, as well as the 2 huge bison corpses, told what had happened here. Only then did he open the psychic bracelet, click Submit Task, and take pictures as evidence. Soon a large number of people came to the farm. Grown-ups. A group of people who managed the farm appeared in front of Lu Qinzhou. Hey, it's just right that you're here. Help me clean up these things. Lu Qinzhou pointed at the 2 remaining wild boars on the ground and said. When everyone saw such a huge wild boar, they were so shocked that they were speechless. Are all professionals so powerful? The leading strong man asked. Sir, what should we do? Please help me cut off the tusks of this wild boar and give them to me. For the rest, please contact the slaughterhouse and ask them if they will accept them. This thing can be eaten, right? Okay. After hearing what Lu Qinzhou said, the strong man hurriedly ordered the people on the farm to work quickly. Since the monsters wreaked havoc, being able to work on the farm in the city was a rare and good job. It would be even more amazing if he could help Lu Qinzhou deal with these 2 wild boars. After completing today's transaction alone, the benefits given to him by the people at the slaughterhouse would probably be considerable. As expected, heroes emerge from youth. Sir, we'll take this wild boar. Here's the price. Are you satisfied? When the manager of the slaughterhouse arrived at the farm with a truck, he was greatly shocked to see the 2 wild boars. With the rapid increase in the city's population, food supply has always been a big problem. The sudden arrival of 2 black iron-grade wild boar meat is very expensive meat, not ordinary farmed pork. Satisfied. How could Lu Qinzhou not be satisfied? This is 3 million. Is it so easy to make money as a professional? The 300,000 I spent yesterday was just a drop in the bucket. Give me 10 more Bai Wans. That's good. Leave me your contact information. If you find this kind of edible monster next time, remember to contact us. I will definitely give you a suitable price. Sure. After leaving his contact information, Lu Qinzhou left the farm directly. Things here are handled by professionals. Ordinary professionals are only responsible for eliminating dangers. Naturally, there are countless relevant departments responsible for logistics matters. After all, professionals are scarce and most people are ordinary people. It is impossible for him to do everything personally. As soon as the 3 million arrived, suddenly, only 1.5 million was left. Seeing the situation, Lu Qinzhou hurriedly called the bank to inquire about the situation. Hello, sir. According to federal tax regulations, personal property is subject to a 50% personal income tax. When Lu Qinzhou heard this, his heart sank. It was really, good job. Then please help me settle the mortgage loan at your bank. Lu Qinzhou thought that Bai Wan was living in his own home now, and Li Xiaoya would be coming soon, so he should pay off the last mortgage first, at least to have a home to stay at. With the rest, he could use it to pay off Li Xiaoya's student loan for her career awakening. I don't know if Bai Wan's student loan has been paid off. If not, let's pay it off together. Sorry, sir. Loans are not under our department's jurisdiction. Please hang up and call 400. Lu Qinzhou had no choice but to call again. After a series of complicated transfers, he finally got through. I'm sorry, sir. Your loan cannot be repaid early. If you need to repay early, please pay a 3% penalty, the full interest, and the principal service fee. When Lu Qinzhou heard this, he immediately became anxious. Why? I've only used it for less than a month. Why should I pay the full interest? I only pay interest for the time I used it. I'm sorry, sir. This is the bank's policy. Please repay the loan as agreed. I'm going to complain to you guys. Please be polite and courteous. This call is recorded. If there are no questions, goodbye. Beep, beep, beep. Hearing the hang-up sound, Lu Qinzhou cursed continuously. I at Yuan at Shanrenbanban. Problems always need to be solved. My good mood was gone in an instant, and I simply went straight to the bank where I had taken out the loan. I want to make an early repayment. Please help me with this. As soon as Lu Qinzhou walked into the bank lobby, he went to the loan department and started talking directly. Do you have a reservation? A bank employee immediately asked. No. If you don't have one, please make an appointment first. Lu Qinzhou looked around and saw that there was no one around, so he smiled. No, you don't have any customers here. Why should I make an appointment? Aren't you the loan officer? Where's manager Zhao Feng who helped me with the loan last time? Sorry, Zhao Feng was fired by our oil company and is now working at the National Bank. What? Is this a dismissal or a promotion? Damn, they really know how to play. Then I'll make an appointment now and process it for me now. I want to pay off the loan early. Okay, please wait. The staff worked in a confused manner and another hour passed. It's okay now, please follow me. I've checked your loan. Although our bank is the lender, the borrower is Ant Group. If you want to settle your loan early, you need to contact Ant Group first. Nanny. Lu Qinzhou immediately showed a black question mark face. No, I originally used my mortgage to get a loan from UU Bank. How did it become a loan from Ant Group? Please explain this to me. Lu Qinzhou slammed the table and started cursing. I'm going to complain to you. Don't worry, sir. If you need to make a complaint, please call the relevant complaint number. When Lu Qinzhou saw the other party's fearless expression, he knew that there was no way to complain. No matter which complaint department it was, they were just putting on an act for ordinary people like us. It's just a fool's play, just to set up a flood discharge outlet. The staff on the opposite side saw Lu Qinzhou calm down and then said, "Of course, Zhao Feng has been fired, so you can sue him. But your loan is indeed from Ant Group, and the interest rate is as high as 55%. Our bank is currently offering an interest rate of 36%. Would you like to transfer the loan?" Seeing the other person's shameless face, Lu Qinzhou really wanted to shoot her in the head. "No, I just want to pay off the loan and get the house deed back. Just tell me what conditions you want." "Sir, if you keep the money, the interest rate is very cheap. I see you are a professional and you need money to improve yourself. We have launched a professional investment loan with a maximum of 1 million and an annual interest rate of only 36%. Do you want to take out a loan?" "No, no loan. Settle the debt quickly and give me the house deed." Lu Qinzhou patted the table and urged. Seeing that Lu Qinzhou was unmoved, the other party finally proposed a repayment plan. "Because your case involves multiple parties, in addition to returning the 500,000 yuan principal to our bank, you also need to return all interest, 275,000 yuan, and a penalty of 3% of the total amount, which is 3% of the 775,000 yuan, or 23,250 yuan. In addition, you will also need to pay our bank's settlement certificate service fee, notarization fee, and other fees, totaling 77,500 yuan, for 10%. The total is 875,750 yuan. The staff looked at Lu Qinzhou with a smile, as if they had him in their grasp. Lu Qinzhou resisted the urge to pull out his gun and kill the other person. He paid the money with a grim expression and took back the property deed. After this time, if I touch a loan again, I will be a dog. If anyone asks me for a loan again, I will shove the muzzle of a gun into your asshole and pull the trigger hard. Chapter 16, Leaving the City. Feeling full of anger, Lu Qinzhou continued to check his professional bracelet, intending to kill a few monsters to vent his anger, but he found that there were almost no suitable tasks in the city, and he really wanted to go out of the city. Thinking of this, Lu Qinzhou simply called a car and took himself to the entrance of the 7th ring city wall. This is the outermost ring of the entire city. There are people patrolling and guarding the tall city wall at all times. The walls were covered with scaffolding, and countless workers were working on them, reinforcing the walls, and even building artillery batteries and other defensive facilities. Various weapons, cannons, and even magical structures such as arrow towers are installed on it. Of course, with such a huge city wall, there are many patrol teams around it, and most of these patrol teams are ordinary people. Stop! Non-professionals are not allowed to leave the city without permission. As soon as Lu Qinzhou arrived at the city gate, he was stopped by a soldier in military uniform. "This is my professional bracelet. It contains my information. I want to go out of town and kill monsters to level up." Lu Qinzhou respected these warriors very much and did not look down on ordinary people at all. It was amazing that they could go to the front line to stop the monsters with ordinary bodies. "Okay, registration is over. You can go out now. Remember to be careful. Here's a simple map of the city. You can take a look at it, but it may not be accurate because the monsters are not fixed and there is a lot of variation." After the soldier helped Lu Qinzhou register, he gave him a map. "Thanks." After expressing his gratitude, Lu Qinzhou passed through the city gate and came to the wilderness. It was completely different from what he had imagined. Skeletons of various creatures remained on the land in the wilderness outside the city. At a glance, all the trees had been cut down. Looking back, the city walls were also covered with dense traces of war. Opening the map, he saw a large kobold territory nearby, along with the common zombies and skeletons. The greatest threat came from the massive Murloc tribe in the 100-kilometer Murloc Lake. While the creatures around the former were only early silver at best, the latter even had peak silver creatures. A mere iron-ranked rogue like him wouldn't dare provoke them. Crack, crack. In the silent wilderness, the sound of bones rubbing against each other suddenly came. Lu Qinzhou took out his revolver, pointed it at the place where the sound came from, and walked over carefully. It turned out to be a few pale skeletons. Bang bang. With a few gunshots, several skeletons were blown into pieces by the powerful spiritual bullets. Experience +4. Is this skeleton so weak? It's on par with the zombies. Only one gave a little experience value. As we went deeper, zombies began to appear. These low-level zombies were like walking corpses. Not only were they slow to move, but their combat effectiveness was also very low. They were even worse than the walking corpses we killed last time. After all, those walking corpses moved quickly. I don't know which world these low-level and unchallenging monsters came from. Even a mosquito's legs are meat, so kill them easily. As experience points continued to be gained, Lu Qinzhou simply spent 1,000 experience points to upgrade the ammunition generation cabin. Name, Lu Qinzhou. Occupation, boatman. Level, LV2, 300 experience points are required to upgrade to LV2. Reserve experience 1010. Constitution, 11. Agility, 11. Strength, 11. Intelligence, 1. Origin warship. First grade low-grade black iron-class black-winged warship. Evolution requires 5,000 experience points. Ship weapon slot, 1/2. Tier 1 psychic Gatling gun. Evolution requires 1,000 XP. Ship functional chamber, 2/2. Functional chamber. Psionic conversion chamber. Evolution requires 5,000 experience points. Functional chamber. Level 2 ammunition generation chamber. Evolution requires 2,000 experience points. Supreme talent. Infinite evolution. A level 2 ammunition generator can automatically generate 10 regular bullets and 1 level 1 iron-grade psychic bullet per minute, or 1 level 2 bronze-grade psychic bullet per hour. Lu Qinzhou did not choose the second-level psychic bullets, but only chose to generate ordinary bullets and first-level psychic bullets at the same time. Monsters outside the city can be seen at any time, so the sufficiency of bullets must be guaranteed. Soon, Lu Qinzhou fought his way to the vicinity of the ogre tribe marked on the map. There are just several teams here that have entered the Knoll tribe to kill monsters and level up. Boy, we have already surrounded this place. A strong man holding a big sword saw Lu Qinzhou coming and said quickly, "Ah, is there anyone else who steals monsters?" Seeing Lu Qinzhou's puzzled look, the woman in the other team said with a sweet smile, "Little brother, this is your first time here, right? Do you want me to take you? Ordinary monsters are naturally not sought after, but ores will appear in the Knoll tribe. Once black iron grade ores appear, they are very valuable." "Ah, that black iron grade, or how much is it? And where can I buy it?" "Why, kid, you want to buy some? You don't look like someone who needs money. Come on, we'll get 100 kilograms today and sell them to you for 2,000 yuan per kilogram." The sword-wielding man quoted a high price, because the recycling price in the city was only 1,000 per kilogram. Seeing that Lu Qinzhou didn't look like he was short of money, he decided to cheat him first. "Really? Yes, I want. I was just worrying about where to find resources to upgrade my favorite ship, and then suddenly I felt sleepy and the pillow was handed to me. Xiaoying, give him the ore. Come here, little brother. This is the result of my day's work." The woman brought a pile of ore to Lu Qinzhou's feet and motioned him to check it. Lu Qinzhou picked up a piece of ore. Black iron concentrate can be used as ship upgrade material. "Come, sister, I'll transfer the money to you." When the 200,000 was transferred, several of their teammates gathered around to see that it had really arrived. They grinned, thinking that there really was a sucker who paid a high price for it. They immediately looked at Lu Qinzhou's expression as if they were looking at a wealthy sponsor. "Little brother, do you still need it? I can help you upgrade, as long as you buy the ore," the woman said coquettishly. It's just that Lu Qinzhou is not interested in her, otherwise he really wants to have a friendly exchange with her. It's not that this woman is not beautiful. In fact, she is quite good-looking. Didn't you see that the male members of her team are always looking at her? It's better to be safe when going out of the city for the first time. Don't annoy other people's licking dogs and let them hit you secretly, otherwise you will have no place to seek justice. Besides, there is a Bai Wan who has a better figure and is more beautiful and attractive waiting for him at home. After eating refined grains, it's still better to eat fine bran. Is this okay? I want as much or as you can get. Lu Qinzhou was also very surprised. Not only did he have a stable source of ore, but there was even someone who would help him level up for free. That felt pretty good. "Brothers, the boss has said that all the ore for today has been purchased. Let's work harder. I'll treat everyone to a drink after we're done." The big man with the sword gave instructions to the team members and invited Lu Qinzhou to join the team. "My name is Shun Jingwang. What's your name, brother? I invite you to join my team." Lu Qinzhou. Lu Qinzhou saw the team invitation on the panel and clicked to agree. Chapter 17 Motorcycle Boy. "Just wait and see. I will definitely make the boss feel comfortable today." After saying that, Shun Jingwang, as the team leader, took the lead and rushed towards the dog-headed man. The dog-headed man was holding a pickaxe in his hand and a small backpack on his back. He saw humans rushing towards him. The dog-headed man made a whining sound and waved the pickaxe in his hand, ready to attack. Shun Jingwang nimbly dodged the attack of the ogre's pickaxe, turned around and counterattacked, and the blade of the giant sword flashed with sharp light and cut through the ogre's body, cutting it in half. The opponent also looked at Lu Qinzhou to show his strength. Impressive, isn't it? The captain is a bronze-level greatsword warrior. Dealing with these level 5 or 6 kobolds is a piece of cake for him. The woman named Xiaoying came over and said admiringly. Sharp. Lu Qinzhou gave a thumbs up and praised. With the addition of other team members, Lu Qinzhou witnessed the power of the team. The shield warriors in the front row defended against the attacks of the ogres, and every arrow shot by the archer girl in the team accurately hit the ogres' necks, eyes, and other weak points. That agile assassin can kill a gnoll in seconds with every backstab. Xiaoying, the charming woman, is actually a nurse. Of course, the main C is still Shun Jingguang, the giant sword warrior. Every time a wave of gnolls was killed, everyone surrounded them, looking for spoils. The drop rate of concentrate from this kind of dog-headed people is not very good. Is there no concentrate vein? Lu Qinzhou saw them searching for concentrate from the dog-headed people or in their backpacks and was disappointed. Of course not. But there were large guilds that occupied the kobold mines before, but they only dug out ordinary ore. In the end, they found that the kobolds were still needed to mine. I don't know why they can dig out black iron-grade concentrate from ordinary mines. Perhaps it's their racial talent. Later, it would be more convenient to just regularly clear out the kobolds and get the spoils from them. After listening to their explanation, Lu Qinzhou finally understood why there were so many professionals here. They were all here to collect materials and make money. Sister Xiaoying, can you help me ask which other team has or materials for sale? I'll take them. After hearing what Lu Qinzhou said, Xiaoying ran over to tell the captain, and their eyes lit up. What a good idea. The other teams would take it back anyway and sell it to recycling stations or to stores opened by some companies. The price might be even lower than that of the purchasing station. Wouldn't it be faster for them to go directly to collect materials? This big money sponsor must be kept tightly. Xiaoying, go contact other teams and ask them if they want to sell or I'll help the boss upgrade here. As Shun Jingguang's killing speed increased, Lu Qinzhou's experience reserves soon reached more than 4,000 points. However, he did not click to upgrade the level. Instead, he planned to upgrade the ship first after collecting most of the materials for ship upgrades. It feels really good to gain experience points just by lying down without having to kill monsters yourself. Captain, we're back. Seeing them carrying materials back in large and small bags, not only Lu Qinzhou's eyes were filled with joy, but Shun Jingguang and the others also secretly thought about getting rich. After final settlement, boss, the total is 105 kilograms. How about 200,000 yuan? They looked at Lu Qinzhou cautiously, fearing that he would not be able to eat it. Although 200,000 is not a big number, although professionals make money quickly, in fact, everyone is very poor, especially equipment, potions, etc., which require a lot of money. No problem. Thinking about the 3 million he had just received today, 1.5 million was deducted as tax, nearly 900,000 was cheated out of the loan, and now another 400,000 was gone. This money was really hard to spend, so Lu Qinzhou transferred it to them immediately. It's almost dark. Let's hurry back to the city. Monsters can be very dangerous at night. Several people got into a pickup truck and looked at Lu Qinzhou in surprise. Didn't the boss drive out? He didn't look like someone who was short of money. He just paid over 400,000 yuan. Boss, get in the car and come with us. Oh, okay. I didn't bother to be polite with them. If I wanted to walk back at this time, it would probably be midnight. I got into the car in 2 steps, and there were 2 girls sitting next to me, leaning close to me. This treatment was pretty good. Oh no, we're out of gas. Let's find a place to stay nearby. It is common sense not to run around on the streets at night, because there will be some strange monsters lurking at night. The few of them parked the car at a nearby hotel. Of course, Lu Qinzhou booked a room for himself and lay down to rest. Buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the shrill roar of a modified exhaust pipe resounded throughout the street. Fuck, where did these speedsters come from? They're so desperate. Not only was Lu Qinzhou awakened by the sound of the broken motorcycle, but the nearby voice-controlled lights were also lit up by the huge sound. Ding ding ding. Shun Jingguang and others knocked on Lu Qinzhou's door and spoke in a low voice. A bunch of idiots are about to get into trouble. Prepare to fight to prevent any accidents. Shun Jingguang and others cursed and swore, saying that for many years, the city had banned the modification of old motorcycles, and there had been countless accidents. Aren't the lessons enough? Yet, they refused to listen. As expected, there are weird things happening in the slums. Don't you think the death is tragic enough? Buzz. The violent vibration of the exhaust pipe echoed through the streets. Ah. Boom. Sure enough, a strange monster was attracted. With the appearance of the monster, a biker gang member was torn to pieces on the spot, and his motorcycle rolled and flew far away. The ghosts of the dead biker gangs fled in all directions. However, he was surrounded by monsters with black hair all over his body, faces as pale as paper, and sharp claws on all his limbs. These monsters were extremely fast and floated in the air, bringing out bursts of black smoke as they flew, which was extremely strange. "Ah, help me, someone come and save me, I won't dare to do it again." These monsters attacked with extreme brutality. The bikers who were just partying on the streets were instantly turned into minced meat, torn into pieces. No one survived. The body parts scattered on the street were rarely larger than a fist. Woof woof. At this time, something more troublesome happened. Suddenly, a dog from an unknown family started barking loudly, and the barking sounds of dogs in the nearby communities continued one after another. Chun Jingguang and others were so scared that their hearts almost jumped out of their chest. Fuck, these idiots, they can't even make a living, but they still keep dogs. They're really courting death just when things are getting better. With the construction of the giant city walls, the population of some small shelters moved into the giant city. Professionals and the military continued to suppress the monsters, and life finally became a little better. However, some self-righteous people started to seek death. Several people hid in the corner upstairs and didn't dare to breathe. These night-walking monsters were too weird, and their flying speed was incredibly fast. Lu Chenzhou was not sure whether he could defeat them. Heart-wrenching screams continued to be heard from the nearby residential area and were spreading rapidly. Chapter 18: A Tragic Death. So far, no professionals have arrived. I wonder if those families who have dogs killed by their beloved sons and daughters will regret before they die that they did not prepare some star anise to go earlier. Evil creature, look at the sword. Suddenly, a large number of professionals appeared and provided support everywhere, and suddenly there were sounds of fire everywhere. At this time, the night watchmen in the city and the freelancers nearby took action, especially the scene where a Taoist nun in a snow-white robe stood on a flying sword, and the sword light flashed, piercing the bodies of the night walker monsters that had just been killing as they pleased. Lu Chenzhou was jealous. So strong, so beautiful. Impressive, isn't it? This is our Jiangxing's top professional, sword immortal Xia Qingxue, who is said to be a silver-level professional. Xiaoying squatted beside Lu Chenzhou and said this without knowing when. She looked at Xia Qingxue, who was killing people in the air, with admiration and envy, but her job was a wet nurse, and it would be impossible for her to become such a person in this life. There are night walkers coming, be careful. Lu Chenzhou saw a night walker fleeing towards him and immediately pulled out his gun. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets in the revolver were all used up, but the opponent dodged them. This aroused the opponent's ferocity, and he flew towards Lu Chenzhou quickly. Xiaoying said in fear, "Run. It's too late to fight him." When the night walker was about to rush in front of her, Xiaoying could see the other party's scarlet eyes and sharp claws, and her little face turned pale with fear. Suddenly, a warship was summoned out of thin air and blocked the two men. Lu Chenzhou held the Gatling machine gun with both hands. Da-da-da. No matter how fast the night walker is, he cannot be faster than the storm of bullets at close range. When the bullets hit the night walker, the powerful impact force penetrates the opponent's skin, and pieces of green and smelly blood splatter. Gatling fired at the night walker for a minute before the other party stopped moving. Experience plus 19. It turned out to be a bronze level 19 monster. Lu Chenzhou wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. In just 1 minute, they escaped death. It was easy to say, but if they were a few seconds slower, the two of them would have died under these sharp claws. This night walker is too strong. This one is definitely at the peak of the bronze level, and it is not the strongest among them. Those night walkers with strong aura cannot escape a single move from the sword immortal. It is as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. Be careful here. I'm going to check out the spoils. After Lu Chenzhou said something to Xiaoying and the others, he retracted the boat into his body, leaving Chun Jingguang and his group with surprised expressions. They didn't expect that the boss they brought today was so powerful. Several people looked at each other. Fortunately, they did not follow the other teams and kill and rob people today, otherwise they would not know how they died. What kind of profession is this? When the night walker flew over just now, everyone almost thought they were dead. He came to the night walker who was beaten into pieces and picked up a glowing bead. Floating beads can be used as ship upgrade materials to gain special features. 5,000 experience points are consumed to upgrade the ship. Lu Chenzhou read this simple sentence over and over again. If it was what he thought it meant, it would mean that his natal ship could have the ability to float in the air. Thinking of that scene, he was so happy. Now is not the time. Wait until you have enough experience. Hand it over. Suddenly a voice came from behind. Where did this idiot come from? Go kill him yourself if you have the guts. Lu Chenzhou saw the person behind him, and it turned out to be an acquaintance, the short yellow-haired man who had come before. "You're just a boatman. How dare you talk to me like that? You don't have the captain to back you up today. Hurry up and hand over the things, or don't blame me for being rude. No one will care about losing a useless professional like you." Fei Yong held a dagger in his hand, with a sinister look on his face, and planned to take action. He would first capture this guy, torture him to extract the spoils, and then deal with them directly. The items dropped by this night walker were quite valuable. If he exchanged them for money, it would cost a lot of money. Maybe he could go to the club several times to have fun. "It's your bad luck to meet me. It's because you are weak," Fei Yong said sinisterly. Bump! A huge ship crashed down from the void. Fei Yong only felt the shadow above his head, and was immediately pressed to the bottom of the warship. Fei Yong, who was pressed to the bottom of the boat, looked at Lu Qinzhou with a weak breath, and looked at him in disbelief as he pulled out his gun. Wasn't he a boatman? Whose boatman had such a big boat? "You? Goodbye to you." Bang! After a gunshot, Lu Qinzhou blew on the muzzle of the gun and said, "If you hadn't been lucky last time and didn't want my sister Yaqian to see my bad side, I would have turned you into a meat paste with a volley of bullets. You are a level 6 rookie. Where did you get the courage to threaten me?" He recalled the ship, searched the other party's headless body, and finally found a bunch of club cards. He was so poor. Finally, he picked up a dagger, which turned out to be just a black iron-level weapon. It was better than nothing, so he put it into the ship. Rubbish, so poor. Lu Qinzhou cursed and kicked the corpse into the darkness. After thinking about it, he felt it was not a good idea, so he went back and put the other person's body directly into the psychic conversion cabin. He almost forgot about this good thing for destroying the body. "After such a big commotion tonight, I couldn't sleep, so I simply added Chun Jingguang and the other's contact information, said goodbye to each other, found a shared bicycle, and rode home." The moment the door was opened, the lights came on. Bai Wan was holding a blanket and turning on the light. "You're back. You're still awake?" They both said it at the same time. Lu Qinzhou was deeply moved. When he saw the other person's sleepy eyes, he knew that he had been waiting for him on the sofa all night. "Didn't I say I was going out to take on a mission? You don't have to wait for me from now on. Just rest first." Lu Qinzhou put on slippers and said to Bai Wan, "I can't sleep either, so I might as well sit on the sofa for a while." Bai Wan took the coat that Lu Qinzhou had changed out of and said gently, "Silly boy, are you worried about me?" Although the other party's voice was very soft, Lu Qinzhou still heard it, and an inexplicable emotion arose. Lu Qinzhou, who thought he was emotionally rich and indifferent to human nature, suddenly had a strange feeling in his heart. "Then let me see how worried I am. I want to check." Don't. On a quiet night, insects chirp nonstop. At noon, Lu Qinzhou got up with the help of his slightly sore waist. The beauty beside him had already gone to school to work. He walked to the table in the living room and saw a note on it, which had left breakfast for him. "Is Bai Wan really that strong? I fought till dawn, and she got up and made breakfast like nothing happened, and even went to school and work as if nothing had happened. No, I want to upgrade. I can't let a woman look down on me." Chapter 19 Airship. "Why did you confiscate my car?" Lu Qinzhou was holding a steamed bun he bought on the roadside and eating it while walking. He planned to go out of the city again and try to gain enough experience today. If the upgraded warship could really gain the ability to float in the air, then the safety would be greatly improved. He was thinking about it happily when he suddenly saw a group of people arguing. "We are only responsible for executing the orders issued by the city lord's mansion. All motorcycles must be inspected. If there are any problems, please contact the city management office later. Take it away." After saying these words, several uniformed urban management officers forcibly pushed the stopped motorcycle away. "No, you can't take it. This is my personal property, and it hasn't been modified in any way that violates any regulations. You can't do anything with it." The man riding the motorcycle held on to the handlebars tightly to prevent anyone from snatching it away. "What do you mean by messing around? Do you see what this is?" The leading urban management officer pointed to his clothes and said, "This is outrageous. Beat them. They dare to violate the new security regulations. Arrest them, send them to the Law Enforcement Bureau, and send them to the labor camp for reform. We just don't have enough manpower to repair the city wall." Then the urban management officers took out steel pipes, riot batons, etc., and beat the man violently. The man, who was beaten all over, lay on the ground wailing and watched the motorcycle he bought being dragged away by the urban management officers. The leading urban management officer took out his phone and made a call. Immediately afterwards, a law enforcement vehicle arrived and handcuffed the man on the ground. Those urban management officers were still laughing just now. "Come on, guys, let's go confiscate a few more cars and sell them later. Haha, then we'll have enough money to go to heaven on earth, right?" The leading urban management officer gave instructions to the people around him. Captain, will something go wrong if we do this? One of the less courageous ones asked cautiously. Haha, what's the matter? My brother-in-law is a respected professional. He can do it without hesitation. What dare these people say? My buddy is from the Law Enforcement Bureau. Didn't you see the guy just got arrested? I'm afraid he won't be able to get out unless he's skinned alive and extorted a lot of money. When Li Xiaoya heard these words, he was also stunned. Are people in public offices so arrogant now? Taking advantage of the new policy of the city lord's mansion, not only did they distort the facts and blatantly rob people of their property, but they were also sent to prison. This scene happened in every corner of the city's civilian areas. Not only motorcycles, but also families with dogs were forcibly taken away by residents' committee members. The people below distorted the facts, and the unfair law enforcement caused strong dissatisfaction. However, in the wealthy areas within the Third Ring Road and the areas where professionals are located, these people are drastically different. Luxury sports cars and expensive motorcycles were driving on the street, and these people stood by and bowed their heads. Not only did they not dare to stop them, they had to stand aside and give way to them in an orderly manner. This is the power enjoyed by the children of professional families. Even their servants dare to point at their noses and curse them. Jiangcheng is particularly noisy today. Li Xiaoya has seen this kind of bullying more than once, but he is indifferent by nature and never likes to meddle in other people's affairs. The only people he cares about are the people around him. Li Xiaoya's attitude is to stay out of things that do not concern him. He set out from the same city gate as yesterday, but did not act recklessly because he was leaving the city for the second time. He continued to move forward cautiously, looking around, guarding against monsters that might suddenly appear. Fortunately, all the trees within a dozen kilometers outside the city have been cut down. We just need to be on guard against the poisonous snakes hiding in the grass. If that doesn't work, we can just follow the tracks of the wheels and walk on the mainland to avoid the grass. Bang! Li Xiaoya shot a zombie wandering outside the city in the head and threw the body into the cabin. Such a body can be converted into a lot of bullets and spiritual energy reserves. The further out of the city you go, the more zombies and skeletons there are. Today, Li Xiaoya did not go towards the knolls. Instead, he changed direction and slowly cleared the land towards the Skeleton Canyon. There are very few professionals in the direction of Skeleton Canyon, unlike the Knoll territory and the Murloc Lake, where there are minerals and pearls, and you can earn generous rewards. Skeleton Canyon is so poor that only bones are left. Except for some novice professionals like Li Xiaoya who occasionally come here to kill monsters and level up, it is really not welcomed by everyone. There was constant gunfire all the way. From the level 1 zombies and level 2 small skeletons that appeared at the beginning, level 3 zombies began to appear, and even level 4 skeleton soldiers appeared. The level 4 skeleton soldiers had black bones all over their bodies and held a tattered bone knife in their hands. Li Xiaoya did not dare to underestimate this seemingly ordinary bone knife. When he came, he saw this skeleton soldier waving the bone knife in his hand, cutting the head of a small skeleton like cutting butter, easily breaking open the skull, taking out a dark blue soul fire, and swallowing it in one gulp. Moreover, the bones of these level 4 skeleton soldiers are so strong that even 12.7mm armor-piercing bullets cannot penetrate them. The bullets only leave a few dents on the skull. It's true that higher-level creatures are less afraid of ordinary thermal weapons. Seeing this, Li Xiaoya could only switch to psychic bullets. Bang! The powerful psychic bullet smashed the skeleton soldier's head like a rotten wood. The entire head and the soul fire in the eye sockets dissipated like smoke and dust under the psychic bullet, and the whole body fell down and turned into a pile of broken bones. Picking up the skull bones on the ground, which also contained weak spiritual power, although there was no manpower in the city, Li Xiaoya would not give up. He threw them into the cabin and was done, looking for the next target. Experience +4. He took back the revolver in his hand. Finally saved up 5,000 experience points. Li Xiaoya called out the panel, and with a thought, he upgraded. All 5,000 experience points were used up. The black iron ore purchased yesterday, some biological bones, and the floating beads obtained last night. Under the invisible force, the warship changed its appearance. A 25-meter-long sailing warship appeared in the sea of consciousness, and the hull glowed like fine iron. Name, Li Xiaoya. Occupation, boatman. Level, LV2, 300 experience points are required to upgrade to LV2. Reserve experience 1010. Constitution, 11. Agility, 11. Strength, 11. Spirit, 11. Origin warship, Tier 1 intermediate black iron grade sail warship. Evolution requires 10,000 experience points. Shipboard weapon slot, 1/4. Tier 1 psychic Gatling gun. Evolution requires 1000 XP. Ship functional chamber, 2/4. Functional chamber, psionic conversion chamber. Evolution requires 5000 experience points. Functional chamber, level 2 ammunition generation chamber. Evolution requires 2000 experience points. Features: levitation, consumes psychic energy to float. Maximum ascent limit 500 meters. Maximum speed 30 kilometers per hour. Supreme talent, infinite evolution. Lu Qinzhou couldn't wait to summon the warship, but he didn't expect that the moment he summoned it, he would appear directly in the captain's cabin. This is really convenient. If you encounter danger, you can just summon it and instantly transfer yourself from the dangerous state to the cabin. It can be called a life-saving skill, and the safety factor is greatly improved. Suddenly thinking of something, Lu Qinzhou took out a stone. It was the stone he obtained in the valley space after passing through the fog during the last mission on the farm. Since he brought it out, it seemed to have returned to being a real stone, inconspicuous. Playing with the tool in your hand, wondering how to use it? Chapter 20: Failure of Processing. The heart of the world fragments, formed when the shattered world space completely collapsed, appear to be able to be used to upgrade the consumables of the functional cabin. Seeing the talent prompt, Lu Qinzhou pondered in his heart, isn't upgrading the function cabin just about experience? But since it can be used as an additional consumable when upgrading the function cabin, it seems worth a try. The driven ship slowly began to float in the air, without any bumps, gliding in the air as smoothly as an elf. Standing on the bow of the boat, the breeze blew across his face. He looked at the ground getting higher and higher from him, and the things on the ground became smaller and smaller in his eyes. An inexplicable sense of pride emerged in his heart, and Lu Qinzhou excitedly began to race the boat in the air. Draw an S-curve. A moment be. Phew. A domineering and penetrating eagle cry reached his ears, scaring Lu Qinzhou, who was still floating on the bow of the ship, so much that he squatted down and hid under the deck of the ship. My heart trembled with fear, and my heart rate soared by several percentage points. Not until the sound faded away did he carefully look up at the eagle that had flown far away in the sky. Even from a distance, he was still shocked to see a huge eagle with a wingspan of at least 100 meters flying by. Its size was no less than that of a large passenger plane, or even larger. This creature was at least a silver-level creature. Fortunately, it didn't pay attention to a tiny creature like me. Otherwise, with one claw, the boat under my feet would definitely be destroyed and everyone on board would die. Be low-key and act in a low-key manner when you don't have absolute strength. Lu Qinzhou immediately lowered the boat, which was floating slowly at a height of about 10 meters from the ground. It's time to show some real skill. Holding the Gatling gun, he switched to low-speed shooting mode and aimed at the monsters wandering under the ship. Da-da-da. Ta-da-da. Click. In just half an hour, all the psychic bullets were used up, and only a few hundred monsters were killed. The monsters were not fools. When they saw such a big ship flying towards them, they would spit out terrifying ammunition. The monsters around them were smashed into pieces. If they didn't run away, they would just wait to die. The wandering skeletons ran to the skeleton canyon, or lay on the ground, and pretended to be dead. Lu Qinzhou, who was above, chased the monster on the ground until he ran out of bullets, and only then did he react. It's over. My trophy. Land on the ground, retrieve the boat, come to the ground, and slowly walk back along the route of the chase, picking up the monster corpses and skull bones that were smashed to pieces by bullets. It was so cool when I came, but I was exhausted when I left. No. I need to get some money to buy someone to help me pick up things. It would be best if I could get a robotic arm or something like that. Then I won't be able to jump down and pick up the spoils after the battle. This kind of thing is enough once, and I don't want it to happen again. After entering the city gate, I took a taxi directly home, but unexpectedly, I fell asleep leaning on the car. I was not woken up by the driver until I arrived at the gate of the community. After paying him, he slowly went home. I was so tired from picking up things today. When I opened the door, I saw food on the table. It had been cold for a long time. Bai Wan was curled up on the sofa with a blanket in her arms, her head tilted to one side, her soft hair hanging down on her chest. She had fallen asleep. The sound of Lu Qinzhou opening the door woke up this scene that was like Sleeping Beauty. Bai Wan opened her sleepy eyes and saw that it was Lu Qinzhou who came back. She flew over and hung around Lu Qinzhou's waist like a koala. You're back. I didn't expect that teacher Bai Wan, who is always elegant and generous, would be so clingy. I was just about to say, don't wait for your words. The words came to my lips, but I swallowed them. They hugged each other tightly. At this moment, any words they said would be pale. It was really nice to have a woman who cared about him. The food is cold, I'll go heat it up. Bai Wan gently let go of Lu Qinzhou, smiled, and took the food on the table to the kitchen to reheat it. Lu Chenzhou took advantage of this time to go to the bathroom and take a quick shower. When he came out, the food was ready. Newlyweds have a common habit. Once they have filled their stomachs, they start thinking about other things. They had only been together for a few days, and they were already hooked on the sweetness of the love, so they spent the night together. Good morning. Good morning. It was already past noon when the two of them got up. Lu Chenzhou handed the remaining money in his hand to Bai Wan, who was changing the bed sheets. After a whole night of tossing and turning, he had to wash it off. It turned out that women are made of water. Wan, this is 200,000. We were talking last night about how you haven't paid back the student loan you took out when you awakened your profession. Go pay it back when you have time. Don't go to class today, as your classes are always taken up by the physical education teacher anyway. Why don't you take some rest? I'll support you when I become more successful. Lu Chenzhou had an idea to make money, but he didn't know if it would work, so he decided to try it today. After explaining everything, Lu Chenzhou came to the Government Affairs Hall to apply for a business license and related qualifications. After finally getting a number, he waited quietly in line for more than an hour, and finally, it was Lu Chenzhou's turn. Hello, I need to apply for a business license. Okay, what type of application would you like? The staff carefully explained the relevant rules to Lu Chenzhou. I'm sorry, but you don't meet the requirements for applying for a business license. If you want to run a weapons and ammunition workshop, you need to be a bronze professional, or someone who is a bronze professional can apply for it. Your current level doesn't meet the requirements for the relevant professional industry chain. After learning that he currently had no way of getting a business license, and that his idea of selling ammunition had been temporarily dashed, he decided to look for ways to upgrade. It's not your fault that they don't process it for you. It's mainly because that's the corresponding regulation. In the next few days, Lu Chenzhou began to get busy. The frequency of space cracks appearing in the city became higher and higher. Jiangxing began to be under martial law. The defense facilities on the city wall had entered the first level of alert. The construction of the 7-ring city wall entered a 24-hour high-intensity construction work. A large number of laborers were assigned to the construction of the city wall, and major factories also began emergency production. Lu Chenzhou also purchased a large amount of ammunition manufacturing materials. More than 10,000 ordinary armor-piercing shells are produced every day. Now there are more than 300,000 armor-piercing shells in stock. Only psychic ammunition is consumed very quickly, with only more than 1,000 shells a day, and there are not many left. The increase in space cracks has made the area outside the city more dangerous recently. A large number of weak monsters are already wandering within 10 kilometers of Jiangxing. According to reliable rumors, the reason why this space crack appears so frequently is that there is a large world fragment that is about to be integrated into this world. If it is integrated into the suburbs of Jiangxing, it will at most cause a large-scale monster riot. If they want to integrate into Jiangxing, they must arrange professionals in the army to rush into the world fragments, kill all the creatures in the world fragments, and directly destroy the world fragments. Jiangxing cannot be destroyed. Chapter 21 Mobilization Order. However, the price to pay for rushing into the world fragments is very heavy, because there is no telling how many high-level monsters or even native creatures are inside. If it causes large-scale losses to professionals, it will be a disaster for Jiangxing. This time, many people might die. However, if one could obtain the fragments of the heart of the world that condensed when the world shattered, it would be a huge fortune, a treasure that would attract the attention of gold-level or even star-level powerhouses. Lu Chenzhou was killing monsters outside the city when he suddenly received an emergency alert on his psychic bracelet. When I opened it, it turned out to be a transfer order from the Night Patrol Bureau. Within the 7th ring, in the slums near the 6th ring, a large space crack appeared, and a large number of zombies were pouring out continuously. The Night Watch Bureau is recruiting a large number of Night Watch guards and non-staff professionals who want to join the Night Watch Bureau. This operation involved the participation of the 7th Ring Guards, the 6th Ring Guards, and a large number of professional unions. It is necessary to block the zombies at the exit. Lu Chenzhou had no choice but to follow them to the designated place to gather. Before reaching the destination, we could feel violent energy fluctuations and heavy gunfire. The space crack is in a slum area, which is now in ruins. A large number of houses around the space crack have been completely destroyed by artillery fire, and countless poor people have died directly in the artillery fire. No sacrifice is unacceptable. A large number of armored vehicles slowly advanced forward, with the large-caliber machine guns on them continuously firing. A large number of city guards armed with guns, under the cover of the armored vehicles, charged forward one after another to build positions. In front of us was a dense swarm of zombies attacking the front line like a tide. The low-level zombies were hit by guns and fell directly to the ground. The animal zombies moved quickly and knocked down one ordinary soldier with guns after another. The sharp teeth bit the fallen soldier fiercely, and in the blink of an eye he was torn into pieces by a large number of zombies, and the broken limbs were scattered all over the battlefield. Once a gap appears in the front line, a large number of zombies will swarm in. Quick, quick, close the gap. Boom. They quickly turned their guns to clear out a large number of zombies, and then the soldiers moved forward to fill the front line. Such scenes happen everywhere, and people are sacrificed all the time. Range professionals occupy advantageous terrain and continuously launch skill attacks, fireballs, ice arrows, and even rain of arrows, specifically targeting high-level zombies for attack. On the battlefield, dozens of zombies, each more than 3 meters tall, charged at a tank like buffaloes. The tank, weighing dozens of tons, was overturned to the ground. The soldiers and professionals around it who had no time to dodge were smashed to pieces by a punch. Armored vehicles scattered like trash, crashing into surrounding houses, causing them to collapse one after another. The defense line was instantly broken. Everyone be careful, this is a bronze-level monster. Low-level professionals dodged one after another, and a large number of warriors were knocked away before they could even run, crashing into the wall like a mural and disappeared without a trace. The entire battlefield was extremely tense. Seeing this scene, Li Xiaoya could only fish in troubled waters and die protecting others. He was not that noble. He simply took out his revolver, loaded it with psychic ammunition, and attacked these level 7 or 8 animal zombies. When high-level professionals joined in, these bronze-level monsters were killed. There were some sniper beams that came from nowhere and were particularly conspicuous. A flash of light passed by at the speed of light, and the giant zombie on the battlefield had half of its head pierced through and fell to the ground on the spot. The giant zombies were cleared out, the defensive line was stabilized again, and artillery fire from the rear continued to cover the center of the battlefield. The tanks and armored vehicles moved forward again, the professionals cooperated with each other, and the soldiers kept pulling the triggers. Of course, there were also many professionals like Li Xiaoya who were slacking off. A sharpshooter like Li Xiaoya, who could hit the head with every shot, naturally attracted some people's attention when he was wandering around the edge of the battlefield. High above the battlefield, 2 professionals from aristocratic families were talking in low voices. Who is that guy? His marksmanship is amazing. He's a crack shot. How about taking him in as your servant? Professionals have a wide variety of skills. Headshots are nothing new. He's only at the iron level. If it weren't for the power of his psychic bullets, his tiny gun wouldn't even be able to break through the zombies' defenses. His value isn't even worth a slave contract. Haha, that's true. It's hard for ordinary people to produce talented people. Li Xiaoya was so immersed in the joy of killing monsters that he had no idea that he had escaped a disaster. In order to reach the bronze level as soon as possible, you need to apply for a business license for the workshop so that you can sell ammunition and weapons openly. Li Xiaoya spent 200 experience points to reach level 3. Then I kept spending experience to upgrade to level 10, and then I got stuck. Name, Li Xiaoya. Occupation, boatman. Level, LV10. To upgrade, you need to hunt bronze-level creatures and gain 1,000 experience points. Bronze-level experience reserve beads, 0/1000. Reserve experience, 6,500. Constitution, 55. Agility, 55. Strength, 55. Spirit, 55. Origin warship, Tier 1 intermediate black iron grade whooping warship. Evolution requires 10,000 experience points. Shipboard weapon slot, 1/4. Tier 1 psychic Gatling gun. Evolution requires 1,000 XP. Ship functional chamber, 2/4. Functional chamber, psionic conversion chamber. Evolution requires 5,000 experience points. Functional chamber, level 2 ammunition generation chamber. Evolution requires 2,000 experience points. Supreme talent, infinite evolution. The essence of gaining experience points is actually to plunder the original spiritual power contained in every living creature. After hunting creatures, professionals plunder the original power in their bodies, but professionals call it experience points. Awakening is essentially the process of ordinary life transcending the essence of life and transforming from an ordinary creature into an extraordinary creature. The newly awakened creatures are upgraded to the black iron level, and the ability of professionals is simply to plunder the original power of other lives to improve themselves. If the black iron level wants to cross the life level, it cannot be done by relying on the black iron level life source. If they want to be promoted to the bronze level, they have to hunt bronze level monsters, obtain enough bronze level original power, and then successfully be promoted to a bronze level professional. Knowing that he could only gain ordinary experience points no matter how many zombies he killed, Lu Qinzhou immediately lost his mood. He took advantage of the situation and fired randomly. Finally, he simply took out ordinary armor-piercing bullets and shot. However, he could only eliminate the zombies of level 1 or 2. The bullets hit the heads of the animal zombies of level 3 and could not even break through their defenses. They were no different from ordinary city defense forces. The people around looked at him, and Lu Qinzhou waved his hand, saying that he had no more psychic bullets, and everyone stopped paying attention to this parallel professional. There were plenty of ordinary bullets, so they followed the soldiers and killed low-level zombies with their accurate shooting skills. After they crippled the zombies with a volley of bullets, Lu Qinzhou shot them and took their heads. I'm a professional at grabbing monsters. Experience accumulated quickly, and with the current attribute values after the upgrade, the huge recoil of this revolver was negligible for ordinary people. Every shot hit the head. With a turn of the wrist and a swing of the pistol, the shell flew out automatically. With a swipe of the left hand, the gun flowered and the bullets were reloaded in a few seconds. Very handsome. Chapter 22. Hunting Kobolds. Everyone retreat. This place has been taken over now. Lu Qinzhou, who was slacking off, suddenly heard someone speaking. See teams of well-equipped professionals coming from behind. The officers of the city defense army were welcoming them with smiles. With a final wave of his hand, he ordered a retreat, and the soldiers began to retreat in an orderly manner with the wounded. Lu Qinzhou finally witnessed the power of advanced professions. The swordsmen in the team started charging and advanced 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Wherever he passed, all the zombies were cut in half. A stream of sword energy was slashed out, and the fan-shaped area spanning 100 meters was cleared out at once. Then the ranged professional at the back pointed his finger, and within a radius of 1 kilometer, an area as large as several football fields, a raging fire ignited, and the zombies screamed and wailed, turning into ashes. Lu Qinzhou was stunned by this scene. Really, the best at mowing the lawn. The professional's bracelet also received a reminder that the task was completed. Seeing the current situation, Lu Qinzhou knew that there was nothing left for him. I couldn't help but ask the professionals around me, who are these people? I thought that the people around me didn't know, but I didn't expect that the other party would answer it. These are all members of the top professional guilds in Jiangxing. Look at the team on the far right. They are members of the professional guilds of the Black and White Goose branch in Jiangxing. The team that set the sea on fire was from the 720 Professional Union. That team of swordsmen is from Qianbeidu. The team that released the beasts is from the Fairy Guild, the largest socialite guild in Jiangxing. There are also professionals from various rings and city guards. The one stepping on the flying sword in the sky, don't think she's the only one. She represents the city lord's mansion. She alone can rub back and forth these hundreds of good people on the ground. Those scattered individuals are just local families and some small guilds. They don't have much influence. Lu Qinzhou looked up at the sky and saw a woman with fluttering clothes standing on a flying sword. It was the sword fairy he had met last time, Xiaoqingxue. So many heavyweights are here. Has something big happened? While he was secretly guessing in his heart, he didn't know when everyone around him had left, and Lu Qinzhou had no choice but to hurry home to eat. The next day, Lu Qinzhou moved away the beautiful legs wrapped around him, got up and washed up, then told Bai Wan, who was still lazily lying in bed, that he needed to go out for several days and asked her not to worry about him. Lu Qinzhou, feeling proud, went to the vegetable market to buy a lot of food supplies, as well as pots and pans, and took a taxi out of the city. After reaching level 10, I finally don't have to rub my waist anymore, and now I can speak out loud and boldly. 2 more won-wons. The current situation in the city is safe, but the space cracks are controlled by people from the big guild. There are no good tasks. It is not difficult to upgrade, but it is simply impossible. If you release a task, it will be snatched away by the official professionals of the Night Patrol Bureau. After thinking about it, it is better to leave the city. As soon as they left the city, the number of monsters increased several times more than before. Lu Qinzhou, armed with a gun, saw the wandering skeletons and zombies and shot them in the head. He went straight to the dog-headed man tribe. Last time he only came to the outskirts, but this time Lu Qinzhou directly released the boat. The sailing warship carrying the land-sinking boat slowly rose into the air. The 25-meter-long warship was already a huge monster for land transportation, especially when it was flying slowly in the air. The professionals who were driving the vehicles on the ground opened their mouths wide when they saw the sailboat in the air. Where did this big brother come from? He brought the boat here. As the sailboat slowly moved forward, a lone dog-headed man appeared in front. Lu Qinzhou controlled the Gatling gun on the ship, aimed at the dog-headed man, and switched to low-speed shooting mode. Da-da-da. The dog-headed man was cut in half before he could react. Experience +5. As the sailboat slowly moved forward, the number of gnolls increased sharply. Groups of gnolls wandered around, but they fell to the ground one after another under the gunfire of the Gatling gun. It was a pity for the spoils. It would be great if there was a tool to pick up the spoils. By the way, I remember there is a large guild formed by mechanics in the city. It seems that this thing is sold in their shop. After accumulating some more experience, I will return to the city. As we continued to go deeper into the gnoll tribe, the level of the gnolls began to increase, from just a few at the beginning to a group of dozens. They were no longer just junior gnoll miners, but gnoll overseers holding whips. Each of these guys can bring Li Xiaoya 9 experience points. He was thankful for his awakening as a boatman. The upgraded boat was like a bug, especially the iron-grade Gatling gun in his hand. After being equipped with psychic bullets, he was now like a no man's land outside the gnoll territory. Bang! Suddenly the ship was hit by a spear out of nowhere, which scared Li Xiaoya. Li Xiaoya felt it the moment his ship was hit. Looking in the direction where the spear came from, there were hundreds of dog-headed men gathered there. One of the dog-headed men was particularly tall, and the spear just now was thrown by this dog-headed man. Seeing that the other party was going to continue throwing spears, Li Xiaoya quickly controlled the boat to increase its altitude rapidly. Just now, in order to make it easier to kill the dog-headed man, the boat was only suspended in the air at a height of dozens of meters. Now, in order to avoid the opponent's attack, he immediately raised the boat to a height of 500 meters. At this height, the dog-headed man below looked like an ant. However, the effective range of the Gatling gun is over several thousand meters. Under his own control, he can hit whatever he points at within 500 meters. With the help of the sight, Li Xiaoya quickly locked onto this group of dog-headed men. Da-da-da. Countless bullets penetrated the bodies of the gnolls, and suddenly hundreds of gnolls fell like targets under the bullets. The powerful gnoll warriors could not even hold on for 3 seconds before being torn into two by the bullets. The gnoll team, which was usually difficult for professional teams to contend with, was easily eliminated. Experience +11. +9. Li Xiaoya stopped pulling the trigger until the experience data stopped feeding back. No wonder he was able to pierce his own ship with a spear. It turned out to be a bronze-level ogre warrior. Fortunately, he did not attack him on the boat, otherwise his life would be in danger. It seems that safety issues also need to be put on the agenda. It would be best if the ships could be modified and the defense measures for the weapon control areas could be improved. It would be best if they could be fully automatic and then equipped with radar and optoelectronic response systems. Da-da-da. Until this small camp outside the dog-headed man territory was completely cleared out. They lowered the ship to the ground and began to collect the spoils. They threw the dog-headed man's body into the conversion chamber and finally counted the dropped ore. Unexpectedly, there were only thousands of kilograms of black iron concentrate. He steered the boat back into the air and headed for the next gnoll camp. This gnoll camp had been completely cleared out, but before long, new gnolls would come and reoccupy it, making it impossible to kill them all. 3 days passed quickly. Dozens of ogre camps were cleared out and nearly 100 bronze-level ogre warriors were hunted. There were about a few hundred ogres in these small camps outside the ogre territory. From ogre miners to supervisors, they were all iron level. Only the ogre warriors were bronze level, and there were only 1 or 2 ogre warriors in a small camp. In order to fill up the bronze level upgrade experience beads, Li Xiaoya cleared out dozens of such small camps for 3 consecutive days and was finally able to upgrade. Chapter 23 Bronze Boatman. After consuming this experience bead, Li Xiaoya felt that he had completed a leap in life level. Name, Li Xiaoya. Occupation, boatman. Level, LV11. Upgrading requires 2,000 bronze experience. Bronze level experience gem reserve, 1. Reserve experience, 65,000. Constitution, 65. Agility, 65. Strength, 65. Spirit, 65. Origin warship, Tier 1 intermediate black iron grade whooping warship. Evolution requires 10,000 experience points. Shipboard weapon slot, 1/4. Tier 1 psychic Gatling gun. Evolution requires 1,000 XP. Ship functional chamber, 2/4. Functional chamber, psionic conversion chamber. Evolution requires 5,000 experience points. Functional chamber, level 2 ammunition generation chamber. Evolution requires 2,000 experience points. Supreme talent, infinite evolution. After being promoted to bronze level, Li Xiaoya found that his experience reserves had changed. Although he could still gain experience from hunting low-level monsters, he could not use it to improve his life level. After thinking about it for a while, it made sense. After all, although professionals had a game panel, experience gained came from the original power of living things. It couldn't be completely equivalent to a game. The original power couldn't decay, but it could improve one's life level. It made sense that the original power of low-level creatures couldn't improve higher-level life. Fortunately, my own ship is not picky, and any vessel with experience will do. I spent some experience points again to upgrade the level of the ammunition production warehouse to level 3. Now it can produce 100 ordinary bullets, 10 level 1 black iron psychic bullets, and 1 level 2 bronze bullet in 1 minute, which greatly alleviated the logistical pressure. Another upgrade would cost 5,000 experience points. Lu Chenzhou thought about it and decided to stop and make money to upgrade the ship first. Besides, I've been out for 3 days. On the way back, I miss my teacher Wan Wan. Delete. I'm going to sleep, I won't come. You handsome guys, please fill in the blanks on your own. If it weren't for the 8 claws of the river crab, I would have to pick up the pen and write. After advancing to a bronze professional, Lu Chenzhou came to the government hall early in the morning and successfully registered a business license for a weapons workshop. They have obtained the permission to manufacture and sell weapons and ammunition, but they can only sell them to professionals and are prohibited from selling them to ordinary people. Once discovered, both parties will be severely punished. Lu Chenzhou will be fined, and ordinary people will be sent to labor reform. You might even be drafted into the suicide squad. Since you love playing with guns so much, I'll let you play with them to your heart's content all at once. After obtaining the sales authority, Lu Chenzhou came to the back of the Night Patrol Bureau openly. Go find Uncle Chun. Scan the QR code, ride your bike, and arrive at Professional Street. Every house and every shop here is open to professionals. The wide streets, tall houses, and exquisite greenery all illustrate the extraordinary nature of this place. Those walking on the road are all professionals wearing high-end equipment that glows with spiritual light. When I came to the place near the base of the city wall, every time I saw this huge city wall that was 100 meters high, I sighed. It was so magnificent, it was worthy of being an infrastructure maniac, and Jianshan had 6 city walls like this, and the 7th one was almost completed. There were nearly 10 million people living inside each city wall. Uncle Chun, I want to buy something. Hey, it's you again. What are you doing here, Kid Lu? When Old Chun saw that it was Lu Chenzhou, he was immediately furious and told him to find another stable job, but he refused to listen. This time it happened again. Last time, he heard his daughter Chen Yaqian tell him that he eliminated the zombies in a space crack and prevented the spread of casualties. His daughter praised him highly, but he felt inexplicably unhappy in his heart, as if the cabbage he had cultivated with great effort was going to be taken away. Old Chun, of course you're here to buy weapons and equipment. This time I want the 1130 close-in weapon system, known for its fear of insufficient firepower. What do you want that thing for? It's either installed on the city wall or installed on a warship. I'm not underestimating you, but can your small wooden boat fit it? Old Chin was also confused by Lu Chenzhou's operation. When I was testing the professional characteristics that day, I saw the opponent's small wooden boat. It was only 5 meters long. Not to mention installing a close-in defense gun, I was afraid it would capsize even if more people sat on it. Old Chun, you're looking down on me. They say a soldier should be looked at with new eyes after 3 days of absence. It's been so long now. Hurry up, stop talking nonsense, and place your order. I want the 1130 close-in weapon system and the blueprints for several types of 30mm ammunition. Lu Chenzhou couldn't possibly summon the boat out to show him off. 5 million? Do you have that much money? Unable to persuade Lu Chenzhou, Old Chun had to speak in a bad mood. Haha, I don't have money, but I have this. 500,000 rounds of 12.7mm armor-piercing bullets. Can I exchange it for that? Where did you get this stuff? Put it away immediately. If you don't have the relevant qualifications and you sell ammunition, you'll be in trouble if you get caught and reported. Old Chun looked around and saw that there was no one around before he breathed a sigh of relief. If Lu Chenzhou was reported for smuggling ammunition, the crime could be serious or minor, and if things went wrong, he might even be implicated. Uncle Chun, just be at ease. Look at what this is. Lu Chenzhou opened the psychic bracelet and retrieved his personal information, which included a license for weapons manufacturing and sales, as well as related licenses. Uncle Chun looked at Lu Chenzhou in surprise for a long time. This kid? Are you hooking up with a rich woman? Watch out for your kidneys. What are you talking about? I just upgraded to bronze level yesterday, so I have some skills. Hee hee, Lao Chun, I don't mean to say that you underestimate me. From now on, I will take you to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. When will Sister Yaqian and I get married? Lu Chenzhou's words became more and more frivolous. Get lost, no way. Your dad was just joking with me. You have no respect for your parents. I've known since I was little that you're not a good person. How dare you have ideas about my daughter? Believe it or not, I'll go to your father's grave and light 2 firecrackers tomorrow. Old Chun was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. That's great. It's a good opportunity to have some fun together. You little bastard. Get lost. Even if you have some skills, 10 yuan is the selling price, and 2 yuan is the return price. If you have enough bullets to exchange, come and get them tomorrow. If not, go back to where you got them. You're being too ruthless. This doesn't even embarrass me. They took out several dozen wooden boxes and piled them on the ground. Uncle Chun, please remember to prepare my machine gun and ammunition blueprints. I'm leaving. After Lu Qinzhou waved goodbye and left, Uncle Chun sighed and said, Old Lu, this kid has been wild since he was young. I can't control him at all. Hey, what's so good about being a professional? Who knows? One day he might become like you. Old Chen used his own channels to get close-in weapon systems and ammunition for Lu Qinzhou. Alas, this guy insisted on taking the professional path. I can only hope that Lu Qinzhou can survive well. Old Lu, I really owe you in my previous life. Chapter 24, Selling Ammunition. The next day, Uncle Chun, have you got the things? We're here, come with me. Old Chen took Lu Qinzhou to a warehouse and saw a huge oilcloth covering a big guy. When he pulled the oilcloth, the guy Lu Qinzhou had been thinking about appeared in front of him. A powerful weapon consisting of 11 30mm caliber gun barrels. It took a lot of effort to get this, even now. A few decades ago, you wouldn't have even thought about it. But I'm telling you, Lu, gunpowder weapons like this are almost obsolete. The situation has been getting worse lately, and the speed at which the alien world merges with ours has increased. Whatever secrets you have, I, Old Chun, don't care. You'd better hurry up and improve your strength. Don't worry, Uncle Chun. Trust me, I will definitely take you to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. Lu Qinzhou looked at the weapon carefully and put it directly onto the boat along with a bunch of information and drawings. He said, when I have enough bullets to sustain a small-scale battle, I will leave the city again. Next, Lu Qinzhou asked around the city every day about where he could open his own store. When he went to Professional Street, he saw that the rent for any shop was hundreds of thousands. He couldn't imagine how much money it would cost for those companies to own a building. Unable to rent a shop, they had to go to other shops to sell ammunition. The major unions drove them away one after another, saying that they didn't need it. They had their own factories, and even the psychic bullets were produced by professional craftsmen who had signed contracts with them. They would never buy them from outside. Some guilds did offer a purchase price, but they didn't want ordinary bullets, and the price of psychic bullets was extremely low. Finally, I found a store on the Professional Street in the 7th ring that was willing to buy bullets at a high price. You can see the huge signboard when you look up. Inside the store, the spacious display stands are filled with various weapons. There are dozens of pistols alone, various rifles, submachine guns, and even heavy machine guns. Wow, this is a real weapons workshop. Hello, what would you like to buy? A beautiful woman wearing a simple exoskeleton armor saw Lu Qinzhou looking at the various firearms on display with an obsessed look and came up to him and asked. Lu Qinzhou looked up and saw that the beautiful young lady was wearing a set of exoskeleton armor that was glowing with aura. The streamlined mechanical style and bold hollow design revealed her slender waist and large areas of snow-white skin. It's so sexy. I will buy a set for my own teacher Bai Wan in the future. Not for the equipment ability, but just for the perfect and sexy design. If Bai Wan wears this set, she won't be able to think about anything else. Almost embarrassed, he thought he was here to do serious business, and asked quickly, hello. I wanted to ask if you buy bullets here. The female professional was slightly surprised to hear that the person was actually here to sell bullets. She thought that the president was going to lead the team on an operation soon and seemed to require the purchase of ammunition, so this was perfect. Maybe I can buy a batch at a low price. The ammunition sold by the government and other companies is really too expensive. It seems that the price is the same as if it was agreed upon. If the production capacity of my union could not keep up, I would not have to let those people cut their flesh. Of course we will, but the quality has to be up to standard. We don't want low-quality ammunition from small workshops. And do you have the relevant qualifications? If not, we wouldn't dare to purchase it privately. Hearing the other party say this, Lu Qinzhou felt confident. After pointing out his relevant qualifications, he immediately entered the negotiation stage. Great. How many do you have? We at Mechanical Handicraft will buy them in bulk. Seeing the other party's anxious expression, Lu Qinzhou immediately knew that this was a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Look, this is a sample. Lu Chun took out several 12.7mm, 123mm, and 130mm bullets and placed them on the table. They were samples of armor-piercing, high-explosive, and incendiary bullets, one each, and showed them to the beautiful young lady. These bullets are actually top-notch. It's a shame they're just ordinary ammunition. They're fine against low-level monsters, but iron-grade ones aren't. Unless they're large-caliber shells. Do you have psychic ammunition? The young lady said in surprise after checking. Tell me how much you want these bullets for. If the price is right, we can offer them. The current market price of 12.7mm bullets is 10 yuan each, and 30mm ammunition is 50 yuan each. The purchase price is basically only 20%, and I will give you 50% of the purchase price. 12.7mm ammunition is 5 yuan per piece, and 30mm ammunition is 25 yuan per piece. If you have psychic bullets, I will buy them for 60% of the market price, which is 60 yuan and 30 yuan per piece. The female professional confidently said that the recycling price she offered was currently higher than the one she offered in the entire Jiangxing area, unless one opened a shop. Of course, opening a shop would require paying a 20% commercial tax. Let me show you something. Lu Qinzhou took out a few spiritual energy pills. I want 80%. If you agree, we can make a deal. That's impossible. We won't make any profit at all. Seeing that the other party looked like he was rejecting, Lu Qinzhou spoke again. Take a good look at it first. Seeing that Lu Qinzhou was so sure that he would agree, the young lady carefully examined the psychic ammunition and suddenly exclaimed, "This is actually a second-tier bronze-grade psychic bullet. If this 30mm armor-piercing ammunition is paired with a second-tier psychic weapon, it can even deliver silver-level damage." "I agree. I'll take as many as you have," the young lady answered in surprise. "With this level 2 ammunition, I saved a lot of money for the president. Maybe I can get a reward." Thinking of something good, she tightened her legs and her cheeks flushed. I looked at the other person in surprise. What was he doing? Was he attracted by my handsome appearance? Fortunately, I spent 5,000 experience points to urgently upgrade the ammunition production chamber these days. I did not choose to increase the quantity, but instead chose to add an additional production line for 30mm bullets. Now 2 different types of ammunition can be produced simultaneously every day. The current number of level 4 ammunition produced is as follows. 12.7mm ordinary bullets, 140,000 per day. 14,000 level 1 psychic bullets per day. Level 2 psychic bullets, 140 per day. 30mm ordinary bullets, 70,000 rounds per day. Level 1 psychic bullets, 7,000 bullets per day. Level 2 psychic bullet, only 700 per day. Deal pay up. After the final inventory, it was found that this batch of ammunition was worth up to tens of millions. And this was even though Lu Qinzhou had reserved some of the ammunition for himself. As soon as the tens of millions of assets in the card were deposited into the account, more than 2 million in taxes were transferred away. What a fucking scam. I didn't do anything, and the money was still transferred through the company's account. The 20% tax was gone. The speed of deducting money is faster than Dongfeng Express. Walking on the road with the money, Lu Qinzhou's steps became much lighter. Let's go find Li Xiaoya. I haven't seen her for a long time. Chapter 25 Sister Qian appears. Lu Qinzhou, where the hell have you been this month? You've kept me so busy. Xiaoya, come and give me a hug. I miss you so much. Although Li Xiaoya was arrogant, when she saw Lu Qinzhou like this, she was finally hugged by Lu Qinzhou. You still remember to come look for me. Our wedding is the day after tomorrow. You wouldn't have forgotten the date my father set, would you? If you don't come, I'll be mad to death. You don't know, after my mom and the others accidentally leaked the news that you were a professional, many people in the neighborhood came to my house. All the relatives I hadn't met before came to visit, and they said nice things to me, wanting to introduce their daughters to you. Are you very happy, you big pig hoof? No, I'm very happy to have you. Of course, Lu Qinzhou didn't dare to reveal his thoughts and tried to coax the girl first. Don't think I don't know you have that thing hidden in your house. I'll bite you to death. Li Xiaoya suddenly bit his shoulder hard. Lu Qinzhou didn't dare to move at all. With his current physical condition, he couldn't resist, for fear of breaking his little wife's teeth. I forgive you, you dead man. Your skin is so thick that I can't bite it. If you don't treat me well in the future, I will ignore you. Li Xiaoya really didn't know what to do. Before she awakened her profession, she could rely on her better physical training than him. If Lu Qinzhou dared to act tough, she could suppress him with force. Come on, take me to see my father-in-law. Finally, with the witness of relatives and friends, we originally planned to set up a few tables as a token of our appreciation. However, we didn't expect that some people who were related to the invitation would come uninvited, so we had to temporarily add some banquets. Fortunately, the hotel manager was very understanding and arranged it quickly. Bai Wan looked at Lu Qinzhou and Li Xiaoya on the stage with envy, feeling sad in her heart. Finally, Lu Qinzhou and Li Xiaoya pulled Bai Wan, who was standing in the corner, onto the stage. Next, I have something to announce. I want to thank all my friends and family for coming to witness my wedding. This isn't just my wedding for Xiaoya and me, it's also my wedding for Bai Wan and me. Everyone, enjoy your meals and drinks. Pa pa pa. Everyone looked at each other, and there was loud applause from the audience. Only Li Xiaoya's parents looked a little unhappy. There was an unrelated woman at their daughter's wedding. This kind of thing is common in this era. Professionals will have many women, and everyone knows it. For the sake of their daughter's future happiness, they dare not look at Lu Qinzhou with displeasure on such a day. Thank you, Xiaoya. Lu Qinzhou thanked Li Xiaoya, saying that it was not easy for someone to take the initiative to share their man with them. Teacher Bai Wan has been with you for so long, and you haven't even mentioned arranging a wedding for her. I really don't know what's so good about you. Delete. A few days later, Lu Qinzhou got up from the gentle countryside and left the city again. He summoned a warship and headed towards the dog-headed man territory. This time, he planned to collect enough materials for an upgrade. A large number of gnolls gathered again in the outer camp of the gnolls. The experienced Lu Qinzhou lifted the boat to the maximum altitude of 500 meters early. He spent 1,000 experience points to load the close-in weapon system onto the warship's weapon slot. With 2,000 experience points, it evolved into a Tier 1 psychic close-in weapon system. If Lu Qinzhou fired at full power using psychic bullets, he could probably rip a silver-level monster to shreds. Considering the cost of firing 10,000 rounds per minute at full power, he'd be broke in just 2 minutes. Just treat it as a decoration for now, and take care of the Gatling baby, and switch it to low-speed mode. The long-lost sound of gunfire was heard again on the outskirts of the Gnoll territory. 5 days later, Lu Qinzhou picked up the last piece of ore. The materials were almost enough, and Lu Qinzhou had an idea. Evolution of ships. Name, Lu Qinzhou. Occupation, boatman. Level, LV11. Upgrading requires 2,000 bronze experience. Bronze level experience gem reserve, 1,100. Reserve experience, 125,000. Constitution, 65. Agility, 65. Strength, 65. Spirit, 65. Origin warship, 50M Black Iron class sailing warship evolution requires 50,000 experience points. Shipboard weapon slots, February 8th. Tier 1 Psychic Gatling gun. Evolution requires 1,000 XP. Tier 1 1130 close-in weapon cannon. Evolution requires 5,000 XP. Ship functional chamber, 2/8. Functional chamber, psionic conversion chamber. Evolution requires 5,000 experience points. Functional chamber, level 4 ammunition generation chamber. Evolution requires 10,000 experience points. Supreme talent, infinite evolution. Haha, the future is promising. Go home, go home. I haven't had enough to eat or live in these days. If I had known earlier, I would have made some arrangements on the boat. There is such a large captain's room and space, but I didn't prepare anything. What a failure. After 5 days of eating fast food, I could have added various tools and electrical appliances to the boat. At most, I would have spent some experience points. This was a failure among failures. I'm back, did you miss me? Lu Qinzhou pushed open the door and shouted excitedly. Suddenly, he saw another person in the living room besides Bai Wan and Li Xiaoya, and was stunned for a moment. Hey, Sister Yaqian, why are you here? Lu Qinzhou, am I here at the wrong time? Well, you kid, you actually dared to do such a big thing behind my back. The group of people were originally getting along harmoniously, but because of Lu Qinzhou's arrival, Chen Yaqian stood up and pinched Lu Qinzhou's ear and twisted it. It hurts. Sister Yaqian, I was wrong. What's wrong? Chen Yaqian asked with one hand on her waist and pinching Lu Qinzhou's ear with the other hand, like a tigress at this time. It has been a long time since she awakened her talent. The only time I saw her was when I was on a mission and dealt with the monsters that came out of the space crack. Li Xiaoya loves twisting her waist so much because she learned it from her, and she really can't resist it. They are two female devils. Li Xiaoya was finally suppressed by herself and kept whining all night. What's wrong? How do I know what I did wrong? Hasn't this become a conditioned reflex? Did I not inform her when I married Li Xiaoya and Bai Wan? I'm so pissed. After saying that, Chen Yaqian pinched Lu Qinzhou hard again and sat on the sofa angrily. Chapter 26 Confession. Seeing that the other party let him go, Lu Qinzhou carefully picked up a glass of water and handed it over. Let me ask you, did you go out of town to level up by yourself? Chen Yaqian asked seriously. Lu Qinzhou then realized that this was the matter. Fortunately, it was not about Bai Wan and Li Xiaoya, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If I hadn't come today, would you have kept it a secret from me? You're just a small boatman. Why didn't you stay in the city and go out to level up? I promised my uncle and aunt that I would take good care of you. What would I do if something happened to you? As she spoke, Chen Yaqian began to cry. This scared Lu Qinzhou. He had never seen Sister Yaqian cry before, so he could imagine how much she cared about him. Sister Yaqian, please believe me, I am very powerful. How should I explain this to you? Lu Chenzhou also felt that he should reveal a little about his extraordinary abilities to her. Humph, don't I know how amazing you are? You're just a boatman, and a very ordinary one at that, but you're really good at deceiving girls. After saying that, he didn't even glance at Bai Wan, which made Lu Chenzhou very embarrassed. Listen to me, don't go to dangerous places like that in the future, okay? If you like women, I can help you find one, but don't go outside the city. I can protect you, so just live a safe and stable life in the city. Chen Yaqian advised Lu Chenzhou earnestly. She knew the characteristics of Lu Chenzhou's profession. The boatman profession almost relied on the strength of his own ship. Unlike other combat professions, he not only had powerful skills, but also had many attribute points after upgrading. At least when facing monsters, he could run away if he couldn't defeat them. Currently, the Admiral of the Imperial Navy has awakened a similar naval ship-type profession, but his profession is a high-end captain, directly a gold-class space carrier, suppressing in airspace. Lu Chenzhou's job is a boatman in the daily life department, which is no match for others. Sister Yaqian, do you believe me? I'll take you to see something good, so just trust me for once, okay? Lu Chenzhou was secretly delighted. Sister Yaqian not only did not object to him finding other women, but she even offered to help him find a woman. She hadn't become his wife yet. It would be a big deal if she did. Thinking of the beautiful days in the future, tears couldn't help but flow from the corners of his mouth. He still opened his mouth to explain to Yaqian that it seemed that he would not be able to get through today's hurdle without revealing some of his cards. Come with me. Lu Chenzhou stood close to Chen Yaqian, holding one of her arms and shaking her hard, just like when they were little. Chen Yaqian was so frustrated that she had no choice but to stand up and say, "Humph, I'll trust you this time. If you can't convince me, I'll make you pay." Several people walked up the stairs, pushed open the protective door on the roof, came to the rooftop, and waved to the three people. Sister Yaqian, Sister Wan, and Xiaoya, come here quickly. Li Yaqian brought the two girls to Lu Chenzhou and said, I want to see what tricks you are trying to play. It's better to convince me, otherwise. After saying that, Chen Yaqian made a gesture with her hand, which scared Lu Chenzhou so much that his ears hurt. Look, don't blink. After saying that, Lu Chenzhou summoned out his naval battleship. A 50-meter-long sailboat was suspended in front of the two people. Chen Yaqian flashed an incredible expression. This. He turned and looked at the proud Lu Chenzhou. Tell me what's going on. How did your naval ship become like this? Seeing that the other party was getting anxious, Lu Chenzhou didn't keep the other party in suspense and directly told him what had happened recently. Especially when he heard that Lu Chenzhou's naval ship could only devour materials and experience to evolve, he exclaimed in surprise, saying that this was incredible. However, professionals have appeared and can fight monsters and level up. Who says that one's younger brother must be ordinary? Since he has been given such a strong talent, it is possible that Lu Chenzhou's future will be brighter than hers. When Chen Yaqian breathed a sigh of relief, she suddenly felt lonely. Her younger brother had finally grown up and no longer needed his protection. Lu Chenzhou saw that Chen Yaqian's expression was not right, so he hugged her when she was not paying attention. She was so beautiful. In the past, Lu Chenzhou had the desire but not the courage to do it, but today he finally got what he wanted. Sister Yaqian, what's mine is yours. Can you come to my ship and be the vice captain? We'll be together wherever we go in the future. I met a dog-headed warrior a few days ago. He had a spear so long that it stuck straight in front of me. I was so scared. I wish you were by my side. Lu Chenzhou began to trick Chen Yaqian, describing the scene at that time with exaggeration, and took this opportunity to trick her onto the boat first. Hey, I'll take you to the boat to have a look. Lu Chenzhou held Chen Yaqian with one hand, and took Bai Wan and Li Xiaoya with him. After they stepped onto the boat, they immediately controlled the boat to fly to an altitude of 500 meters. Fortunately, it was night, otherwise it would have attracted countless people to stop and watch. Lu Chenzhou introduced the two weapons on the ship to them, then took them to visit the current ship and introduced the functional cabins. Brother Chenzhou, this ship is so big and has so many amazing functions. Why don't you decorate it? This space is bigger than our house. Let's buy some things and decorate it tomorrow. I remember you still have more than 8 million, right? Give it to me. Chen Yaqian said after taking a walk around the boat. Oh, here it is for you. Lu Chenzhou transferred the money to Sister Yaqian reluctantly. Alas, it had only been a short time and it was gone before it could even warm up. He should not have told the two girls that he had money in order to repay Li Xiaoya's student loan. He glared at the two girls fiercely. See how your husband will deal with you two little traitors. Puff. When Bai Wan saw Lu Chenzhou's expression, she couldn't help laughing out loud. The two women's instincts were activated, and they discussed how to arrange the room, what should be placed there, and what furniture and appliances should be added. The next day, early in the morning, the things were delivered one after another. In order to facilitate merchants to deliver goods to their doorsteps, Lu Qinzhou docked his boat sleepily at an open space in the community. Last night, several women dragged him online all night and spent the entire night picking out goods. The sudden appearance of the ship caused many people to stop and watch. In the end, even the law enforcement team came. However, after showing their professional wristbands, they dispersed the crowd and offered to help. Professionals have been around for hundreds of years, let alone a sailboat. Even seeing someone riding a rooster on the street is not uncommon. Chen Yiqian directed them to move things as if it was their duty. Kitchen supplies, refrigerators, induction cookers, and other large and small items were moved onto the boat. Many items are ordered on the spot and delivered immediately within the city. Orders placed by professionals are given priority, and vehicles are used to deliver the items. Especially the luxurious bedding and the huge mattress, and the bathtub that can accommodate several people at the same time. I can only say that the money is worth it. There are also many entertainment items, including various books, large-screen TVs, etc. Chapter 27, Collection Drone Array. Even things that Lu Qinzhou didn't expect were bought, such as the water circulation system. The core component of the system, the water element condensation device, requires 100 contribution points. After the daily necessities are delivered, Lu Qinzhou immediately used up his experience, and kitchen items, such as refrigerators, cabinets, various kitchen stoves, etc. were classified and organized to evolve into a functional cabin, the kitchen. Then, beds, wardrobes, sofas, bathtubs, etc. were classified and evolved into a functional cabin, the captain's room. The captain's cabin is equipped with a luxurious big bed, wardrobe, sofa, bathroom, and everything else. Each room is 120 square meters and has a small balcony where you can plant plants and flowers and put a rocking chair, so you can rest and enjoy yourself, just like a luxury apartment. When Bai Wan and her companions saw the captain's room, they were overjoyed and said they would live there from now on. Even Li Xiaoya nodded and said she was satisfied. Finally, Li Xiaoya specifically requested an additional crew cabin. Lu Qinzhou, who was thinking about sleeping in the same quilt, was not very happy about it. Finally, under Li Xiaoya's strong pressure, he had to use up his experience points again to add another crew cabin. Although it also had beds, toilets, and other facilities, it was only 80 square meters. Even so, the women were very satisfied. A pool table, screen projector, treadmill, and other fitness equipment have been added to the entertainment cabin. It not only has a small cinema, gym, yoga room, and so on, there will definitely be a lot of entertainment activities on the ship in the future. I just don't know what they look like when they exercise in yoga clothes. Hiss. Wipe your saliva quickly. Soon after, weapons and equipment were also delivered. As the container was opened, it turned out to be a black iron-level floating drone system with built-in reconnaissance, material collection, and other functions. It requires 200 contribution points. This drone system comes with 10 floating drones. This machine is built by a mechanic and has the ability to float and fly. Once it lands on the ground and unfolds its body, it is like a spider. It has 8 auxiliary arms and various operating tools, and can operate in all terrains. Each arm has a maximum load capacity of 500 kilograms, and can automatically pick up any resources in the future. I originally wanted to buy a robotic arm, but this thing is several times more convenient than a robotic arm. Adding this drone function cabin is not as cheap as adding a kitchen and crew cabin. It took a full 5,000 experience points to integrate this drone system into the cabin, but after integration, he spent another 10,000 experience points to upgrade it. Lu Qinzhou found that he had made a lot of money. Level 2 drone generation chamber, capable of generating iron-grade drones, currently has a maximum capacity of 100, enhancing collection and reconnaissance capabilities, each with a maximum payload of 1 ton and a maximum flight speed of 200 kilometers per hour. Then came a set of psychic detection system and fire control system, worth 500 contribution points. With this thing, the probability of attacking ships in the future is greatly reduced. Within 5 kilometers, it can hit whatever you point at. This is what Chen Yiqian bought specifically for Lu Qinzhou's safety. Moreover, Chen Yiqian went to find her father and asked for 2 130mm triple-mounted guns and 2 close-in defense guns. Well, there was one more person on the ship who had a fear of insufficient firepower. As more and more equipment and weapons were loaded onto the ship, Lu Qinzhou was almost dumbfounded. Only today did he understand what arrogance meant. Sister Yiqian, how much will this cost? Rich sister, hug my legs. The things Chen Yiqian bought could not be bought back even if Lu Qinzhou sold them. She relied on the contribution points and a lot of money she had accumulated over the years in the night patrol to buy them. For Lu Qinzhou's safety, Chen Yiqian took out all her private money. After Lu Qinzhou used up his experience points to install 2 close-in weapon systems on the ship, he discovered that all his experience points were gone. He blamed himself for this and was afraid of bringing them out into danger, so he upgraded the ammunition generation cabin, increasing the production capacity tenfold again. He also purchased a large amount of ammunition materials, all paid for by Sister Qian. If the level 5 ammunition generator is fully produced, 12.7mm ordinary bullets, 1.4 million per day. 140,000 level 1 psychic bullets per day. Level 2 psychic bullets, 1,400 per day. 30mm ordinary bullets, 700,000 rounds per day. Level 1 psychic bullets, 70,000 bullets per day. Level 2 psychic bullet, only 7,000 per day. Tell me how much is missing, and I'll take you to fight monsters. Seeing Lu Qinzhou's bitter face, Chen Yiqian asked. Add psychic detection and fire control systems and water circulation systems. Requires large-scale ship upgrades, requiring 50,000 experience points. This kind of functional cabin for breeding and planting is cheap, costing only 1,000 yuan, but there is no one in charge, and there are not enough people. There are also 2 triple-mounted cannons, each requiring 5,000 experience points to install. It requires tens of thousands of experience points, mainly to convert the items on board into psychic items, so that they can function as the ship's primary energy source. This consumes a significant amount of experience points. Furthermore, with the ship's size and the increase in psychic equipment, the psychic energy conversion chamber is already in short supply and needs to be upgraded. When Lu Qinzhou said that tens of thousands of experience points were needed, Chen Yiqian was also surprised. Only tens of thousands of experience points were needed? She needed tens of thousands of experience points to level up now. This stinky brother's ability was too strong. Now that we have everything we have, pack up the boat, and we will leave the city. The 4 people took a taxi, and a few minutes later, they got in the car. This time, Lu Qinzhou and Chen Yiqian went out of the city together, bringing Li Xiaoya and Bai Wan with them. The 2 girls were very excited. It was the first time they had gone out of the city in their lives. They chatted enthusiastically with Chen Yiqian. The driver gave a thumbs up and said to Lu Qinzhou enviously, "Brother, that's awesome." After arriving at the 7th Ring Road entrance, I said goodbye to the talkative driver. Chen Yiqian ordered the 2 women to follow behind the 2 men and asked Lu Qinzhou to protect them. She took out her staff and was alert to monsters that might appear at any time. Under the attack of Chen Yiqian and Lu Qinzhou, all the monsters along the way were eliminated. After getting away from the city wall, Chen Yiqian couldn't wait to ask Lu Qinzhou to summon out the boat. Okay, that's it. The monsters start to increase further ahead. Let's get the boat out and head out. Okay. Lu Qinzhou summoned the ship. Although he had stayed on it for several days while modifying the ship, he was still shocked to see such a large sailing warship appear in front of him again. This size is comparable to the sailing battleships of several centuries ago. Let's get on board. When everyone stood on the bow of the ship, this was the first time for Bai Wan and Li Xiaoya to go out of the city. From being cautious just now to being on the bridge and cockpit now, they looked at the scenery outside and were overjoyed. I don't know what's so beautiful about the bare ground and the land littered with corpses. Brother Qinzhou, let's go straight to the Knoll tribe. There should be a lot of materials dropped there. I must give you a good upgrade this time. Chen Yiqian said. The breeze blew through her long hair, and in the morning light, she was as dazzling as a goddess. Lu Qinzhou's heart was immersed in the beauty of this moment. Oh, okay, I'll go right away. Lu Qinzhou was very embarrassed when he realized what was happening. This scene immediately made Chen Yiqian laugh. Women dress up to please themselves, and Chen Yiqian is no exception. This brilliant smile added a bit of charm to her. I found a lone skeleton. Let me test your gun. Chapter 28, Monster Killing Fanatics. The boat was slowly floating dozens of meters above the ground, attracting the attention and envy of other professionals on the ground. Chen Yiqian was also curious about how Lu Qinzhou killed the monster, and her hand was on the gun handle. Gently caress. Feel the heat from Gatling. Da-da-da. I hit. Chen Yiqian saw the skeleton turned into pieces in the sight and waved her fist excitedly. This excitement fascinated Chen Yiqian. She looked for monsters on the earth, and once she found the target, she would fire a barrage of bullets at them. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. As the gunshots continued, Li Xiaoya was having a lot of fun like a child. Lu Qinzhou was shocked by the scene. He didn't expect that Sister Yiqian, who was usually gentle and generous, had such a lovely side. Lunch is ready. Let's eat first. At this time, Bai Wan had already prepared the meal. Chen Yiqian also stopped what she was doing and came to the deck. Bai Wan had already set up the dining table and food on the deck. Chen Yaqian picked up a piece of fried meat, tasted it, and praised. Sister Wanwan's cooking skills are impeccable. This brat is really lucky to have found you. No way. Sister Qian is joking. Lu Qinzhou looked at the two of them. What's going on? I remember that teacher Bai Wan is obviously older than Yaqian. Why does Sister Yaqian call her sister? Lu Qinzhou was completely confused and didn't bother to care about the two of them. He just ate in silence. It turned out that having a woman around made the quality of life different. Thinking back to the days when he had to eat dry food and drink cold water for every meal, it was like a world of difference. Have you finished eating? Sisters, I'll take you to kill monsters. It's so fun. Let's ignore this big fool. Seeing Lu Qinzhou slumped in the chair after eating, Chen Yaqian said unhappily. Come on, sister, do you see that scope? Aim at that skeleton, pull the trigger, and fire. Following Chen Yaqian's instruction, the three of them soon started playing together. Looking at the excited three of them, hey, how come my gentle and considerate teacher, Bai Wan, has become like this? She hasn't been led astray by Sister Yaqian, has she? My Xiaoya has been led astray. How can this arrogant girl now be as cute as the Xiaoya in her childhood, who always called Brother Lu in front and Brother Lu behind? What? Brother, we're about to enter the Kobold tribe. Is your drone system ready? Get ready to collect materials. Your ship needs to be upgraded quickly, okay? Don't waste your talent. This world is very dangerous, far more than what you see. Our Jiangxing is relatively stable. The monsters that appear in the space cracks are basically not very powerful, and there are no particularly powerful creatures in the surrounding alien space. But other cities are different. For example, the demon city on the coast of our empire has incorporated a large number of fragments from other worlds. There are many gold-level monsters everywhere. Silver-level monsters are as numerous as cattle hares, and there are also star-level marine creatures. If it weren't for the powerful professionals suppressing it, the city would have been destroyed long ago. Chen Yaqian talks about the current crisis. Sister Yaqian, what level are you now? Lu Qinzhou was quite curious about Chen Yaqian's level. She was much stronger than himself. I'm a level 20 bronze peak ice mage. I just need enough silver-level experience orbs to upgrade to a silver mage. Chen Yaqian said proudly, looking up. Lu Qinzhou asked, how amazing. She has reached the peak of bronze level in just a few years after awakening. She is really strong. Unlike me, who relies entirely on talent, she has relied on external things all the way to upgrade. You can imagine how much effort she has put in. Everyone wants to break through their own life level, but there are so few high-level professionals, which is equivalent to jumping over a level and killing a large number of monsters before you can upgrade. Humans do not have an advantage among many monsters of the same level, not to mention crossing a large class. Most of the time, they can only rely on the strength of the team. Unlike Lu Qinzhou, he cannot accumulate ordinary experience and upgrade ships. The ships bring powerful combat power and the ability to fight across levels. No matter how much low-level experience other professionals accumulate, it will be useless. But it is so difficult to kill monsters of higher levels. Don't worry, I'll be there for you in the future. I'll definitely take you flying. You little bastard, you're just showing off. What are you still doing? Don't be so rude. I'm asking if you have enough experience points. I want to see what it looks like after you upgrade. Go ahead and kill them. Sister Yaqian, go ahead and fire. I've already set the drone to collection mode. Lower your altitude. I'm going on a killing spree. It's still early. Don't worry. Let's clean up the outer camp of the kobolds first. Safety first. After hearing Chen Yaqian's voice, Lu Qinzhou quickly held down the violent maniac, directly lifted the boat, and made it float at an altitude of 500 meters. He then said that the ogre had the skill of throwing spears, and now there were 2 weak women on the boat, so it was easy to capsize. Only then did he persuade Li Yaqian. The dog-headed man on the ground saw the huge monster floating above his head and had not yet reacted. He was hit by the bullets spewed out by the Gatling gun. The strong, penetrating power broke through his flesh and blood body. He fell to the ground in a daze. The terrified gnolls turned around and ran. The gnoll miner in front was killed by a bullet before he could run a few meters. After the bullet penetrated the body of the gnoll in front, its powerful penetrating force killed him and the gnoll's supervisor behind him to the ground. The experience points kept increasing, and one of them still had 5 to 9 experience points. Now we are a team of 2, so the experience points we get should be reduced by half. Asked puzzledly. Sister Yaqian, what's going on? How did I get full experience? Haha, you don't understand. For professionals like me who are stuck at the peak stage, or high-level professionals, killing low-level monsters will not gain experience. You can only hunt monsters of the same level or higher levels. Don't you know? Didn't you study hard? No, I'm serious, okay. Lu Qinzhou quickly waved his hands and smiled awkwardly. Of course I was serious. I almost never missed Teacher Bai's class. I only remember how evil Bai was. Lu Chenzhou thought about it and told Chen Yiqian that he could still gain low-level experience points to upgrade his ship. This surprised Chen Yiqian so much that if she hadn't been so reserved, she would have almost hugged Lu Chenzhou and cheered. This little brother has made great progress. With this discovery, Chen Yiqian no longer insisted on hunting high-level monsters, but instead let Lu Chenzhou stay on the periphery and hunt more low-level monsters. This violent girl also changed her murderous character and started calling Lu Chenzhou for safety reasons. Although we did not continue to go deeper into the Null territory, after the number of kills in the outer periphery increased, it didn't matter that the monster experience was low, because there were so many of them. When the battle was over, the ogre camp was destroyed, and there was no monster left standing. The drone quickly flew out of the ship and collected the ogre corpses on the ground, along with the pickaxes and concentrates. This efficiency was what they had dreamed of in the past, without any waste. Chapter 29: The Distance of Hearts. Until night fell, the airship stayed above the fire-filled kobold camp. Just by killing these small camps on the outskirts of the Null territory, in this half-day, the experience points have accumulated to more than 15,000 points again. Sister Yiqian is really a monster-killing maniac. Everyone was exhausted after a day of fighting monsters with great enthusiasm, so they decided to take a rest for a night and continue tomorrow. Bai Wan went to make dinner, while Li Xiaoya and Lu Chenzhou were cuddling on the sofa. Li Yiqian couldn't stand it anymore and said, "I'm going to take a shower," and walked into the bathroom. After a while, "Brother Chenzhou, why can't the water in the bathroom be heated using psychic energy?" Let me see." Lu Chenzhou ran to the bathroom with a sly smile on his face, but he didn't expect to open the bathroom door. It hurts, Sister Yiqian. Let go, I was wrong." "Umph. Go and take a look. If you do that again, I'll twist your ears off." Lu Chenzhou thought his chance had come, and just as he opened the bathroom door, he didn't expect that Li Yiqian was wrapped in a large bathrobe, covering herself tightly. She twisted Lu Chenzhou's ear with one hand, causing him to grimace in pain. Puff. Seeing this scene, Li Xiaoya covered her mouth and laughed out loud. It had been a long time since she saw Lu Chenzhou being humiliated. Lu Chenzhou gave Li Xiaoya a fierce look and made a mouth shape. "Just wait for me." Unexpectedly, the other party responded with the same expression. "I'm waiting for you," and stuck out his tongue. "Humph. Wait for me tonight, and I'll let you hum all night long." Lu Chenzhou thought secretly. The reason for the lack of psychic energy is that the level of the psychic energy conversion cabin is too low, and many functions on the ship are turned off, such as the hot water function. There was no other way, so Lu Chenzhou had to take out the world fragment and spend 5,000 experience points to upgrade to level 2. Name: Lu Chenzhou. Occupation: boatman. Level: LV11. Upgrading requires 2,000 bronze experience. Bronze level experience gem reserve: 1,900. Reserve experience: 15,000. Constitution: 65. Agility: 65. Strength: 65. Spirit: 65. Origin warship: 50M Black Iron class sailing warship. Evolution requires 50,000 experience points. Shipboard weapon slots: April 8th. Tier 1 Psychic Gatling gun. Evolution requires 1,000 XP. 3 Tier 1 1130 close-in weapon cannons. Evolution requires 5,000 XP. Ship functional cabin: 7/8. Functional cabin. 2 Psionic conversion cabin. Evolution requires 10,000 experience points. Functional cabin. Level 5 ammunition generation cabin. Evolution requires 50,000 experience points. Functional cabin. Level 2 drone array. Evolution requires 20,000 experience points. Functional cabin. Captain's living area. Evolution requires 5,000 experience points. Functional cabin. Crew cabin. Evolution requires 2,000 experience points. Functional cabin. Entertainment room. Evolution requires 2,000 experience points. Functional cabin. Kitchen. Evolution requires 2,000 experience points. Features: levitation, rise height 1,000 meters, speed 60 kilometers per hour. Supreme talent: infinite evolution. I just didn't expect that after adding the world fragments as materials for evolution, the interior space of the level 2 psychic conversion cabin became very spacious, like the size of a football field, and it did not take up the space of the ship itself. It was like opening up a large space in the cabin, which could store more biological corpses and various materials, and there was no need to worry about insufficient cabin space. Now, it not only retains the ability to absorb the flesh and blood of living things and transform them into spiritual energy, as well as absorb the tangible energy around the ship, but it seems to be able to absorb another kind of power from the invisible void to expand its internal space and obtain a large amount of spiritual energy. How to describe it? It is like this space is like a world that can breathe and inhale void energy. This is the authority of the world itself. It turns out that this is one of the abilities of the world fragments. Lu Chenzhou felt that due to the small size of this space, if the area could be further expanded, more functions could be developed. Of course, the most important thing has been solved now, and we can talk about the future later. Sister Yaqian, the water is ready. Hey, let's wash together, Sister Qian. We used to wash together when we were little. Get out. If you keep being naughty, I'll twist your ears off. Yes, yes, yes. Seeing the other person stretch out her slender, white hands. What a pity, it looks nice. That's right, it really hurts when you pinch someone. Lu Chenzhou rubbed his ears and walked out of the bathroom dejectedly. The revolution has not yet succeeded, comrades still need to work hard. Come on. Awesome. The sound of dripping water made Lu Chenzhou feel itchy in his heart. When could he marry Sister Qian home? Otherwise, forget it. I'm afraid my ears won't be saved. Suddenly, I looked up and saw Chun Yaqian wrapped in a bath towel, drying her hair and coming out of the bathroom, like a lotus flower emerging from clear water. Those long legs, plus. This scene made Lu Chenzhou drool and stare intently. It was so beautiful. No, my father's wish must be fulfilled. Sister Qian, I have decided to marry you. Even if the king comes, I will marry you. My mouth is watering. Lu Chenzhou quickly wiped it with his sleeve. Nowhere. Puff. X3. You are so good. Wan, you dare to tease me. Wait for me to punish you according to my family rules. It's time to eat. Sit down. Where are you going? At this time, Chun Yaqian, with a blushing face, was secretly happy, but when she saw Lu Chenzhou was about to bully Bai Wan, she immediately shouted. Lu Chenzhou immediately sat down at the dining table obediently, making everyone laugh. Chun Yaqian changed into loose clothes and came to the dining table and sat down. Lu Chenzhou felt it was a pity that he could not appreciate Sister Qian's most seductive moment. It was a sumptuous dinner, and everyone enjoyed it together very happily. Since Chun Yaqian came on board, she bought a lot of food, including some meat. These were all natural foods, not synthetic foods. Li Xiaoya and Bai Wan even wiped their tears while eating, which made Chun Yaqian stare at Lu Chenzhou. Did Lu Chenzhou bully you guys? Tell me, and I'll take care of him. Sister Qian, I'm wronged. I can't love them enough. Wan and Xiaoya, you have to make the decision for me. Lu Chenzhou cried out that he was wronged. What's going on with these two women? Sister, my husband is very good to us. We are very touched. It reminds me of when we were little, we only ate protein blocks. We could only eat vegetables and synthetic meat during the New Year and other festivals. We are very touched. You and my husband are so good to us. Lu Chenzhou breathed a sigh of relief, finally escaping the danger, and at the same time, he felt more love in his heart. He secretly vowed to let his women live a good life in the future. After this incident, the relationship between the four of them improved significantly. In the evening, everyone suggested watching a movie. When the four of them were sitting together on the big sofa, the mean Lu Chenzhou ran to sit next to Chun Yaqian. As they sat there, he secretly leaned over. The movie was half over until, bang, you don't want this hand anymore, right? Go away. Hey. Lu Chenzhou smiled in a smug way, not moving away from Chun Yaqian's body. He even put his hand to his nose and smelled it. It smelled so good. No, it was so soft and fragrant. In the dim light, Chun Yaqian's face flushed red. This brat is so bold, even with his two younger sisters right next to him. Soon the movie ended. I'm tired, and I'm going to sleep. Hearing this, Lu Chenzhou suddenly became excited, and his sleepiness disappeared. Okay, let's all sleep together. The bed in the captain's room is just this big. Chapter 30 Dog-Headed Man. Who did I provoke? Humph. Go sleep in the crew cabin. I'm going to have some private conversation with Bai Wan and Xiaoya tonight, so please don't stay in the captain's cabin and get in the way. After saying that, Chun Yaqian took Bai Wan away. Bai Wan gave Lu Chenzhou a helpless look. Lu Chenzhou was left alone, disheveled in the wind. Like an eggplant hit by frost, he reluctantly came to the crew cabin, pulled the quilt over his head, and went to sleep. From time to time, you can also hear the two girls giggling and the sound of water in the bathtub. You are so good. Wan and Xiaoya didn't even ask me to take a shower. I will fuck you 100 times a day when I get the chance. While Lu Chenzhou was muttering to himself, he fell asleep. Midnight. While I was drowsy, a warm and familiar voice came from under the quilt. Lu Chenzhou asked in surprise. Teacher Wan, aren't you with Sister Qian and the others? Shoo, keep your voice down. Sister Qian fell asleep. I came here quietly, Under the night sky, the familiar sound of stamping echoed through the night, like an owl. The next day, Lu Chenzhou, with a cheerful face, saw Chun Yaqian with a bad expression and immediately shrank his neck. Well, The weather is so nice today. Lu Qinzhou said embarrassedly. Snort. Chen Yaqian snorted heavily, looking at the complacent Lu Qinzhou, and thought to herself, if I hadn't deliberately let Bai Wan go, you wouldn't have had the chance to be so proud. Let's sail. Today we're going to clean out all the kobold camps, big and small, out there. Please prepare some more artillery shells for me. Lu Qinzhou returned to the cockpit, pretended to start the airship, held the rudder with one hand, looked at Bai Wan with stars in her eyes, and felt satisfied. His own original ship didn't need to be driven at all. He could control it freely with just a thought. But the feeling of showing off in front of girls was a pleasure that the boy couldn't get rid of. Start the drone system and send out a large number of drones for reconnaissance. When we found a dog-headed man camp, before the dog-headed men could react. When a series of explosions sounded, the wandering ogre was pierced through the body by the sudden rain of bullets. The storm of bullets tore the entire camp back and forth. Even the tenacious bronze-level ogre warriors would have their bodies torn apart by the storm of psychic bullets. The drone shuttled back and forth in the flaming ogre camp, collecting the mutilated corpses and flying towards the psychic conversion cabin. The corpses and a large amount of materials were piled up in the cabin. The flesh and blood on the dog-headed man's body slowly dissipated. The body, which was not full of flesh and blood at the beginning, slowly turned into only bones. Some bones that were glowing with psychic energy were transferred to the ammunition compartment and became one of the materials for psychic ammunition. There was no waste at all. Lu Qinzhou almost took saving to the extreme. The blood was converted into psychic energy and stored in a huge psychic crystal in the psychic cabin. After 2 evolutions, the fragments of the world stone merged with the original psychic crystal core and became a carrier for storing psychic energy. It is then transmitted to various parts of the ship, providing the airship with an endless supply of power. For a whole day, Chen Yaqian plowed the entire periphery of the Null territory. The airship advanced at almost full speed all day. If it weren't for the drone's huge reconnaissance range and ability to collect spoils, it would have been impossible in 3 to 5 days. Chen Yaqian was so obsessed with killing monsters that she controlled the Gatling gun almost the entire day. She used her skills when she ran out of bullets. Large areas of ice and snow covered the Null camp, and even the bronze-level Null warriors were frozen into ice sculptures. The entire Null camp was covered in snow, and it actually looked quite beautiful. Beneath this beauty lies the ultimate murderous intent. The drone pulled up one ice sculpture after another, and a few people even started to comment on it. No, my gentle and lovely teacher Wan is about to be led astray by this monster-killing maniac. The entire sky seemed as if countless dead dog-headed people were shouting, "What have I done to anyone?" As night fell, Chen Yaqian finally stopped. Brother, you've got enough experience, right? Hurry up and upgrade. Install the psychic detection equipment and optoelectronic control system for me. I'm dying of exhaustion. Chen Yaqian leaned on Lu Qinzhou without any Leda-like image, which made her exhausted. She had never killed so many monsters today as in a whole year, tens of thousands of ogres. Even pulling the trigger made her tired. That's enough. Let's go back to the captain's room and rest. Come on, I'll give you a massage to relax you. After consuming 50,000 experience points and adding relevant equipment, the entire ship changed again. This time the change was very big, but it did not affect the people in the captain's room at all. The ship slowly grew larger until it became a huge warship of 100 meters. Its rough hull gave people a sense of violent beauty. I could feel the ship getting bigger and the consumption of psychic energy increasing dramatically. I spent 10,000 experience points to evolve and upgrade the functional cabin, the psychic energy conversion cabin. I felt that it would be upgraded sooner or later. Then I spent another 50,000 experience points to evolve and upgrade. I felt that every breath of the ship could be converted into vast psychic energy. I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now, adding more functional cabins and shipborne weapons would be enough. But the experience value has fallen to the bottom again. Name, Lu Qinzhou. Occupation, boatman. Level, LV11. Upgrading requires 2,000 bronze experience. Bronze level experience gem reserve, 2,700. Reserve experience, 3,000. Constitution, 115. Agility, 115. Strength, 115. Spirit, 115. Origin warship, 100 bronze level warship. Evolution requires 100,000 experience points. Shipboard weapon slots, April 16th. Tier 1 Psychic Gatling Gun. Evolution requires 1,000 XP. Tier 1 1130 Close-In Weaponry Cannon, 3x. Evolution requires 5,000 XP. Ship Functional Cabin, 7/16. Functional Cabin, 4 psionic conversion cabin evolution requires 100,000 XP, functional cabin. Level 5 ammunition generation cabin evolution requires 50,000 XP, functional cabin. Level 2 drone array evolution requires 20,000 XP, functional cabin. Captain's living area evolution requires 5,000 XP, functional cabin. Crew cabin evolution requires 2,000 XP, functional cabin. Entertainment room evolution requires 2,000 XP, functional cabin. Kitchen evolution requires 2,000 XP. Features: levitation, rising height 2,000 meters, speed 200 kilometers per hour. Supreme talent, infinite evolution. After seeing the ship upgraded, its attributes underwent earth-shaking changes. After consuming 2,000 bronze experience points and upgrading to the next level, all attributes increased by 10. The evolution and upgrade of the hull can bring about essential changes to oneself. The improvement of attributes and the rapid increase of physical fitness have not given any feeling of power leakage. It is easy to control every bit of power without feeling out of control due to the sudden increase of power. It is really magical. Hey. Thinking of the happy life in the evening, Lu Qinzhou smiled wickedly. Press it hard. If you move it again, I'll get angry. Chen Yaqian, lying on the sofa, slapped away the big hand that was playing tricks on her chest. Lu Qinzhou chuckled, retracted his hand nonchalantly, and continued to press Chen Yaqian's soft shoulders, but his claws kept moving and gradually moved away. Helpless Chen Yaqian lay on the sofa and let him do whatever he wanted. Humph, you naughty little brother always bullies your sister. Let's eat. Chapter 31, Entering the Kobold Core Territory. Hearing Bai Wan's voice, Chen Yaqian tidied up her messy clothes and gave Lu Qinzhou a blank look. Lu Qinzhou was completely fascinated by the charm at first sight. After dinner, everyone, including Lu Qinzhou, took a comfortable hot bath and no longer had to save water. This upgrade not only adds a shipborne weapon control system, but also adds a water circulation system. The water source of the entire ship can finally be generated continuously. Even if the stored water source is exhausted, there is no need to worry. The entire water circulation system has a large water element condensation device inside, which has efficient water element condensation capabilities, bringing great convenience to everyone on the ship's water use. While eating, Chen Yaqian asked a question. Qinzhou, today I discovered that the Gatling gun's attack power, using ordinary ammunition, has little effect on the iron-level kobolds. Although I haven't operated the close-in weapon system yet, I don't think the situation will be ideal. Manufacturing ordinary ammunition isn't very meaningful. After all, unlike city defense units, ships currently lack the ability to install supergiant heavy artillery batteries. Try adjusting the production line. It would be best if the 130mm close-in weapon system could be installed in its position tomorrow. There's also the issue of ammunition reserves. The 1130mm close-in weapon system consumes a lot of ammunition, consuming tens of thousands of rounds per minute. Even if it's switched to low-speed mode, with the current reserves, it can only last half an hour. Chen Yaqian said worriedly. The outer reaches of the kobolds have been completely wiped out. It will be even more dangerous for us to venture into their true territory tomorrow. See if you can produce more psychic bullets. Production of regular ammunition has been discontinued. Okay, Sister Qian, I'll listen to you. Currently, the ammunition generation cabin is at level 5, with 6 generation lines. Lu Qinzhou has always been the default generator, with 12.7 and 30mm ammunition, ordinary, level 1, and level 2 psychic bullets. With a thought, the 6 production lines were changed to 2 to produce 12.7mm level 1 psychic bullets, which can produce 280,000 bullets per day, and 4 to produce 30mm level 1 psychic bullets, which can also produce 280,000 bullets per day. Even the close-in defense guns, which consume a lot of bullets, can be fired for an hour in low-speed mode. Ordinary bullets are of little significance. I dare not use the second-level ones for the time being. They will be used only when the second-level psychic weapons are upgraded. Currently, the shipborne weapons have only evolved and upgraded to the first-level psychic Gatling and the first-level close-in defense gun. At such a firing rate, using the second-level ammunition will cause the weapons to be damaged instantly. Unlike a revolver, when using level 2 bullets, you can rely on the spiritual power in your body to wrap the gun so that it won't explode. Where does the close-in weapon system get so much spiritual power to wrap the turret of such a large turret? The power of the level 2 psychic ammunition fired is probably enough to almost blow yourself away. At night, the long-awaited Wan Wan did not come, but Li Xiaoya came. Although Li Xiaoya looks generous, she is also a little arrogant. Delete. If Lu Qinzhou hadn't cared about her, he would have hummed for her all night. Suddenly an idea came to me. Sister Qian should be the only one in the captain's room. Lu Qinzhou carefully walked to the outside of the captain's room and pushed it gently. Good job. Wan Wan didn't close the door. She tiptoed to the big bed and covered Chen Yaqian with a thin quilt. The light moonlight shone through the window onto her face, making her as beautiful as a moon fairy. After admiring it for a moment, Lu Qinzhou lifted a corner of the quilt and crawled in. When they hugged each other, haha, Sister Qian actually has the same hobby as me. Sleeping naked. Li Yaqian's slightly blinking eyelashes and pink ears indicated that she was pretending to be asleep. Lu Qinzhou's movements became more and more violent. Delete. You are really my little enemy. My future is in your hands. If you treat me badly, I will leave. Sister, you will always be my favorite. In this life and the next, I will be with you forever. If I treat you badly, I will be struck by lightning. Chen Yaqian steadied Lu Qinzhou and stopped him from saying anything else. Please use your imagination. The next day, Lu Qinzhou walked out holding the wall and looked back at the other person's long legs, feeling like his waist was about to break. Due to some force majeure, breakfast and lunch were combined. After last night, the relationship between Bai Wan, Li Xiaoya, and Chen Yaqian became even better. The two of them called Chen Yaqian's sister all the time, which made her very happy, as if she had completely confirmed her position as the queen. With the help of psychic detection radar and unmanned reconnaissance aircraft, everyone discussed and finally chose a path to enter the interior of the dog-headed people and drive the ship directly forward. In the Knoll territory, the trees are very tall, and tall mountains stand tall. The huts at the foot of the mountains are larger and more numerous than those outside the camp. There are mines one after another that go deep into the mountains. When Lu Qinzhou's ship entered the territory of the ogre men, the wooing sounds came one after another. One by one, the dog-headed men came out of the shacks, and many dog-headed men also ran out of the mines, running in the direction of the ship in a disorderly manner. One after another, they threw stones, spears, and other weapons at the ship in the sky, trying to knock it down. 500 meters high, the stone spears hit the bottom of the ship with a loud bang. Haha, childish. If you were worried before, now it's a bronze-level warship and its defense is completely impenetrable. Da-da-da. After Chen Yaqian controlled the Gatling gun and aimed at the group of dog-headed men, a series of bullets poured down, and the dog-headed men rushing in the front were shot into meat paste one after another. The biological instinct made these dog-headed men start to flee in all directions. Seeing Chen Yaqian's excitement, Lu Qinzhou shook his head and arranged for the drone to automatically collect the dropped materials. The big guys are coming. Lu Qinzhou looked in the direction of the sound and saw a 2-meter-tall Knoll shaman holding a staff, leading a dense crowd of Knolls around him, about 1,000 of them, and more Knoll warriors were pouring out of the mine in the back. Kobold shamans are peak-level bronze creatures, generally around level 18 to 20. They know 2 spells, Explosive Fireball and Berserk, which grants group blesses. If we encounter them on the ground, they're still very difficult to deal with. Ordinary bronze-level teams can only run away, but unfortunately they encountered us. Chapter 32 Fireball Gatling. Chen Yaqian told Lu Qinzhou about the dangers here. After the Knoll shaman yelled a few times, red light began to wrap around the Knolls, their muscles swelled, and their bodies grew a little bigger. The ogres who had just been fleeing in all directions, under the blessing of the shaman's spell, continued to carry the bullets and throw spears and stones at the ships in the air. Even the bronze-level ogre warriors jumped from the spot to a height of 100 meters and threw the spears in their hands. Spears were stuck in the hull of the ship like toothpicks. Puff, puff, puff. Chen Yaqian controlled the Gatling gun and fired at the Knoll warriors who jumped into the air. Broken limbs and arms fell from the sky, but this did not reduce the Knoll warriors' madness at all. They rushed forward one after another and tried to attack the ships in the air in various ways. Ta-da-da. Gatling fired madly at the ground. Ha ha ha, that's awesome. I'm not satisfied yet. I want to try the close-in weapon system. Chen Yaqian, who was not satisfied with just watching him play with the Gatling gun, actually ran to control the close-in weapon system. It's over. It's crazy. Looking at Chen Yaqian, who was getting high when she started beating monsters, he shook his head. This crazy woman was even crazier than when she pressed him on the bed last night. Her legs. Well, I have to steer the boat well and protect this woman. After all, she is my wife and I should love her. Chen Yaqian ran into the close-in weapon system turret and switched to manual control. All. The power of the close-in defense gun is no match for the Gatling gun. The aggressive dog-headed man was directly baptized by the artillery fire and turned into corpse fragments all over the ground. Boom. The ship began to shake violently. A ball of exploding fire the size of a wash basin attacked the bottom of the ship, causing a huge explosion and blowing a big hole in the bottom. The violent shaking of the ship just now was caused by the fireball attack of the Null Shaman. Seeing this, Lu Qinzhou immediately raised the altitude of the ship, and the next fireball came from the ground again. Boom. Fuck, it's already 1,000 meters high, and it can still hit the target. Angry Lu Qinzhou raised the ship directly to an altitude of 1,500 meters. With a thought, he consumed some materials and experience to repair the ship. Chun Yaqian also hurriedly turned the close-in defense gun, used the auxiliary aiming function, and aimed at the Null Shaman. All. The 30mm bullets directly engulfed the Null Shaman. After the flames disappeared, only a staff and a few broken bones remained, indicating the traces of the other party's existence. Chun Yaqian urged immediately after there were no living creatures in the tribe. Quick, arrange for the drone to pick up the materials, and we'll keep moving forward. After the ogre tribe in this mountain range was wiped out, Chun Yaqian continued to urge. Okay, Sister Yaqian. As the ship continued to move forward, the experience points were also increasing rapidly. The ogre tribes under the mines were destroyed one after another, and the drones could only pick up broken limbs and body fragments. The women were very disgusted. In the end, Lu Qinzhou opened a hatch on the side of the hull for the drone to enter and exit, thus preventing blood from staining the deck. Fortunately, the ogre tribe under the mine produces a large amount of ore. Almost every tribe can collect several tons, or even dozens of tons of refined iron ore and a small amount of copper ore. This bronze-grade material is very rare and expensive. Each pound is worth tens of thousands, and is one of the materials for forging bronze-level equipment. Under Chun Yaqian's crazy killing, several people have already flown into the heart of the gnolls in their boats. The gnolls here are in groups, almost forming the prototype of an army. There are super large tribes with tens of thousands of gnolls gathered, and there are also organized black iron-level gnolls. There are also many gnoll shamans, but they seem pale and powerless under the attack of close-in defense artillery. Especially the shameless Lu Qinzhou controlled the ship at an altitude of 1,000 meters. With the psychic detection radar and auxiliary equipment, he could directly lock onto the creatures. The attacks came from 1,000 meters high, and the dog-headed men could only flee in panic. After each bronze-level ogre warrior was killed, it brought Lu Qinzhou a lot of experience points, and of course various materials. In addition to ores, there were also spears and staffs made of magic wood, which were all collected by drones and loaded into the ship's warehouse. Cobalt staff, carved with the explosive fireball rune array, can be used as a material to upgrade shipborne weapons. Lu Qinzhou picked up the staff, dropped by the Null Shaman, and looked at it. The talent indicated that he could use it to evolve weapons. There were currently two types of weapons on the ship. One was a Gatling machine gun, and the other was a close-in defense gun. I tried to use this staff as a consumable to upgrade the Gatling gun, and found that I needed 6 of these staffs. After consuming 1,000 experience points, the Gatling gun changed its appearance drastically, and mysterious runes were engraved on the gun. Bronze-level Fireball Gatling gun. The next evolution requires 5,000 experience points. It consumes psychic energy and can fire explosive fireballs, adding piercing, bursting, and burning damage. Each attack has bronze power, a maximum rate of fire of 3,600 rounds per minute, and an effective attack range of 3,000 meters. Lu Qinzhou was excited to see the prey, so he controlled the machine gun and fired at the dog-headed man tribe on the ground. Fireballs flew out from the muzzle and hit the dog-headed men below. The intense flame energy blew several dog-headed men to pieces on the spot. In the blink of an eye, the entire dog-headed man tribe was engulfed in flames. This is incredibly powerful, and it doesn't require bullets, just consuming psychic energy. And there's a psychic energy conversion chamber on the ship, with a large amount of psychic energy stored in the crystal core. Now there's another major energy consumer. Now there is no need for bullets, and the more powerful fireball is fired directly. This is too powerful. Whose fireball can be used as a Gatling gun? Even if a mage is tortured to death, it can't be done. When Chun Yaqian saw this scene, she also looked at him in surprise. This stinky brother is getting more and more powerful, as can be seen from the power of the weapons on the ship today. See that big mountain in the center? That's the largest mine in the Null territory. There's actually a stable spatial rift inside, connecting it to another world. A Null can reproduce 7, 8, or even more than 10 at a time, and they can grow up in half a year. The world inside can't support so many, and some low-level Nulls are easily demonized, so they're directly expelled here. As a result, there are endless Nulls here, but fortunately, the strongest Nulls here are only at the bronze level. Jiangcheng did not have enough manpower to develop outside the city, so it simply left it alone and became one of the training grounds for professionals in the city. However, there is another theory that there is a dog-headed man kingdom behind this space crack, where silver is everywhere and bronze is worse than dogs. There is also a gold-level dragon behind the dog-headed man, which is why Jiangxing dared not send people to conquer the world fragments behind this crack. I don't know if it is true. Chapter 33, First Kill Silver Level. As Chen Yiqian spoke, she did not stop hunting the gnolls. Outside this huge mountain range, there were many large gnoll tribes, each with tens of thousands of gnolls living there. As the bloody and huge explosion sounds rang out, dense groups of kobolds ran out of the huge mine entrance in the core mountain range, and behind them came out a silver-level kobold warlock holding a huge staff. As soon as this 3-meter-tall dog-headed warlock appeared, before he could even bark twice, he was discovered by Chen Yiqian, who controlled the 1130 close-in defense gun and the Gatling gun to aim at him at the same time. Countless bullets and fireballs continued to attack him. Before the dog-headed warlock could even let out a roar, he was killed in just over 10 seconds. A deep crater was blasted out on the ground by the powerful firepower. When the flames and explosions dissipated, the surrounding sand and soil were emitting thick black smoke, and the soil and rocks were crystallized. With the last ogre falling to the ground, the massacre was finally over. Chen Yiqian's happy laughter was heard. Haha, I gained another 12 experience points. I finally caught a silver monster. Sister Yiqian, it's already night. After we pick up the spoils, we'll drive the boat to a safe place and leave here first. Let's have dinner and rest, hehe. Lu Qinzhou looked at the sky and thought about the wonderful things that happened last night. He finally had the chance to be together these days. Since Chen Yiqian awakened her profession a few years ago, the two of them rarely met. When Chen Yiqian saw Lu Qinzhou's expression, she knew what he was thinking and said unhappily, You're so beautiful. Remember to set off tomorrow morning. We'll go to the Fishman Lake. Please prepare enough ammunition for me. Okay. Seeing that Chen Yiqian had no objection, Lu Qinzhou happily steered the boat to a safe place outside the Gnoll tribe. Although they had advanced deep into the Gnoll tribe today, there were still more Gnolls in other places. He was afraid that this girl would get it wrong and think she hadn't killed enough monsters and wanted to continue. It would be troublesome if something went wrong. The big stone in my heart finally fell. After raising the height of the boat and hovering in the air, laughter and joyful chatter were heard on the deck again. The charcoal fire was lit, and the four of them started a barbecue party. Night. Lu Qinzhou sneaked into Chen Yiqian's room and finally got what he wanted again. The kidneys feel slightly sore. Of course, Lu Qinzhou did not forget to do his job. He not only upgraded the ammunition generation cabin, but also added 2 triple-mounted 130mm guards guns. He also used the limited experience left to upgrade himself several times. Otherwise, he would not have had a slight sore back, but would have had to walk with the help of the wall. Didn't she just ride on him last night, demanding that Lu Qinzhou quickly convert 2 130mm cannons for her to play with, and even add a semi-automatic manual artillery mode? She couldn't just leave it all to the fire control system? Otherwise, don't come in again. This crazy woman. Are you addicted to sex? Is the 1130 close-in weapon system no longer enough for her? They actually set their sights on the 130mm guards gun. Name, Lu Qinzhou. Occupation, boatman. Level, LV18. 8,000 bronze experience points are required to upgrade. Bronze level experience gem reserve, 700. Reserve experience, 0. Constitution, 185. Agility, 185. Strength, 185. Spirit, 185. Origin warship, 100 bronze level warship. Evolution requires 100,000 experience points. Shipboard weapon slots, June 16th. Tier 2 Fireball Gatling gun. Evolution requires 5,000 XP. Tier 2 1,130mm close-in defense cannon, 3x, 10,000 XP. Tier 2 130mm guard cannon, 2x 50,000 XP. Ship functional cabin, 7/8. Functional cabin, 4 psionic conversion cabin evolution requires 100,000 experience points. Functional cabin, level 6 ammunition generation cabin evolution requires 100,000 experience points. Functional cabin, level 2 drone array evolution requires 20,000 experience points. Functional cabin, captain's living area evolution requires 5,000 experience points. Level 2 functional cabin, crew cabin X3 evolution requires 10,000 experience points. Functional cabin, entertainment room evolution requires 2,000 experience points. Functional cabin, kitchen evolution requires 2,000 experience points. Features, levitation, Rising height 2,000 meters, speed 200 kilometers per hour. Supreme talent, infinite evolution. In order to sneak into Chun Yaqian's room as he wished, Lu Qinzhou specially upgraded the crew cabin. After spending 2,000 experience points, he actually had 2 more crew cabins, just enough for 4 people each. The production capacity of the level 6 ammunition magazine has increased tenfold again, with 7 production lines, 6 for the production of 30mm bullets and 1 for the production of 130mm shells. 12.7 ammunition is almost discontinued, and the Gatling gun now shoots explosive fireballs anyway. In order to help Sister Qian go to the Murloc Lake to hunt silver-level monsters, Lu Qinzhou almost used up all his experience before upgrading the ship's weapons to level 2 bronze. For a level 6 ammunition production bay, the production capacity of each production line is as follows. 30mm level 1 black iron psychic bullets, 700,000 bullets per day. 30mm second level bronze psychic bullets, only 70,000 per day. 130mm tier 1 black iron grade psychic artillery shells, 300,000 per day. 130mm level 2 bronze grade psychic artillery shells, 30,000 per day. The upgrade of the ammunition compartment greatly increased the pressure of psychic energy conversion, and Lu Qinzhou had to prepare for the evolution and upgrade of the psychic energy conversion compartment. He is really strong. He is enough to take on an entire army of professionals. It's just that the consumption is too great. The next day, I was woken up by Chun Yaqian's prank. When I opened my eyes, I saw her perfect curves and saluted. It was another morning with the sun at noon. Slightly sour. These legs, my whole life. In order to hurry on his way, Lu Qinzhou steered the boat at an altitude of 1,000 meters. After the raid on the knoll territory yesterday, there were still as many knolls in this vast area as before. They were all discovered by the psychic detection radar and eliminated by the automatic firing of the Gatling gun on the boat. This made Chun Yaqian somewhat dissatisfied. Before she could enjoy herself enough, the ship's weapon system was connected to the automatic fire control system. Lu Qinzhou held the other person in his arms and comforted her, saying that after they arrived at the Fishman Lake, the 130 shells would be almost enough, so she could have a good time. Only then did the other person not run to the turret. Sitting quietly with Lu Qinzhou in the cab, on the large sofa for rest and entertainment, Li Xiaoya and Bai Wan leaned against Lu Qinzhou, enjoying this rare moment of comfort. It's just that one of its paws is not very honest, which makes them very angry. There used to be a tributary of the Yangtze River near Jiangsheng that led directly to the sea. However, with the integration of the alien space, a huge lake appeared here, with an area of more than 500,000 square kilometers, which is larger than the largest lake in the world before. It is mainly inhabited by a race that has long occupied the water, the fishmen. This is different from the race with human body and fishtail in TV dramas. It is an ugly race with fish head and human body. The reason why this race can exist is the same as the dog-headed people. It produces a racial specialty. Otherwise, how could it survive near Jiangxing? For humans, the races near the city that can survive would have been destroyed long ago. Chapter 34, Fishman Lake. The Kobold territory produces high-grade minerals. Although these murlocs are ugly, they produce a kind of precious magic pearls, which are the favorite of all women, especially the magic pearls produced by silver-level murloc priests. They can repair the skin, delay aging, and keep the face young. No woman can resist them. After half a day of full-speed flight, looking down from the boat, the lakeshore was faintly visible, and the sparkling lake was dotted with small islands. If you ignore these monsters, it is really a beautiful sight. If you circle it and sell tickets, you will definitely make a lot of money. As the boat slowly approached, we saw that there were already many professionals killing monsters and leveling up by the lake. Of course, we could not rule out the possibility that their purpose of coming was to obtain pearls. This place is reserved by our fairy guild. Please go somewhere else. Before Lu Qinzhou's boat approached the lake, a woman riding a flying mount suddenly appeared in front of them and spoke to them. Why is this place yours? Your name isn't written on it. Lu Qinzhou was not polite either. I was hoping to be upgraded to the silver level. As long as I reach the silver level, I can do whatever I want in Jiangxing. After all, my ship is a supermodel. This woman was very arrogant. Seeing that Lu Qinzhou's ship was only emitting a black iron-level aura, she knew that he was a rookie and said bluntly, "Just because the president is a silver-level beast tamer, don't blame us for being rude if you don't leave now. Let's go to another place. I know about this fairy guild. It's a guild formed by a group of girls. They are usually arrogant. Let's not conflict with them for now." Chun Yaqian obviously knew about this professional union and tried to persuade them. What bad luck. There was no way out. Lu Qinzhou spat and turned to go to another place. There's nothing we can do. The current situation in Jiangsheng is like this. Besides Zhu's official city lord's mansion, there are also private guilds of all sizes. Of course, there are more people like us who are independent and have no one to join. In fact, we belong to the official Jiangsheng Bureau, but there are many factions within the Night Patrol Bureau, and there are many non-staff members, but they are no different from individual members. In addition, the Night Watch Bureau's operating model is equivalent to providing a platform where we complete tasks, earn contribution points, and exchange them for what we need. Lu Qinzhou understood Sister Qian's meaning after a moment's comprehension. The Night Patrol Bureau was like a platform, allowing each professional to benefit from their needs. Right here, you see? Lu Qinzhou was in the cockpit, pointing at the screen and saying that the results of the psychic detection showed that there were densely packed red dots in the water, indicating that there must be a lot of murlocs here. Okay, that's it. Brother Qinzhou, lower the boat and let it rest on the water. I'll help you with the raid. The fishmen won't come out while we're in the air. Okay. The boat slowly fell into the water, causing a large splash. Of course, countless fishmen emerged from the water, and ugly fish-headed men floated to the surface of the water. The Murloc warrior holding a harpoon swam towards the ship at a rapid speed. Fire! As the Gatling guns and close-in defense guns opened fire, the fishmen rushing towards the ship were instantly blown to pieces, and the bright red blood dyed the surface of the lake red. Stimulated by the smell of blood, more and more Murlocs swam towards the ship. From the detector screen, it could be seen that a large number of red dots were gathering here in the distance. This scene also stunned the other teams around. Is the firepower of this ship so strong? Where did this tough guy come from? He dares to go deep into the lake. Isn't he afraid of being beaten by the fishmen? The Murlocs here are not a trash species. The Murloc warriors are basically bronze level 11 to 15 creatures, and the Murloc tribe also has many magic professions. The existence of Murloc priests is silver level. These teams with complete professional skills only dared to attack lone Murlocs and small Murloc villages by the lake. However, the weapons on this ship are really powerful. They don't look like the products of Jiangsheng's Mechanics Union. Instead, they look like modified traditional weapons. Judging by the aura emanating from that ship, it only has a mere bronze-level spiritual pressure fluctuation. Yet, they dare to come to the shores of Fishman Lake and even dare to hunt them openly. I'm afraid they are some foolish youngsters from somewhere. Let's wait and see. The girl from the Fairy Guild said disdainfully. However, as the number of Murlocs increased, the sound of gunfire on the ship never stopped. Instead, some drones appeared on the battlefield, occasionally diving into the water to salvage magic pearls and Murloc corpses. The number of those pearls made them jealous. Now the price of a bronze-grade Murloc pearl has been hyped up to more than 100,000 yuan. The silver-grade ones are even more incredible. They are in short supply. Once they appear, they will attract countless people to scramble for them and be auctioned for millions of yuan. Look, they are in trouble. A silver-level Murloc priest showed up out of nowhere. The people from the Fairy Guild gloated. When the Silver Merman appeared, Lu Qinzhou and Chen Yiqian also discovered him at the same time. This merman was about 3 meters tall, with a ferocious fish head and a mouth full of sharp teeth. He was very ugly. He jumped out of the water with a trident in his hand. He was surrounded by many merman warriors, like a king descending. This is such a cool way to appear, and so cool. The close-in weapon system immediately aimed at the fishmen and opened fire at full force. Chen Yiqian climbed onto the control position of the 130mm close-in weapon system, loaded the shells automatically, and quickly adjusted the muzzle aiming. Boom. 3 psychic shells bombarded the location of the fishman priest. The huge explosion and psychic impact splashed waves hundreds of meters high. The remaining Murloc warriors were blown into pieces by the artillery shells in less than half a minute. Together with the Murloc guards who followed the Murloc priest, they became a pile of minced meat on the surface of the lake, providing precious food for other creatures in the lake. This scene made everyone's jaw drop. This is a Murloc priest, and there are thousands of Murloc guards, most of whom are at the peak of bronze level. Yet, they just appeared and disappeared like child's play. Lu Qianqian, your profession is a shadow assassin. Now is the time to go invisible to the Murloc priest and bring back the silver-level Murloc pearl. We are going to make a fortune. After seeing that Lu Qinzhou had finished the battle, the people from the Fairy Guild thought of the merman pearls produced by the merman priests and immediately became greedy for them. This is not good. I can't beat him. The girl named Lu Qianqian shook her head like a rattle. She was just a small professional who had just stepped into the bronze level. How could she dare to go there? The silver-level Murloc priests were all dead. If they could get a shot at her, the scene would be so terrifying that she shook her head repeatedly. Chapter 35 Conflict. Lu Qianqian, you're stupid. Don't you know how to become invisible? When you see the Murloc pearl, grab it and run. I'm ordering you as the vice president. Besides, our president is a top-tier silver beast master. So what's there to be afraid of? If there are more than two, I'll let you take one. Don't forget, our guild brought you to the bronze level, and you took out a career advancement loan. If you don't go, I will have no choice but to assign you tasks. When Lu Qianqian heard the vice president say that he would assign her a task, she immediately gave in. She didn't want to be arranged by the company to be a plaything for the powerful, especially when the other party promised to give her a magic pearl. Qianqian's eyes suddenly lit up. The magic pearl born from the silver-level Murloc is not only worth millions, but it is enough to pay off her loan, even if she does not pay it back for the time being. You can also use it yourself, which will not only make you more beautiful, but also keep your youthful look for many years. As a girl, who doesn't love beauty? Then I'll go. You guys help me raid the battlefield. Qianqian quickly became invisible and flew towards the direction of the merman priest. After the priest was killed, all the merfolk retreated. Lu Qinzhou began to clean up the battlefield. Merfolk pearls were fished up one by one. Chen Yaqian was holding the pearls in her hands and couldn't let go. Bai Wan was also looking at them with sparkling eyes. I say, you guys are going to lose your eyes. Lu Qinzhou interrupted. Aren't they just some Murloc pearls? What's so special about them? You know nothing. Do you know how many noble ladies in Jiangcheng are eyeing this thing? Take this bronze-grade merman pearl, for example. Many women are willing to spend all their money to buy it. It can preserve the most perfect appearance for 10 years. Do you know how precious it is? Chen Yaqian said as she held up a merman pearl. What about the silver level? Lu Qinzhou asked. Silver level? Of course it can keep you young for 100 years. It's something you can only encounter if you encounter it. Chen Yaqian said without hesitation. Sister Yaqian, if you're any slower in reacting, your silver-grade Murloc pearl will be stolen. After hearing this, Chen Yaqian immediately jumped up and shouted angrily. What? Who dared to steal my things? Beat her to death. Then, look at the shape of this object. Is it possible that someone is looking for something at the Murloc priest and is about to run away? Lu Qinzhou pointed at the screen on the detector and said, Open fire. He's stealing from me. I'm going to teach him a lesson. No one can stop me today. Chen Yaqian moved her hands very quickly to adjust the muzzle of the gun. I saw the guard guns on the ship aimed at the figure in the detector and fired, and suddenly there was a loud gunshot. In order to prevent the enemy from running away, they mobilized Gatling guns to fire fireballs, which fell like a meteor shower. When the muzzle of the ship began to move, Qianqian, who had just discovered a string of merman pearls, felt a creepy feeling all over her body. Not good. I want to die. Without thinking, he put away the Murloc pearl and dived directly into the water. At the same time, violent explosions sounded on the water surface. Huge water columns shot up into the sky, and Gatling's fireball technique seemed to boil the lake water. Qianqian felt like her internal organs were about to shatter, and what was even more uncomfortable was that the water around her seemed to be boiling. She could only desperately use her skills to escape frantically underwater. The water surface above her head was madly baptized by shells. Because of the resistance and weakening of the water, Qianqian managed to save her life. Bang! Seeing that the other party had escaped, Chen Yaqian angrily slammed her hands on the podium. Brother, drive the boat and catch up. I can't let this go today. I feel so uncomfortable. Seeing that the other person's big white rabbit was so angry because of this matter that a button flew off, Lu Qinzhou dared not delay any longer. He immediately turned the rudder and chased after it. Following the direction indicated by the detector, they chased after the other party and unexpectedly ran to the territory of the Fairy Guild. This is the Fairy Guild's territory. Go back to where you came from. Seeing that it was the woman riding the flying pet blocking the front of the ship again, other professionals in their guild also surrounded them with unfriendly expressions. This time Chen Yaqian was not polite. Hand over the things and the people, otherwise there will be a war. You stole things and actually stole them from me. I don't understand what you're talking about. This is the territory of our Fairy Guild. You're not allowed to come here. Our president is a silver-level beastmaster. What does it have to do with us if something is missing or we can't get it? The other party is still arrogant. Are you going to hand it in or not? Why waste so much time talking to them? Just start fighting. Lu Qinzhou operated the ship's cannon, aimed a shot at the place where the thief was hiding, and fired. At the same time, the Gatling gun began to rotate, and fireballs shot towards the women of the Fairy Guild, and a fierce conflict immediately broke out between the two sides. The members of the Fairy Guild, who had been so arrogant just now, immediately used all their strength to dodge the dense rain of bullets when they saw that the other side actually dared to open fire. The Fairy Guild is responsible for escaping. Lu Qinzhou is responsible for the tut-tut-tut. After several shells from the 130mm Guards artillery, the Fairy Guild's temporary base was destroyed. Hundreds of members were killed or injured, and the vice president, who was riding a flying pet, was given special care. The few feathers still floating in the sky showed the traces of her existence. The thing is here, stop fighting, stop fighting. A dusty girl, holding a string of pearls in her hand, knelt on the ground and cried, saying that the sisters who were talking and laughing together just now were now separated from each other forever because of this incident. She lay on the ground and howled in pain. Only then did Lu Qinzhou stop firing. Bring the things here, don't play tricks, otherwise you can't afford the consequences. The girl then propped herself up and slowly walked onto the boat. Lu Qinzhou looked her up and down, and found that she was actually a rare and beautiful loli, with an enviable S-shaped figure, petite and delicate, and a baby face, soft and cute, very adorable, and perfect in aesthetic sense. I really want to buy it. What should I do? If you dare to steal my things, you will stay on the ship as a maid from now on. Otherwise I will send you to reunite with your sisters now. Chen Yaqian took the pearls from the other person's hand, and there was actually a string of them. She almost lost tens of millions, but fortunately she got them back. Sign this contract. Chen Yaqian took out a slave contract, and the staff in her hand condensed snowflakes, as if to say, if you dare to disagree, I will send you to see God now. Seeing the other party's attitude, the girl knew that she had to sign the contract today and she would not be able to escape. She took the contract with tears in her eyes and dripped blood. Stinky brother, come on, this woman is yours. Ah. Lu Qinzhou didn't expect the surprise to come so soon. This sister is really good. What are you looking at? Come on, drip blood. From now on this will be your personal maid. After Lu Qinzhou took the contract, he dripped a drop of blood. The contract immediately absorbed a ball of light from the other party's forehead. The contract turned into a stream of light and entered his sea of consciousness. Lu Qinzhou felt that he could give any order to the girl in front of him, even her life and death. This thing is really weird, but I like it. I'll get a few more when I have the chance. Let's go to another Murloc village and continue spawning monsters. After the priest's death, the Murlocs here will temporarily disappear. Chapter 36, Servant Girl. Arrange drones to collect the spoils. With the Fairy Guild headquarters, the team will be wiped out instantly. Other teams dare not make any small moves to take advantage of the opportunity to seize the spoils. After the death of the Murloc priest, the remaining Murlocs dive to the bottom of the lake and flee in all directions. The drone collected all the spoils very smoothly. Lu Qinzhou was playing with this silver-grade trident. This weapon could amplify the power of water-based skills. He originally wanted to give it to Sister Qian, but was directly rejected by Chen Yaqian. The ship left the Fairy Guild's temporary base directly and turned around to look for the next merman village. May I have your name? Lu Qinzhou asked about the lowly girl kneeling on the deck. Lu Qianqian. Is it okay if I call you Qianqian? Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. All of this is caused by you, and the current result is just as it should be. Now that you are on this ship, I will treat you as a family member. From now on, you will be one of us. Lu Qinzhou had one more thing in his mind. Of course the whole family has to keep the bed warm. Wan, take Sister Qianqian to the bathroom to wash up. Seeing that the other party was covered in blood and mud, Lu Qinzhou ordered that since there was a contract, he was not worried that she would hurt Bai Wan. After both of them left, Chen Yaqian came to Lu Qinzhou and asked softly, how much experience and materials are needed for the next captain upgrade? We need to advance to silver level as soon as possible. It's best to upgrade your ship to silver level. That will be enough for us to survive. I'm afraid of the attack from the Fairy Guild, mainly because these women have ambiguous relationships with people from other guilds and have close contacts with the powerful people in the Jiangxing world. There are many bootlickers, and the Jiangxing Socialite Guild is not just a boast. It would be unwise for us to confront them directly, but no matter what happens, we will face it together. Chen Yaqian took the initiative to hug Lu Qinzhou for the first time. Smelling the other's fragrance and feeling his sister's soft body and tenderness, Lu Qinzhou suddenly became lost in thought and unknowingly drew his spear. Bah, you filthy bastard. You deserve a beating. Chen Yaqian felt the other party's reaction and immediately let go of her hand and twisted Lu Qinzhou's ear. It hurts, it hurts. Humph, let's see what happens to you. Do you still dare? I don't dare, Sister Yaqian. Let go, my ears are going to fall off. Chen Yaqian blushed, let go of her hand, and walked away immediately. Tigress, wait till tonight. I'm going to beat you up 100 times. Hiss, it hurts. Lu Qinzhou rubbed his ears and muttered softly. In the following time, Lu Qinzhou spent his days searching for merman villages. The large and small merman villages by the lake brought Lu Qinzhou a lot of experience points. Of course, the merman corpses could not be spared. In order to consume Chen Yaqian's ammunition every day, Lu Qinzhou fell into a crazy desire for materials. It's all drops. Not all Murloc villages have priests. Unable to hunt enough silver-level Murlocs, Chen Yaqian and Lu Qinzhou's upgrade progress stagnated again. After more than 10 days, both of them were stuck at level 20, the peak of bronze. Both of them need to hunt silver monsters. At present, Lu Qinzhou has accumulated more than 100,000 experience points, but he does not have enough materials and has not been able to upgrade the ship. After all, evolving the ship and expanding its size cannot happen out of thin air. To upgrade, 10,000 silver experience points are required. If 2 people work in a team and the experience points are evenly distributed, they need to kill about 1,000 silver fishmen as sacrifices. The two exchanged glances, smiled wryly, and shook their heads. After these days of hunting, they realized that the Murlocs weren't fools and wouldn't dive into the water to escape, so the hunting results weren't ideal. As if she had thought of something, Chen Yaqian's eyes lit up, and she suddenly said, "I know a place that might be useful to you. It's called Skeleton Canyon. It's full of skeletons, and the bones of high-level skeletons can be used as materials to upgrade ships. The other place is the Dryad Forest, where magical trees grow. The environment is very complex, and monsters are rampant, making them difficult to kill." After Chen Yaqian took back her merman pearl, she thought that the fairy guild might cause trouble for her next, so she directly told Lu Qinzhou where she was going next to prepare for upgrading the ship. "Sister Yaqian, where is the nearest place?" "Skull Canyon." "Then let's go to Skeleton Canyon first, and then we'll go to the Tree Demon Forest later," Lu Qinzhou said directly when he heard that Skeleton Canyon was closer. Set off. The boat took off directly from the lake, creating a splash of water and flew away at a high speed. The other professional teams on the lakeside finally breathed a sigh of relief. The plague god was finally gone. These days, with the constant artillery fire, they could hardly hold on. Those who came here to make a fortune did not expect the Murlocs to hide directly in the water. They wanted to hunt a few on the shore, but they could not find any trace of the Murlocs. The Murloc village on the lakeside was also destroyed by artillery fire. "Let's go?" "That's great." Inside Skeleton Canyon, looking down from the sky, a vast, pale, deep canyon stretched into the distance, with peaks on either side rising as steep as the clouds. While it might be called a canyon, the canyon's interior was actually tens of kilometers wide. From the sky, the canyon seemed even larger than Jiangxing, a massive city with a population of tens of millions, stretching as far as the eye could see. As soon as we entered the edge of the Skeleton Canyon, we felt a chilling aura enveloping us. Among the densely packed skeletons on the ground, we could see skeletons reviving at any moment. One by one, the broken skeletons crawled out from the pile of bones, fighting each other, absorbing the soul fire in each other's brains to strengthen themselves. The periphery is almost entirely filled with these low-level skeletons. These low-level skeletons, who have just given birth to soul fire, don't even have a decent weapon in their hands. Of course, this is all experience. Fireballs shot out from the Gatling machine, and these skeletons were instantly blown into pieces, with bone fragments flying everywhere. I don't know if they can be revived again under the breath of death after becoming bone fragments. The number of skeletons in the burial ground is extremely large. Kill the little skeleton, experience +1. Kill a skeleton warrior, experience +5. Kill the skeleton archer, experience +11. Finally, I saw a different skeleton. Different from the little skeleton and the black iron-level skeleton warrior, the skeleton shooter not only condensed a unique weapon, but also his bones transformed, emitting a metallic luster. In fact, the combat power of the black iron-level skeletons is not weak. Holding a sharp bone knife, they can easily jump to a height of dozens of meters. Unfortunately, facing Lu Qinzhou, the sixth old man, who is driving an airship at a height of 100 meters and attacking from a high position, these skeletons have no way to deal with it. One by one, the skeleton warriors jumped into the air, but their skeletons were shattered by the rose shells, and their soul fires were extinguished. These skeletons are so stupid, they look like targets. Lu Qinzhou still had time to tease these skeletons. Actually, we're in the air, so we have an inherent advantage. If we were on the ground, we'd be facing a sea of skeletons. The reason why no professionals are willing to come to Skeleton Canyon is simple. Not everyone can face a sea of skeletons. Even the most powerful professionals would be exhausted and overwhelmed by the sea of skeletons in such a situation. Seeing Lu Qinzhou's disapproving look, Chen Yaqian explained. Chapter 37 Fear of Insufficient Firepower. Be careful later. If you go deeper, you will encounter a legion of skeleton archers. Once bronze-level skeleton archers appear in an organized group, their power should not be underestimated. Okay, let's start by spawning some skeleton warriors around here to gain some experience and materials. Then we'll quickly dispatch drones to fetch these skeletons. We'll upgrade once we have enough materials. Following Sister Qian's arrangements, the shattered skeleton was caught up by no one. The skull bones collected by the drone are indeed an excellent upgrade material. Lu Qinzhou knocked hard on the bronze-level skull, which gave off a metallic texture. Yes, the skeleton was a good comrade. Not only did it give him experience points, it also contributed its own bone materials. The hunt lasted several days, and the materials were sufficient for Lu Qinzhou to evolve and upgrade his ship again. 100,000 experience points were consumed. The entire ship has changed dramatically. Now it looks like it is made of steel, with a length of 200 meters. The entire hull looks more rugged. Name, Lu Qinzhou. Occupation, boatman. Level, LV20. Upgrade requires 10,000 silver experience points. Silver level experience gem reserve, 700. Reserve experience, 80,800. Constitution, 205. Agility, 205. Strength, 205. Spirit, 205. Origin warship, 200 bronze level warship. Evolution requires 500,000 experience points. Shipboard weapon slots, 632. Tier 2 fireball Gatling gun. Evolution requires 5,000 XP. Tier 2 1,130mm close-in defense cannon, 3x, 10,000 XP. Tier 2 130mm guard cannon, 2x 50,000 XP. Ship functional cabin, 730 seconds. Functional cabin, 4 psionic conversion cabin. Evolution requires 100,000 XP. Functional cabin, level 6 ammunition generation cabin. Evolution requires 100,000 XP. Functional cabin, level 2 drone array. Evolution requires 20,000 XP. Functional cabin, captain's living area. Evolution requires 5,000 XP. Level 2 functional cabin, crew cabin X3. Evolution requires 10,000 XP. Functional cabin, entertainment room. Evolution requires 2,000 XP. Functional cabin. Kitchen. Evolution requires 2,000 XP. Features, levitation, rise to 5,000 meters, speed 300 kilometers per hour. Supreme talent, infinite evolution. The only pity is that although the ship is big enough, it only has 6 firepower points, including 2 twin-mounted 130mm guards guns, 3 1,130mm close-in defense guns, and a fireball Gatling gun to make up the number. Such a huge ship is so empty, there is no sense of security at all. After taking a quick look at my approximate data, I discovered that even after upgrading to 200 meters, although it was still at the bronze level, it was more than twice as powerful. First of all, more weapon slots could be added. This bronze-level ship could evolve its onboard weapons, and its combat power seriously exceeded the standard. You can also add 25 weapon slots. Once added, it will be like a hedgehog. It seems that the evolution of the ship is related to its own ideas. They all adopt multi-turret theory and suffer from a fear of insufficient firepower. Brother, not bad. The ship has been upgraded again. Let's sell the magic pearls when we get back and buy some powerful weapons. Remember to install them when the time comes. This empty deck looks unsafe. When Chun Yaqian saw the ship evolve again, her eyes lit up. Thinking of more weapons, she couldn't help but lick the corner of her mouth with her tongue. She was so excited. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart that being a boatman is not just a despised profession. It is simply a god-level profession with unlimited potential. This ship is much stronger than a team of professionals. Chun Yaqian opened the psychic bracelet, made a phone call, and came to Lu Qinzhou and said, I contacted my dad and asked him to prepare a batch of Gatling guns, close-in weapon systems, for 160mm heavy artillery, and 800mm cannons from the discarded military equipment. I'll see if I can spend experience points to modify them on the ships. Oh, no, my sister, what are you doing? 460mm heavy guns are exaggerated. Okay, 800mm cannons installed on this ship. Are you going to fly? The 130mm guards gun was transformed into a bronze-level psychic weapon, and its lethality reached that of a silver-level professional. Once the 800mm cannon was installed, it would be able to roam around Jiangqing. Sister Qian, do you have a fear of insufficient firepower? It's a bit exciting just thinking about it. Don't get excited. Let's upgrade to silver level as soon as possible. Our own strength is also very important. Chun Yaqian said earnestly. Don't worry. This skeleton canyon is my blessed land. These skeletons are really good people. Not only are there a lot of them, but their experience increases very quickly, and their bones are also good materials. As Lu Qinzhou swept through, skeletons were killed one after another, and a large number of drones emerged from the ship, carrying the skeletal materials onto the ship. Since the decision was made to upgrade to a silver-class ship, the weapon system was handed over to the fire control system for automatic firing. Chen Yiqian demonstrated his strength at the peak of the bronze level. With a spell, the area within 100 meters was covered with countless ice cones. Countless skeleton warriors were pierced through the heads by the dense ice cones and frozen in place, especially the blizzard that requires chanting and guidance. At that time, all living things within a radius of 10,000 meters are extinct. The skeleton warriors are covered by snowflakes and frozen into pieces. This made collecting materials much more difficult, so Lu Qinzhou had to call a halt. The power was enough, but it was easy to damage the materials, which was not worth the effort. This power is indeed strong, worthy of being a wizard. Boom. Sister Yiqian, did you hear any sound? It seemed to be coming from inside the burial ground, like the roar of artillery. Lu Qinzhou suddenly heard the roar of artillery. Yeah, I heard it too, and it's getting closer. The two men became cautious and immediately raised the boat to a height of 1,000 meters. After a while, Lu Qinzhou and the others saw armored vehicles driving out of the skeleton canyon and fleeing. The sound of the cannons came from the muzzles installed on these huge, armored vehicles. There were also countless floating cannons suspended in the air around them, firing high-energy beams. The skeletons behind him kept falling to the ground under the artillery fire. But more skeletons came from afar. Lu Qinzhou could see it more clearly from the sky. The dense skeletons were chasing the convoy like waves. At a rough glance, there were at least hundreds of thousands of them. What's terrifying is that there are quite a few silver-white skeletons shooting fireballs. The robots that came from the rear of the convoy were killing skeletons like chopping melons and vegetables. But when faced with this fireball technique, they were directly melted into molten iron by the fireball emitted by the silver-white skeleton. Brother Qinzhou, be careful. This is a silver-level skeleton mage army. When Chen Yiqian saw the silver-white skeletons in the sea of skeletons, she was shocked and said that she could not defeat a sea of skeletons of this level. If a silver-level skeleton was alone, she might be able to fight it off and kill it. I wish you all a happy Dragon Boat Festival, and another update. Chapter 38, Extortion. However, once the skeleton mage appears in large numbers, he will be followed by tens or even millions of ordinary skeletons. Some skeleton mage armies even have millions of skeletons. What can they use to fight? Okay. Lu Qinzhou also felt the pressure from the skeleton sea. Without Chen Yiqian's order, he turned the ship around and started to escape. Thanks to the upgraded ship, it could fly at a speed of 300 kilometers per hour. Lu Qinzhou left the skeleton canyon at a speed slightly faster than the armored vehicles on the ground, looking for an opportunity to attack the silver skeleton mage. He had a free meat shield, so he might as well use it. At worst, if the situation got bad, he could just run away. Hello, big brother up there. How about we join forces to defeat these skeletons? Suddenly, a man with flying pedals appeared from the largest armored vehicle in the convoy, quickly came to Lu Qinzhou's boat and asked, "Are you the mechanic Luozida?" Before Lu Qinzhou could speak, Chen Yiqian beside him asked excitedly, "It seems that many people know me. I am the president of the Robotic Hand Guild, Luozida. It's a pleasure to meet you, beautiful lady. What do you think of my proposal?" Luozida, standing on the flight pedal, performed a set of gorgeous moves in a showy manner. Not very good. As the saying goes, opposites attract and likes repel. Lu Qinzhou was jealous of this show-off Luozida. Especially since you are a mechanic and look so delicate. Who are you trying to seduce? Seeing Chen Yiqian's excitement, he felt like he had eaten a lemon and directly retorted. Well, Lu Qinzhou's words made the other party stand there in a daze. This is my younger brother. Don't be offended if he's not very sensible. This ship is his natal battleship. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Chen Yiqian spoke in time and pressed Lu Qinzhou with her hand to signal him not to speak. President Luo, did we rob the skeleton's lair? Why are so many skeletons chasing you? Seeing Chen Yiqian teasing, Luozida said helplessly. So this guy's natal battleship, incredible. Hey, you know my profession, I'm interested in all kinds of materials. After going deep into the Skull Canyon, I saw a bone altar with a crystal core on it, and I couldn't resist taking it. Little did I know that big trouble would come, and the loss was heavy. Only then did Luozida look at Lu Qinzhou seriously, and was quite envious of his career. It's not that we can't help, but the crystal core from the altar you mentioned isn't too much of a reward, right? Also, a set of your unique floating artillery array, 100 combat robots, 100 sets of the small armor you're wearing, and this aircraft, and that armored vehicle looks good too. Stop, Stop, don't even think about it. I didn't expect a beautiful woman like you to have such a big appetite. Luo Zeta's face immediately turned bad. At first he thought he had met a little fangirl, but he didn't expect the other party's excited expression to be like someone who wanted to make a killing. Seeing Chun Yaqian's current appearance, Lu Qinzhou immediately became happy. She is worthy of being my sister Yaqian. Forget it, brother, let's go. Okay. Luo Zeta shouted loudly when he saw the two men running away after a disagreement. Hey, wait. Luo Zeta had finally found reinforcements. If the other party ran away, all the wealth he had worked so hard to save would be lost here. It was not certain whether the guild would be disbanded, but after losing all its backbone members, it would definitely be unable to recover. If you agree, then give us the things, and we can cover your retreat. Facing Chun Yaqian's lion-like mouth, Luo Zeta saw that the number of robots left behind was constantly decreasing. If the skeletons caught up with the convoy, everything would be over. I can give you everything else, but not the armored vehicle. And forget about that crystal core. I spent so much money to get it. And I owe you the single-player battle armor and the aircraft. We don't have them here. When you return to the city, come to our guild headquarters, and I'll give them to you. If you don't wanna, we can just break up. In the end, Luo Zeta had no choice but to agree to Chun Yaqian's conditions, but he also put forward his own requirements. No problem, give us the other things first. Chun Yaqian said to Luo Zeta, go and bring me the floating artillery array and the robots. Once we get them, we'll immediately cooperate with President Luo. Seeing the two of them clinging to each other, Luo Zeta gritted his teeth, turned around, and went back to move things, hoping that the other party would be more helpful later. After seeing Luo Zeta leave, Lu Qinzhou was so excited that he wanted to hug Chun Yaqian and give her a couple of big kisses. Sister Yaqian, I really love you to death. After a while, Luo Zeta sent up the floating artillery array and robots. Hey, little brother, the stuff has been delivered. I temporarily removed this from the armored vehicle. Please, my brothers can't hold on any longer. Luo Zeta had no choice but to hurry up. There were more and more skeletons, and the firepower of the armored vehicle convoy was not weak. However, there were too many skeletons in the skeleton canyon, especially the presence of a large number of silver-level skeleton mages. The more they fought, the more skeletons there were, rapidly increasing from hundreds of thousands to millions. They were like a sea of undead, chasing Luo Zeta's convoy one after another. Don't worry, just look at us. Chun Yaqian promised. Brother Qinzhou, let me operate the 130mm guards cannon. Try to conserve ammunition to kill low-level skeletons. Bring the materials up. Currently, the only weapon that can pose a threat to silver-level skeletons is the 130mm guards cannon. The close-in weapon consumes too much ammunition, and the fireball Gatling gun consumes too much energy. If the spiritual energy is exhausted, there will be no escape. If possible, focus on leveling up as quickly as possible. This is going to be a tough battle. After Chun Yaqian finished speaking, she went directly to the control position in the captain's room, turned on the psychic detector at full power, and the fire control system was in place. The muzzle of the ship moved slowly, aiming at the silver-level skeleton mage team in the distance. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous and huge cannon fires rang out. 30 kilometers away, within a radius of tens of thousands of meters, one intense flame after another suddenly rose, and smoke and dust rose up. The bronze-level skeletons within the range of the bombardment were completely destroyed, but hundreds of silver skeleton mages surrounded the huge and broken bone shield. It was actually blocked. This is the skeleton mage's bone shield. How can its defense be so strong? They were both amazed. Is a silver-level holy object so difficult to kill? Oh no, that skeleton is going to hide. Seeing the silver skeleton casting a spell and then running towards the group of skeletons, Lu Qinzhou reminded. With the detector here, the enemy can't escape. You should quickly clean up the low-level skeletons. Chun Yaqian was confident and immediately fired 2 more shells. Boom, boom, boom. This time the bombardment was even faster, causing the ship to move sideways by dozens of meters. Chapter 39, The Lost Machinist Genius. After 10 consecutive rapid shots, a huge mushroom cloud rose directly in the area where the skeleton mage was located the moment the shells fell. The violent shock wave threw countless skeletons into the air. Before they hit the ground, they had already fallen into pieces of bones, and the soul fire in their eye sockets was instantly extinguished. Lu Qinzhou smiled happily as he gained a large amount of silver-level experience points. Da-da-da. With nothing to do, Lu Qinzhou simply controlled the fireball Gatling gun and close-in defense gun and opened fire at full force. Suddenly, dense psychic shells and fireballs exploded in the pile of skeletons. The members of the Mechanics Guild in the armored vehicle saw the battleship in the sky pouring down fire like a meteor shower, and countless skeletons on the ground were blown to pieces. They all opened their mouths wide. President, this is too powerful. The firepower of this warship is on par with our fleet, especially the fireball technique, which is simply a magical weapon for mowing down skeletons. These skeletons are falling in droves. Yes, President, look at that unmanned probe. Doesn't it look like a product produced by our guild? Suddenly, someone with sharp eyes saw the drone flying in the sky, unfolding its mechanical claws and quickly collecting the skeleton materials. That shouldn't be the case. The drone our president made isn't that powerful. It's incredibly efficient at collecting things. I'm thinking of getting one myself. I wonder if they'll sell it to you. The group of people in the armor sighed to each other, not noticing that their president's expression was becoming increasingly ugly. You're all full, right? Stop chatting here. We're running for our lives. Hurry up and control your weapons and fight back. Luozito was furious. Normally, these team members admired him, the mechanic leader, very much. Now, he said that my products were not as good as others and called himself a genius mechanic. This was unbearable. But seeing the enemies pouring firepower, you have to endure it. As the ship opened fire at full power, psychic energy was rapidly consumed. The reserve psychic energy shells of the close-in defense guns were used up first. Now the only thing firing was the Gatling gun's endless stream of fireballs, but it couldn't last long. There is also ammunition for the 130 guards artillery, and there is enough stockpile. Upgrade the psychic conversion chamber. With the consumption of 100,000 experience points, the psychic conversion chamber was upgraded to level 5, which finally alleviated the massive consumption of psychic energy. In order to buy time for Luo Zeta's armored convoy on the ground to retreat. Then he spent 10,000 experience points to add a functional cabin, the floating artillery array, and then spent 50,000 experience points to upgrade from black iron to level 2 bronze. The number of floaters increased from 100 to 1,000. All the floaters with their own intelligent programs were released. Densely packed floaters surrounded the ship, specifically attacking the skeleton archers who posed the greatest threat to the ship. High-energy beams of light accurately penetrated the skeleton archers with bows and arrows. The floating cannon has an extremely fast reaction speed. It can not only actively attack the skeleton archer who poses the greatest threat, but also intercept the arrows shot by the archer. Since the appearance of the floating gun array, the sound of arrows piercing the bottom of the ship has finally decreased a lot. The bottom of the ship was pierced like a hedgehog by arrows shot by skeleton archers. As Chun Yakian controlled 2 close-in defense cannons to kill the silver-level skeleton mages, the number of skeleton mages gradually decreased. These black iron-level skeleton warriors and bronze-level skeleton archers alone were unable to form a large-scale sea of undead facing the simultaneous attacks from the sky and the ground. Crisis resolved. Sister Yakian, how much experience points do you still need to level up? Should we wait a moment and return to continue deeper into the burial ground to hunt for silver skeletons? I have enough experience points to upgrade your ship, and I want to help you upgrade to silver level before we go back. Chen Yakian paused and said, speaking of which, I have to thank Brother Chinzhou. I've been stuck at the same level for so long, and I'm finally about to reach the silver level. When I was on the night watch, we had many silver level missions. We worked as a team to hunt down many powerful monsters. Otherwise, we wouldn't have earned so many contribution points to buy items to equip this ship. Fortunately, I had my brother's warship, so I was able to hunt down so many silver monsters so smoothly this time. After saying that, he also told Lu Chinzhou that he could have the opportunity to accumulate more contribution points. Contribution points could be used to obtain many good things from official channels, which were conditions and advantages that private guild stores could not have. Hearing Chun Yakian say that she was about to reach the silver level, Lu Chinzhou also became happy for her. She was his woman, and the stronger she was, the happier he was. But why do I feel like a tigress who is going to suppress me for a long time? Shake your head and don't think about it. As Chun Yakian finished speaking, a ray of light came from her body. A cold breath of ice and snow flowed through her body, and snowflakes surrounded her. Lu Chinzhou was stunned for a moment. What a goddess of ice and snow. Her beauty could not be described in words at this moment. In a flash, Chun Yakian's upgrade was completed. She became even more beautiful and charming. She also saw Lu Chinzhou, who looked like a pig, and smiled sweetly. This laughter also brought Lu Chinzhou back from his days. So beautiful, so beautiful. I hope there will be more beautiful sisters like this. As long as I have time to gain experience and collect materials, sooner or later my ship will be able to suppress everything. By then, the ship will be filled with beautiful crew members, and there will be 30 million beauties on board. Hee. Stinky brother, what are you thinking about? Come back to your senses. President Luo is here. No. Haha. Is President Luo here? Lu Chenzhou was brought back to reality by Chun Yaqian's voice. Sure enough, Luo Zeta came to the side of the boat on a flying vehicle. However, when Luo Zeta came to the side of the ship and saw the drastically changed appearance of the floating cannon, his face turned green. This thing was more exquisite than the one he made. There was spiritual energy flowing on it, and it was covered with sophisticated runes, many of which he had never seen before. This made him lose face as he called himself Jiangqing's genius mechanic. Moreover, a cruising artillery array could actually handle 1,000 floating guns simultaneously. The perfect intelligent program that he had spent so much effort to create could only control 100 of them, which was the limit. If there were more, it would become less flexible and controllable. Each large armored vehicle can only be equipped with one floating gun array. The people on this ship are unreasonable. They upgraded the technology right after taking it over and produced 1,000 of them. They look very flexible and orderly. It is obviously a floating gun array, but not only has stronger performance, but also has 10 times more number. Luo Zeta was shocked and almost cried. I'm here to say thank you. I'm leaving now. Remember to come find me at my guild. I, Luo Zeta, keep my word. I will definitely give you both the aircraft and the psychic armor. After saying this, Luo Zeta left in a depressed mood. The losses this time were heavy. The mechanical warriors were almost wiped out. More than a dozen large armored vehicles were damaged, and almost all the remaining ones were injured. They saw Lu Chenzhou and his men leisurely firing in the sky, eating hot pot, and singing. This dealt a heavy blow to Luo Zeta, who left in frustration, secretly thinking to himself, I must create an aerial battleship that is more powerful than this. Chapter 40 Silver-class battleship. Sister Yaqian, Luo Zeta, and the others are gone. Let's clean up the battlefield. I've saved up millions of experience points and can't wait to level up. Watching Luo Zeta's armored vehicle convoy slowly leave the skeleton canyon, Lu Chenzhou said excitedly. After the millions of skeletons chasing Luo Z were eliminated by the combined efforts of both sides, Lu Chenzhou was overwhelmed by this huge wave of experience. What made him even happier was that Sister Qian was finally promoted to a silver mage, and he would be there soon too. He should be able to be promoted to silver in a few months. As thousands of drones quickly collected bone materials, there was no shortage of silver-grade skull materials. This bone material was harder than alloy, and talent suggested that it was actually a high-grade material. Unable to wait any longer, Lu Chenzhou simply evolved and upgraded the drone array, increasing the number of drones by 10 times, and the speed of collecting materials increased immediately. Whether to consume 500,000 experience points and bone materials to upgrade the ship. Upgrade. Whether to consume 1 million experience points and bone materials to upgrade the ship. Upgrade. Seeing that there was still some experience left, we decided to evolve and upgrade the core functions, including the psychic conversion cabin, ammunition generation cabin, and shipborne weapons. The reserve experience is running low again. Name, Lu Chenzhou. Occupation, boatman. Level, LV20. Upgrade requires 10,000 silver experience points. Silver level experience gem reserve, 8,000. Reserve experience, 110086. Constitution, 205. Agility, 205. Strength, 205. Spirit, 205. Origin battleship, 500 M silver-class battleship. Evolution requires 5 million experience points. Shipboard weapon slots, 6 out of 128. Tier 3 silver fireball Gatling gun, 50,000 XP, required to evolve. Tier 3 silver 11-barrel 30mm CIWS, 3x 100,000 XP, required to evolve. Tier 3 silver 130mm guards cannon, 2x 500,000 XP, required to evolve. Vessel functional compartment, 8/128. Functional module, level 2 floating cannon array, with 1,000 bronze level floating cannons. Evolution requires 100,000 experience points. Functional chamber, 6 psychic conversion chamber. Evolution requires 1 million experience points. Functional chamber, level 7 ammunition generation chamber. Evolution requires 500,000 experience points. Functional module, level 3 drone array, with 10,000 drones for reconnaissance, collection, and other functions. Evolution requires 50,000 experience points. Functional cabin, captain's living area. Evolution requires 5,000 experience points. Functional cabin, level 2 crew cabin X3. Evolution requires 10,000 experience points. Functional cabin, entertainment room. Evolution requires 2,000 experience points. Functional cabin, kitchen. Evolution requires 2,000 experience points. Features: levitation, 500 kilometers per hour. This huge 500-meter-long ship has 6 decks below the main deck and 3 decks above it, with a large number of shipborne weapon positions and functional cabins waiting to be installed. The Cambridge at the front of the top level is the control room, command room, conference room, etc. The upper deck is as empty as the cabin, waiting for Li Xiaoya to complete this huge warship. There is also an ancient tower in the middle, which is much taller than Cambridge. It is like the ancient star-picking tower, connecting from the top deck to the bottom cabin. The streamlined battleship with a silver-white hull finally got rid of its bulky, black, and rough appearance. However, looking at the weapon positions waiting to be installed on the hull, it is estimated that once fully installed, it will also be a giant hedgehog. By that time, Li Xiaoya had just declared that there was no one in the entire Jiangshang who could fight, and he could suppress the entire city by himself. Li Xiaoya planned to use this newly appeared tower as the residence for his core members in the future, but it had not been fully renovated yet, and it would probably cost a large sum of money. The thought of needing countless dollars to equip his ship made him feel a pang of pain. Sure enough, all captains are poor, at least I am one. As the ship grew larger, Bai Wan and the others, as well as the newly recruited maid Luo Qianqian, also felt it. Luo Qianqian's originally gloomy eyes brightened up. In just a few days, the ship had been upgraded twice. Especially when fighting with skeletons, the maneuverability and firepower of the ship greatly shocked her. Facing the intensive attacks of skeleton archers, it was able to drift flexibly in the air. After this upgrade, Luo Qianqian realized that she might never be able to return to the Fairy Guild in this lifetime. This ship was too powerful and could be upgraded. Following Bai Wan's guidance, Luo Qianqian accepted her fate. Maybe following a powerful captain is not a bad thing. Anyway, since I was in the guild, I would be ostracized by other sisters. The vice president even almost got me drunk and sent out in order to please a disciple of a high-ranking official in the city. Fortunately, I was able to escape by turning invisible and thus escaped. However, the other sisters fell into the clutches of that man. To put it nicely, it is the Fairy Guild, which invites sisters to develop together, seek benefits for sisters, and compete for a place. However, it has changed later. Many sisters have been assigned tasks in this way and have become socialites who are available to everyone. It's better not to go back to this guild. Luo Qianqian thought so, and after adjusting her mentality, she felt as if a huge burden had been lifted off her shoulders, and she became more energetic. Captain, madam, the meal is ready. Let's eat first. Luo Qianqian came to the command room dressed in a maid outfit and said to Li Xiaoya and Chen Yiqian, Okay. When Li Xiaoya saw the other person's dress, his eyes lit up. The other person's petite body, unbelievable figure, and the maid outfit were exactly what won the heart of me, Lu. Let's go, let's watch. Chen Yiqian blushed at being called Luo Qianqian. She hadn't even officially married yet. Seeing Li Xiaoya staring at others like a pig, she immediately became furious. Sister Qianqian, call me sister from now on. Let's go eat and ignore this stinky brother. Seeing the two women walking in front and talking and laughing, Li Xiaoya followed happily behind them, appreciating their beauty from another angle. Sister is here. The meal is ready. Come quickly. Bai Wan and Li Xiaoya have already prepared the meal. The large dining table was already filled with food. Ah, these again. Li Xiaoya had a bitter face. In fact, apart from the lack of fresh vegetables, the meal was actually very rich. Bacon, ham, frozen fish, potatoes, and other things that could be preserved for a long time were made into delicious meals by Bai Wan and others. If these things on the table were not for professionals, ordinary civilians in Jiangshang would not be able to eat them at all. It's good enough to have something to eat, and you're still picky about food. Chen Yiqian saw Li Xiaoya's expression and immediately wanted to twist his ears again. No, what I mean is that teacher Wan cooks delicious food. Look, I've gained weight these days. What I want to say is that our boat is so big. How about growing some vegetables and raising some poultry? Then we can have delicious food every day, and it will be even better next time we go out. Li Xiaoya expressed his thoughts. Today's warships are even larger than the aircraft carriers of the old era. This is only the silver level. What about the future? That makes sense. We've gathered all the materials. When we return to the city, we'll build an eco-cabin so we can live here long-term. After hearing Li Xiaoya's words, the women all agreed that such a powerful ship would be safer than anywhere else. Even cities known for their safety still experience spatial rifts and monster attacks. Are the people of Sakura Island missing from their homes, searching for their father? This month's latest news. Sakura Island's 4 remaining megacities have been besieged by countless marine creatures. One has been destroyed, leaving 3 in imminent danger. Many friendly individuals within the Federation are now adopting Sakura girls. Chapter 41 Tiangong. I'll adopt a few myself when the time comes. At worst, I can just pay a little more and use the teleportation array. There's a teleportation array within the second ring of Jiangcheng that can connect to all the major cities, but it consumes a lot of energy and is not affordable for professionals who are not wealthy. I don't know from which world this magical technology was obtained. If the Federation did not have such a teleportation array connecting the major cities, the giant cities that were independent of each other would have fallen apart long ago. Perhaps the civilians at the bottom would not have any guarantees at all, let alone live to the age of 18 and awaken their profession. Never underestimate the darkness and ambition of human beings. But this teleportation array is really convenient. It would be great if we could install one on the ship. Lu Qinzhou's thoughts diverged very quickly, and he came up with whatever he wanted to think of. I'm full. Let's go back and rest. Lu Qinzhou was the first to put down his bowl and chopsticks. These days, he could only return to his crew cabin to rest at night. The captain's cabin had been given to Chen Yaqian. Anyway, he had gotten used to it these days. At worst, he could sneak in at night. His own room was not bad, and he had Wanwan's company. I'll decorate the Cambridge Tower in the middle of the city. I'll definitely build more rooms and fill them with 30 million beauties. Then when Lu Qinzhou was half asleep that night, he felt a soft body crawling into his bed again. Lu Qinzhou thought it was teacher Wanwan who came. Delete. Why is it you, Qianqian? Sister Qian called me. Lu Qianqian covered her face with her hands. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito, very cute. If it weren't for the river crab's 8 claws, I would pick up a pen and write. 3 poles in the sun. When Lu Qinzhou and Lu Qianqian arrived at the bridge, the gentle teacher Bai Wan has already prepared the meal, her eyes full of tenderness. Come, Qinzhou and Qianqian, come over and have some porridge first. It's time to eat. You don't even know how to treat a girl gently. Come, Sister Qianqian, this bowl is for you. When Bai Wan saw Lu Qianqian's difficulty in moving, she knew that this guy had caused her a lot of trouble. Lu Qianqian blushed with shame. Holding the bowl of porridge, she buried her little face in the bowl. This was the first time she felt such a different kind of care. When she was at home, after she awakened her profession, she was just a cash cow. After entering the fairy guild, she didn't have many good friends, and there were many fights between girls over various things. The union's top brass simply used these newcomers as tools, and all sorts of secret deals were commonplace. The sincere care from Bai Wan these days is as warm as that from an older sister. After lunch, Chen Yaqian saw Lu Qinzhou standing on the bridge and looking into the distance with a smile on his face, and immediately reminded him. What makes you so happy? Let's go back to the city quickly. My father has prepared a huge cannon for us. Okay, let's go back now. After being upgraded to silver level, the speed of the battleship increased immediately. Lu Qinzhou, who was eager to return home, rushed back to Jiangcheng at a speed of more than 400 kilometers per hour. As we get closer to Jiangcheng, we can feel the city's grandeur more and more. There are many mechanical equipment and workers on the outermost city wall. On the basis of the current 100-meter height, the wall is still being reinforced. As Lu Qinzhou's ship approached, came the communicator in the command room. Please report the incoming warship number and professional information. Unregistered flying objects are not allowed to fly over Jiangcheng. The city guards on the city wall had discovered Lu Qinzhou's ship and immediately announced it. Let's go down. To the shock of the city guards and many professionals on the city wall, Lu Qinzhou stopped the boat 10 miles away from the city gate. The 5 people got off the boat, and Lu Qinzhou waved his hand and put them into his sea of consciousness. A military armored vehicle came up to the 5 people. After the door opened, a middle-aged man in military uniform came up to them and asked excitedly, "Hello, which one of you is the captain?" "Hello, sir, it's me." Lu Qinzhou spoke quickly when he saw the officer asking questions. Okay, I'm Chu Jianzhong, the commander of the 7th City Defense Army. Hello. You're truly a talented young man. Jiangcheng finally has a giant spaceship. Not bad. What's your name? Young man, where are you from? Seeing that the Legion commander had mistaken him for the captain of his giant spaceship, Lu Qinzhou quickly spoke. Which one? Captain Chu, I am a professional from Jiangcheng, and I just awakened this year. Although I am the captain of this ship, I am just a boatman, and I can't compare with the high-ranking captain. Unexpectedly, when Chu Jianzhong heard this, he quickly shook his head. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could a boatman's awakened naval vessel possibly be a space battleship? Stop joking, my friend. As everyone knows, boatmen in our great Xia Empire usually awaken naval vessels that are used for sightseeing tours. Only the naval ship of an awakened captain class is a battleship. You can tell at a glance that this is an extremely rare aerospace battleship. It must be a captain class. I can't be wrong. Really? It's just that I'm a different boatman from other boatmen. Other boatmen can only take people for fun in safe areas, but I can go out into the wild. Finally, after much persuasion, Chu Jinzhong reluctantly believed that Lu Qinzhou's profession was a boatman, but his attitude did not change at all. No matter what his profession was, it was certain that his natal ship was an aerospace battleship. Did Admiral Long Guowei, who was missing from the Demon City, awaken a golden-class aerospace giant? It has directly suppressed the Demon City's waters for decades, and no monster has been able to break through the Demon City. It is known as the Demon City's stabilizing force. The main reason is that the firepower of the battleship seriously exceeds its own level. A gold-level battleship can fully exert the destructive power of the stars, and can even exert legendary-level destructive power at any cost. But he didn't know that the gold level was far from Lu Qinzhou's limit. By the way, what's the name of your battleship? I'll register it with you and enter it into the city defense system to avoid accidental damage. Next time you enter the city, just fly directly in. Chu Jinzhong brought a few people to their base and asked Lu Qinzhou to summon a warship, scan and register it, and install an identification device on the ship. Oh, what's the name of your battleship? Chu Jinzhong asked as he looked at the huge vessel in amazement. He sighed repeatedly. It is indeed a powerful weapon of war. When Lu Qinzhou heard Chu Jinzhong asking him what the name of the ship was, Lu Qinzhou was in a dilemma. Naming it is so difficult. Sister Yaqian, Teacher Wan, what should we name our boat? Since it's your natal battleship, can I use your name? The sunken ship? No, that's not a good name. Several people were troubled by the name. What? Netherworld. Ice and snow. All denied. Finally, a name was decided. Tiangong. Let's call it Tiangong. I believe that sooner or later my ship will become the Tiangong that suppresses the universe. When that happens, Sister Yaqian will be my queen. Chapter 42. The old man is very bad. Lu Qinzhou decided on the name of the ship, and at the same time, he made it clear to Chen Yaqian without any concealment, saying, "You are my queen." Judging by your performance, you're not even at the level of the heavenly palace right now. In response to Lu Qinzhou's words, Chen Yaqian did not remain silent. In her heart, she had long regarded Lu Qinzhou as her own family. Don't worry, I have confidence. Ahem, okay. Excuse me, Mr. Lu, your warship has been entered into the city defense system. From now on, you can sail freely in our Jiangxing. Chu Jinzhong interrupted the two people's eye contact at an inopportune time and told Lu Qinzhou that the warship registration had been completed. Oh, okay. Thank you, Commander Chu. Let's go. Wait, Brother Lu. Actually, there's one more thing we want to do. We want to invite you to join the City Defense Army. Chu Jinzhong finally expressed his thoughts and looked at Lu Qinzhou with hope in his eyes. Captain Chu, I joined the night patrol as a non-staff member. It would be bad to join the City Defense Army. Lu Qinzhou hesitated for a moment and had to tell the other party the truth. Although he really had no good feelings towards the Night Patrol Bureau, the scene of being ridiculed by several departments when he first joined was still vivid in his mind. If there were no federal regulations, all professionals could join the Night Watch, even though they would only be non-staff members. However, if they could not join an official organization, they would not be able to buy weapons. I wouldn't have achieved what I have today, all thanks to old Chen. When my father-in-law says, "I've made up my mind, I'll take away your bok choy and the pot without hesitation." What? Just a supernumerary member? Are all the people in the Night Patrol Bureau pigs? Such a powerful profession is pushed into the supernumerary team. Jiang Cheng is such a good-for-nothing. When Chu Jinzhong heard that Lu Qinzhou was actually a non-staff member, he immediately started cursing, saying that the people in the Night Patrol had no vision and were worthy of being soldiers with explosive tempers. I must invite you to join the City Defense Army. Don't worry, once you join us, you'll be one of us. Tell me what you want, and I'll do my best to protect you. Chu Jinzhong patted his chest and said proudly. Hearing the other party say this, Lu Qinzhou was a little tempted, mainly because there were so many things missing on the ship. Then I want 100 Gatling guns, 101,130 mm close-in weapon systems, 50 130 mm close-in weapon systems, 50 230 mm medium-range escort guns, 50 460 mm heavy guns, 10 800 mm ultra-long-range heavy guns, and the corresponding ammunition. This is because Lu Qinzhou learned that he needed some of the city defense weapons currently used in Jiangcheng, installed the shipborne weapons, and stored the remaining ones in the warehouse, as they would definitely be used in the future. Cough, cough, cough. Upon hearing Lu Qinzhou's request, Chu Jinzhong suddenly started coughing in embarrassment. This request would drain the entire 7th City Defense System's resources, and it was impossible to agree to it. Mr. Liu, what do you want so many things for? Can we negotiate? How about you join us first, and I will apply for 10 Gatling guns for you? Chu Jinzhong asked awkwardly. Goodbye, Captain Naku. I'm going to go make money to buy equipment. Hey, let's discuss it. Ignoring Chu Jinzhong's attempts to keep him, Lu Qinzhou took the 4 women and left the City Defense Army's base directly. If it were in the past, if the City Defense Army had invited him, he would have happily agreed. But now, his future is limitless, and it is naturally impossible for him to sell his freedom so easily, so he made such a request. If the other party agrees, it means that the other party is still worthy of making friends, and it is not impossible for him to join the City Defense Army. But looking at the other party's appearance, it is obvious that he is trying to trick me with empty words. He doesn't even provide weapons and ammunition, but still wants me to work for him. What a joke. Looking at your thick eyebrows and big eyes, it turns out that you are also a swindler. You old men are very bad. After several people walked out of the City Defense Army's base, Chu Jinzhong took out the communicator and called the city Lord Xiaoya. A suspected silver-level captain appeared in Jiangcheng, but the specifications of the warship seriously exceeded the standards, and the combat effectiveness was estimated to be gold level. However, the other party said that he was a boatman. If what the other party said was true, then he must have a strong talent, and he might be able to reach the level of the Golden Aerospace giant ship Longguowei, comparable to the Golden Aerospace battleship class. Is this true? When Xia Yuesheng heard the news in the office, he was so shocked that the communicator in his hand almost fell to the ground. Xia Yuesheng took out a cigarette and tried to light it several times before it was successful. There are only a few gold-level warriors in the entire Jiangcheng, and they can be counted on one hand. With the addition of a combat force comparable to the gold level, the safety of Jiangcheng can be greatly improved. If we can win them over, it is time to expand to the 8th ring. Call. Then why don't you recruit the other side? Are you a pighead? Xia Yuesheng cursed Chu Jinzhong as a pighead into the communicator, and the other party didn't dare to talk back. After Xia Yuesheng finished speaking, he told the other party the requirements. When he heard that so many weapons were needed, Xia Yuesheng fell silent. Jiangcheng, as the heartland of the Great Xia Empire, is not the front line of human defense, and its weapons configuration has always been relatively backward. Even though it has the support of the Xia family, the united front of the Western 10 Cities war zone, and the ancestors of the Star Warrior profession, it cannot get powerful city defense weapons. Moreover, as a rear city, it also needs to provide supplies and other support to the front line. Jiangcheng has always lacked high-end combat power. The biggest trump card is his beloved daughter Xia Qingxue, who has lived up to his expectations. At a young age, she is about to become a gold-level sword fairy and suppress Jiangcheng. Xia Yuesheng hung up the phone and wondered whether it was worth spending so much effort to win over a captain who was currently at the silver level, and whether he really had the gold-level combat power, as Chu Jinzhong guessed. After returning home and having a good rest for a day, Bai Wan, who had taken a long leave, returned to school. Chen Yaqian went to the night watch bureau to find her father. Hearing her excited tone before she left, she was afraid that her father had helped her get something good. He also took away the magic pearl he got from the Merman Lake, saying that it would be very useful. Only Lu Qinzhou, Lu Qianqian, and Li Xiaoya were left in the room, staring at each other. Lu Qianqian doesn't want to go home now, and she doesn't dare to go to the Fairy Guild. Seeing the heavy atmosphere, Lu Qinzhou suggested going out for a walk and looking for Luo Zita, the president of the Mechanical Handicraft Association, to ask for 100 sets of psychic armor and flying skateboards, and then give one set to each of them. After hearing this, the two couldn't wait to go out. Yeah. After coming downstairs, Lu Qinzhou and Lu Qianqian scanned a shared bicycle. Li Xiaoya sat behind Lu Qinzhou and hugged his waist tightly. Lu Qianqian's face fell, and she rode a bicycle alone to catch up with Lu Qinzhou. Xiaoya, hold on tight, we're leaving. Chapter 43, Goodbye Luo Zita. Lu Qinzhou and Lu Qianqian are both professionals. Their physical fitness and reaction ability are several times that of ordinary people. They ride their bikes at lightning speed, reaching speeds of up to 100 kilometers per hour. After coming out of the street, they flexibly avoid the crowd and obstacles and turn into the professional avenue. Ordinary pedestrians are generally prohibited from entering this road. There are a total of 8 roads in Jiangcheng, running from the 1st ring road directly to the 7th ring road, connecting the city gates and serving as a fast channel for professionals to rush to various places in the city. Unlike other streets, this street was very wide, and even if Lu Qinzhou launched his warship, it would be more than enough. The whistling sound of the wind blew past my ears. From time to time, professionals would pass by riding dinosaurs, tigers, lions, or even flying pets. Armored vehicles would rumble by, with weapons flashing with cold light mounted on the roof. The professionals had all kinds of skills and all kinds of mounts. Although Lu Qianqian was not surprised, Li Xiaoya was fascinated by it. Is this the world of professionals? They came to the door of the Mechanical Handicraft Association store on the 7th Ring Road from the 5th Ring Road. After dropping off their bikes, they clicked to return the bikes and walked directly into the Mechanical Handicraft Association. Unexpectedly, the person who greeted Lu Qinzhou was the same young lady from that day. What a fate. Is that you? Welcome, welcome. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Chao Shanshan, and I'm the person in charge here. Would you like some tea or coffee? Tea. Coffee, X2. Chao Shanshan greeted them warmly and poured tea and coffee for Lu Qinzhou and the two girls respectively. Thanks to the batch of bullets Lu Qinzhou gave her last time, President Luo Zida was so happy that he rewarded himself with 3 days' time, which made the other women very envious. Are you selling bullets this time too? You've been a big help to me. Chao Shanshan asked directly. Lu Qinzhou had no choice but to answer the other party. I'm here to see President Luo. Please tell him that Lu Qinzhou is here to see him, and he'll know. Wait a moment, I'll contact you right away. Seeing that the other party was looking for the president, Chao Shanshan went to the side and used the psychic bracelet to call Luo Zida. When she got the message that Lu Qinzhou was waiting for him in the store, the other party said that he understood and asked Chao Shanshan to entertain him. Brother Lu, is it okay for me to call you that? The president said he'll be here soon. You can just take a look around and see if there's anything you like. Okay, I'll just wander around then. After saying that, Lu Qinzhou walked around and began to look at the things here. There is nothing interesting on the first floor. Most of them are various types of firearms, including the revolver that Lu Qinzhou used at the beginning. Now it is completely useless and has become a collectible. But there are still some good things, a pistol made of fine steel and red copper. The buttstock is carefully polished with psychic wood, and the ivory sound of the gun is very much to Lu Qinzhou's liking. It also uses 12.7mm bullets, but this is a bronze-level weapon. It feels great to hold in the hand, and it is much heavier than a pistol made of ordinary materials. Lu Qinzhou feels just right in his hand. I fell in love with it right away. How much does this weapon cost? This is the president's most proud work. If Brother Lu wants it, I'll give you a friendly price of 1 million. I want it. I'll see other ones I like later, and we can pay for them together with the psychic ammunition. Lu Qinzhou took it without any hesitation. A bronze-level weapon for 1 million is no different from a bargain. Okay, Chao Shanshan was also very happy. The president came back 2 days ago and praised her a lot. That batch of ammunition helped him a lot. After touring the first floor, there are all kinds of firearms, from ordinary to bronze-level firearms. I have to admire the strength of this mechanics association. This is real R&D and manufacturing capabilities. It's different from my own way of relying on evolutionary talents to take shortcuts. When you come to the second floor, things here are different. What catches your eye is a 2-meter-tall mechanical warrior equipped with a beam gun and a high-energy shock knife. This mechanical warrior is comparable to bronze combat power. Lu Qinzhou has seen the opponent's powerful combat power and outstanding performance on the battlefield. If he is not facing the silver skeleton mage, he will have no problem killing back and forth in the group of skeletons. There are also many types of robots. The merchandise on the next few floors is even more eye-opening. From elementary robotic arms and simple exoskeleton armor to fully armed battle armor, there are dozens of different models. Luo Zida is really good at what he does, including the drones I saw, the octopus machines in the water, the spider robots, and other mechanical objects. The higher you go, the more variety there are. Ordinary mechanical dogs can only be used as toys, but when it comes to simulated robots, Lu Qinzhou touched the skin and found it to be warm to the touch. The dress was wrapped in white gauze, and it was obvious that the robot understood marketing, and it was really lifelike. Lu Qinzhou thought to himself, this Luo Zida is really a pervert. He can even develop this kind of robot. Where can he use it to fight? I didn't expect that Brother Qinzhou also has the same hobby. I will give you this companion robot. She will give you a surprise. No, no, no. Seeing that Luo Zida came to him at some point and wanted to give him a companion robot, Lu Qinzhou didn't dare to agree. He had 4 beautiful goddesses at home. Besides, if he really dared to take the robot back, Sister Qian would skin him alive. President Luo, I'm here to take over the armor and aircraft. I wonder if you are ready. Lu Qinzhou said awkwardly. Don't worry, I'm a man of my words. I've already prepared everything. I'll take you to the warehouse in a moment. Do you want me to arrange for someone to deliver the goods? Luo Zida said generously that although he was heartbroken, the mere 100 sets of armor and aircraft were worth it to be able to make friends with the powerful Captain Lu Qinzhou. Besides, the other party also saved his life and the lives of his brothers. Come on, I'll take you there. After I pick up the goods, I'll take you to a good place. Luo Zita winked, and Lu Qinzhou saw his expression and knew that what he said was something that every man would understand. Sister-in-law, you guys go back first. I want to treat brother Lu well today. Arriving at the hall, Luo Zita said to Lu Qianqian and Li Xiaoya. When they parted, Lu Qinzhou specifically told them to be careful and wait for him at home. He also transferred some money to them and asked them to go shopping and send him a message if there was anything. After seeing the two girls excitedly go shopping, Lu Qinzhou followed Luo Zita to a factory. The factory is very large. Not only does it have automated machinery for production, but there are also countless workers working on the assembly line. A large number of parts and finished products are piled up like mountains. Lu Qinzhou was amazed by the sight. How rich must the family be to have such a scale? Haha, brother Lu, this is nothing. I'm just playing around a little. You haven't seen the factory park of the aristocratic family. There are millions of workers there, and the wealth created every day is immeasurable. Here we are, take a look. Chapter 44, Dog Tycoon. What comes into view are hundreds of brand new sets of armor, each of which has a defense comparable to silver level, and is equipped with a power device and intelligent program that can assist in driving the armor and amplify the user. Even an ordinary person wearing it can easily kill a bronze-level professional, and with the anti-gravity flying skateboard, the flexibility is even more increased. Lu Qinzhou smiled with satisfaction. This is really a good thing. Thank you, President Luo. Hey, you're still calling me President Luo. Just call me Brother Luo. Come on, I'll take you to broaden your horizons. Lu Qinzhou waved his hand, put the things into his consciousness, and followed Luo Zita. The two of them came to a red supercar. Wow. They all travel in these top-of-the-line luxury cars, which seem to be built by the other party himself. The roaring engines explode on the streets, and that damn pushing back feeling. A big dog owner. Lu Qinzhou felt secretly sad. Comparing oneself with others is really frustrating. Arriving at a building full of lights and wine, Lu Qinzhou threw the key to the doorman. With the warm welcome of 2 rows of beauties, he followed Luo Zita into the magnificent building like a bumpkin who had never seen the world. Lu Qinzhou was dazzled by the beautiful girls dressed in various styles, such as glamorous, refreshing, or cosplay styles. Luo Zita walked upstairs in a relaxed and comfortable manner, joking with these girls. It was obvious that he was a veteran and must be a regular here. Luo Zita introduced to Lu Qinzhou the ways to have fun here, from the casino, to watching erotic dance performances, to elegant song and dance drama performances. Everything Lu Qinzhou had heard of, or had not heard of, was available in this building, and it was all legal and compliant, because it was the property of wealthy families and high-ranking officials, not a street prostitute. Those who solicited prostitution would be caught and detained and fined. Playing in it is called entertainment. That night, Lu Qinzhou was taken to play by Luo Zita. Lu Qinzhou found that he and Luo Zita really had a close relationship, especially in his love for beautiful women. These professionally trained girls are different. Even though they are non-professionals, Lu Qinzhou is fascinated by them. Each of them has her own unique techniques and specialties. This is the ultimate enjoyment. Suddenly, the psychic bracelet vibrated. Lu Qinzhou had no choice but to stop and press the other person's head down. Oh no, my dear husband, Sister Li Xiaoya, is missing. She was shopping with me just now, and she disappeared in the blink of an eye. I searched the entire mall but couldn't find her. Please come quickly. Lu Qianqian was running around in the merchant ship looking for someone while calling Lu Qinzhou. When Lu Qinzhou heard this, he immediately stood up, pushed the woman beside him away, put on his clothes, bent down, and ran away. Fuck. This is really not the right time. I can't care about so much. Brother Luo, I'm leaving first. Xiaoya is in trouble. I'm going to find him. Lu Qinzhou knocked on the door of the next room. Seeing that the other party was having more fun than him, he quickly spoke and left. He continued to communicate with Lu Qianqian and asked which merchant ship the other party was on. Lu Qinzhou hurried over and saw the other party. Lu Qianqian quickly apologized and knelt on the ground. She knew very well the position of Li Xiaoya in Lu Qinzhou's heart. If something went wrong, Jiangcheng would be in turmoil. I'm sorry, I lost Sister Xiaoya. Please punish me. Get up, it's useless to say anything now. Tell me the details, and go find the person in charge of the mall first. Lu Qinzhou was also very anxious because he called the other party repeatedly, but the phone was always turned off, which was impossible. He bought a brand new mobile phone for her and had it on standby for a month, which directly ruled out the possibility of it running out of battery. The only possibility was that she was in danger. What Lu Qinzhou fears most is being attacked by monsters. After the two rushed into the merchant ship's office, they saw a fat man drinking tea leisurely and immediately spoke. Hello. I need to retrieve the merchant ship's surveillance footage to find someone. Get out, get out. Do you understand the rules? This is a place where you can adjust the surveillance whenever you want. The fat man chased people away without any courtesy. Seeing this, Li Xiaoya immediately pleaded. Our people are missing from your merchant ship, and I've already called the law enforcement. I need to check the surveillance footage. Could you please do me a favor? No, get out. If you can't find the person, they must have been eaten by monsters. Don't bother me. Seeing that being soft was not working and the other party was very determined, Li Xiaoya immediately thought of her professional privileges. We are using our professional privileges to request that you immediately cooperate with us and retrieve the surveillance footage. Unexpectedly, the fat man looked at Li Xiaoya and Li Xiaoya with contempt in his tone. You too. Don't you even bother to ask who owns this property? You know the Xiang family? Not only does it belong to the director of the 7th Ring Law Enforcement Department, but it also has a silver professional corps. You two little bronze guys dare to act wild here. Believe it or not, you'll be sent to the death squad tomorrow. Oh, you're so arrogant. I'm asking you one last time. I want to access the surveillance footage. Will you give it to me or not? Seeing Li Xiaoya being so arrogant, the fat man also retorted. Impossible. Bang. Ah, spare me, woo-woo. Li Xiaoya, who had no patience, took out his pistol, aimed it at the opponent's thigh and shot him. He then thrust the smoking barrel into the opponent's mouth, knocking out several of his teeth and causing them to fall directly into his mouth. How could an ordinary person have the courage to challenge a professional? If you shove the gun barrel into his mouth, all his front teeth will be knocked out. A high-powered caliber pistol shattered his thigh with one shot. The man was sweating profusely from the pain and staring at the gun in his mouth with fear on his face. I'm telling you, listen up. Right now, get someone to check the surveillance. If you're even a minute late, I'll blow your head off. Do you understand? Seeing Li Xiaoya's murderous look, the fat man finally nodded and agreed quickly with blood in his mouth. Under the threat of the truth, Li Xiaoya quickly mobilized the surveillance cameras in the mall and found from the surveillance screen that someone had knocked Li Xiaoya unconscious with a handkerchief when she came out of the bathroom, and then took her out of the mall and into a car. It was also discovered that it was not only Li Xiaoya who did the attack, but also several beautiful women. Bump. Li Xiaoya was so angry that he slapped the screen in front of him and smashed it. This is outrageous. How dare you attack my people? After saying that, Li Xiaoya directly released the warship and hovered it above the merchant ship. Then, thousands of drones rushed out of the cabin at a rapid speed and began to conduct rapid reconnaissance of various streets and alleys. The turret on the warship immediately turned, the Gatling gun began to charge, and the shells began to be loaded. Li Xiaoya planned that even if he had to turn Jiangxing upside down today, he would find the person out. When the people on the merchant ship saw this scene, they were scared to death. Aerospace battleship. Look there, what happened? It turned out to be an aerospace battleship. Run. This is a warship on combat readiness. Professionals who knew about it immediately spoke up and moved away from here. Chapter 45. Li Xiaoya was arrested. In Jiangxing, who the hell is so blind as to dare to provoke a silver-class aerospace battleship? This thing can fight against enemies above its level. If the 5 golden masters of Jiangxing attacked together, they might all die. If they knew that Li Xiaoya's warship only looked powerful on the surface and that many of its weapon slots were actually empty, they would not be so scared. It's just that the admiral of the Magic City and his golden-class aerospace combat ship were too powerful. They once suppressed the star-class marine races and wiped out tens of millions of marine monsters in one battle. This feat was regarded as a legend by all professionals in the Federation. Li Xiaoya's warship had been registered in the city defense system, and its launch did not arouse any vigilance or reaction from the weapons on the city wall, allowing the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft to scout around the city. And in a dilapidated factory, Li Xiaoya and more than a dozen other women were brought here at the same time and thrown on the ground like discarded goods. Haha, Huanzi, you've got a good harvest. This is your nth order today. No way, Brother Chong, you guys are the real deal. You've caught hundreds of top-notch fish this month, right? You've been rewarded a ton of money. We brothers should learn from you. Inside the factory, a dozen or so men were flattering each other and didn't take the women on the ground seriously at all. Ah, who are you? Help me. A woman woke up and found herself brought to this dilapidated factory. She immediately screamed in fear. Seeing a dozen men across from her staring at her ferociously, she sat up and quickly backed away. Pa! The screaming woman was slapped to the ground, blood flowing from the corner of her mouth, and a slap mark instantly appeared on her face. Don't shout. Show them what happens to disobedient women. Drag her over. 2 men came and roughly grabbed her arms and dragged her to a pool. They took out a thick chain, tied her hands, and threw her into the pool. 3 other women suffered the same fate as her, hanging here, with cold, dirty water covering her chest. Ah, there's a rat, help. Cockroaches and rats were swimming around in the black pool. One rat crawled straight towards her chest, scaring her so much that she screamed. This scene frightened the other women. There were dozens of women imprisoned in many cages around. It seemed that they were all captured in the past 2 days. Most of them had fear in their eyes, dodged, covered their mouths tightly, and dared not make any sound. Who are you? Let me tell you, my brother has awakened his profession. Let me go immediately, or I'll make you pay. Suddenly, a young woman stood up from the crowd of people captured today and started to speak, but her tone was full of fear. Ha ha ha. If you want us to be in trouble, brothers, we're going to make her suffer right now. Hold her down. For those of you who live in the 7th ring, even if you awaken your profession, what good is it? Have you paid off your loan? You should be grateful that we captured you. When the time comes, we will show you what the upper class is like. No, help. With the sound of clothes being torn, the woman who was pressed on the table was insulted by these people in turn. The other women huddled in the corner in fear, hugging each other and trembling. Li Xiaoya was in the crowd, and when she saw this scene, she was so scared that her body kept shaking. Lu Qinzhou, please come and save me. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound of a drone flew over the factory, and Li Xiaoya's inner despair suddenly became less frightening. Her husband came to find her, and now all she had to do was protect herself. If she were like the girl who was still screaming, she would definitely not be able to face Lu Qinzhou. It would be better for her to just run into a wall and die. The man who was still working in the factory heard the drone passing by and immediately realized that he was exposed. Brothers, stop playing and retreat quickly. Let's go, get in the car, quickly pick out some top-quality goods, and go to the old place. Ordinary professionals don't dare to go there. Hurry if you want to survive. The man called Brother Chong gave the order immediately, and the dozen or so men opened the cages one after another, picked out a dozen good-looking women from the crowd, dragged them into the car, and drove away in 3 groups. Li Xiaoya was among these girls. The drone was marked when it passed by the factory, and Lu Qinzhou also found the same vehicle that appeared in the surveillance video parked outside the factory. Lu Qinzhou, who was already standing on the boat, immediately started the boat and arrived at the place in 3 minutes. The psychic detection radar showed that there were indeed dozens of figures below. Lu Qinzhou put on his armor, stepped onto the flying skateboard, and rushed directly into the factory under the protection of the floating gun. I saw dozens of girls trapped here, in tattered clothes and locked in cages. I didn't expect these people to run away and lock everyone up. There were 4 girls hanging in the dirty pool. Lu Qianqian quickly rescued the girls from the pool. Lu Qinzhou opened the cages one by one, but nothing. After searching everywhere, no one could find Li Xiaoya, but Lu Qinzhou knew that Li Xiaoya must have been captured by this group of people. You know where the others went. More than a dozen people were taken away. They drove away just a few minutes ago. A brave girl in the crowd spoke up. Lu Qinzhou thought of the car that had just driven out of the factory. Fortunately, there was a drone following it, and it couldn't escape. My dear husband, she is no longer able to do it. Lu Qianqian supported the girl lying on the table and said to Lu Qinzhou. Lu Qinzhou met the girl's beautiful eyes, which were now filled with gray despair and fear. Her snow-white skin was covered with various bright red scars, and blood flowed down her thighs and dripped onto the ground until she slowly closed her eyes. Lu Qinzhou's inner anger instantly rose to a peak, and he wished to destroy everything. These beasts, the flower-like girl just withered away like that. When the other girls saw this scene, they couldn't help but shed tears. You guys go home. I'm really pissed off right now. I can't think straight unless I kill a few scumbags. Thank you, Mr. Professional. After expressing their gratitude, the girls immediately fled from the warehouse. The psychological trauma they suffered here would take them a lifetime to alleviate. Let's go and kill someone. The drone kept following the 3 cars, and Chang Gu and his group couldn't get rid of it. They even took out their guns and shot at the drone, but it was useless. The drone dodged flexibly, but it couldn't dodge and took the bullets without any damage. Not a single piece of paint came off. If you can't get rid of it, go straight to your destination. There might be a chance of survival. After several people contacted each other, they stepped on the accelerator. Lu Qinzhou saw that the vehicles were heading to different places, and he had no way of confirming which car had Li Xiaoya in it, so he had to randomly choose one to chase. He followed a car into a luxurious manor. The car stopped immediately, and Lu Qinzhou followed closely. The people in the manor saw the warships flying towards them in the sky and felt like they were facing a powerful enemy. This is the headquarters of the Xiong Family Professionals Union. Who are you? Leave immediately. The Xiong family. Isn't there a silver professional guild that the fat guy mentioned? Who cares about your Xiong family? Hand your people over to me, or I'll demolish your place today. Lu Qinzhou stepped on the aircraft and spoke. Whoever dares to come to the Xiang family to cause trouble, once you enter this door, don't even think about going back. The professional at the door said arrogantly that he naturally knew who they wanted. All the women in the entire manor who were not abducted that day were played with by them. It was the greatest favor for these women from the slums to be able to serve these high-ranking professionals like them. Chapter 46. Killing Spree. Bang. Lu Qinzhou was too lazy to listen to nonsense and started fighting directly. He blew on the muzzle of the gun handsomely and thrust it into his waist. A small black iron was arrogant in front of me. He kicked away the headless corpse that was blocking the way, and the corpse smashed the gate of the manor and stepped directly into the manor. When I got to the car, I saw a few men with elaborate paintings of dragons and tigers escorting a few girls to the manor. Lu Qinzhou shot them one by one in the head and finally broke the last one's leg, leaving one alive for questioning. Brain matter mixed with blood splattered all over their faces, scaring the girls into screaming loudly. Lu Qinzhou saw that Li Xiaoya was not among them. Point the gun directly at the man wailing on the ground. Don't kill me. Please, don't kill me. Where is this place? Lu Qinzhou asked directly. This is the headquarters of the Xiang family's professional union. This is where the silver-level professional team is located. Don't kill me. I know where the other girls were sent. Bang. Send him to the west with one shot. I know that without you telling me. Lu Qinzhou, who was turning around to leave, was suddenly stopped by a voice. Stop. You come and go as you please. What do you take us for? If you don't give me an explanation today, don't even think about leaving intact. As the visitor finished speaking, more than a dozen silver professionals and hundreds of low-level professionals came one after another and surrounded Lu Qinzhou in a semi-encirclement. The four girls on the ground were so frightened that they quickly ran to Lu Qinzhou and grabbed the corner of his clothes tightly. Born as commoners, they had never seen such a scene before. Open your eyes, it will be beautiful soon. As Lu Qinzhou finished speaking, a large number of floating guns flew out of the cabin, and the floating guns that were floating around him opened fire one after another. The sudden attack caused heavy casualties to the other side. The professionals who reacted immediately used their skills to dodge and quickly fought back. Then Lu Qinzhou hugged the two girls in one hand and flew back to the cabin. The artillery fire on the ship started instantly, and half of the manor was reduced to ruins. Flames shot up into the sky behind him. All the professionals just now turned to ash and gained thousands of experience points. Their death was not so worthless, at least it was worth some experience points. To be on the safe side, Lu Qinzhou spent 100,000 experience points to upgrade the floater to level 3, possessing an array of 10,000 silver-level floaters. Under the surveillance of drones and psychic detection radar, the entire manor had no secrets under Lu Qinzhou's nose. The more he looked at Lu Qinzhou, the stronger the murderous intent in his heart became. There was hardly a good person in the entire huge manor, from the silver professionals to the servants. All of them were scum. The entire manor was finally cleaned out by Lu Qinzhou, leaving no one behind. It was really a bargain for them. They rescued a large number of tortured women, some of whom were even children of only 7 or 8 years old. Under the soil in the manor were piles of bones and rotten corpses, and the prison was filled with all kinds of cruel training tools. Lu Qinzhou had no choice but to call the Law Enforcement Bureau and the commander of the 7th Ring City Defense Army, Chu Jinzhong, and ask them to arrange the aftermath. The most urgent task is to rescue Li Xiaoya. The forces behind these people will be held accountable one day. The loud artillery sounds in the city frightened most people, who looked at the warships in the air bombarding the ground at a loss. Faced with such a huge warship flying over, many people panicked, and the city defense forces were dispatched later. Things seemed to have gotten out of hand. When the ship stopped at a building, Lu Qinzhou showed a strange expression. This was the place he had just visited today. Countless floating cannons surrounded the building, and no one was allowed to leave, because those who tried to leave would still be lying on the ground, very peaceful. The person in charge inside was panicking. He had just received news that the Xiang family's greatest support, the battle group composed of silver professionals, had disappeared just a few minutes ago. In the entire manor where the professionals' union was located, not a single chicken or dog was left. It could be said that even the earthworms in the ground were dug out and blown to pieces. Sir, the flood washed away the Dragon King temple. Don't be angry yet. Hand him over, or we'll raze him to the ground and clean him up tomorrow. Yes, yes. The person in charge of this building is a silver professional, but he dare not offend at all. The previous lesson was just a few minutes ago, so he dared not do so. Naturally, he knew who Lu Qinzhou was talking about. Look, aren't they? Husband, there was indeed Li Xiaoya among the girls inside. Seeing that she was covered in dust, She rushed towards him with a crying voice when she saw him. She looked frightened and hugged him, still shaking uncontrollably. It was conceivable how scared she was in such a short time. Wow, I thought I would never see you again. No, no matter when or where you are, I will find you the first time, dear. Lu Chenzhou picked up Li Xiaoya by the waist and walked towards the warship. Just when the other party thought the matter was settled, Lu Chenzhou suddenly spoke. Razed to the ground. Wait, Brother Lu. The City Defense Army commander Chu Jinzhong rushed over with his troops and shouted immediately. If this place is destroyed by artillery fire, the turmoil it causes will be too great. Moreover, the relationships here are complicated and are related to all the major families and officials in Jiangxing. This kind of industrial chain is not only found in the 7th Ring Road, but there are hundreds of entertainment buildings of all sizes throughout Jiangxing. Almost all powerful people have no clean hands. This is a millstone built on countless ordinary girls, grinding away their youth and their future. It is a cage of sensuality. Commander Chu, take a good look at this. This is Jiangxing. They actually kidnapped and abused a girl right under my nose. They even dared to take my wife away on the street. This matter is not over today. If you don't give me an explanation, I will fight to the death with the forces behind this incident. Lu Chenzhou roared angrily. Brother Lu, listen to me. You destroyed this place today to vent your anger, but by doing so, you are making an enemy of the entire Jiangxing. Think about your family and friends. The network of relationships behind them is deeply rooted. If you open fire in the city today, you will almost be wanted by the federal government. Chu Jinzhong and Lu Chenzhou analyzed the pros and cons. In short, the point was that you can't do it, at least not openly. Finally, Lu Chenzhou said angrily, You want me to let this go? Impossible. They even dared to arrest my wife. Don't be angry. I will let them give you an explanation about this matter. As soon as Chu Jinzhong finished speaking, the person in charge of the building, Li Feng, echoed, Don't worry, I will deal with the people involved today immediately and give Madame Ling sufficient compensation. While Chu Jinzhong was speaking, some heavyweights came to support them. Even Luo Zida shook his head in the crowd, signaling to Lu Chenzhou not to open fire anymore. This is the compensation I want. If you can't do it, from now on, you better keep an eye on your woman at all times. Lu Chenzhou, who was extremely angry, wrote out a compensation list on the spot and threw it over. The man in charge took the compensation slip from the ground and looked at it, his face turning green and blue. That's impossible. You've only captured an ordinary person, yet you dare to ask for such a huge sum? That's simply wishful thinking. The patriarch won't agree. Chu Jinzhong also took the compensation note and looked at it with a strange expression. This, Brother Lu, isn't this too much? Haha, is that a lot? If you don't give me, we'll fight to the death. Remember what I said, keep an eye on your women. Lu Chenzhou flew directly onto the warship, holding Li Xiaoya in his arms. The drones and floating guns showed no sign of retreating, immediately pulling the warship up to a height of 10,000 meters, as if to fight to the death. Humph, you guys caused this problem yourself, so you should solve it yourself. Chu Jinzhong threw away the compensation slip in his hand and left with the city guards. The man standing there had a gloomy expression on his face. He had no choice but to call his superiors to report the situation. Master, it's like this. Chapter 47 Revenge. Inside a luxurious manor within the 2nd Ring Road, where every inch of land is valuable, Su Jiahui received a report from his men and started cursing. Su Domao, how do you do things? Don't you do some research beforehand? Master, this is my fault. But who would have thought that a random woman could provoke a professional with an aerospace battleship? The Xiang family's silver professional guild has been uprooted. We are at fault for this. Even the city lord didn't intervene. What do you think we should do about the compensation bill? What should I do? Cold shoulder. I can't afford to pay for 100,000 cannons of all kinds, from small Gatling guns to large 800mm city defense cannons, 100 integrated farm buildings, a super large arsenal, and the industrial capacity to produce Jiangxing's most powerful city defense cannons. This is all I can afford. Are we going to lose half of Jiangxing? Su Jiahui said angrily. Drag it on. We have no money. Send this compensation bill to the other families. They all have a hand in this Hengtian entertainment building. When it comes to profit sharing, they all swarmed in like piranhas. Now that something's wrong, let them handle it. Lu Chenzhou comforted Li Xiaoya and saw that there was no movement in compensation. He immediately used up his last 10,000 reserve experience points, used the 100 mechanical warriors that Luo Zida had given him, added a functional cabin, the mechanical warrior generation cabin, and sent out the mechanical warriors and floating guns. The mechanical warrior roughly pushed open the door of Hengtian entertainment building. You, and all of you follow me now. The mechanical warriors' cold voices reached every corner of the hall, and behind each mechanical warrior were dozens of silver-level floating cannons. The people in the hall watched helplessly as the mechanical warrior took away the receptionist lady and all the women inside. The boosters on the mechanical warrior carried the women, who were screaming in fear, directly into the cabin 10,000 meters above the ground. With the quick response of the mechanical warriors, all the women in the Tianheng Entertainment Building, from the sexy dealers, bunny girls, to the princess girls, and the carefully trained members of the dance troupe were taken away. Lu Qinzhou's youthful and frivolous thoughts were, "Aren't you awesome? Dare to steal my woman, and I'll steal yours, all of them. I'll see if your Hengtian Entertainment can still operate. If you're capable of selling your wife to make money, I'll treat you like a human being." Bang, bang, bang. Some short-sighted people dared to stop them and were ruthlessly suppressed. Chaos reigned in the Hengtian building. Lu Qinzhou had also witnessed the darkness inside this building. The records of mechanical warriors contain many horrific torture chambers, with no less than dozens of things that can break the lower limit of human cognition. I really don't know what kind of tragic past the girls who fell into this devil's cave have experienced. As more and more girls were captured, Lu Qinzhou gained a deeper understanding of the operation of the building. A small number of them were captured by their henchmen. The major families have supported many gang bosses, and these bosses control their respective areas. They usually commit extortion, usury, collect protection laws, and traffic in young girls. They do almost all kinds of evil. Trafficking young girls is just one of the things these people do. Once they find a girl with good looks and figures, in most cases local community members will roughly investigate the background of these girls. However, those who survive in the seventh ring are basically poor people with no background. They are among the missing persons every year. They are captured, threatened, and intimidated, and disciplined by various means. The obedient ones are kept to receive various kinds of servant training, while the whereabouts of the disobedient ones are unknown. According to one of the girls, the stubborn women who refuse to obey will be sent to another place, but she doesn't know where it is, but it must be more terrifying than the torture chamber here. The other part comes from loan sharks from various associations, online loans, and loans from major federal loan companies. Families who cannot repay their loans are forced to come here to pay off their debts, but once they enter, they can never go back. Even if they use the formal online loans that are heavily promoted by the Loan Federation, such as Ant Loan, Fangxinhua, etc., as long as they cannot pay back the money, there will naturally be debt collectors who force them to sign a reasonable work agreement, and then they will be arranged to work in major clubs. The small number of them were the women that Lu Qinzhou planned to let go, who came voluntarily for money. Oh no, patriarch! All the women in our Hengtian building number 6 in the 7th Ring Road have been kidnapped. Su Demao didn't dare to stop Lu Qinzhou from snatching people, so he could only call the head of the family, Su Jiahui. Are you a pighead? You're a big silver warrior, but where's the security? I spent so much money raising a bunch of pigs, and you just watch people being taken away? Why didn't you stop it? Is my dance troupe still there? Su Jiahui was so angry that he cursed and complained in his heart. Master, have you ever had the muzzles of 10,000 silver-grade floating cannons aimed at your head? We dare not move. Su Damao said aggrievedly. I was almost scared to death. How could I have done this? Did I break the law in my previous life? Master, the good news is that dozens more people were sent down. Not all of them were taken away because he didn't want them. The bad news is that the troop is gone. They were taken away without a single one left. I at yuan percent yuan. Su Jiahui was so angry that he threw the communicator and cursed loudly. One of the song and dance troops that I carefully cultivated is gone, just like that. After destroying one of the opponent's entertainment buildings, Lu Qinzhou's violent heart felt a little comforted. All the drones were sent out to detect other Hengtian industries. There were 32 of them in the whole Jiangcheng, especially the 2 Hengtian buildings within the 2nd Ring Road, which were so magnificent. The drone was shot down shortly after it entered the 2nd ring, and its location was detected. The last picture that was transmitted was a white-haired professional who sent out a fireball and directly smashed the drone into pieces in midair. Okay, I'll put this on your head too. Lu Qinzhou decided to go all out and start from the 7th ring and move inwards. Raise your hands, crack down on pornography. Today, a young man arrived in the Hengtian building where music was playing and people were dancing. The cold mechanical warriors, with dense floating cannons, directly captured the Hengtian building and took away all the beautiful young ladies inside. In the end, they even directly dismantled the facilities inside, including the high-end lighting equipment, luxury hotel configurations, and even the stored food. Countless men were driven out of the building with guns pointed at their heads. Overnight, 30 of the 32 Hengtian buildings were demolished, and tens of thousands of high-quality, beautiful young ladies were snatched away. The facilities inside were completely destroyed, and a large number of the girls who were under control were released. When Su Jiahui learned the news the next day, he was so angry that he fainted on the spot. Countless families and officials involved were also furious. Their wallets were just empty, and they had one less place to watch singing and dancing and have fun. The city lord's mansion was about to be bombarded with calls, demanding severe punishment for the audacious Lu Qinzhou. While Lu Qinzhou was still dealing with the group of women on the boat, he suddenly received a message from Chen Yaqian. He directly threw the matter to Lu Qianqian and Li Xiaoya to deal with, and ran away as if he was escaping for his life. It feels good to snatch someone away, but it will be heartbreaking to regret it. Tens of thousands of people were crowded in the cabin. Lu Qinzhou was exhausted from comforting, mediating, and arranging follow-up matters. He had to temporarily accommodate so many women in several cabins and manage the looted supplies. It was the first time he felt that it was really tiring to work with so many women. Chapter 48, 800 Heavy Artillery. Lu Qinzhou, you've gotten really bold. Haven't you? Look at what you've done. Hurry and get over to the 5th Ring Night Patrol's logistics headquarters. Beep, beep. Hearing Chen Yaqian's voice, Lu Qinzhou felt relieved and drove the boat directly to the logistics department of the 5th Ring Night Patrol Bureau, intending to put the boat into the consciousness space, but failed. Lu Qinzhou guessed that it was because there was someone on the boat. In desperation, he had to wear armor and step on the flying drawing board to find Chen Yaqian alone. Sister Qian, I'm here. Bai Wan, why are you here too? You still remember to come? Do you know how much trouble you caused last night? You even dared to use warships in the city. You are so bold. Aren't you? I'm afraid you have never been beaten by a golden strongman before. Sister Wan is so unlucky to meet you. Fortunately, I caught up with you. Otherwise Wan would have been captured and you wouldn't even know. Chen Yaqian was furious when she saw Lu Qinzhou. Lu Qinzhou was also shocked when he heard this, and looked at Bai Wan with an apologetic look. I'm sorry, Wan, I won't take revenge. I'll send all the women on the boat back. Hey, is that what I meant? I'm saying don't arrange a retreat for the people around you. I support you on this matter. Well done. We all know these things, but there's no way to change the status quo. Those are all miserable women. Hey, just go ahead and do what you want, provided we are strong enough. Our things are ready. Come with me. Chen Yaqian shouted to Lao Chun as soon as she stepped into the logistics department. Dad, I'm coming. Lu Qinzhou followed Chen Yaqian with a smile on his face, which made old Chun roll his eyes. He wondered what kind of magic potion this brat had poured into his own girl. He ordered so many weapons and ammunition, which were obviously bought for this brat Lu Qinzhou. Alas, the cabbage I raised with great difficulty is now being taken away from me, even the pot, and my pension money. Alas, what misfortune for this family. Oh, my dear daughter is back. Let me see if you have lost weight after following that brat for so long. Old Chen acted like a daughter slave, making Chen Yaqian blush and feel embarrassed. Dad, there are outsiders here. Take us to get something. Okay, let's go now. Hurry up and catch up, you little brat. Huh? When old Chen saw Lu Qinzhou, the smile on his face changed instantly, and he said unhappily, this scene is a master of face changing. Okay, Uncle Chen. Old Chen brought a few people to a huge field. Lu Qinzhou saw from afar a huge cannon muzzle pointing at the sky. The muzzle was more than enough to fit a strong man. The huge size was very intimidating when he got closer. It's really shocking. Shocked, right? This is a replica of the once powerful Gustav railway cannon. It performed great military feats during the early days of the Cataclysm. With the awakening of the professionals, this expensive and inconvenient cannon was gradually phased out. However, it still remains on the city walls. Good stuff. One 800mm long-range cannon, which can be installed in the main weapon slot for 50,000 experience points. 10 460 triple-mounted heavy cannons. Each heavy cannon can be installed in the secondary weapon position for 10,000 experience points. Uncle Chen, you are really amazing. You can even get such a powerful weapon. You are this. With this powerful weapon, Lu Qinzhou's confidence instantly increased. Coupled with the Gatling machine gun and close-in defense gun, most of the weapon slots on the ship were finally filled. Lu Qinzhou gave a thumbs up. Uncle Chen, I'm going to stop the boat. Please stand back. When the 500-meter-long giant warship was placed in this huge venue, people standing under the ship felt as small as an ant. Okay. When old Chen saw such a huge warship, he was shocked at first, and then he cheered continuously. As if he was thinking of something in the past, old Chen couldn't help but sigh. Old Lu, your son is incredible. Old Chen quickly pulled Lu Qinzhou aside and said, Stinky boy, this must be your professional talent. Good things are happening to you. What good news? Lu Chenzhou asked me, somewhat puzzled. Do you know why the Night Watch, a simple agency that only manages the city to suppress monsters and space rifts, can obtain such weapons? Seeing Lu Chenzhou shaking his head with a confused look on his face, Old Chen continued. The Night Watch Bureau is ostensibly under the management of the City Lord's mansion, but strictly speaking, it is a force directly under the Federation leader and reports to the Supreme Commander of the Federation. It is responsible for the safety and stability of mankind, and its main responsibility is to suppress monsters and maintain human safety. Unlike the city defense systems of the major cities, although they are under the jurisdiction of the Federation, they are also part of the major family forces and have complex connections. Xiao Lu, although you're a boatman by profession, you were able to transform a small wooden boat into this kind of aerospace warship in such a short time. You must be incredibly talented. If your talent is exposed, many people will definitely come to you, including our Jiangxing City Lord and of course other forces. But it's nice to be under a big tree. Although you're just a non-staff member of the Night Patrol, judging by your demonstrated talent, your future achievements are boundless. Lu Chenzhou nodded to show his understanding. The Human Federation seems stable now, but the entire human society is in danger. The Sakura Island is on the verge of genocide, and Miss Sakura is about to be adopted by people all over the world. Although more and more professionals are awakening, the crisis is becoming more and more severe as the speed at which the alien space merges with the main world becomes faster and faster. In addition, in the past few decades, the Federation, the aristocratic families, and the major professional guilds have been competing for interests, and the living space for emerging professionals is extremely slim. Even professionals like Lu Qianqian can become tools and leaks of these forces. Not to mention the living conditions of ordinary people. The nearly 10,000 people on Lu Chenzhou's ship were victims of the enjoyment of the rich and powerful. Lu Chenzhou also understood that even when disaster strikes, internal strife and oppression will always run through human history. Even if the country is destroyed and the race is extinct, there will still be people who take risks for their own interests. Fortunately, I can barely be considered a direct force of the Empire and a non-staff member, but a member nonetheless. Then, Uncle Chun, what exactly is the good thing you are talking about? Lu Chenzhou is still more concerned about his own interests. If other forces become his enemies, he will fight back with all his might. Well, Old Chun whetted Lu Chenzhou's appetite before slowly speaking. Within the Night Watch Bureau, there's an elite department called Long Yuan that reports directly to the Federation leader, Xinyuan Longhao. They only recruit young talents with great potential. I have a recommendation quota. I originally recommended Yaqian, but now you can also try to join us. Jiangxing will hold a talent selection on the 15th of next month. After joining Long Yuan, you can receive the Empire's greatest training. Good. Lu Chenzhou was not polite either. Don't think that upgrading to a silver-class battleship seemed very easy. That was just luck. In addition, he emptied the pockets of Chun Yaqian, a small rich woman, and also spent Lao Chen's pension money. This incident also made Lu Chenzhou realize that he was not strong enough. If he was strong enough, he would have kidnapped his woman. So how could he dare to remain indifferent? These scoundrels have already knelt down to apologize. I don't know when the Federation began to rise. There is a saying that no sacrifice is too great to be unacceptable. As long as they are strong enough, there is nothing wrong with directly cleaning out these parasites in Jiangxing. In order to be able to change the rules of a city with just a few words in the future, instead of just doing small things, you need to grow faster, and growth requires more resources. Chapter 49 Dance Troupe. You little brat, take your time here. I'm going home to make my daughter her favorite braised pork. Uncle Chun went home happily with a smile on his face. Oh, this daughter slave. The miserable Lu Chenzhou was left looking worriedly at the large number of heavy artillery in the square. Finally, at Li Xiaoya's suggestion, the drone was controlled to lift these weapons and equipment onto the ship first. Weapons like the Gatling gun can be transported by a drone. Several close-in weapon systems can also be used together. But the 460mm heavy artillery and the 800mm giant cannon that was as big as a small hill were very difficult to deal with. We are here to help. A girl with a charming figure came down from the boat with a group of girls. From the deck, they saw weapons being hoisted onto the ship by drones, and they started talking about it. After being brought on board, the girls were reluctant to leave, and it seemed that they wanted to regard this ship as their future home. Who are you? Bai Shan, the one who awakened 2 years ago, known as the most beautiful dancer in Jiangxing. I remember you. Many of our classmates regarded you as their dream lover. When Lu Chenzhou saw the woman in front of him, he suddenly spoke in surprise. He was a young and ignorant boy back then, But the images that circulated from a graduation party amazed him for the whole year. Captain, you're joking. If possible, I would just like to awaken an ordinary life profession, instead of practicing dancing and using my beauty to please others. Bai Shanshan said with a wry smile. I heard you were hired by a national song and dance troupe with a high salary? How come you're here? Haha. Captain Liu, can you really believe that I, a dancer from a commoner background, can do this? Bai Shanshan said self-deprecatingly. It's both lucky and unfortunate that I was accepted into the Hengtian song and dance troupe. I'm currently one of the 32 dance troupe leaders in Hengtian. Aside from the fact that I have no choice, I can say that the salary is quite high. Let's not talk about this anymore. I saw you busy here alone, so I brought my sisters over to help. Seeing Bai Shanshan's eager expression, Lu Qinzhou said, You delicate girls, come here to help? Are you kidding? Captain Liu, don't underestimate the members of our troupe. Even though we've all awakened to singing and dancing professions, in order to maximize our value, we've been assigned a professional leveling team. Every member of our troupe is a bronze-level professional. Whether it's physical flexibility or physical fitness, they're not comparable to ordinary people. Bai Shanshan, after saying this, revealed her snow-white arms and made powerful movements, which was very cute. Who would have thought that such a charming girl had such a cute side? All right, I'll arrange for mechanical warriors to assist you, mainly to secure these artillery pieces, and the drones will transport the supplies onto the ship. Direction, look at it, sisters, move. For a moment, in the square, a group of beautiful women shuttled between these powerful weapons. Thick chains fixed the heavy artillery pieces. Buzzing drones pulled the heavy artillery pieces onto the ship one by one, temporarily fixing them on the weapon positions, waiting to be loaded by the land-sinking boats behind. In the brightly lit square, laughter and joyful chatter could be heard. Lu Qinzhou had never expected that these girls could actually accomplish things that many men could not do. I haven't seen them so happy in a long time. Bai Shanshan's voice rang beside Lu Qinzhou's ears. Her clothes were covered with oil and dust, but her face showed a happy expression, which made Lu Qinzhou slightly stunned. She was indeed worthy of the title of the most beautiful dancer back then. Even with her dirty appearance now, she can still charm people, especially a young man like Lu Qinzhou who has not seen much of the world. Thousands of drones pulled giant chains, dragging the last 800mm cannon aboard. Excited shouts rang out from the crowd. Great! Finally done. Captain, the sisters said they want to hold a party on the ship to celebrate their new life. Is that okay? Several young women who were as beautiful and graceful as Bai Shanshan came along. They surrounded Lu Qinzhou like stars surrounding the moon, and their big eyes blinked as if they could speak. Lu Qinzhou agreed immediately in a daze. Great, we're almost ready, come on board with us. As they expected, Lu Qinzhou got on board directly. The originally crude and empty cabins on the ship were simply decorated. Unexpectedly, in such a short time, they arranged the items and equipment moved from the 30 Hengtian buildings in an orderly manner. Especially under the bridge, in the 8th floor cabin, which was originally empty, a large stage was built here with all the necessary sound and lighting equipment. There were hundreds of large round tables placed under the stage, and girls were already marching in neat rows as if they had been trained, carrying dishes and serving them table by table. Lu Qinzhou was dumbfounded. Yesterday the place was in chaos and noisy, but today it was in perfect order. Whose credit was this? What's going on? Lu Qinzhou asked the people around him. This is all thanks to them. Who is like you, who only arrests people, asks them a few questions, and then either drives them away or keeps them. But you kept the people, but you don't care about what happens next? These sisters are so pitiful, they met the wrong person. As soon as I heard the voice, I knew it was Li Xiaoya. No, I'm busy, right? Besides, even though I captured them, I didn't force them. Didn't you see me send all the girls who wanted to go home? I even arranged for drones and mechanical warriors to escort them. Now, these people are homeless. I captured them, so why would I send them back? I was just angry at the time. Who knew what would happen next? Lu Qinzhou was also helpless. He had already arrested all the people. He had done it in a fit of rage. He wanted to destroy these people's building and take them all away. But who knew that these people would not want to leave after coming here? I was also helpless. Huh, judging from your expression, you're clearly enjoying it. Li Xiaoya retorted bluntly. If it weren't for Shanshan, Yuan and other dance troupe leaders helping me maintain order, who knows what kind of chaos would have broken out. Sister, please don't blame the captain. If it weren't for him, we sisters would have been stuck in this dire situation for who knows how long. Thank you, Captain Liu, for helping us escape this sea of suffering. To express our gratitude, we sisters have specially prepared a song and dance performance for you, and also to celebrate our new life. From now on, We will ask Captain Lu to take care of us. Survival in this world is not easy. We sisters want to stay on the ship and not send us back. We also want to live like human beings, no longer being manipulated by capital, victims, and playthings of power. They spoke sincerely, and Lu Qinzhou had no way to refuse, so he had to bite the bullet and agree. He was unknowingly tricked by them. When he reacted, he was immediately worried about how to feed the tens of thousands of people on the ship. After seeing Lu Qinzhou agree, the dance troupe leaders around him breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that Lu Qinzhou would send them back to that place they didn't want to look back to. Chapter 50 Understanding King Zhou. As the lights turned on and the music started, the show began with a dance performance led by Bai Shanshan and her dance team. Lu Qinzhou's saliva started to flow out. Then, 30 team leaders including Wu Nana, Chu Yuan Yuan, Gua Qiqi, and others led their respective dance team members to perform a dance feast for Lu Qinzhou. Modern, classical, ethnic, exotic. The graceful dance moves and charming figure. Everything is so beautiful and dreamy. The food on Lu Qinzhou's chopsticks fell onto the table without him noticing. Question King Zhou, understand King Zhou, become King Zhou, surpass King Zhou. The dance ended and Lu Qinzhou's applause was heard from the audience. Seeing that everyone was staring at him, Lu Qinzhou put down his hands in embarrassment. Then there was a burst of applause in the hall, not only for the performance on the stage, but also for their new life. Not a loss, not a loss. Originally, he was still unwilling to support these women snatched from various Hengtian buildings, but now his thoughts have changed immediately. If anyone doesn't let me support him, I will put him into the barrel of the cannon and blow him into pieces. The next day, Li Xiaoya, Bai Shanshan, and others came and said they wanted to give Lu Qinzhou a surprise. Captain, my sisters and I have a little private money. Sister Xiaoya told us that you've always wanted to build an eco-warehouse. This money is our token of support. Once the eco-warehouse is built, we can be self-sufficient on the ship, and you sisters won't be without things to do on weekdays. After saying that, Bai Shanshan and the others transferred the money in their hands to Lu Qinzhou, which amounted to 3 billion. This really contributed all of their private money. Although Lu Qinzhou, who was very short of money, felt embarrassed, he could not refuse and immediately placed an order online for various culture dishes, plant seeds, animal cubs, feed, waste materials, various fill lights, and corresponding equipment. He waited to leave the city again and start the construction of the ecological cabin when he had enough experience. Of course, the crew cabins also need to be put on the agenda to give these babies a warm and comfortable home, so that these beautiful girls don't have to make simple beds on the floor in the empty cabin. Various supplies were quickly delivered to the ship. After discussion, it was found that there were a large number of weapon positions on the upper 3 decks. It was finally decided that the supplies for the ecological warehouse would be placed on the 6th floor of the cabin, and the ecological cabin would be built on this floor in the future. Brother Qinzhou, the Bureau has a major mission. Let's get ready to go. Okay, Sister Qian. After Chen Yiqian boarded the ship, Lu Qinzhou asked, what mission? The spatial cracks in the 7th ring are rapidly expanding. Now the cracks have spread to a kilometer wide. The higher-ups have decided to enter the alternate dimension to eliminate all monsters and look for opportunities to seize world fragments. This mission involves the participation of all the major families. Once inside, everyone will rely on their abilities. Now is the time to show our skills. Lu Qinzhou thought to himself, I'm just worried about having no place to gain experience and materials. If I can get another piece of the world stone fragment, it will be just right to build an ecological cabin together and then open up farms and ranches inside. There is no need to worry about not having fresh food every day, and it can also support the beautiful ladies in the ship's song and dance troupe. Walking, Lu Qinzhou opened the bracelet, clicked to accept the mission, and directly flew the battleship to the location of the 7th ring mission. The city guards have already established a series of defense lines here, and a large number of ordinary soldiers are standing by with guns in hand. Professional teams from major families are also rushing here. Countless armored vehicles and tanks gathered and slowly advanced into the still expanding space crack. The kilometer-wide space crack stood above the ruins, and dark brown bloodstains still remained on the ground, indicating the tragic battle that had taken place here. Suddenly, the orderly team was blocked by a huge shadow that blocked the sunlight. The crowd on the ground looked up and saw a huge aerospace warship slowly flying towards the direction of the space crack above their heads. Lu Qinzhou stood in the cab and looked across through the space crack. The earth was broken and cracked, and the sky was filled with yellow sand. Occasionally, zombies could be seen wandering aimlessly. The professionals and the army who entered in advance killed these wandering zombies one after another, and the front line slowly advanced. Why is he here? That's right. The incident a few days ago was quite serious. I heard there's even a compensation bill. It's really ridiculous. If I hadn't been afraid of the terrifying destructive power of the aerospace battleship, I would have killed him long ago. Call the family heads and tell them that Li Xiaoya has entered the space rift with his warships. Do you have any instructions? The professionals below were talking among themselves, each with their own ulterior motives. Of course, there were also people who thanked Li Xiaoya, such as some relatives and friends of the city guards, whose daughter who had been missing for a long time finally returned. Some people are grateful, while others hate. Look, a white crane with a wingspan of 100 meters was carrying a woman with fluttering sleeves. The woman had a beautiful face and was wearing a white dress, but at first glance she looked very charming, which was in stark contrast to her attire, forming a strong sense of contrast that made people want to lie on the bed. Haha, nice to meet the famous Captain Liu. I'm Yin Ryu, the president of the Fairy Guild. Wouldn't you like me to come aboard for a chat? The other party's voice was full of temptation and reached Li Xiaoya's ears from a distance. The other party rode a white crane without any scruples and landed on Li Xiaoya's deck, walking slowly towards the bridge as if he was walking in his own home. This woman is really not afraid that I will kill her. Li Xiaoya looked out through the porthole and saw Yin Ryu walking on the boat unscrupulously. Do you really think she's that easy to kill? Don't think she came here alone. Do you think she has an army of beast men with her? Chun Yaqian said angrily. Do you really think that a top guild that has been in Jiangxing for decades can gain a foothold just by relying on those socialites in the guild? In this era, without strength, especially for women, it is impossible to live a comfortable life. Both means and strength are indispensable. Let's go. Everyone else is here. We can't not go. She thinks we're scared of her. Li Xiaoya and Chun Yaqian came to the deck together. Haha, Captain Liu is also a wonderful person. With so many beauties on this ship, he is not afraid of being overwhelmed. As soon as they met, Yin Ryu looked at the many women wandering around on the deck and immediately joked. Sister, you're worrying too much. My brother is very capable. Do you want to give it a try? As soon as Li Xiaoya said this, he felt a sudden pain in his waist. Oh no, Sister Qian is still here. It's all my fault for not thinking before speaking. I want to tease beautiful women when I see them. Chuckle. Captain Liu, I don't mind, but your lover is jealous. What are you doing here? Just tell me straight away. Don't try to trick me. You guys in the Fairy Guild are not good people. Chun Yaqian immediately replied that she had killed many members of the other guild last time, and it was only a matter of time before they would face each other again. She was afraid that the other party would come. Chapter 51, Entering the Space Rift. Little beauty, what could I possibly want? I just wanted to see Captain Liu, who owns an aerospace battleship. What? Are you afraid that I'll cause trouble? Just a bunch of useless people, let them die, but I do have a small request, and I hope my brother can agree to it. Although the other party was asking for something, Li Xiaoya could tell from the tone that if he agreed, the matter would be over. If he didn't agree, although it is not stated explicitly, conflict is definitely inevitable, but it is unknown when it will come. Sister Ryu, if you can help me, I will definitely help. Li Xiaoya climbed up the pole and asked directly. Then you're welcome, sister. My guild members recently discovered a giant eagle in the dried forest. It laid several eggs a few days ago, and now its strength has greatly decreased. Let's go and retrieve the eagle eggs. Yin Ryu spoke. Li Xiaoya suddenly thought of the giant eagle with a terrifying aura he encountered when he was sailing outside the city. He was scared to death at that time. Could it be that it was the offspring of one of those eagles? Yin Ryu actually had her eyes on him. If it were in the past, I would definitely shake my head like a rattle, but when I saw the 800mm cannon on the ship, I suddenly felt confident. Okay, Sister Ryu, I'll do you this favor. I don't know what the benefits will be. Haha. My brother actually asked me for a favor. I'm so sad. How about I give you my favor as compensation? Yin Ryu pretended to hold her chest and cry, but was immediately interrupted by Chun Yaqian. If she continued, this silly brother would be sold and still have to count the money for the other party. Don't try that. The Dryad Forest is extremely dangerous. We won't go there if there's no real benefit. Hiss. Sister Qian is right. Li Xiaoya rubbed the flesh on his waist and retracted the pig statue. My dear sister, please pinch me gently. You are so harsh that my flesh must have turned blue. I see my brother likes beautiful women. How about you pick any girl from my fairy guild? Don't try to play it like that. My brother likes beautiful women, and I'll find one for him myself. Don't pollute our eyes with the socialites in your guild. If there's no practical benefit, we won't take the risk. Chun Yaqian's tone was very firm. Oh my, Captain Liu, you little lover are really difficult to deal with. How about you all just come with me to the Dryad Forest and get the giant eagle eggs, and we split them in half? No matter what if there's only one? How do I divide it? Cut half for me. Chen Yaqian didn't fall for the other party's trick. The higher the level of the creature, the harder it is to reproduce offspring. Expecting to have a few of them was just a joke. How about this? You can choose any of my farms. If there's more than one, my words will still apply. Seeing that the other party was stubborn and difficult to fool, Yin Ryu had to reveal her trump card. If she could really get the suspected golden-grade giant eagle egg and hatch it after a contract, she would be able to break through to the golden grade with the help of the beast's power. This was an opportunity that could not be missed. Deal. Let's set up a time after we complete our mission. Seeing that the purpose of her visit had been achieved, Yin Ryu blew Lu Qinzhou a kiss and rode off the deck on a white crane. Come back to your senses, still looking. Chen Yaqian was so angry that she twisted Lu Qinzhou's ear hard, feeling very disappointed in him. He was almost sold out and had to count money for others. It hurts, Sister Qian. Snort. After teaching Lu Qinzhou a lesson, Chen Yaqian walked forward with her long legs. Lu Qinzhou followed behind her happily and asked in a mean way, Sister Qian, are you serious about finding a beautiful woman for me? Chen Yaqian paused, turned around, and stared at Lu Qinzhou angrily. Isn't this much on the ship enough? Lu Qinzhou asked in surprise. Can I touch the boat? Even rabbits don't eat grass near their nests. I was just admiring it. Seeing Chen Yaqian's questioning look, Lu Qinzhou hurriedly explained. That morning was an accident. Shan Shan and Nana were tired from dancing, so I gave them a massage. I don't believe you. Who would massage naked on the bed? As the warship entered the space crack, Lu Qinzhou issued a curfew order, and all the people playing and sightseeing on the deck entered the cabin one after another. Countless drones quickly flew out of the warship, passing quickly at low altitude, investigating the alien space formed by the fragments of the world. The professional team that entered in advance had already penetrated into a small town. The zombies in the town had already fought with the professionals. A large number of humanoid zombies rushed out from all corners of the town at a rapid speed. There were many mutated zombies among them, crawling on all fours with their long, flexible tongues like frogs, swiftly protruding and wrapping around a professional who couldn't dodge in time. The professional was pulled into the pile of zombies with screams until his throat was bitten. The bald head vaguely resembles the shape of a human head. This mutated species is at a level of 15, a bronze-level monster. It moves very quickly and can walk on walls as if it were flat ground. The most terrifying thing is that it can disappear like a chameleon. Be careful of the Licker's attacks. It can become invisible. Warriors hold the line and protect the back row. Archers and mages provide support. The nurses recover. Support each other. The professionals cooperate with each other, clearing out ordinary zombies while facing any possible Lickers at any time. Call out. Several long tongues attacked, and the team, who had no time to dodge, were controlled instantly. One of the giant sword warriors swung his sword to cut off a tongue, and then a fireball attack came and blew off several more. The professionals cooperated with each other to strangle the zombies that appeared in the town. There were teams that cooperated closely, and of course there were also teams that suffered heavy losses. They were wiped out as soon as they entered. The worst off were the ordinary soldiers belonging to the city defense forces. These ordinary people are unable to wield powerful weapons, and the military does not have the resources to equip every ordinary soldier with powerful equipment. At most, the squad leader has a black iron-grade Gauss rifle, and ordinary soldiers still mostly use gunpowder firearms. Lu Qinzhou was not interested in this small-scale battle. He simply skipped the town and continued forward. A dilapidated road extended forward from the land covered with yellow sand. Lu Qinzhou moved forward along the road. The drone detected a gas station where broken cars crashed into each other, blocking the road. In the end, no one who escaped here survived, and zombies wandered around meaninglessly. The civilization process of this alien space is similar to the technology of the old era in Lu Qinzhou's world. For some unknown reason, the world was broken into different spaces. The former humans and various animals were demonized into various zombies and evolved into terrifying monsters. Prepare to fight. I'll do it. Chapter 52 Hunting Time. There is no need to think. These words must have been said by Chen Yaqian. Ta-da-da. Under the fierce attack of the fireball Gatling gun, the entire gas station was engulfed in flames. Countless zombies were burned to ashes, and the oil tanks in the gas station exploded instantly. Boom. The flames shot up into the sky and shone on everyone's faces. This violent guy, Lu Qinzhou, looked up at the sky speechlessly. What a waste. The fuel can also be brought back and sold for money, and the car wreckage that soared into the sky due to the explosion are all our resources. This spendthrift woman, but when she saw the other person's excited expression, she just let it go. It's her own woman that she should be spoiled by herself and be happy. Helplessly, They arranged for the drones to go down and collect the remaining car parts. As for the zombies, under the silver-level fireball Gatling gun, these black iron-level zombies were directly turned into ashes. Sister Qian just gained experience. I added 9 Gatling gun turrets. I still have some ammunition in stock. Would you like to try it? Are you blaming me? Chen Yiqian turned and looked at Lu Qinzhou. Stare. Death stare. No. I mean, it's more fun with 10 Gatling gun turrets. I'll install the heavy artillery on you once you have enough experience. The production line in the ammunition production bay has been adjusted to produce heavy artillery ammunition. You'll definitely have a lot of fun later. Chen Yiqian showed an expression that said, "You're smart, kid," and began to let the fire control system take over the newly added Gatling machine gun. Sweeping the road all the way, with the dual reconnaissance of psychic detection radar and drones, no zombie could escape the storm of bullets. By the way, he let the drone collect the vehicles and zombie corpses piled on the road. Lu Qinzhou smiled widely. The feeling of hoarding resources bit by bit was really pleasant. These materials become consumables for ship upgrades and ammunition crafting. Only when you don't manage the household do you know how expensive firewood and rice are. A city has been discovered ahead. Lu Qinzhou observed the information sent back by the drone and prompted, "Very good. I can see a large amount of experience points coming in. Sister Qian, let's stop over the edge of the city and arrange for drone reconnaissance. We'll find out the situation first, and then make plans." Good. A drone flew over the city. Weeds had grown on the dilapidated buildings. Dense zombies were wandering around the city. The buzzing sound of the drone attracted the attention of the zombies below, and they roared at the drone flying through the air. Suddenly, a shadow flew out from a building and a drone was destroyed. When the perspective switched to another one, there was a licker with a body length of more than 10 meters lying on the building. It was actually a silver-level creature. In addition, another kind of zombie was also seen in a commercial square. It was a terrifying monster with a height of more than 10 meters and knotted muscles. From time to time, it would grab zombies on the ground and swallow them in one gulp. There was actually another silver-level monster named Macrophagnum. A large number of animal zombies also gathered in a zoo in the city. There was a huge gorilla that was more than 20 meters tall. The gorilla pulled up a big tree on the spot and threw it, destroying and shooting down the drone in the air. As the scope of the exploration became larger and larger, more and more silver-level zombies were marked. It is estimated that there are more than 10 million zombies in this city, with thousands of silver-level zombies alone, not to mention the dense bronze and iron-level zombies. In terms of level alone, except for the gold-level creatures that have not yet been discovered, in terms of quantity, the number of creatures at the extraordinary level is more than 10 times that of Jiangxing. A large population data report compiled by Jiangxing 5 years ago showed that the total population of Jiangxing was 63 million, and the number of professionals was less than 3 million. Most of these 3 million were still struggling at the black iron level, with less than 10,000 at the silver level and only 5 at the gold level. The rest were all ordinary people who had not yet awakened. Once this alien space fragment is integrated into Jiangxing, mechanical warriors enter the city in small groups, creating as much noise as possible. The floating artillery array will defend against targets that may pose a threat to the warships. The shipboard weapons will provide suppressive and supporting firepower to alert the enemy and lure the zombies out of the city. I want to see how good they are. Lu Qinzhou, who had entered combat mode, gave orders in an orderly manner. Hundreds of mechanical warriors quickly landed from the cabin, in groups of 10, and quickly entered the city, making noise to attract the attention of the surrounding zombies. Chen Yiqian ran to control her favorite weapon. In the spacious cockpit of the Cambridge, the addition of new weapons to the ship's control panels had given rise to new women, each wearing translucent holographic goggles. The numbers and images displayed clearly displayed the weapon's data and functions, along with analysis of data from the fire control system, radar system, and drone detection system. They also provided clear images of the target. Each control panel corresponded to a weapon on board. These girls who were carefully selected by Chen Yiqian and dared to fight were forced to take charge of operating the shipborne weapons to attack the zombies on the ground after a few minutes of simple learning. After the mechanical warrior entered the city streets, magical music sounded from the speakers on his back. This square dance music, which was strictly prohibited in Jiangxing, spanned the entire century from the old era and sounded again in this alien space. It was as if time stopped for a moment, and the zombies on the road all turned their heads to look in the direction of the mechanical warrior. Roar! Countless zombies roared and rushed towards the mechanical warriors. If the square dance Annies of the old times knew that their music could attract so many fans, they would die with peace of mind. The mechanical warrior's electronic eyes flashed quickly. Faced with so many zombies, he quickly ran back, turning back and shooting as he ran. The knockdown zombies were instantly stepped on by the zombies behind him. The zombies gathered more and more, surging like a tide. At the edge of the city, ahead was a retreating squadron of mechanical warriors, the speakers on their backs still playing the enchanting prelude of music, beat by beat, beat by beat. Behind him, there were dense swarms of zombies chasing him quickly. Seeing this scene, many girls in the cockpit covered their mouths and laughed. Open fire, aim and hit hard. Ta-da-da. As Chun Yakian's voice fell, the 10 Gatling guns on the ship rang out continuously, followed by the 30mm close-in defense gun spewing out a tongue of fire more than 10 meters long. Under the pouring of tens of thousands of psychic ammunition per minute, hundreds of thousands of zombies behind the mechanical warriors fell down in an orderly manner like wheat being harvested. Even if there were several silver-level lickers among them, they were seen clearly by the radar, and the invisible lickers were given special attention. As soon as these 6-horse racers appeared, they were blown to pieces by several consecutive rounds of 130mm guards cannons. Next comes the much-anticipated time to clean up the battlefield and spend experience points to improve the ship's combat effectiveness. Chapter 53 Shipborne weapons are in place. The drones were cleaning up the battlefield, and Li Xiaoya's collecting addiction kicked in. Commanding the mechanical warriors and drones, they began to do the work of the demolition team from the edge of the city. The drones landed on the ground, spread out their spider-like mechanical legs, and began to enter the houses to collect various items, from large usable furniture to small screwdrivers. After collecting all the valuable items in the room, the drone's mechanical legs flexibly transformed into various tools and began to destroy the building. Steel bars were removed one by one, cut and brought onto the ship. Li Xiaoya, Chun Yakian, and others shook their heads at this. Li Xiaoya retorted bluntly, "What do you know? If you don't manage the household, you don't know how expensive food and fuel are. If I hadn't been so careful with my budget, this family would have gone bankrupt sooner or later." Spend 100,000 experience points to evolve the 800 cannon into a level 1 psychic weapon and install it in the bow gun position. Then spend 500,000 experience points to evolve the 460 heavy cannon to level 1 and install it in the main weapon position. Then spend experience points to evolve the 130 close-in defense gun and install it in the secondary weapon position. The 30mm guards gun and Gatling machine gun are installed in the mobile weapon position. The experience was used up again, but Li Xiaoya's silver-level experience bead reserves were already more than 10,000, so he simply upgraded his life level to a silver-level boatman. Surprisingly, the Gatling gun turrets do not occupy the weapon positions on the ship. Instead, they are like mobile floating turrets that can move around on the hull and even enter the cabin. Once there is danger in the cabin, they can immediately enter the cabin to provide reinforcements. At this point, the ship's weapons layout has been mostly filled, and the power of the aerospace battleship has begun to emerge. The data is as follows. Name, Li Xiaoya. Occupation, boatman. Level, LV21. Upgrading requires 20,000 silver experience points. Silver level experience gem reserve, 520. Reserve experience, 10010. Constitution, 215. Agility, 215. Strength, 215. Spirit, 215. Origin battleship, 500M silver class battleship. Evolution requires 5 million experience points. Shipborne weapon slots, 81/128. 3 Tier 3 silver 11 barrel 30mm close-in weapon systems 100,000 experience points required to evolve. 47 Tier 1 iron close-in weapon systems 10,000 experience points required to evolve. 2 Tier 3 silver 130mm guards cannons 500,000 experience points required to evolve. 18 Tier 1 iron 130 guards cannons 50,000 experience points required to evolve. 10 Tier 1 460mm medium-range cannons 100,000 experience points required to evolve. Tier 1 800mm long-range heavy cannon 500,000 experience points required to evolve. 1 Tier 3 silver fireball Gatling gun mobile turret. Evolution requires 50,000 XP. 49 Tier 1 iron Gatling gun mobile turrets. Evolution requires 5,000 XP. Ship functional cabin. Functional module, level 3 floating cannon array, with 10,000 silver level floating cannons. Evolution requires 500,000 experience points. Functional chamber, 6 psychic conversion chamber. Evolution requires 1 million experience points. Functional chamber, level 7 ammunition generation chamber. Evolution requires 500,000 experience points. Functional module, level 3 drone array, with 10,000 drones for reconnaissance, collection, and other functions. Evolution requires 50,000 experience points. Functional cabin, level 2 bronze level mechanical warrior generation cabin, with 100 bronze level mechanical warriors. Functional cabin, captain's living area. Evolution requires 5,000 experience points. Functional cabin, level 2 deluxe crew cabin X3. Evolution requires 10,000 experience points. Functional cabin, entertainment room. Evolution requires 2,000 experience points. Functional cabin, kitchen. Evolution requires 2,000 experience points. Features, levitation, 500 kilometers per hour. As soon as the shipborne weapons were evolved and installed, Chen Yiqian ran to sit on the control panel of the 800mm heavy artillery. When Lu Qinzhou saw her impatiently putting on the holographic glasses and her eager look, he knew that it was all over. He hoped that the city under his feet would not be flattened by her. Hurry, brother Qinzhou, provide me with vision. I can't wait to try it out. After the 800mm cannon evolved into a level 1 psychic long-range heavy artillery, its attack range was 100 kilometers, and one shot could reach the city center of the city in front of it. But Lu Qinzhou locked the permissions to prevent Chen Yiqian from having the urge to fire. My dear sister Qian, be obedient. We haven't found any gold-level monsters in this alien space yet. We will kill them slowly. We can't destroy a city's resources in one blow. We have a large family and a lot of wealth now, so we have to be frugal and live frugally. There are so many people on the ship to support. Under Lu Qinzhou's persuasion, Chen Yiqian finally gave up the idea of firing a shot, and her whole body was as wilted as an eggplant hit by frost. But you can use the ship's floating guns and close-in defense guns as you wish. Once you gain enough experience, I'll evolve them to silver rank. Then you'll be invincible. After hearing what Lu Qinzhou said, Chen Yiqian had no choice but to return to the control panel of the close-in weapon system. Li Xiaoya and Bai Wan took advantage of this calm moment to select dozens of girls from the cabin for emergency training. With Bai Wan's passive skills and learning bonus, the girls who were forced to do so quickly sat on the weapon control panels. After 7 consecutive days, with the mechanical warriors carrying speakers constantly luring the zombies in the city, coupled with the sleepless artillery attacks from the ship, most of the city was captured. Currently, only broken bricks and tiles remain in most of the city, and any useful resources have been collected, including the resources buried underground, which were all dug up and taken away by drones commanded by Lu Qinzhou. So clean it makes me cry. When professional teams from other guilds and major companies came to this city, all they saw was a flat ruin. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. Although they also collected wealth from other dimensions, they had never seen such a reckless and ruthless collection of materials from other dimensions. With the joining of other guilds, they intentionally or unintentionally snatched supplies and high-level monsters. Lu Qinzhou's good mood disappeared in an instant. Warning, do not approach within 10 kilometers of this ship. Do not be unprepared. After 3 consecutive warnings, Lu Qinzhou directly ordered that anyone who came within 10 kilometers of the advancing warship should be killed without mercy. Why? He's so domineering. The alternate dimension doesn't belong to him alone. A descendant from a wealthy family said indignantly that in Jiangcheng, apart from those wealthy families, he was not afraid of anyone. I just don't believe this. For a moment, many professionals had different thoughts. Although this alien space was not small, the city was the one with the richest resources. Other villages and towns had almost no resources. The resources in the mountains and forests were okay, but the Ant Guild, City Tuan Tuan Takeout, Black and White Goose Guild, and the professional unions under the major bank consortiums had occupied many favorable resources, such as timber mines. The local wealthy families in Jiangcheng had no choice but to take on the tough challenge of the city. But no one expected that in just a week, Lu Qinzhou would have eaten up most of the monster city with tens of millions of monsters. If he didn't join in, there would be no soup left. Suda Mao, your family master threw you here this time. Don't you have any thoughts your Hengtian group has suffered heavy losses this time? Xiang Chong, young master, why did you come in here in person? Our Hengtian group is not as miserable as your family. We started out in real estate, while your family's support, the Silver War Group, was directly destroyed. You? I won't talk to you about this. Are you interested in cooperating and taking him down? I don't think the firepower of this aerospace battleship is very strong. Maybe it's just bluffing. I won't get involved. Please do as you please. Seeing that the eldest young master Xiang Chong went to contact other wealthy families in a rage, Su Danao carefully led his professionals to retreat. You have never had tens of thousands of silver floating cannons pointed at your head, so of course it is easy for you to talk without any pain in your waist. Su Damao chose to follow his heart. Chapter 54. Fighting for the World Stone Fragment. Without the annoying flies making trouble nearby, Lu Qinzhou advanced rapidly and orderly. The Gatling gun on the ship continuously fired explosive fireballs. The ammunition of the close-in defense gun fell like raindrops, and the drones quickly cleaned up the battlefield. The efficiency of a ship was equivalent to that of the hundreds of professional teams of 100 people around it, as well as the army of more than 100,000 ordinary humans who joined. On the battlefield of this city, for their own interests and to reduce losses, the professionals arranged a large number of ordinary people to enter the alien space together. These trained ordinary people, armed with various weapons, provided support to the professional teams. Of course, most of them are human shields and baits. This is an unwritten understanding among the major families. In order to protect the lives of the family members, they use various loans to oppress ordinary people in their factories and companies, and then use a tiny amount of money or food to drive a large number of ordinary people to work for their family members. As the saying goes, I can die for my family. Under the Human Federation's forced breeding program, the last thing they lack is people. The value of human life is just a pile of cheap protein blocks and a negligible pension. Just like leeks, there will be another crop after one is harvested. Lu Qinzhou also discovered that some professionals from wealthy families were commenting behind the crowd and directing ordinary people to lure zombies for them. Each baiting operation would cost the lives of several ordinary people. Out of sight, out of mind, Lu Qinzhou sped up the pace of hunting, hoping to kill more monsters and attract more attention from the monsters so that fewer ordinary people would die. This was the only thing he could do at the moment. In order to give the girls on the ship something to do, Lu Qinzhou spent a lot of experience points to transform the entire 6th-floor cabin into a huge ecological cabin, which was like a small farm. A large number of vegetables began to be planted in the technological culture dishes. What surprised Lu Qinzhou was that these girls who were rescued from Hengtian building, although they used to work as greeters, beautiful croupiers, and in song and dance troupes, worked hard on the ship to the best of their ability. Thanks to the dedication of these girls, the ecological cabin quickly got on track, and vegetables with a short growth time would soon be served on the table. Lu Qinzhou also spent a lot of experience to provide them with luxurious crew cabins, so they finally didn't have to sleep on the floor in the empty cabin. Although there were 4 people squeezed into the 80-square-meter crew cabin, the 2,500 crew cabins were barely put together by Lu Qinzhou after he consumed more than 2 million experience points, collected supplies from half of the city, and emptied 30 Hengtian buildings. After receiving the news and moving to the crew cabin on the day, the whole ship was filled with cheers. The girls thanked the ship for its kindness one after another. In the end, Lu Qinzhou, with lipstick marks all over his face, was left standing there grinning happily. On the 10th day after entering the alien space from the space crack, when the last shell killed a 15-meter-tall giant devourer zombie, the alien space shook violently. Countless people looked at the place where the rosy glow was shimmering in the sky. Those are the fragments of the world gathering together. Grab them. When the fragments of the world stone appeared in the air, the professional teams watching around used their best skills to fly into the air. Wings of wind. Levitation. Various spells are instantly cast upon the person. Those who have flying pets immediately release them, or wear flying devices. Those who do not have flying skills, in order to prevent others from obtaining them, directly release attack skills to attack the people flying in the air. Suddenly, shouting and cursing were heard everywhere. The value of the world stone fragments was immeasurable, especially since they were condensed from such a large alien space. It was worth at least 1 trillion, and it was something that could not be bought with money. It was a treasure that a peak gold-level powerhouse needed to cross the star level, and it was priceless. There is no one in the entire Jiangcheng who does not want to obtain it, even if the stars are as far away as the sky. But with such a huge fortune in front of them, how can they not be tempted? The moment the fragments of the world stone took shape, they flew straight towards Lu Qinzhou. The crowd below who were still fighting were stunned. What's going on? How did it fly over there by itself? In fact, when Lu Qinzhou grabbed the fragment of the world stone that flew close to him, he also looked confused. Have him hand it over. The world stone fragment belongs to all of us. How can a commoner like him obtain such a treasure? Someone in the crowd started to boo. Yes, hand it over, or don't blame us, the major guilds in Jiangcheng, for being rude to you. The professionals from the major families below criticized Lu Qinzhou verbally and pensively, saying that he should hand over the treasures, saying that a common professional was not worthy of owning them. Jiangcheng was built by their major families and should belong to them. When Lu Qinzhou heard this, he couldn't help but admire their wisdom. They were really a group of people who were used to enjoying the wealth and glory gained by exploiting ordinary people, and they didn't know how high the sky was and how vast the earth was. You said Jiangxing is yours? Huh. Lu Qinzhou looked with disdain at the major professional guilds in Jiangxing that surrounded him. There were about 10,000 people, led by silver professionals, and there were hundreds of thousands of ordinary soldiers, as well as tens of thousands of hired civilians brought by the professionals. He continued, "You are nothing but parasites of Jiangxing. Every brick and tile of Jiangxing was built by ordinary people whom you regard as ants. The delicacies you eat are all produced by ordinary people. The tools you use to travel and your luxurious manner were all built by the hard work of thousands of ordinary people. The city walls you rely on for survival were all built by ordinary people. What's wrong with me being a commoner? Without millions of common people like me, would you still be able to hold your own? I'm putting my words here today. I've taken the things, and if you dare, come and rob them. Let's see who's more powerful, you bastards, or my guns and cannons." After saying that, Lu Qinzhou prepared to leave the space crack. After taking away the fragments of the world stone, this strange space would soon disappear. "Captain Lu, wait. I am the Black and White Goose's representative in Jiangxing. Our president is a gold-level expert. If you are willing to give up this world stone fragment, we are willing to give you sufficient compensation." A silver-level professional blocked the front of the warship, and the sound reached Lu Qinzhou's ears thousands of meters away. "Captain Lu, I'm the Ant Group's representative in Jiangxing. We're willing to compensate you, and I hope you'll consider it." Immediately afterwards, other people also spoke up, either offering bribes or threats, hoping that Lu Qinzhou would give up the fragment of the world stone. Roll. Lu Qinzhou told them to get out without any hesitation. Having lived in Jiangxing since childhood, he could feel the intense oppression from the upper class, especially after they mastered extraordinary powers. Ordinary people had almost no chance of turning over. As he grew up, he felt the despair of this world more and more. The strong suppressed everything not only without words on paper, but also facts. A gold-level person could suppress a giant city. Human life was not valuable, especially when the awakening rate of ordinary people's descendants was still so low. Not to mention giving such a precious thing to this group of so-called upper-class people who eat human flesh and drink human blood, giving them more powerful power to oppress the lower class. Not to mention an advanced star-level treasure like the World Stone. Even taking away a needle from them would be an injustice to myself. You don't know how to appreciate my kindness. Smash his warship and just rob him. Chapter 55, Annihilation. After the negotiations broke down, countless skills were directed at the warship. A large number of skills collided with the warship, and large flames rose from all over the warship. Lu Qinzhou didn't expect that they would actually dare to take action. The warship shook violently. After Lu Qinzhou reacted, he quickly pulled up the warship, then used experience points to repair the holes and damaged areas on the warship that were blasted by powerful skills. Sister Qian, hit them hard and leave no one alive. The 800mm bow cannon has been authorized for you. Okay, my sisters beat me up severely. Professionals from major families attacked Lu Qinzhou one after another, and the city defense forces also set up anti-aircraft guns and fired at the warships in the sky. These ordinary people blindly followed the instructions from major professional unions and fired into the air. There's no hope. They work for the major aristocratic families, but have no idea that the mountains above their heads are precisely these aristocratic families. Under Lu Qinzhou's control, the warships in the air flexibly avoided attacks from the ground, and countless gun barrels began to adjust rapidly, and the sleeping warships woke up. This time when entering the alien space, the 460mm main gun and the 800mm bow gun were not used, but with the countless experience and evolution upgrades gained here, they have already evolved to the 3rd level silver level, and a lot of 3rd level artillery shells are also in stock. Ta-da! Boom. Countless fireballs fell to the earth like a meteor shower. The fireball exploded in the crowd, and the first to suffer were the army of more than 100,000 ordinary people on the ground. The power of a level 3 explosive fireball was so strong that a deep pit, as big as a basketball court, appeared. The splashing flames instantly vaporized all lives within a radius of 100 meters, along with the weapons in their hands. When the level 3 psychic bombs fell, no matter whether they were mortals or professionals, even silver-level warriors would be left alive under the bombardment of 460 heavy artillery within a radius of 100,000 meters. Lu Qinzhou, you dare to massacre the city defense forces and our major families. We will not let you go. There were still a dozen or so silver-level peak professionals left. When they sensed the crisis, they took out their life-saving items and fled to a place 100,000 meters away from the explosion. These seriously injured guys actually dared to speak harshly. Haha, you're the only ones allowed to attack, but I can't fight back? That's impossible. I hope you can withstand my counterattack. Lu Chenzhou had no intention of letting them go. Lu Chenzhou controlled the warship and chased forward at a speed of 500 kilometers per hour. These fish that had escaped the net, their souls were in great fear, and they began to flee for their lives. They used their skills and props like they were free, just to escape from this madman Lu Chenzhou. Sister Qian, hit me. It will be too late if you don't fight now. When Chun Yaqian saw them fleeing towards the exit of the space crack, she no longer hesitated. Boom! The bow gun emitted a deafening sound that spread throughout the entire alien space. The sturdy hull shook, and a huge cannonball whizzed towards the place where the dozen people were in front. No! A mushroom cloud rose up like a nuclear explosion, and the violent shock wave of the explosion rushed in all directions like a tsunami. Everyone who was still in the alien space was frightened by this shocking blast. After the mushroom cloud rose, temporary buildings within dozens of miles of the core point of the explosion were destroyed one after another. Those who were still cutting wood in the mountains and forests of the alien space and mining in the mines were all annihilated by the violent psychic flame shock wave and vaporized in an instant. The power of an 800mm level 3 psychic artillery shell is even more powerful than a nuclear bomb. When the people outside the space crack saw the mushroom cloud rising in the alien space, they immediately sounded the alarm. Before they could retreat, they were reduced to ashes by the energy released from the space crack. A fan-shaped sea of fire spread outward from the starting point of the space crack more than 3,000 meters away, advancing rapidly. The sea of fire destroyed all the buildings along the way. The shock wave reached the edge of the 7-ring city wall. The city wall shook violently, and half of the city wall of more than 10 kilometers collapsed on the spot. Countless people stared blankly at the scene before them that looked like a natural disaster. At this moment, a warship suddenly rushed out from the intense flames, and the space crack disappeared. The professionals who rushed over stared in amazement at the warship that looked like it had flown out of the flames of hell. What happened? Lu Chenzhou was also still in shock. With such power, I almost killed myself. If I hadn't spent a lot of experience to repair the warship and rushed out of the explosion, all the people on my ship would have been finished. Looking at the flames and thick smoke emanating from all over the ship, Lu Chenzhou felt like crying but had no tears. The good news is that the crisis in the alien space has been resolved. The bad news is that except for those who came out early these days, none of the professionals and city defense forces in the alien space, including the collection team, have come out. Only Lu Chenzhou knows what happened inside. But no one dared to question what happened inside. The fact that Lu Chenzhou's warship was able to rush out intact from the devastating explosion showed that it had reached the gold-level deterrent power. The city lord did not ask, and the other 4 gold-level families remained silent. How could the silver-level families in Jiangxing dare to step forward to provoke it? In fact, when he just came out and saw the destroyed fan-shaped track of the 7th ring and the city wall that was being rebuilt, Lu Chenzhou still felt quite guilty. However, Bai Shanshan and others organized a week of relaxing activities at night, which made Lu Chenzhou indulge in women and forget about this matter. 3 poles in the sun. He carefully left the bed that could sleep more than a dozen people, finding a gap where he could step on it, so as not to wake them up. Ouch, my old waist. Lu Chenzhou was teased as soon as he walked out of the captain's room with his hands on his waist. Oh my, you finally decided to come out. It goes without saying that it is Li Xiaoya. Recently, she has found something to do and is learning all kinds of knowledge with Bai Wan, especially about naval artillery weapons. Now, she is following Chun Yaqian and is definitely the second person with insufficient firepower. She helps Lu Chenzhou train and manage the girls who operate naval artillery weapons. Bai Wan's passive ability and learning ability are very useful to Lu Chenzhou, so he simply asked her to quit her job as a school teacher and teach her various knowledge full-time on the ship. Now she is very happy with it and gets along well with many young sisters on the ship. Finally, there won't be a physical education teacher saying she can't come because she's sick. Isn't this the blessing of my dearest steward? Help me to manage the ship in good order. Ever since Li Xiaoya and Bai Shanshan and other leaders of the song and dance troupe reached a consensus, their 30 leaders cooperated with Li Xiaoya to manage all the members on the ship. Li Xiaoya accepted them as captains. These shrewd girls knew that if they wanted to live a safe and comfortable life, they had to rely on a strong man. Lu Chenzhou, who owns an aerospace battleship, is naturally the best choice. So an agreement was reached that only Lu Chenzhou would go out with his back supported every day. I'll upgrade the eco chamber in a moment. You comfort the people on the ship and tell them not to panic. Lu Chenzhou explained that after all, there were tens of thousands of people. If panic and chaos occurred, it would be a pity to lose any one of them. These people were carefully selected by the wealthy families, and he also carefully selected them from among them. They were the best in appearance, figure, and temperament. Don't worry. Bai Shanshan and her 30-member singing and dancing troupe are now assisting in management, and everything is stable. They used to dance to please high-ranking executives, wealthy people, and children of wealthy families, but now they dance and sing on the boat purely for fun. They are all very cooperative, and there won't be any problems. After Lu Qinzhou finished speaking, he took out the fragment of the world stone he had obtained a few days ago as a consumable material to consume experience to evolve the ecological chamber. Chapter 56 Demiplane Prototype. In an instant, the fragments of the world stone in his hand turned into streams of light and disappeared. The cabin on the 6th floor underwent earth-shaking changes. The area of only tens of thousands of square meters expanded rapidly like ink smudges, and only stopped when it reached a full 100,000 square kilometers. A large piece of flat and barren land appeared out of thin air in this space. The sun and stars were projected in the sky, and day and night rotated. It's actually the prototype of a demiplane. Lu Qinzhou immediately adjusted the day and night time to be the same as outside. The fragments of the world stone condensed in the large alien space also have this function. Although it is only less than 1/10 of the area of the alien space seen at the beginning, it actually has the rotation of day and night. If more fragments of the world stone are added, can it form the rotation of 4 seasons and become a real small plane? Thinking about the hidden dimension, or even world, within his future warship, he couldn't imagine the terrifying war potential if countless arsenals were built inside. When the eco-capsule underwent tremendous changes, the girls on the ship were very curious about the changes inside and rushed to the eco-capsule from all over the ship. Everyone saw the current scene inside, looked at the white clouds and sunshine in the sky, and looked at Lu Qinzhou in the center of the crowd with admiration as if they had seen a miracle. This place is so big. If we plant crops here, we won't have to worry about food. Of course, I'm going to plant a big flower field. When the flowers bloom, it will be so beautiful. Many girls said excitedly. Don't even think about it. Nothing can be grown on this land. Look, this land is lifeless and no plants can grow there. Someone said, grabbing a handful of dry sand on the ground. Unless, Captain, you can improve the environment here. Then I'll leave it to the almighty Captain. Captain, you must have a way. A group of chattering girls discussed with each other about opening a flower field here, building a lake for swimming there, and raising fish in the whole river. Finally, they led the topic to Lu Qinzhou and looked at him hopefully, hoping that he could give a solution. I'll try my best. Lu Qinzhou thought for a moment and tried his best to agree. Who could resist a group of beautiful women looking at him with their watery eyes? At worst, I can just go out of the city and there is as much water as I want in the Fishman Lake. Before leaving the city, the problem of available weapon and equipment slots on the ship must be resolved. Oh, I have to spend money again. Luckily, I solved the alien space last time, and the Night Patrol Bureau gave me 500,000 contribution points. Sister Qian, why can't we exchange heavy artillery weapons? Lu Qinzhou saw that in the exchange list of the Night Patrol Bureau, the 460 heavy cannon and the 8,000 giant cannon were not available for exchange, and even the 130 guards cannon could not be exchanged. Let me ask my dad first. Dad. Chun Yaqian immediately called Uncle Chun and asked the reason. Brother, we've been targeted. The Night Patrol's logistics director has banned the exchange in the name of Jiangqing's 8th city wall. I know this logistics director is from a prominent family in Jiangqing and has close ties with other families. We were the only ones involved in this raid. None of the professional teams from other wealthy families escaped. They didn't dare to confront us openly, but they were constantly making small moves in secret. Military supplies are now almost not available to us. Chun Yaqian sighed. Although her father worked in the logistics department and had a high position, he had not yet reached the level of being able to make real decisions. The director was already the pinnacle of power for ordinary people. Above that, the power was almost entirely controlled by powerful families. It's okay. Take a look at the production lines and military equipment. I have enough experience anyway. At worst, I can find a way to develop my own military factory so that I won't be strangled by others. I'll go ask Luozida. He's quite interested in our psychic ammunition. Helpless Lu Qinzhou had to take a roundabout way to save the country and take Lu Qianqian with him. Recently, she had been pestering him to go out and play, but he didn't dare to go out alone. So he and Chun Yaqian split up to solve the problem. Of course, they were followed by a large number of silver-level floating cannons, and the warships in the sky were ready to provide support at any time, just in case. Don't overestimate the bottom line and character of these local aristocratic families. President Luo, I'm here to trouble you again, Luo Zeta jokingly said. Haha, brother Lu, you've been quite popular recently. This guy first found an excuse to take over the Hengtian Group's entertainment building, leaving me with nowhere to go when I wanted to watch a song and dance performance these days. Other entertainment buildings are never as interesting as the Su family's song and dance troupe, which has received unanimous praise from the public. After being used to eating chaff, who would go to other entertainment buildings to play? It's a pity that this guy got everything. Then they ran to the alien space, and then the team that entered the alien space, except for those who came out early, no one who was still in the alien space was alive. They all said that the fierce battle that took place inside was a retaliatory attack by Lu Qinzhou, but they had no obvious evidence, and their destructive power was comparable to that of the gold level, so they did not dare to deal with Lu Qinzhou openly. The major families suffered heavy losses and were secretly discussing how to deal with Lu Qinzhou. Hey, forget it. I'm looking for you because I want to ask you if you're interested in level 3 psychic ammunition. What? Level 3 psychic ammunition? When did you come up with this? No one in Jiangcheng has the ability to manufacture it. Where did you get it? Come on, show it to me. Luo Zeta was lying on the sofa, looking carefree. When he heard about the level 3 psychic ammunition, he jumped up instantly, hurried to Lu Qinzhou, and stretched out his hand to ask for it. Why are you in such a hurry? I've been standing here for a long time, and no one has offered me a glass of water or anything. Brother Lu, have some tea. Luo Zeta personally poured a cup for Lu Qinzhou. Lu Qinzhou raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Little guy, I can't control you anymore. If I don't make a lot of money from you, a big mechanic, I will be sorry for making this trip myself. At present, there are mainly two types of firearms used in Jiangcheng. One is the traditional material technology tree, such as the gunpowder weapons of the old era, which maintain justice with caliber. Later, electromagnetic Gauss weapons, Gauss rifles, electromagnetic guns, railguns, and other high-tech weapons were developed and upgraded. Jiangcheng was less armed with them, mainly because of the difficulties in production and the hard-to-find materials. Humans were squeezed into the giant city to survive, so they had no energy to fight for territory and collect minerals outside the city, as well as some black technology weapons found in the alien space formed after the world was shattered, such as high-energy laser weapons, light energy guns, light speed guns, etc. Luo Zeta, a genius mechanic, borrowed these technology trees for his research route. His representative work is the floating cannon, which uses high-energy beams and has great attack power. This type of weapon mainly relies on high-energy and high-grade materials and is expensive. Another large category is psychic weapons. After integrating a large number of fragments from other worlds, the local world has undergone earth-shaking changes. They were originally called various names, such as Yuanli, spiritual energy, and magic power, and finally they were collectively called psychic power. Chapter 57. Replacement of Weapon Production Line. A large number of professionals studied the role of psychic energy, and another technology tree was born, that is, psychic weapons. They relied on the ubiquitous psychic energy in the air and various psychic energy-rich materials to develop various equipment and weapons. The main reason why firearms and artillery weapons have been able to continue from the old times to the present day is because of the birth of psychic weapons. Primarily using psychic materials and incorporating rune structures, they developed weapons far exceeding the power of ordinary firearms. These firearms were relatively inexpensive to produce, requiring a large number of skilled craftspeople to assist in their forging. Since monsters were everywhere, acquiring the materials was naturally much easier, naturally attracting the attention of humanity and prompting significant development. However, Jiangcheng is located deep inland, far away from areas with high outbreaks of alien races and monsters. In addition, the wealthy families in Jiangcheng control the channels for advancement, and there is a lack of a large number of high-level life professions. In addition, each family tightly controls the life professionals and auxiliary professionals under its own control, and there is no good technical exchange and cooperation. So far, only second-level psychic weapons can be mass-produced on a small scale. Third-level psychic weapons rely on external purchases and are almost impossible to flow into the market in Jiangcheng. Lu Qinzhou's route of evolving ships tends to be psychic, ignoring the manufacturing process, using experience to evolve the ammunition production line, and directly generating level 3 ammunition. This can only be said. Supreme talent, awesome. Luo Zeta's mechanic profession requires a large amount of ammunition. Luo Zeta, who has been stuck at the silver level for a long time, will have the ability to hunt gold-level monsters if he has level 3 psychic ammunition. He will be qualified to advance to the 6th gold-level strongman in Jiangcheng and will no longer be limited to the 7th ring. Instead, They have the ability to challenge the control of the aristocratic families over the Jiangqing situation. I won't say anything more. If you really have level 3 psychic ammunition, you are my big brother, my dear big brother. Big brother, hurry up and take it out and open your brother's eyes. Luo Zita was so excited that he was incoherent. For you, Lu Qinzhou took out a 12.7mm bullet that was emitting strong spiritual energy fluctuations. Luo Zita took the bullet with surprise and examined it carefully. The patterns and spiritual energy fluctuations showed that it was indeed a silver-grade bullet. Then, in the other party's disbelieving eyes, he took out another 30mm level 3 psychic bullet. After taking the bullet, Luo Zita looked at Lu Qinzhou again, hoping to take out a thicker and bigger bullet, but he saw that the other party was staring at his trouser pocket intently. What are you looking at? I need to be able to fit it in. This is a trouser bag, not a treasure chest. Don't look at it. I didn't bring it. It's on the boat. Lu Qinzhou turned out his trouser pockets to show the other party, indicating that he really didn't bring any. Brother Lu, you must do me a favor. Give me the level 3 ammunition, especially the shells. I'm just short of the high-level shells. I've been wanting to sweep through Skeleton Canyon for a long time. You don't know how powerful that golden skeleton knight is. Last time, I only caught a glimpse of him from a distance and almost didn't make it back. You can pick whatever you want from my possessions, but you must give me ammunition. My brother, whether I can become a gold master depends on your support. Why don't you come with me? Luo Zita suddenly invited. Seeing the other party like this, Lu Qinzhou thought to himself, it's stable. Brother Luo, I don't have much level 3 ammunition. You know the value of level 3 psychic shells, right? They are priceless in Jiangqing. I understand. Just ask for what you want. I'll give you a 20% increase on the market price. That's pretty good. Haha. Listen to me first, and then make a decision. Lu Qinzhou interrupted the other party. I want your weapons workshop, everything from guns to cannons. Ideally, I'd also want your armor and mechanical warrior production lines, along with the supporting processes and blueprints. Brother Lu, this is impossible. The production line is my core lifeline. Besides, someone contacted me and said that I am not allowed to sell military weapons and equipment to you. Luo Zita said in embarrassment. On one hand, there was the upcoming level 3 psychic shells and the prospect of gold, and on the other hand, there was the ban imposed by the Jiangqing aristocratic families. In addition, the weapons production line that the other party wanted meant that most of the weapons workshops that he had built from scratch would be emptied out, and he also had to guard against accountability from the major Jiangqing aristocratic families. Haha, don't rush to refuse. What if there are tier 3, 460 shells? A mere weapons workshop can make you a gold level expert. What's there to hesitate about? By then, with your strength, building 10 or 8 more will be a piece of cake. After Lu Qinzhou's various temptations and promises, Luo Zita finally agreed to Lu Qinzhou's request, but added one condition. I agree, but I need you to go to Skull Canyon with me. No problem, but I want the spoils of Skull Canyon, and you are not allowed to snatch them from me. Make a deal. After the two reached an agreement, Luo Zita temporarily dismissed all the workers in the workshop that day in the name of renovating the factory. When night fell, Lu Qinzhou drove the boat to stop in the weapons workshop. I was envious of this rich man from the beginning, and now I finally succeeded in taking advantage of him. Mechanical warriors and drones were sent into the factory to dismantle various machines. Luo Zita saw his weapons workshop being dismantled bit by bit and then transported into Lu Qinzhou's cabin. His heart was bleeding, but fortunately, out of sight, out of mind. He came to the warehouse filled with level 3 psychic shells and caressed these powerful weapons affectionately. Looking at the drones continuing to deliver psychic shells, the reluctance to see the workshop being dismantled and packed up was soothed by each shell. The dismantled weapons production lines, ammunition production lines, armored vehicle production lines, mechanical warrior production lines, and humanoid armor lines, etc., anything that Lu Qinzhou liked, were dismantled and packed up and taken away. In the end, Lu Qinzhou spent a lot of experience points to integrate several related functional cabins and various newly acquired production line equipment, and define the cabin where the 5th deck of the ship was located as a comprehensive cabin. The functional cabin was a mechanical factory. An entire cabin was filled with various fully automatic production lines, which could automatically generate various weapons and ammunition by providing materials. Lu Qinzhou plans to transform this place into a weapons production plane world like an ecological cabin when he has the chance in the future. Finally, Lu Qinzhou gave up because the redundant machinery and equipment could no longer be accommodated. Brother Luo, I'm leaving. Remember to call me when you leave. Lu Qinzhou achieved his goal and walked back to the ship with a cheerful pace. When Luo Zita returned to his factory, he shouted, Bandits. Almost everything in the factory was dismantled and taken away, including the mountains of weapons, ammunition, and materials needed for production, with the main goal of avoiding waste. If it weren't for a few remaining redundant production lines for ordinary weapons and ammunition, they would be no different from bandits crossing the border. Unfortunately, Luo Zeta's weapons workshop lacked a production line for the 460mm heavy gun and the production process for the 800mm cannon. They were capable of producing everything from pistols to various types of machine guns and armored vehicles. Damn, this guy actually has a trick up his sleeve. He doesn't even have the production materials and technology for his large armored vehicle, and he's hiding it from me. Chapter 58, Departure to the Murloc Lake. Next, Chen Yaqian brought Lu Qinzhou a good news. That is, the blueprints of the 460 caliber heavy artillery were obtained, but there was no way to get the 800 caliber one. Lu Qinzhou comforted the other party and told them not to be anxious and to take it slow. Arrange essence production immediately. The current functional cabin, the mechanical factory, has undergone several days of adjustments and evolution and is now capable of directly producing various machine guns and cannons up to 800 caliber, as well as their associated ammunition. And it is from level 1 black iron to level 3 silver. If Lu Qinzhou wanted to sell these psychic weapons, he would definitely make a fortune, but releasing his own weapons would only strengthen the enemy's foundation. In the end, a sudden small monster riot made Lu Qinzhou decide to open a weapons shop. A production line was specially adjusted to produce Tier 1 black iron weapons, ranging from rifles, submachine guns, pistols, to matching psychic bullets. The market price they jointly set was 20% lower than that of the weapons companies opened by the major families, but even so, the profit was 10 times. The weapons are mainly provided to the soldiers responsible for city defense. They only need to kill monster corpses and bring monster corpses of the same value to exchange for weapons and ammunition infinitely. This way, Lu Qinzhou can make a 100-fold profit. Under the secret instructions of 7th Ring Army Commander Chu Jianzhong, the officers under him brought their soldiers to Lu Qinzhou to order a large number of psychic weapons and ammunition. These black iron-grade weapons greatly reduced the casualties of ordinary soldiers defending the city. The low-level professionals who heard the news reached into their wallets to buy them, and the brave civilian professionals even took out loans to buy weapons to hunt monsters. Lu Qinzhou also obtained a large amount of money and monster corpses. Selling at 20% off the market price was a slap in the face to all the major families and trade unions. In fact, their profits are not that big at all. It is good to have 80% profit. It is impossible to make 10 times profit. They need research and development to buy expensive equipment, and they also need living professionals to produce. They can't even double the profit. But there is a way. Lu Qinzhou cheats and directly consumes materials to generate. As Lu Qinzhou's first-level psychic weapon ammunition was in short supply, other weapon shops watched helplessly as they lost huge amounts of money. These family unions arranged people to come and communicate with Lu Qinzhou, but to no avail. Lu Qinzhou still insisted on doing his own thing, so they had no choice but to grit their teeth and lower the price, losing a full 20 of their profits. The people behind the major weapon stores hated Lu Qinzhou with a vengeance. Lu Qinzhou earned a large number of monster corpses during this monster riot. The money from selling weapons and ammunition was used to purchase a large amount of supplies. The ecological cabin is already preparing for transformation. The lake and river system inside has been almost excavated. Some lively girls operate a series of automated mechanical equipment to dig ditches and lakes inside every day. While Luo Zeta was still making preparations, Lu Qinzhou drove the boat straight to the Fishman Lake, where the scenery was still charming. But suddenly, an uninvited guest broke into this intoxicating scenery. Boom, boom, boom. The Murloc village below was suddenly engulfed in flames, and huge bomb craters appeared in the village. When the smoke and dust cleared, countless parts of Murloc bodies were scattered everywhere. Lu Qinzhou sent out a drone to take a look and found that there was nothing worth collecting at all. The entire Fishman village was destroyed, and even high-value items like magic pearls disappeared in the artillery fire. What a waste. This made Lu Qinzhou think of the need to build ground forces. It would be more appropriate to keep powerful weapons like artillery on large battlefields. Currently, the ground forces only have 100 mechanical warriors, and they can only speed up production. In addition, there is armor. This wearable armor can easily allow an ordinary person to exert bronze-level combat power, and its flexibility and independent judgment ability are much stronger than mechanical warriors. Lu Qinzhou thought of the games and movies of the old times, and the armor worn by the Space Marines in those games. If he could cultivate a Sailor Moon of that level, she would not only be extremely powerful, but also pleasing to the eye. Let's give it a try first. Anyway, there are still 100 sets of armor and aircraft. This time, we can try to pick people from the ship. If it doesn't work, we can recruit people from the whole city. I think there should be many girls who don't want to become reproductive machines and are willing to change their destiny. It was Lu Qinzhou's habit to do something as soon as he thought of it, so he immediately asked Li Xiaoya beside him. Xiaoya, send a recruitment message on the ship's radio, saying we need to select ground combat personnel. Anyone willing should report to the bridge hall. By the way, the pre-war training is also up to you. Okay, you know how to order me around. Seeing Li Xiaoya was furious, Lu Qinzhou said, who asked you to be by my side? You're just shouting at whoever you catch. Haha, my little sister Xiaoya. Those who are capable should do more work. You have been training combat skills with Lu Qianqian these days, so it's perfect for you to take this job. Take Lu Qianqian along with you. Although Li Xiaoya unfortunately did not awaken her profession, she has been secretly learning various knowledge since she followed Lu Qinzhou on board the ship. She not only learned how to operate naval guns, but also participated in crew management and even took time to practice personal combat skills. Just to keep up with Lu Qinzhou's pace, I worked hard quietly. As the master of this warship, Lu Qinzhou could naturally sense the sweat and effort Li Xiaoya had put in. He hugged her tender body with heartache. Suddenly, Lu Qinzhou, you are going to die. Li Xiaoya, blushing, reached out and pinched Lu Qinzhou's waist hard. There were so many people in the command room. What was going on in the mind of this bastard? It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Let go, let go. I was wrong, I was wrong. Snort. Li Xiaoya shook her ponytail and left the cockpit proudly. The girls around her covered their mouths and laughed softly. Can I blame you for this? Young people are full of energy. It's not unusual to have this natural reaction, especially when the other person is so attractive. Hiss. Fortunately, this girl didn't have an awakening profession. If she had, Lu Qinzhou rubbed his waist and thought, I dare not think about it, it would really hurt. It smells so good. Smelling the fragrance lingering on his palm, Lu Qinzhou grinned happily. In his spare time, Lu Qinzhou directly controlled the warship to land on the water. Without using powerful naval guns, he could easily destroy the fishmen who tried to attack the warship by just moving the Gatling gun turret. The psychic detection radar is turned on at full power. No matter which direction the murlocs within the radar range try to attack from, they can be clearly seen. It can be called the nemesis of the old six. No matter where you hide, one shell will leave you with nothing. Even when facing a powerful murloc priest leading the murloc tribe to attack, the moment the 11-barrel 30mm close-in defense gun is activated, the pupils of the fishman's ugly head reflected endless despair. No flesh and blood could withstand the storm of psychic bullets that hit tens of thousands of times in a minute. Especially after being upgraded to silver-level psychic weapons, it is no longer the low-level warship with only a few weapons. Lu Qinzhou can say that the entire Fishman Lake is no different from his back garden, as he can come and go as he pleases. He's just a mere fishman and can't cause any trouble. The trouble is still the problem of water. The 6th floor of the battleship is set up as an ecological cabin. It is impossible to use a pump to get water. There are 100,000 square kilometers of land inside, and a large lake several tens of meters deep and a winding river have been dug. Even if a machinery factory could manufacture high-powered water pumps, it would be useless. How many would it take? It would take forever to pump water. Chapter 59 Space Gate. Why don't you try and see if you can open a spatial rift, since the alien space can open a spatial rift to connect our time? It stands to reason that your ecological chamber, which relies on the fragments of the world stone to evolve, should also have a similar function. Seeing that Lu Qinzhou was worried about the water problem, Chen Yiqian gave him a new solution. Let me try. His consciousness connected to his natal battleship, and an indescribable powerful feeling overcame his heart, as if he had become a battleship, constantly breathing the energy in the void and transforming it into majestic spiritual power. Every cannon on the ship was like an extension of his will, and as long as he thought about it, he could immediately load the shells and destroy everything. My mind immediately stopped this eager thought and decided not to fire off a huge number of artillery shells just because I was happy. I am not a violent person like Chen Yiqian. Once I touch the weapon control panel, I will just fire away without caring about whether the ammunition stock can withstand it. Just like when he is with me, he has to take the initiative, not caring whether his waist can bear the support of those long legs. Ahem, I can't think about it anymore. The other person is still by my side. I can't be naughty. My life is at stake. The will reached the ecological cabin in an instant, as if I had become the master of this small world. I could influence the rotation of the projected sun and moon, control day and night, and see everything in the space. This feeling that my heart is the heart of heaven is really fascinating. He did not forget his main business, and was thinking about controlling the opening of a space portal. He actually succeeded. A space door that was more than 10 meters high and 4 or 5 meters wide was opened easily. Lu Qinzhou hurriedly controlled the space door to open directly in the Fishman Lake. The other side was in the artificial lake dug in the space. The moment it opened, a large amount of lake water gushed out from the space gate, and the fresh water in the Fishman Lake poured into the artificial lake like a flood, along with a large number of fish, aquatic plants, and mud. A vortex appeared not far from the warship. Lu Qinzhou felt the ship tilt and immediately lifted the warship from the water into the air. A large whirlpool swept through the lake, and the psychic detection radar was turned on at full power. Once a black iron-level, threatening creature was found, it would be killed on the spot to prevent it from mixing with the lake water and entering the ecological cabin. What if the people inside were injured? Most of the young ladies inside were just ordinary people, and only a small number of members of the song and dance troupe were black iron and bronze level singing and dancing professionals. Their attribute bonuses are not high either. Each level up only adds about 3 or 4 attribute points, which is the sum of the 4-dimensional attributes. Compared with the attribute point bonuses of combat professions, it can only be said to be better than nothing. Soon, the excavated artificial lakes and rivers were filled with water. The vitality in the ecological cabin began to rejuvenate, and the dry land slowly became moist. After the machinery factory produced farming machinery, it could be put into use. Lu Qinzhou, the candidates have been selected. Hurry, give me the armor. I'm going to train, and then kill monsters. Li Xiaoya came to the bridge command room excitedly. Why are you joining in the fun? How many people are willing to participate in the ground battle? Lu Qinzhou was also very curious about how many of these girls dared to fight the monsters head-on. Haha, I'll surprise you. All 3,000 members of the chorus are present, and there are 2,000 ordinary members who are also willing to join. That's about half of them, and that's because the ship needs a lot of staff to handle the daily maintenance work. Otherwise, almost everyone would be willing. How much? 5,000. The data reported by Li Xiaoya really shocked Lu Qinzhou. He originally thought that they were all beautiful girls, but they all had the determination to fight monsters. In fact, when Li Xiaoya selected the ground combat team members through the battleship broadcast, her words were like hot oil poured into cold water, stirring up the long-suppressed wildfire in everyone's hearts, and like a spark, ignited their fear of being dominated by the powerful. When the signal for selecting combatants reached everyone, their first reaction was, could they also control their power? Could they freely decide their own lives? No longer be abducted on the street, no longer be crushed by high-interest loan sharks, no longer have their beauty sold, no longer be picked over like merchandise, no longer. Especially when they learned from Li Xiaoya that they would be equipped with armor and undergo training. Almost everyone was excited. In the end, Bai Shanshan and other management members forcibly suppressed the situation. Except for enough members who were responsible for daily maintenance of the warship and development of the ecological cabin, everyone else had to sign up. Lu Qinzhou was anxious. Where could he get so many resources to equip all these ancestors with armor? That's armor that allows ordinary people to have bronze-level combat capabilities when they wear it. Do you think it's just cabbage? No, there are only 100. You guys should go down and streamline the personnel. Lu Qinzhou said unhappily. 5,000 units cannot be produced even if all the resources on the ship are used up, not to mention that enough resources need to be left for the production of ammunition and the reserve resources for the evolution and upgrade of the warships. I feel very insecure about a mere silver-class warship. Hubby, just give it to me, give it to me. I've already promised my sisters. Li Xiaoya pulled Lu Qinzhou's arm, shaking it, and said coquettishly, Hey, stop, stay away from me, Li Xiaoya. Is your throat blocked by the banana? You are not the cute girl type. Don't learn to act coquettishly and cutely like them. It makes me sick. Lu Qinzhou got goosebumps when he saw the other party deliberately holding her throat and acting coquettishly. Lu Qinzhou, are you going to give it to me or not? At least 1,000 units. If I don't let you sleep alone today, I'll kick you off the bed. Li Xiaoya put her hands on her hips and said in a bad tone that she had made a promise in front of many sisters. If she couldn't bring back enough armor, she would definitely be laughed at. Yeah, it's just right. Seeing Li Xiaoya like this, Lu Qinzhou finally got rid of the embarrassment of having goosebumps all over the floor. This is the girl I know. Why don't you just learn how to act like a cute girl? Huh. He trembled with stress reflex and replied unhappily. We don't have 1,000. You go take 100 first. I'll get you 400 later, so you can have 500 armors in total. You can take turns training first. Be good and go. Lu Qinzhou touched the other person's head and tried to coax him, but the other person slapped his hand away. Don't touch my head. I'm not a child. Li Xiaoya got the answer she wanted and left the command cabin happily, shaking her ponytail. The promise may feel good at first, but it will cause trouble for the resource cabin afterwards. In order to produce enough armor for Li Xiaoya, a large amount of silver-level monster materials and bronze-level materials were wasted. Finally, enough armor was produced in the mechanical factory and sent to Li Xiaoya and the others. Seeing the resources he had accumulated bit by bit being consumed like water, Lu Qinzhou felt heartbroken. From now on, there was not only one big consumer of ammunition on the ship, but now there was another big consumer. He could only wait until there were enough resources reserved before equipping each of them with a piece of armor. Maybe he could spend experience to evolve the flying function of the armor. Chun Yaqian's cannonballs can also rely on a large number of runes to fill up a huge amount of spiritual energy, and the spiritual energy conversion cabin absorbs continuously, and can also transform the flesh and blood of monsters into a large amount of spiritual energy. However, the manufacture of armor consumes real materials. In order to ensure the safety of these beauties, the defense cannot be low, and a large amount of silver-grade materials is required to produce it. Chapter 60 Ground Team Debut. After several days of training, the ground team finally faced its first test. To be on the safe side, Lu Qinzhou also specially found Lu Qianqian. After the last battle in the alien space, she also followed Lu Qinzhou to participate in the last small-scale monster siege. She had relied on the experience gained from the team to become a silver-level shadow assassin for free. Qianqian, can you go down and protect the safety of the ground team? No. Lu Qianqian shook her little head like a rattle. She had a baby face and big breasts and was wearing a maid outfit. She had a curvy figure and was petite and delicate. She looked at Lu Qinzhou with her big watery eyes, as if to say, "If you ask me to go down and fight the monster, I will cry in front of you." Lu Qianqian is naturally afraid of fighting monsters. Even though she awakened the powerful shadow assassin profession, she is unwilling to fight monsters head-on. Otherwise, she would not have borrowed a large sum of money from the Fairy Guild to hire a team to train for her in order to be promoted to bronze, even though she is a powerful professional. He was completely controlled by the guild, but fortunately he was a little smart, but there are not many smart people. After being caught by Sister Qian, he voluntarily signed the slave contract after being threatened. If he was unwilling, there would be no way to sign the contract successfully. Coming to Lu Qinzhou's warship was like coming to her comfort zone. There were delicious food every day, and her sisters played with her. Upgrading was done by ship guns, and she could upgrade while lying down. She no longer had to face disgusting monsters. At most, she could train her sisters' fighting skills on the ship. It's so comfortable. Now when she heard that she had to fight on the ground and face monsters, Lu Qianqian's first reaction was to shake her head and cover her ears, saying, "I can't hear you. It's a pity that even with your strength, you really can't do anything about this coward." Lu Qinzhou hated girls' watery eyes the most. He shook his head and held his forehead, sighing. "Never mind, let her be. At least she's qualified to be a maid. It's definitely not because of Wanwan's sobbing. Sister Qianqian, this time we're facing a village of murlocs. From the harvested magic pearls, I'll give you 10 first-choice prizes. How about that?" Seeing that Lu Qinzhou couldn't do anything to Lu Qianqian, Chun Yaqian finally spoke in a seductive tone. "Really? I'll go. I'm going to look for Sister Xiaoya." Suddenly, Lu Qianqian jumped up with her eyes shining and ran quickly to report to Li Xiaoya. "Oh, this guy is actually a little money grubber. Sister Qian must have a solution." Lu Qinzhou looked at Lu Qianqian in astonishment as she was fooled by Sister Qian with just a few words, and gave her a thumbs up in praise. All you do is fool around all day long, and you don't even understand the personalities of the people around you. If Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu knew how well I took care of their only son, would they cry or laugh? Thinking that I had agreed to let Lu Qinzhou have children, they would probably laugh. If Lu Qinzhou knew the reason why Chun Yaqian indulged and instigated him, he would be surprised at her brain circuit. Is it abnormal? Outside a Murloc village, a team of 100 people landed here. The exquisite and stylish armor made their figures look perfect. The flowing aura on the armor showed their strength. This was the first time they went out for actual combat training. The team of 100 people, led by Li Xiaoya, were about 2 meters tall after putting on psychic armor and held weapons according to their preferences. There are 2 silver-grade psychic daggers on the legs of the armor, a psychic pistol on the waist, a sword in hand, and a long-range psychic firearm on the back. The built-in intelligent program provides them with powerful auxiliary capabilities, and the holographic helmet can clearly understand the various situations faced on the battlefield. It can be said that they are armed to the teeth by Lu Qinzhou. As the team advanced towards the Murloc village, they were soon discovered by the Murloc warriors. with meaningless shouts of woo woo wow wow. The Murloc warrior holding a harpoon soon began to charge. The Murloc warrior used the charge skill, and a stream of water suddenly hit him from nowhere, enveloping him. He rushed 100 meters like a flash and hit a team member. The team members who didn't have time to react were knocked back hundreds of meters. Nana, are you okay? It's okay. I just feel a little dizzy. Wu Nana's voice came from the team's communication channel. Seeing that the other party stood up as if ignored, the other team members immediately began to fight back. Sisters fire. Bang, bang, bang. The soldiers holding guns immediately pulled the triggers and opened fire according to their training. The sound of gunfire continued. Stop, stop, don't waste bullets. Li Xiaoya immediately stopped them. The fishermen warriors were all smashed to pieces, but they were still shooting. Many team members smiled and apologized in the channel. Never mind. It's their first time facing a monster, so they're lucky they didn't pee their pants. Can't blame them for being nervous. When the gunshots rang out, a large number of Murloc warriors rushed out of the village, and Murlocs climbed out of the water, ready to join the battle. After understanding the pattern of the Murloc's charge, everyone controlled their armor, quickly dodged the Murloc's charge skills, cooperated with each other, and quickly attacked with the psychic guns in their hands. These bronze-level fishmen were simply unable to cope with the attacks of the Tier 3 psychic firearms that Lu Qinzhou had specially configured. The team members, with their accurate marksmanship and heavy sniper rifles, almost killed them one by one. The bang sounded, and it was clear at a glance that it was a good start. The craziest one was the crazy woman Li Xiaoya. Holding a 2-meter-long sword, she rushed into the group of fishmen, flexibly dodging the attacks and skills of the fishmen warriors. She used the sharp psychic sword to chop horizontally and vertically, killing one kid with each sword, and the sword light was sharp. On the battleship, in the bridge command room, Lu Qinzhou was watching the battle situation of the ground team on the big screen. On 5 big screens, 5 teams of 100 people were conducting actual combat training in different fishermen villages. Don't worry, you've already equipped them with the best weapons and equipment. Since you've decided to embark on this journey, it means you're ready. Chen Yaqian gently comforted Lu Qinzhou, who had been staring at the battlefield screen. Seeing that the battle on the ground was going on normally, with the occasional mistake of someone being chopped off by the fishman warriors and flying dozens or hundreds of meters away, or even into the sky, the girls who were dancing and screaming were both amused and angry. He didn't work hard in training on weekdays, and now he's making a fool of himself. Fortunately, after a lot of chaos, they cooperated with each other very well. The powerful defense of the armor was not to be underestimated. These bronze-level Murloc warriors could not break the defense of their armor at all, but they were definitely knocked dizzy. Any bronze-level Murloc could throw these hundreds of pounds of armor hundreds of meters away. Sister Qian, if you weren't worried, why would you activate the ship's guns and lock onto the battlefield? But it seems to be working quite well, so it's worth using. These are all good sisters on the ship. These beautiful little sisters are your dearest ones. If you lose one of them, wouldn't you feel sad? Chen Yaqian joked, leaving Lu Qinzhou speechless. The 5,000-man team, after dozens of rounds of actual combat training, destroyed hundreds of Murloc villages. Among them, silver-level Murloc priests appeared several times, but were all directly blown to pieces by naval guns. The 100-meter-high waves scared away all the Murloc priests who dared to explode. The biological instinct made these high-level Murlocs hide in the depths of the lake. The actual combat training went very smoothly. These 5,000 charming girls had an iron-blooded aura about them, making them even more attractive. Chapter 61 Monsters Besiege the City. Why are you so happy? Seeing Lu Qianqian hiding in a corner alone, smiling and making happy noises, Lu Qinzhou couldn't help but went over and asked. No. Lu Qianqian hid her hands behind her back like a frightened rabbit and shook her head quickly. Really? After seeing Lu Qinzhou leave, Lu Qianqian carefully counted the magic pearls in her hand. 1, 2, 10. I'm rich. Seeing that there was no one around, he hid the magic pearls he had counted over and over again in his bottomless chest. On the way back to the city, Lu Qinzhou received a city defense mission from the Night Patrol Bureau. More than 10 pieces of alien space fragments were integrated into the vicinity of Jiangqing, causing the surrounding monsters to riot and rush into the city walls. In particular, there was a section of the city wall in the 7th ring that had not been completely repaired, and now the city defense forces suffered heavy losses. Lu Qinzhou looked at the other women in the command room and realized that it was still his fault. Outside Jiangcheng, there were dense swarms of zombies, mixed with monsters of different races, including common skeletons, zombies, gnolls, Murlocs, various large animal monsters, and even tree monsters that had been rooted in the tree monster forest all year round. The tree monsters all gathered in Jiangxing. In the sky, sparrows, bats, and various flying monsters that were dozens of meters long swooped down over Jiangxing, grabbed humans one by one, pecked off their heads in midair, and threw the remaining bodies from the air. Reinforced concrete buildings were as fragile as paper foam in front of these flying monsters, and the humans hiding in the houses were caught and eaten like little bugs. The anti-aircraft guns on the city walls fired large amounts of ammunition. Due to the selfishness of the Jiangxing families and the major professional unions, these ordinary ammunitions intertwined to create brilliant sparks in the air, and the entire sky was a sea of fire, as brilliant as fireworks. The operation is as fierce as a tiger. Just look at the results. Except for the unlucky guy who flew too fast and twisted his wings and fell from the sky, no one died. Where are the psychic shells? Where did they go? The city defense soldiers were so anxious that they cursed. Jiangxing hasn't experienced a large-scale monster attack for decades. The daily peace and tranquility has allowed the local wealthy families to live a life of luxury and extravagance, taking pleasure in exploiting and oppressing the people. Coupled with corruption, local professionals have no opportunities for promotion. Even if there are strong civilian professionals, faced with the loans borne by the entire family, the burden of living for 7 or 8 brothers and sisters, etc., in order to stand out and upgrade the necessary equipment, weapons, medicine bottles, etc., they eventually succumb to the major professional unions. Civilian professionals think they can stand out by joining, but once they enter, they are faced with all kinds of routines and targeting, and their future is hopeless. Those who dare to find fault will face the higher-level children of aristocratic families and their lackeys, and in the end they can only accept their fate. Loans are the most direct trick. Any civilian who wants to turn things around cannot escape. They need loans to awaken their professions and to purchase equipment and weapons. What's even more disgusting is that some places that are easy to upgrade are controlled by various professional unions. A lone wolf cannot deal with the hordes of monsters outside the city. These selfish and short-sighted wealthy families in Jiangxing finally reap the consequences of their actions today. All beings are equal under the army of monsters. The 7th ring fell first, and millions of monsters broke through the city walls and pushed forward. Countless city defense soldiers on the city wall took refuge. The cannons and machine guns on the wall were destroyed one after another. Zombies climbed up the wall like a tide, and the entire 7th ring was filled with crying and shouting. Whether it was the slums or the luxurious manors, they were all trembling under the abuse of the monsters. The usually arrogant professionals had their heads bitten off by the lickers, and the rich kids who were escaping in luxury cars were crushed by the huge animal monsters. The luxury cars and people were turned into discus, and blood flowed out of the cracks. The luxurious building was collapsed by a gorilla dozens of meters tall, like pushing building blocks. Of course, the Professionals Guild headquarters was still struggling to resist. Some people hid in underground bunkers, and countless people tried to evacuate to the 6th ring. However, the heavy city gates had already been lowered, and only a few professionals and the core city defense forces were able to evacuate. Countless crowded civilians could only watch themselves being torn apart and devoured by monsters. The 6th ring's solid walls, which are 100 meters high, are becoming increasingly difficult to resist against the growing horde of monsters. Even if the professional associations and families reacted and organized defense and counterattacks, and arranged for workers in their factories to urgently transport weapons and ammunition. Unfortunately, facing the attacks of countless flying monsters, the organized defense line was vulnerable. The 5 gold-level masters of Jiangxing have not made any moves so far. After the 6th ring city wall was smashed by a group of silver-level rhino monsters that were dozens of meters tall, the 6th ring was declared broken. The flying monsters flew towards the inner city. The inner city's defense weapons were more advanced. They finally had the support of level 2 psychic shells and attacks from various electromagnetic railguns. A large number of flying monsters were shot down. The monsters under attack naturally attacked any weapon that could threaten them first and swooped down towards the city walls. As screams rang out, one artillery position after another was destroyed by flying monsters. The professionals who tried to rescue them were like a mantis trying to stop a chariot in the face of so many powerful flying monsters. They were either smashed to pieces or devoured by the monsters on the spot. Some local families, carrying their family heritage, tried to escape from the 2nd ring teleportation array first, but were blocked by someone in front of the teleportation array. Xia Qingxue, get out of the way. A wealthy old man tried to push Xia Qingxue away, but was forced back on the spot by a sharp sword. Federal law decrees that no one is allowed to flee without permission while the city is under siege by monsters. Anyone who escapes without permission will be charged with treason and attacked, regardless of life or death. Go back. There was no emotion in Xia Qingshue's cold voice, but from the sound of the sword behind her, one could tell the other party's determination. If anyone dared to escape, he would be killed on the spot. This was the confidence of the number one person under the gold. Qingxue, we're going to ask for help. How can that be considered running away? That's right. We are making a strategic move, waiting for the right moment to strike back. People from all the major families in Jiangsheng were talking at once, either threatening or playing the family card, hoping to leave Jiangsheng. I say again, retreat. If you take another step forward, I will kill you without mercy. Don't think I don't know what you are planning. After the storm is over, you will come back and act arrogantly again? I tell you, it won't work with me. Either you will be nailed to the pillar of shame for treason, or you will go back and fight to the death, and there is still a glimmer of hope. I've already contacted my father. He'll be back soon. If it weren't for several gold-level experts fighting for the alternate dimension, there wouldn't be any need for a bunch of you scumbags. Xia Qingshuo mocked this group of people without any hesitation. Faced with Xia Qingshuo's mockery, these heads of wealthy and powerful families who usually acted high and mighty dared not say anything and could only sulk in their hearts. They had no choice but to accept it because they really couldn't beat him, and the other party had a father who protected him. Believe it or not, if any of them dared to bully Xia Qingshuo today, the whole family would be hung at the city gate tomorrow. Chapter 62. The Arrangement of Gold-Level Experts. Lu Qinzhou hurried on until he finally saw the outline of Jiangsheng. Tens of millions of monsters were besieging it. Monsters from the front were charging into the city like sharp swords, attacking the fourth wall. A large number of monsters swooped down from the sky. The 6th and 7th ring roads were a scene of sheer devastation, with ruins and flames everywhere. The 5th ring road was a bit better, but there were still a large number of monsters attacking humans. Especially with the flying monsters wreaking havoc, no one in the city could escape their attacks. Seeing this scene, Lu Qinzhou's eyes narrowed. Since he was born, he had never encountered such a brutal monster attacking the city. At most, there were only millions of monsters, but this one was tens of millions of monsters. It was much more shocking than clearing out the zombies from that alien space. Violent. A penetrating eagle cry reached his ears, and a huge eagle attacked Lu Qinzhou's warship, and a large number of steel-like feathers shot towards the warship. The floating gun array inside the battleship instantly formed a defensive formation, and countless light beams intercepted the wings. The Gatling guns produced during this period were evolved into mobile turrets by Lu Qinzhou, using up his experience. Mobile turrets surrounded the battleship, and a large number of fireballs and bullets attacked and intercepted the flying monsters flying towards the battleship. Flying monsters such as sparrows with wingspans of dozens of meters and densely packed bats were completely vulnerable when they encountered silver-level psychic weapons. A dense storm of flying monsters formed in the sky, and they were shot down like rain, with countless feathers and pieces of flesh flying across the sky. The monster on the ground was stunned by the corpse in the sky. When looking up at the sky, what appeared in his pupils was the rapidly approaching shells, falling like meteors. Boom. Boom boom boom. Except for the 460mm heavy guns and 800mm bow guns, the weapons on the battleship were almost fully fired. Huge deep pits extend from outside the city to the city wall. The entire Jiangsheng was like an earthquake. The ground was shaking, the air was whistling, and the hot energy impact made it impossible for countless monsters to escape. Shells and fireballs bombarded back and forth like a rainstorm, and the firepower was so fierce that deep pits as big as basketball courts were formed, and the ground sank dozens of meters. The huge corpses of countless monsters were blown to pieces, and the monsters that were being slaughtered just now fled from the range of the artillery fire. The monsters with short legs in front were trampled like garbage by the monsters behind. A large number of zombies were trampled by the giant monsters. They did not die at the hands of humans, but died at the hands of the monsters that were also attacking the city. After Lu Qinzhou's warships entered the battlefield, the guards of Jiangsheng were like a shot of adrenaline, and they all took up their weapons to participate in a more intense defensive battle. After entering the edge of the city, Lu Qinzhou had no way to use high-powered shipborne weapons. Only the floating guns and Gatling guns were roaring. After no monster dared to approach the warship, Lu Qinzhou was happy to have some free time and began to launch drones to collect the spoils. The opportunity to collect spoils of war cannot be missed at any time. Facing requests for help from other families and professional unions, Lu Qinzhou began to collect resources calmly, but instead asked the other party to deliver resources to him. saying that he was short of ammunition and energy and needed resources to open fire. These wealthy families were so angry that they started cursing, accusing Lu Qinzhou of taking advantage of the situation and being shameless. Lu Qinzhou remained unmoved. He still had not forgotten that Li Xiaoya was kidnapped on the street by the staff of the entertainment building opened by the wealthy families in Jiangqing. If they had not directly attacked the city and would have been wanted by the federal government, they would not have had the chance to make trouble. Anyway, Jiangqing has been destroyed like this. If you don't seize the opportunity to make a fortune, when will you wait? For this opportunity, Lu Qinzhou specially evolved the drone array again. The efficiency of collecting data with 100,000 drones is very fast. Whether it was the large monsters on the ground or the resources in the ruins, they were all detected by drones, and not a single one was left undetected, especially the large-scale integrated farms built by the aristocratic families, each of which was 200 or 300 meters high. They directly cut through the thick reinforced concrete walls and packed up the technological cultivation equipment, planted crops, and raised animals inside, and took them away. It happened that the space in the cabin was very large, so at worst, if it was full, they could be stored in the ecological cabin first, which covered an area of 100,000 square kilometers. Just like that, after salvaging the corpses of monsters outside the city, he salvaged the 7th ring. After salvaging the 7th ring, he entered the 6th ring. The resources in the 5th ring city were also good. The main goal was to not let any of them go. If he met any survivors, he would rescue them. In order to save these survivors, Lu Qinzhou also evolved the mechanical warrior terminal so that it could flexibly control a scale of thousands of people. Assisting in rescuing survivors and cooperating with drones to collect supplies, the battlefield was full of octopus drones, digging through the ruins for resources. Lu Qinzhou specifically fired at the industrial area to drive away monsters, taking this opportunity to fish in troubled waters. The machinery and resources in these industrial zones were emptied out one after another, especially the large farms owned by some hostile forces. Not satisfied after emptying them, they directly used naval guns to destroy them in order to eliminate the monsters by accidental injury. The major companies and families who learned the news were all furious, but there was nothing they could do. They didn't dare to come out of the inner city. The monsters outside were rampant, and they would die if they were not careful. They could only comfort themselves that it was just a matter of finances. The more they thought about it, the angrier they became. Thunderbolt. The sound of thunder suddenly rang out in the sky. Haha, the city lord is here. The professionals and city defense forces who were still fighting desperately on the city wall cheered. Next, Lu Qinzhou saw a scene that he would never forget in his life. I saw a figure standing in the air above Jiangqing, and a powerful pressure filled the entire city. The flying monsters rampaging in the sky flew everywhere, as if frightened. Among them were some powerful silver flying monsters, but now they were like frightened horses, trying to escape from the sky above Jiangqing. The monsters on the ground also seemed to be unsteady. How dare a mere monster act so recklessly? Thunder magic. Thunderous force. As the voice of the visitors spread throughout Jiangqing, a large number of dark clouds gathered in the sky, and powerful spiritual power fluctuations suppressed the entire sky above Jiangqing. Then a shocking scene unfolded. The entire Jiangqing, covering an area of at least 100,000 square kilometers, was now like a thunderstorm. Countless lightning bolts struck accurately, landing on the heads of every monster. The aroma of barbecue filled the entire city. Including the monsters fleeing outside the city, they were all struck by lightning. The violent power of lightning flashed between heaven and earth, and countless people's hair stood on end. After a while, the thunderstorm clouds in the sky dispersed, and the land within a radius of 200,000 square kilometers looked as if it had been bombarded by a thunderstorm. This range. Lu Qinzhou swallowed his saliva stupidly and was almost scared to death. Sister Qian, help me. What is majesty? This is it. A gold-level expert is so terrifying that he can suppress an entire city by himself. The most terrifying thing is not his destructive power, but his precise controllability. You will reach this level sooner or later. Senior Xia Yuesheng is a veteran gold-level expert who is about to step into the star-level existence. It is normal for him to have such power. Chen Yaqian supported Lu Qinzhou and comforted him. Chapter 63. It seems I was tricked. Haha, you're quite good, little guy. Are you interested in joining the City Defense Army? How about I give you the position of commander of the 8th Ring City Defense Army? An elegant middle-aged man came onto Lu Qinzhou's warship and said to Lu Qinzhou with a smile. But Lu Qinzhou didn't dare to be presumptuous at all and smiled awkwardly. Well, thank you for your kindness, Lord City Lord. I'm used to freedom and can't stand being restricted. Haha, forget it. You're not a pushover. If I keep you in Jiangqing, you might cause some trouble. Remember, Jiangxing will always be your home. You're always welcome. The other party seemed to have seen through Lu Qinzhou's thoughts. Combined with his recent behavior, he was forced to stay. Sooner or later, he would clash with the local aristocratic families in Jiangxing. The complex Jiangxing could not withstand the chaos caused by this young man. Seeing that he had grown from an ordinary boatman to where he is now so quickly, it is conceivable that his future achievements would not be low. This is a good thing for humanity as a whole. He is not comparable to those short-sighted wealthy families in Jiangxing. With his current level of strength, he has set his sights on a wider world. People like Xia Yuesheng who control a city know the whereabouts of the leader of the Human Federation, which is a vaster world outside the world. In addition, when he saw the huge cannon on the bow of Lu Qinzhou's ship, he felt a sense of threat. Forget it. This young man has a bad temper, is lustful, has no sense of the overall situation, and is vindictive. You can't afford to offend him. Xia Yuesheng left in such a hesitant manner, thinking to himself that he would have to tell his little girl to stay away from him when he got home. Call. Lu Qinzhou breathed a sigh of relief. Although the city lord was smiling, he put a lot of pressure on Lu Qinzhou, fearing that he would settle the score later. After all, he just looted the city extensively, but he didn't cause any trouble to me. That's great. Lu Qinzhou planned to make some preparations and go out of the city to look for resources to upgrade his warship. Without the gold-class naval guns, he would not feel safe. While the city lord was not paying attention to the monster corpses and no one else had any ideas about them, Lu Qinzhou quickly arranged for the drone to cunningly pull the monster corpses on the ground back to the cabin. Looking at the increasing piles of monster corpses, Lu Qinzhou muttered excitedly, I'm rich, I'm rich. This scene made Xia Yuesheng, who was returning to the city lord's mansion, twitch his lips. This brat. He really wanted to go back and beat him up. What should he do? City lord, you have to make the decision for us. As soon as Xia Yuesheng returned to the gate of the city lord's mansion, he was stopped by the local noble families in Jiangxing. They complained that Lu Qinzhou took advantage of the chaos to rob their property. He was so angry that he waved his sleeves, and the powerful pressure and whistling wind made the group of people fall to the ground and roll into a ball. Roll. They are incapable of accomplishing anything and are always causing trouble. They are incompetent at everything they do and are the best at exploiting the people. Now Jiangxing has suffered such a huge loss, and a large part of the reason is that these people suppress civilian professionals. They themselves do not make progress, but occupy a large amount of resources and do not allow others to surpass themselves. It seems that next, I need to give them a good beating to teach them a lesson. The group looked at each other, not daring to say anything, and could only leave in shame, not knowing that bad luck was about to happen. Next, Xia Yuesheng appeared on Lu Qinzhou's warship again one day, and the two sides talked for a long time. One day, the city lord's mansion issued a new policy. To encourage civilian professionals, the city lord's mansion provides a 5-year, low-interest loan to every professional who successfully awakens. The annualized loan rate is only 6%, with a maximum interest rate of 1 million. This is 6 times lower than the 36% annualized loan rate of regular banks. This loan is used to purchase weapons and ammunition through designated channels. This was the news that City Lord Xia later received from the 7th City Defense Army. Lu Qinzhou was actually able to sell psychic firearms and ammunition in bulk at a low price, which made the 7th City Defense Army's combat effectiveness much stronger than that of other city defense armies. Finally, in order to interrupt the suppression and weapons monopoly of the aristocratic families on ordinary professionals, City Lord Xia found Lu Qinzhou. After thinking about it, Lu Qinzhou revealed his trump card a little and said that he could mass-produce Tier 2 psychic weapons, which received strong support from Xia Yuesheng. The City Lord's mansion provides psychic weapons and ammunition to civilian professionals who have no money and power at 80% of the market price, and provides loans. After friendly negotiations between the two parties, with spit flying, grabbing each other's collars, and almost getting into a fight, 20% of the sales proceeds were paid as federal taxes, 15% went to the City Lord's mansion, and the rest went to Lu Qinzhou. After this massive monster attack, the area surrounding Jiangxing was completely deserted. After careful consideration, the City Lord's office decided to expand the area 10 kilometers outward to create the 8th ring of Jiangxing and repair the walls that collapsed during the monster attack. All civilians who participated in the construction of the 8th ring would be allocated a free apartment of at least 120 square meters. Suddenly, countless civilians applied to join the construction team, especially those in the inner ring who only had houses of a few dozen square meters and had more than a dozen children. They all responded to the call. The civilian professionals also began to cheer, as they finally had their day, and they all ran to the City Lord's mansion to inquire. Finally, these professionals arrived at a temporary base outside the seventh ring. Lu Qinzhou's warship temporarily hovered in the sky to guard against possible monsters. There were already many people lined up in an orderly manner, and the staff sent by the city lord's mansion were so busy that they were dizzy. Based on the awakened professional strength of the professional, each person was approved for a different loan amount. After a professional psychic bracelet and loan amount were issued on the spot, everyone came to the weapon sales counter happily to choose their own weapons. Thanks to the large amount of weapon data drawings in Luo Zida's weapon workshop and the massive material support from the city lord's mansion after it evolved into a mechanical factory at the cost of a lot of experience, a large number of psychic firearms came into the market, including pistols, rifles, shotguns, sniper rifles, and individual cannons. The city lord's mansion lends money, Lu Qinzhou manufactures psychic weapons, and civilian professionals rely on low-interest loans to obtain psychic weapons, go out of the city to hunt monsters, gain experience in monster corpses, and rely on the materials from the hunted monsters and resources obtained outside the city to sell them to the recycling station on Lu Qinzhou's side to repay the loan. A perfect closed loop benefiting all three parties was formed. Only the major families and professional unions suffered losses, but they dared not make any small moves. Even if Lu Qinzhou and the others were not afraid, they could not shake the majesty of the city lord. With the massive supply of psychic guns, weapons, and ammunition, Jiangsheng has regained new vitality. The city lord made a profit of 15% by relying on the strategy of making something for nothing and transferring money from one hand to the other. Finally, they gave Lu Qinzhou a piece of land, an area of 10 square kilometers outside the 7th Ring Road, an area full of potholes caused by artillery shells, for Lu Qinzhou to build on his own. Although Lu Qinzhou also made a lot of money and had a reputation for selling psychic weapons and ammunition at low prices, it was very smooth for him to purchase materials and monsters from these civilian professionals. But looking at the area outside the 7th Ring Road that was allocated to me, which was full of potholes, I always felt like I was being cheated. Chapter 64 Investment Agreement. Although they felt that they had been cheated by Xia Yuesheng, the seemingly righteous guy, Chen Yaqian, and other women were very happy that the 10 square kilometers of area were allocated to them. They excitedly talked about how to plan and build their own home in Jiangqing. Only Lu Qinzhou was not so excited. She had already gotten used to life on the boat, but she could not stand the excitement of the other girls on the boat. Finally, full authority was given to Wu Nana, the leader of the song and dance troupe, to recruit people to build their own home. Wu Nana, wearing a gorgeous psychic armor, led 100 team members who were also wearing armor into the streets and alleys of Jiangsheng to promote their base and recruit various workers. The benefits they offered were also very generous. Not only were the wages higher than those offered by other companies, but they also offered a temptation that no civilian could refuse: natural vegetables and meat. This is something that many poor people who rely on eating cheap synthetic food and protein blocks synthesized by cockroaches that gnaw on bricks cannot refuse. On the first day of work, the workers, who actually ate vegetable soup and meat, were moved to tears. After so many years, food was scarce in Jiangqing, and finally someone was willing to treat them like human beings. With the self-promotion of these workers, a large number of workers recommended themselves to work on Lu Qinzhou's construction site every day. The bomb crater was filled and the foundation was dug. Wu Nana, a dancer, actually knew how to design architectural drawings. She led a group of girls who were good at design and drawing to draw a sketch of 10 square kilometers. A super large manor is located in it, and the surrounding commercial blocks, residential areas, villa areas, factory areas, and 2 huge integrated farms up to 300 meters high have been planned one by one. Especially the magnificent large manor, which covers an area of 100,000 square meters, accounting for 1/10 of the entire area. It has pavilions, towers, bridges, and flowing water, and has everything, which has received unanimous praise from everyone. The estimated construction period is 5 years to complete, and it will require millions of workers and a huge amount of materials. In order to complete this manor that everyone likes, Lu Qinzhou was forced to agree to expand the scope of recruitment. The girls on the ship put on their armor and rushed to various places to negotiate the purchase of building materials, arrange ground combat teams to attack the area where the monsters are, and mine stones, wood, etc. In order to avoid being strangled by the major material merchants in Jiangqing, the factory area was built first. Brick and tile factories, glass factories, wood processing plants, cement plants, and other factories were built first, and a large number of workers were recruited with generous wages and meals, and they worked day and night. For this purpose, the mechanical factory on Lu Qinzhou's ship collected a lot of civilian machinery drawings, improved a small part of the production lines, and produced various large and small mechanical equipment needed by the factory. The all-round drones were sent out to serve as transport teams and assembly workers. They also flew around outside the city to collect materials and acted as scouts during battles. They can be said to be the best model workers of the year. Standing on the deck of the aerial battleship, looking at the construction site below in full swing, Lu Qinzhou suddenly spoke. Sister Qian, we don't have enough regular manpower on board. With the establishment of a large commercial street on their territory, the city lord's mansion issued loans, and there was an endless stream of civilian professionals coming to buy weapons and ammunition. In addition, manpower was needed to build everyone's homes, so more and more girls came down from the ship to work. In addition, with sufficient materials, after all the people on the ship were equipped with a set of armor, the girls who had awakened singing and dancing professions went crazy, forming teams to go out hunting monsters every day. Although they brought back a lot of materials, they also occupied many resource bases. However, insufficient personnel on board is also a problem that needs to be faced now, especially the cultivation of vegetables, grain planting, and animal breeding in the ecological cabin, which cannot be completed by machines alone. Personnel are still needed to operate and control them. Observation of growth status is also very important to prevent disease hazards. The integrated farm building on the site has not yet been completed. Tens of thousands of people on the entire construction site rely on this ecological cabin for food. A large amount of synthetic food has to be purchased to provide enough for the workers' 3 meals a day and welfare distribution. Lu Qinzhou hated foods like protein blocks synthesized by various insects and would never buy even a little bit of them. It's okay, I'll be responsible for recruiting and make sure you're satisfied. Chen Yiqian smiled mysteriously and said goodbye to Lu Qinzhou. During the days when Lu Qinzhou was busy adjusting the warships, Chen Yiqian went to various universities and went directly to the principals to explain the situation. There are more than 10 schools in the 5th Ring Road alone. These schools are funded by the federal government and are open to both commoners and children from wealthy families. Funds are allocated every year, and 2 free meals and free teaching are provided until the age of 18. Although these are free in school, if you want to awaken your profession, it is best to complete the body training to be able to complete the transformation from mortal to extraordinary when awakening, and the probability of success in awakening your profession will be higher. For children from wealthy families, there are of course luxurious meals in school to replenish qi and blood, as well as various qi and blood potions to replenish the qi and blood lost during body training. Ordinary students do not have money to buy nutritious meals and blood and qi potions, so the probability of completing physical training is naturally extremely low, and the failure rate of awakening is even higher. Chen Yiqian's goal is to invest. This kind of thing is very common in Jiangxing. Many wealthy families will also invest, but they invest in people who have already awakened to ensure that their family will never suffer losses. Chen Yiqian's investment started when she was a student. She has a fixed quota of blood and qi potions and nutritious meals every month. This investment amount requires Chen Yiqian to pay 100,000 every year until she awakens her career at the age of 18. Of course, all the expenses required for awakening are provided by us, but this investment is only for beautiful girls. The condition is to sign the Tiangong investment agreement. If you don't successfully awaken your profession, you will serve the Tiangong for life, but we will pay you a monthly salary of 5,000 to 10,000. If you awaken your profession, you only need to serve the Tiangong for 10 years before you can regain your freedom. Are you telling the truth? The principal excitedly asked the beautiful woman in front of him. How could someone be willing to invest so much money in civilians? If so, the probability of those civilians awakening would increase at least tenfold. Of course it's true. I was also born a commoner. I know that girls without awakened professions, especially beautiful girls, don't have a good fate. At the very least, they become breeding machines, and at worst, they become playthings of the powerful. As a woman, I naturally have to help them. Chen Yiqian's words were so righteous that the other party had no reason to refuse. Even though they knew there must be hidden information in it, this was the only chance for countless girls from ordinary families to turn their lives around. I think someone would be willing to seize it. I agree to your terms in principle, but you still need to obtain the consent of the person involved. The principal thought for a moment and agreed. The next thing was very simple. The detailed personal information of the girls was sorted out one by one. Chapter 65 Invited to Skull Canyon. Principal, could you also give me the information of the female graduates this year? I'm planning to recruit them too. If they're chosen, we'll cover their student loans and interest for this year's awakening careers and provide them with a monthly salary of 5,000 to 10,000. Really? A high salary of 5,000 to 10,000? I think many people are willing to do that. I'll prepare the information for you right away. The principal excitedly prepared the information for the group of girls who would be graduating this year. In the era of giant cities, human life was worthless, and labor was worthless. Factory workers who had to work continuously for more than 12 hours a day only earned around 3,000 yuan. In the era of giant cities, food resources are expensive, especially naturally grown grains. Of course, the things needed by professionals, such as weapons, equipment, potions, etc., are even more expensive. Soon, a piece of information about all the girls in the school came from Chun Yaqian's psychic bracelet. After selecting through big data, Chun Yaqian marked the portraits of these women and sent them back to the principal, asking him to arrange for a teacher to ask for their opinions. If they are willing, they can report to the school and contact her at that time, and someone will come to make arrangements. Afterwards, Chun Yaqian visited other schools one after another. Except for the one in the second ring, all the other schools where the local large professional unions and children of wealthy families were located. There was no need to ask at all. The children of wealthy families simply looked down on such a small investment. They had enjoyed favorable conditions since childhood, but after awakening, they could only rely on their own destiny. There was only one chance to awaken in their lifetime. Soon, the investment was notified to teachers by the principals of various schools, and the teachers informed students and parents, which aroused the expectations of countless girls. Countless civilian families are very interested in this. It is a great thing. Daughters born in most families are not welcomed, and now there is an additional way out. Many hope that their daughters can get investment funds to improve the family environment. After all, if you raise a boy, he can stay at home and make money. But if you raise a daughter, she will be forcibly assigned after she turns 18 and will be nothing. Sir, why does this investment agreement prohibit dating? A girl asked. The crew member in gorgeous armor replied directly. This is a hard and fast rule in the Tiangong investment agreement. If you are found to be dating a boy, all investments will be cancelled immediately and you will be compensated tenfold. If you agree, sign it. If not, leave. A little Lolita, about 11 or 12 years old and already showing a stunning appearance, looked at the big sister in front of her and thought, the other's armor is so beautiful. I also want to wear such beautiful armor in the future. Hurry up and sign, Tian. After you sign, you will be as powerful as this master. The other party's parents couldn't wait to get the little girl to sign. With this agreement, their daughter's future would be guaranteed. Not only would her chances of awakening be greater, but even if she didn't, at most she could go work for them and earn more than 5,000 yuan a month. This was simply a cash cow. Why can't we, as parents, use this money? She's my daughter. Since it's an investment for her, we can use it however we want. If she doesn't awaken, you can just take her away. There was a girl in the venue whose parents were making a fuss and wanted to keep the money for themselves. There were more than a dozen children in the family, and it would be more cost-effective to use the investment money for their son. After all, their daughter would leave home one day. Parent, stay away from me. If you come any closer, I'll execute you on the spot. This is the investment agreement. It stipulates that every penny must be used for the benefit of the parties involved. If you breach the contract, you must pay tenfold compensation plus interest. If you don't agree, get out. The girl in armor took out the rifle behind her and pointed it at the middle-aged woman who was spitting all over her mouth, as if she was going to shoot her to death if they had a disagreement. This was all specifically requested by Chun Yaqian. If she wasn't tougher, these people would definitely show everyone what it means to be arrogant. Don't underestimate the group of shrews among the poor. It would be better to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys at the beginning to avoid more trouble in the future. And this rule, once awakening is complete, you must obey all arrangements made on the Tiangong. Your family members are not allowed to interfere. If you violate this rule, you will be required to pay 10 times the compensation. Isn't this too overbearing? If you don't want to get out, it doesn't matter if you have this person from your family. For some families who want to use their daughters as cash cows, the contents of the agreement will block all their plans. But even so, many people are still willing to sign this agreement, which is equivalent to a contract of selling one's body. There are also those who disagree. Most of them are girls who were not selected and envy their classmates who enjoy the same nutritious meals and special bloodsheen potions as the rich. They all complain about why they were not born prettier. The girls who graduated this year finally got the news. After seeing the recruitment agreement, they cried with joy. Finally, they didn't have to be breeding machines anymore and could earn their own money. They were afraid that they and their sisters would be arranged to be wives of some disabled soldiers. Those men who have not awakened themselves, if they are assigned to various positions, will become mentally abnormal after participating in battles or being disabled for various reasons. There are countless girls who have been subjected to domestic violence and are unable to divorce, and often live their lives in pain. What is even more terrifying is that the mortality rate of those assigned to certain professionals, especially combat professionals, is high. They already have several or even dozens of wives. Once a professional dies in battle, they face an even more cruel fate and are reallocated. Living a professional life is the best choice, but they cannot support such a large family and basically live a very hard life. In just a few years, they will become haggard because of having children. Free love sounds very beautiful, but if a man who is not awakened has no channels to find a good job by himself, he will be randomly assigned a position. In the era of giant cities, no manpower can be wasted, and waste is shameful. For men and women who have freely married, their men may be assigned to build city walls, or work in factories for 12 hours nonstop, or even join the gathering team outside the city, or join the city guards to suppress monsters in the next month. The mortality rate is also high, and the ending is not very good. If a man dies in battle, he will be randomly reassigned. Everything is for humanity. What a noble reason. Behind the scenes, they have devoted their entire lives. Half a month later, the selection of girls who graduated from various universities in Jiangxing this year was completed. 1,000 beautiful girls joined the Tiangong battleship in various positions. They were all top beauties picked from thousands of people. Chen Yaqian seemed to have seen Lu Qinzhou's preferences from the 10,000 girls snatched away from the Hengtian building. This time, all the girls who were able to board the ship were innocent. At the same time, a group of beautiful girls who had love experience were eliminated, which made many girls regret it. After a short training, they quickly adapted to the work on the ship and no longer had to worry about being forcibly assigned. The people responsible for coordinating birth plans were okay with dealing with civilians, but they didn't dare to deal with the crew on the aerospace battleship. If you are not afraid of stuffing them into the barrel of an 800mm naval gun, you can give it a try. A month later, Lu Qinzhou, who was in the comfort of the captain's room, received a call from Luo Zita. Brother Lu, are you there? I'm ready. I can't wait to go to Skull Canyon. I'm ready to go anytime. Okay, I'll come find you now. After hanging up the phone with Luo Zita, Lu Qinzhou slowly stood up. The girl next to him handed him clothes, and he put them on. Oh, I've really fallen. It's all Sister Qian's fault. She knows me so well. Love you so much. Chapter 66 Deluxe Panel. Attention all members. The battleship will launch into Skull Canyon in 1 hour. Those willing to participate in this battle, please return immediately. The rest of you will remain at base camp. The battleship broadcast 3 times in a row, and all the crew members in Jiangxing received the news from Tiangong through their psychic bracelets. At the same time, the crew members wearing armor and following the floater clicked to agree or reject. For those who clicked to reject, the floater that had been following them on guard quickly flew back to the battleship on the spot. The crew members who agreed to participate in this battle quickly returned to the warship. No matter what they were doing, they put it down on the spot and handed it over to others. Rays of light flew from the ground to the warships hovering in the sky. After statistics, only 3,000 people were willing to come back. Most of them were members of the song and dance troupe. The rest were mostly in charge of various affairs in the base camp, especially the sale of psychic weapons and ammunition. When the people on the ground saw this scene, they immediately realized that the warships above were probably about to take action again. Not far away, a large convoy of armored vehicles drove towards this side, raising a large amount of dust. Luo Zita also arrived with his own convoy. At a rough glance, there were no less than 100 vehicles. Luo Zita, wearing a red battle armor, flew directly to the deck of the battleship in the sky and patted Lu Qinzhou's shoulder affectionately. Haha, brother, I'm late. I'm counting on you this time. No, I'm also short of materials and ready to go. You've upgraded your armor again. It actually looks like it's working. Haha, I'll arrange for the convoy to catch up right away. I've made careful preparations this time, and I'm sure you'll be surprised. Look at my armor. Do you see anything different? The other party spun around, boasting, isn't it just adding flight functionality? I spent experience to evolve the armor production line in the mechanical factory. Now, among the 11,000 beautiful crew members on board, which one can wear armor that can't fly? And the control flexibility is also explosive. I didn't realize it, but this color is quite sexy. Aren't you afraid of being made a target? Lu Qinzhou said deliberately. You are ignorant. This is the latest model of armor. Look at the material, the workmanship, and the surging power. This is a top-level silver-level armor. The defensive shell is made of gold-level materials. It can withstand the attacks of golden monsters without any problem. For this operation, I took out my underwear. Luo Zita patted the armor on his chest to show off, and there was a banging sound. Well, very good. Can you give me the blueprint? Lu Qinzhou stretched out his hand. No way, don't even think about it. I just developed it. How can I leave right away? I spend a lot of effort and brain cells to develop this, unless you pay more. Give you some more tier 3, 460 shells. Make a deal. Luo Zeta laughed like a weasel who had stolen a chicken. With more level 3 psychic shells, he was safe this time. Next, the two of them were in the battleship's conference room, drinking tea brought by the crew maid and eating fruit desserts. The convoy on the ground was moving at a high speed, and Lu Qinzhou's battleship followed slowly in the air. With Chun Yaqian watching the operation of the warship, Lu Qinzhou felt very relieved. Within the range of the psychic detection radar, the young ladies on the control panel wore holographic helmets and precisely controlled hundreds of Gatling gun mobile turrets, quickly firing at the monsters that appeared. All the monsters that blocked the convoy were torn into pieces, and then the drones left after images and quickly collected the monster corpses and returned to the cabin. Brother Lu, your place is more comfortable. You have everything you need, the area is large, and you have a beautiful woman to accompany you. I am having a hard time. Luo Zeta drank a few cups of tea and began to complain. You don't know, all the gold-level monsters that were easy to hunt near Jiangsheng have been cleared out. We, the silver professionals in the guild, have been stuck at peak silver for years. Every time a gold monster appears, it's always snatched up by those gold-level guys, leaving nothing behind. If it weren't for your level 3 shells, I wouldn't dare go to Skeleton Canyon. There are so many skeletons there. If we dared to go there, I'm afraid we'd never come back. Team up. Lu Qinzhou asked. I've been waiting for you to say this. Luo Zeta immediately applied to join the team. A prompt appeared on the career panel, and Lu Qinzhou clicked to agree. Brother Lu, when did you reach the peak of silver? You've only been awakened for less than half a year. And your sister Qian is also at the peak of silver? Crazy, this world is really crazy. It took me decades to reach my current level, and you only took a few months. Luo Zeta looked at Lu Qinzhou with resentment. He knew the other party's background. At first, he only had a small wooden boat of only 5 or 6 meters, and his job was just a boatman. In a short period of time, he surpassed the achievements of countless people in decades. It was just luck. I've been killing a lot of monsters lately, ignoring the other person's resentful look. How could it be more? The nearby silver monsters were almost wiped out by Sister Qian and I. If it weren't for the usefulness of those Murloc priests in the Murloc Lake, who can produce magic pearls, and the fact that the old city lord was very mean and didn't let me touch them, they would have been gone. No, I'll wait until someday to kidnap his daughter. Name, Lu Qinzhou. Occupation, boatman. Level, LV 40. Upgrading requires 10,000 gold level experience points. Gold level experience gem reserve, 0. Reserve experience, 9.527 million. Constitution, 405. Agility, 405. Strength, 405. Spirit, 405. Origin battleship, 500 M silver class battleship. Evolution requires 5 million experience points. Shipborne weapon slots, 128/128. 70 tier 3 silver, 11 barrel 30 mm, CIWS, 100,000 XP, required to evolve. 40 tier 3 silver, 130 mm guards cannons, 500,000 XP, required to evolve. 17 tier 3 460 mm medium range cannons, 1 million XP, required to evolve. 1 tier 3 800 mm long range heavy cannon, 5 million XP, required to evolve. Tier 3 silver Gatling gun mobile turret X100, evolution requires 50,000 experience points. Ship functional compartment. Functional chamber, level 6 psychic conversion chamber. Evolution requires 1 million experience points. Functional cabin, level 3 mechanical factory. Evolution requires 1 million experience points. Functional cabin, level 2 ecological cabin. Evolution requires 500,000 experience points. Functional module, level 3 floater array. With 10,000 bronze level floaters, evolution requires 500,000 experience points. Functional cabin, level 4 drone array. With 100,000 drones for reconnaissance, collection, and other functions, evolution requires 100,000 experience points. Functional cabin, captain's living area. Evolution requires 5,000 experience points. Functional cabin, level 2 deluxe crew cabin X 11,000. Evolution requires 10,000 experience points. Adding 1 requires 5,000 experience points. Functional cabin, level 2 large entertainment room X3. Evolution requires 10,000 experience points. Increase requires 5,000 experience points. Functional cabin, level 2 large kitchen X3. Evolution requires 10,000 experience points, and additional expansion requires 5,000 experience points. Features, levitation, 500 km/h. Lu Qinzhou's combat power is now quite luxurious. If the machinery factory was not still unable to produce 800mm cannons, he would have started stockpiling them long ago. However, he has been asking people to inquire about the cannon technology and drawings of the old era. Unfortunately, he does not have the ability to research and develop. Otherwise, if he could capture a beautiful female researcher one day, would that not be enough otherwise? How about capturing a bunch of them? Everything is ready. Only advanced materials are missing for upgrading the ship. Lu Qinzhou has a feeling that even greater changes will occur in the next upgrade. Chapter 67 Battle. Cool. Brother Luo, I have a question for you. Brother Lu, you said, why do we get a different amount of experience now than before silver? Luo Zeta asked curiously. Why was it that when we hunted monsters before, the amount of experience we gained was equal to our level, but now that we've reached peak silver, we only gain 1 point for every monster we kill, regardless of its level? Furthermore, according to the previous leveling logic, we should have accumulated 200,000 gold experience points. So why do we only need 10,000 to level up? This is Lu Qinzhou's biggest confusion. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case, right? You've asked the right person. Our experience comes from the origin of living things. Gold rank is the watershed for professionals. The former is an imaginary number, while the latter is a cardinal number. Every living being only has one origin. Starting from the time you need to upgrade to gold, you can only obtain one origin by hunting monsters, which is 1. But that's not important. The main thing is to accumulate biological essence to elevate our life level. Brother, you still think that it's just 10,000 gold essences. That means you have to hunt down 10,000 gold level masters. Do you think it's not enough now? The difficulty of advancing has increased by more than n times. Brother Lu, you know that the lifespan of a professional is far longer than that of an ordinary person, right? There has been no professional who died of natural causes so far. A newly awakened black body can live for 200 years, a bronze for 500 years, a silver for 3,000 years, and a gold for 10,000 years. What is a star? It's a being that can enter the astral void and survive. It's said that its lifespan is the same as the plane itself. I have no idea about the legends. I see. Lu Qinzhou thought to himself that if he wanted to quickly upgrade his warship after it was about to advance to the gold level, he had to increase his killing speed. A great general's success is built on the sacrifice of thousands of soldiers, so he had to kill him thoroughly. Brother Lu, we are about to enter the Skull Canyon. I will go down first to take command. We will keep in touch. I will definitely cooperate with you. After saying that, Luo Zeta stood up and flew towards his chariot in the armor. This chariot was 200 meters long and had 3 large heavy cannons installed on the roof. It was the vehicle he carefully designed this time, specially used to snipe the golden skeleton. After the last large-scale monster riot and siege, Lu Qinzhou came to the outside of Skeleton Canyon and found that there were fewer skeletons wandering around. Let me talk to Luo Zeta. Xiaoya, you lead the ground team and advance slowly. I want to sweep across this Skeleton Canyon. Lu Qinzhou waved his hand generously, and in the command cabin, the beautiful crew members on the various weapon control consoles straightened their bodies and began to adjust the muzzles of their weapons. 100,000 drones quickly flew out of the warship, and their psychic detection radars were turned on at full power. The first to come into contact with the monsters were 3,000 fully armed young ladies wearing psychic armor. They landed gracefully from the air, raised their hands and fired a shot, shooting a skeleton warrior 1,000 meters away in the head, and broken bones splattered all over the ground. As the battle began, these usually delicate girls showed their combat experience gained over the past period of time. They advanced forward rapidly in various formations. The arrows shot by the occasional skeleton archers were instantly blocked by the front row team members who deployed the mechanical shields on their arms. A clicking mechanical sound was heard, and in the blink of an eye, a 2-meter-high mechanical shield appeared. The arrows hit the shield with a crisp sound. The shield made of silver-grade material was completely unbreakable and flashed with psychic luster. The team member next to him took aim and fired a shot. The skeleton shooter who was attacking from a distance was shot in the head and fell to the ground, scattering into a pile of skeletons. Luo Zeta's union members came out of the chariot holding various weapons and saw only the gorgeous performance of the girls in front of them wearing luxurious psychic armor. Looking at the weapon in his hand and comparing it with the one in the other's hand, he instantly felt that he had dropped several levels. It was a pity that he usually looked down on the professionals of other guilds because of his superior equipment. Now look, everyone on the other side is wearing a high-level silver armor with gorgeous appearance and explosive spiritual power, while I am only wearing an exoskeleton armor, and it is just an outdated mechanical exoskeleton armor. The difference in strength is obvious. Look at everyone else. They have a Tier 3 psychic ranged firearm, a pistol, a sword, and even a shield. What's that beauty holding? That huge sniper rifle. Is it used to shoot high-level tanks? Then look at what you have in your hands. All bronze and black iron. Occasionally a silver weapon, and only the captain has it. Look at other people's all level 3 silver weapons. This comparison is simply like scrap metal. Even Luo Zeta, who was commanding in the chariot, was stunned. He was just showing off the armor he was wearing, but the other party already had more powerful psychic armor. He was immediately embarrassed and annoyed. He had to give up his position as a genius mechanic. The ground team coordinated perfectly and advanced very smoothly. After several days of advance, Lu Qinzhou and his team have entered the place where Luo Zeta escaped last time. The skeletons here have become dense again. A large number of bronze-level skeleton archers and zombies began to appear. A skeleton army formed by silver skeleton mages appeared, and millions of skeletons and zombies were coming towards them. The ground team began to struggle. After all, most of them were ordinary people. Even though their psychic armor still had tremendous power, the high-intensity combat consumed a lot of their physical strength and energy. If they were not careful, they would be hit by the fireballs and bone spears fired by the skeleton mage and immediately lose their combat capability. The efficiency of the charge is greatly reduced. Especially in the rear of the skeleton legion, there was a wide space crack, from which a large number of zombies poured out. Some zombies were affected by the netherworld power in the skeleton canyon and turned into more powerful zombies, making it more difficult for the team members to kill them. For someone like Li Xiaoya who likes to fight in close combat with a long knife, it takes several slashes to kill a zombie, as the zombie's defense is off the charts. Recall the ground troops and prepare to fire a barrage. After Lu Qinzhou's order was issued, the ground team quickly killed the monsters in front of them and cooperated with each other to withdraw from the battlefield. As soon as they withdrew from the battlefield, the naval guns on the warships opened fire instantly. Boom, 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 boom. When the first shell landed, the sound of continuous artillery fire echoed throughout the skeleton canyon, extending forward like a carpet. Balls of fire shot up into the sky, and the towering peaks on both sides of the canyon shook off a large amount of rubble, which slid down the mountainside, splashing large amounts of dust. Some of the fallen stones were crushed to pieces by the psychic shock wave generated by the explosion before they even hit the ground. Cool. Chun Yaqian's voice rang out from a weapon control console in the command room, and it was obvious that a lot of artillery shells had been wasted just now. The battleship stopped in front of the space crack, where fierce flames were still burning. In the previous bombardment, millions of skeletons and zombies were wiped out in less than 10 minutes. Drones were cleaning the battlefield. These skeleton bones were one of the consumables that could be used to evolve the battleship. Chapter 68. Harvesting Another World Stone Fragment. Brother Luo, do you want to enter the alien space? I plan to go in and kill the monsters in the alien space. Lu Qinzhou is not willing to miss any opportunity to kill monsters for the sake of materials and experience. Plus the urging of the fighting maniac on the ship. Then go in and take a look. Brother Lu, wait for me to make the arrangements. Then I'll go in first and lead the way. Lu Qinzhou steered the warship slowly through the wide space crack into this strange space. What came into view was still the devastated land. After sending out drones for half a day of exploration, it was found that this alien space actually had an area of 1 million square kilometers and was mostly mountains and forests. There was only one small town right at the foot of the mountain. Most of the zombies in the small town had escaped from the space cracks and were infected by the netherworld aura in the canyon and turned into zombies. There are less than 100,000 zombies inside. When Luo Zeta drove in with the armored vehicle, the small town had been cleared out by the ground team, and drones were dismantling the town and emptying out the supplies. Brother Luo, you're late. Here's the information about this alien space. Can you see if there's anything you need? If not, I'll be rude. Lu Qinzhou passed the information about the detected alien space to Luo Zeta, who took a look and showed no interest. I'll wait for you outside, Brother Lu. Luo Zeta had no interest in staying, so he turned around and drove away. Take them all away, don't be polite. Ha ha. Next, Lu Qinzhou made a plan. The trees in the alien space were cut down one by one, and the valuable medicinal herbs in the mountains were transplanted into the ecological cabin. Some precious trees, such as mahogany, golden nanmu, and rosewood, were dug up and taken away along with the fertile soil on the ground. The mineral resources discovered in the alien space were handed over to drones for excavation. After several evolutions, drones are now very useful in collecting resources. With their surging psychic power and various tools equipped, they can be regarded as model workers. Leave the next thing to me. A gorgeous woman came to Lu Qinzhou and volunteered. This was Chu Yuan, one of the leaders of the song and dance troupe. She left a very deep impression on Lu Qinzhou. She was able to maintain her innocence in that kind of entertainment building. She is very versatile and plays a very important role in Lu Qinzhou's team. She has strong communication skills, but she is like a little girl in front of him. Yuan is here. It's perfect. You should coordinate the personnel and help me gather the resources. Send up the minerals and rare wood that are useful for the warships, and send the rest back to the base camp for construction. Next, I will arrange for the production of some transport vehicles. Also, be sure to pay attention to the animals and monsters in the mountains and forests. Don't hurt anyone, and eliminate the monsters as quickly as possible. You can mobilize the floating artillery array at will. Someone under his command volunteered for the job, which was just the right time for Lu Qinzhou to show off. He took 2 shy maids into the captain's room and started a new day of absurdity. Half a month later, the last large truck emerged from the spatial rift. Along the road from Skull Canyon to River City, a convoy of over 1,000 vehicles, laden with timber and ore, returned. Armored vehicles moved in and out as guards, with girls in psychic armor perched on their roofs, on guard against the monsters that might appear at any moment. Lu Qinzhou came out of the space crack with a fragment of the world stone in his hand. The land was bare everywhere, and the earth and mountains were bottomless mines. All the mineral and wood resources were mined and cut down in just half a month due to the violent mining of drones. After the world stone fragments left the space crack, the worthless alien space collapsed instantly. I wonder if these fragments will continue to integrate into the world. Haha, Brother Lu, I've been waiting for you for a long time, and you finally came out. When Luo Zeta saw Lu Qinzhou's warship coming out, he couldn't wait to meet it. If he didn't come out soon, his men would make a fuss to go back. The primary mission of this trip had not been completed yet, and his team members had not gained any benefits. They complained bitterly. In the past half-month, he saw the other side pulling out resources with thousands of trucks every day, and he was so envious that his eyes were shining green. If they knew that these were just scraps and the truly precious resources were on Lu Qinzhou's ship, they would probably jump up and make trouble out of envy and jealousy. If Lu Qinzhou had not agreed to this cooperation and all the resources belonged to him, and he was afraid of offending the other party by asking for resources, he would be in trouble if he did not go deep into the canyon. That was the Golden Skeleton Knight Legion, and they would not be able to deal with it without Lu Qinzhou's giant ships and cannons. Haha, sorry for the long wait. Brother Luo, we'll leave now. Lu Qinzhou was still in the lead. Luo Zeta's convoy lined up in order and moved forward slowly. After moving forward 100 miles, they wiped out another wave of millions of skeleton zombies of various kinds led by the Silver Skeleton Mage, and arrived at the core area of Skeleton Canyon, a large basin filled with dense skeletons and zombies. A bone altar made of various bones is 100 meters high. On the top of the altar is a gem that emits violent energy fluctuations. The netherworld energy is so thick that it forms a black mist that permeates the basin. Below the bone altar stands a headless knight riding a unicorn warhorse. His skeleton seems to be made of gold, and his body alone is more than 3 meters tall. He holds a halberd in his hand, and a strong sense of oppression can be felt even from such a distance. He stands there quietly, absorbing a huge amount of netherworld energy. Behind him, a legion of black knights riding skeleton warhorses also stand there quietly, like guardian gods, guarding this bone altar. At a rough glance, there should be about 10,000 golden knights, but the headless knight leader must be at least at the peak of gold, which is not easy to deal with. Wow, what a big one. Luo Zeta looked at the gem on the altar and swallowed his saliva. It was obvious that it was priceless. Haha, have you figured out the purpose of the bead in your hand? Lu Qinzhou asked curiously. The first time he met him, he was hunted by the Silver Skeleton Mage Corps with millions of skeletons because he stole a bead. It's not that easy. I'm still researching it. Anyway, it's a good thing. I'll think about it more. Who knows? I might be able to come up with something good. How do you fight? Push forward or test attack? Lu Qinzhou looked at Luo Zeta. But you're here to ask me? I don't know. I've always been on the ship as a mascot. Sister Qian is in charge of the boom boom boom. Then it was a mindless upgrade. I'm going down to prepare. Brother Lu, you have to follow me. Luo Zeta left the warship, looking back every few steps, and Lu Qinzhou gave him an okay gesture in return. The dozens of armored vehicles brought by Luo Zeta were arranged in an attack formation above the basin. Heavy artillery was raised on the armored vehicles, and a large number of mechanical warriors pushed the cannons to set them up. A large amount of equipment was unloaded from the armored vehicles. There was a series of creaking sounds of metal deformation, and one fortification after another was built. The professionals found their own defensive positions one after another. Chapter 69 800 Artillery fired again. After everything is ready. All long-range firepower. Prepare. 10-round rapid fire. When Luo Zida and Lu Qinzhou gave the attack order at the same time, a violent roar was heard in the canyon. One after another, flaming shells shot out from the muzzle, drawing a brilliant line of fire and falling into the basin below. Boom, boom, boom. The earth-shattering roar resounded throughout the entire valley. As shells fell, huge flames rose up. The skeletons and zombies that were quietly absorbing the netherworld energy in the basin were awakened by the explosion. A large number of roars rang out one after another, and were instantly drowned out by the violent explosion. After 10 rapid-fire bursts, craters the size of football fields covered most of the basin. Tens of millions of low-level skeletons and zombies were scattered into broken bones under the bombardment of 130 and 460 heavy artillery. The remaining skeleton monster had most of its body destroyed by the shock wave, leaving only half of it crawling with difficulty. Roar. A deafening roar rang out from the center of the basin, even dispersing the black clouds formed by the dark energy that had been lingering in the sky for years. Lu Qinzhou looked towards the direction where the sound came from. The Golden Knights, numbering tens of thousands, were caught off guard by the heavy artillery attack of Lu Qinzhou and others. A large number of Golden Black Knights were killed on the spot. The remaining 100 or so were also in a very miserable state. Either their skeletal mounts were killed, or they were missing limbs. Even the Headless Horseman's remaining unicorn warhorse was missing a leg. The unicorn skeleton with only 3 legs left looked extremely miserable. Even the armor on the Headless Horseman's body was broken. If he had not used his own strength to protect the bone altar, the altar would have been destroyed under the bombardment of heavy artillery. He was also very grateful that the other party used his own strength to protect the bone altar, causing the Headless Knight to be seriously injured. Roar. The Headless Skeleton Knight roared again, and led the remaining Golden and Black Knight Legion to advance rapidly on the ground that was pitted by artillery fire. Although they were seriously injured, their charge speed was still very fast. They bypassed huge bomb craters, crushed the rocks on the ground, and rushed upwards quickly. Fight and stop them. Luo Zida was stunned when he saw that the enemy was all injured and the knights were charging with such momentum. Professionals with long-range skills released various attack skills to try to disrupt the opponent's charge. The heavy artillery, which had not yet completely cooled down, roared as it recalibrated its target. The enemy charged at a very fast speed. They advanced more than 10 kilometers in tens of seconds and rushed along the slope towards the defense line, where Luo Zida was above the basin. The Gatling machine guns and close-in defense guns on Lu Qinzhou's warship were activated instantly, and the overwhelming rain of bullets blocked the knight's charge route. The powerful rain of bullets instantly tore apart more than 10 golden skeleton knights in front. The Headless Knight rushed out first, with a powerful black light shield all over his body. He ignored the sea of fire and rain of bullets, like a ferocious ghost rushing out from the underworld. He swung his sword, and the sword light spanning thousands of meters slashed in the rain of bullets, causing a violent explosion. The aftermath of the sword also hit Luo Zida's defense line. The steel defense was instantly shattered, a heavy artillery on the position was destroyed, and a dozen professionals in charge of operating it were shattered on the spot by the sword light. Quick, increase the firepower and shatter the light shield on him. Luo Zida and Lu Qinzhou gave orders at the same time. Brother Lu, help. We can't stop it. Lu Qinzhou felt very helpless when he saw this scene. The Headless Knight leader could ignore the bullet wind blast, and was only seriously injured by 10 consecutive rounds of 460 heavy artillery. Did he have to use the 800 bow gun? Thinking of the power of that huge cannon at close range, he almost died. Although the Headless Knight leader was temporarily blocked by the heavy artillery on Lu Qinzhou's warship, Luo Zida's battle line on the ground was destroyed one after another by the other Golden Black Knights, who rushed up. The halberd in the Headless Knight's hand slashed out another blade of light, and several of Luo Zida's armored vehicles were destroyed, causing heavy losses. Brother Lu, quickly think of a way. We really can't stop it. Let's retreat. This must be the peak of gold. That's right, you really need to retreat quickly. I can hold you back for a minute at most. Run as far as you can, or you'll stay here and die. Use all your tricks. Lu Qinzhou replied immediately. After hearing Lu Qinzhou's words, Luo Zida immediately gave orders to the Union's forceman. Let's go. Hurry up, we don't need the other armored vehicles anymore. I've set them to automatic attack mode. Everyone get on this one. Luo Zida drove his own car and turned around quickly. The other team members abandoned their armored vehicles, left their positions, and quickly got into their cars. The armored vehicle's power was fully turned on, making a buzzing sound. It actually catapulted off on the spot and hovered directly on the ground. A huge engine nozzle appeared at the rear of the vehicle, spewing out a long tail flame. Call out. Disappeared from sight. Fuck, this kid has already prepared to escape. What a cunning guy. Fire. The moment Lu Qinzhou finished speaking, Qin Yiqian excitedly pressed the fire button. The ship shook violently and retreated dozens of meters. A huge cannonball shot straight at the headless knight leader, whose old strength was gone and whose new strength was yet to come. A violent light appeared before my eyes. Boom. A huge mushroom cloud rose from where the headless horseman stood. The battleship sounded a violent alarm and, without caring about anything else, hurriedly spent experience to repair the hull. The powerful spiritual energy explosion raged in the skeleton canyon, and the mountains on both sides suddenly shook violently. Large areas of solid mountains collapsed, and the rocks were blown to pieces before they fell. The mushroom cloud rising here can be seen from the distant Jiangxing. When the flames dissipated, the drone quickly entered the explosion range. Next to the original giant basin, a huge prototype basin with a diameter of several kilometers appeared. A broken halberd was stuck diagonally in the center of the basin, and a precious orb rolled to the side. Not only did the headless horseman disappear, but all the skeletons and zombies disappeared, reduced to ashes in the explosion. Oh, what a pity. I have so many monster materials, but they are gone. Lu Qinzhou sighed. What's that over there? Lu Qinzhou suddenly noticed a silver-gray flash from the perspective of one of the drones, and quickly arranged for the drone to go over and investigate. After the explosion, large areas of metal veins were exposed in the mountains on both sides of the canyon. The drone took a lot of effort to dig out a piece and sent it back to Lu Qinzhou along with the spoils on the ground. Magic silver ore, a high-density or rich in netherworld aura, is of extremely high quality and can be used to upgrade warship materials. Broken nether halberd and broken gold equipment can be used as shipborne weapon evolution materials. The nether orb, a treasure from the netherworld, can be used as a material for the functional cabin evolution. Haha, I'm rich now. There are actually magic silver mines in the huge mountains on both sides of this canyon. God is helping me. Lu Qinzhou now has no shortage of resources to upgrade his warships. It's impossible that there are only a few mineral deposits in two such large mountains. That shouldn't be the case. Chapter 70 Assessment. When the dust settles, Lu Qinzhou began to dig the magic silver or vein. This trip to Skeleton Canyon was quite fruitful. Not only did we get more than 3,400 gold level experience points, but we also had the hope of upgrading our warships. After Luo Zida visited Lu Qinzhou again, the two agreed that if they encountered a golden monster that the other could not deal with, they would invite each other again. After driving away Luo Zida, who also coveted the magic silver mine, Lu Qinzhou stayed here every day. And by the way, he cleaned up the other side of the Skeleton Canyon, gained a lot of experience in corpses, and occupied the Skeleton Canyon alone. After destroying the Skeleton Canyon, Lu Qinzhou immediately used the monster materials in his hand to upgrade the warship, doubling its length. It was a kilometer-class warship with 12 decks, which was very spectacular. Following the nether orb and the world stone fragment obtained in the canyon, a new functional cabin was added, located in the lowest cabin of the ship. A functional cabin covering an area of 100,000 square kilometers brought Lu Qinzhou a great surprise. Functional cabin, nether cabin, absorbs energy and converts it into nether chi, strengthening bones and corpses, giving life to the dead. Currently, it can transform black iron-level undead creatures. Upgrading requires 100,000 experience points. With this thing, the mountains of bones in the psychic conversion chamber finally had a place to go. A large number of useless monster bones were transferred here, waiting to be strengthened by the netherworld energy and given life again, becoming skeleton soldiers again. Lu Qinzhou has already thought of how to use it. Kill monsters, transform their flesh and blood into spiritual energy, and transform their bones into skeleton soldiers. Then they can enter the battlefield again to contribute to themselves. If they die in battle, their bones can just become consumables for the evolution of warships. This is not a monster at all. It is simply the property of the wealthy investors. Thank you for the gifts of nature. In order to maximize the use of this function, Lu Qinzhou upgraded the netherworld cabin 3 times in a row, which can generate up to 1 gold level undead. However, with the current area of the netherworld cabin, only 1 gold level undead can be produced in a year, unless the area of the netherworld cabin is expanded to absorb more netherworld energy. Facts have proved that when people are lucky, they will continue to be lucky. In order to upgrade gold, Luo Zida mobilized the power of the entire guild and issued many missions. He not only found 3 different spaces, but also contained many gold-level monsters. He invited Lu Qinzhou to go with him to conquer the alien space. Lu Qinzhou agreed to go on the condition that he wanted the world stone fragments and half of the alien space resources. Regarding the situation where gold-level monsters gathered together, Lu Qinzhou and Luo Zida reached an agreement to greet them directly with the Baogan. Lu Qinzhou was reluctant at first, but Luo Zida agreed later. When the resources that caused the damage came out from his half of the alien space resources, mushroom clouds rose one after another. Sister Qian became the happiest person, and she asked Luo Zida enthusiastically every time she saw him. "Where is it? Give me the coordinates." 3 months later, another 3 world stone fragments were harvested, along with a large number of monster corpses and resources. The battleship was upgraded again, reaching a length of 2,000 meters, which directly shocked Luo Zida. The densely packed heavy artillery on the ship could scare people to death. The next ship to evolve will be a gold-class battleship. Lu Qinzhou's strength is about to undergo earth-shaking changes, and this evolution is extremely difficult, requiring 10 times the experience, 100 million, as well as a huge amount of materials. The materials are easy to deal with at the moment, but he is worried that there are not so many monsters near Jiangxing for him to kill. Lu Qinzhou asked Luo Zida for help. After this genius mechanic improved the blueprints for Lu Qinzhou's drones many times and consumed a lot of experience to evolve and upgrade the drone array, the million-level drones are now the best in digging minerals and collecting materials. Jiangxing has a radius of 1 million miles. After Lu Qinzhou's attack, the sightings of monsters have become fewer and fewer. Many professionals have already gone to the city lord's mansion to protest. Lu Qinzhou had no choice but to stop attacking the low-level monsters near Jiangxing. The threat is reduced, and the safety of civilians is guaranteed to the greatest extent. At most, some monsters running out of unstable space cracks can threaten everyone's safety. Lu Qinzhou was very active in dealing with stable space cracks, regardless of whether he participated or not. For large space cracks, he would fly his warships in to grab the world stone fragments, and for small space cracks, he would arrange for crew members to go in and grab the fragments. The other professional guilds wanted to kill Lu Qinzhou and hang him up, but when they saw the naval guns pointed at their heads, they all chose to remain silent. Lu Qinzhou stopped wasting time and set off quickly. In the captain's room, Chen Yaqian, dressed in combat uniform, urged. After Chen Yaqian's repeated urging, Lu Qinzhou let go of Li Xiaoya and Bai Wan and reluctantly got up from the bed. "What are you doing? Why are you in such a hurry? Today is Long Yuan's assessment. Let's go quickly. Don't think that just because you can dominate Jiangxing and suppress all the original families and unions, you can do whatever you want. We are still very weak." After Chen Yaqian's reminder, Lu Qinzhou finally remembered that Uncle Chun had mentioned to him a few months ago that he would recommend him to join Long Yuan. It seemed that it was at the end of the year. How could it happen so soon? In the blink of an eye, it had already been half a year since he left school. Around noon, Lu Qinzhou was late in arriving from Skeleton Canyon on his warship. The main reason was that the little goblins at home were too annoying in the morning, which wasted a lot of time. Battleship broadcast. All crew members are not allowed to stay on the deck. All crew members enter the cabin. After 3 consecutive times, the deck was empty, and Lu Qinzhou put the warship into his consciousness space. This has been verified many times. As long as the people on the ship enter the cabin opened up by the world stone fragments, they can successfully take the warship into their body. Lu Qinzhou and Chen Yaqian came to the night patrol bureau. Then an armored vehicle carried the 2 people through the 100-meter-high second ring city wall. Lu Qinzhou had never been inside the second ring of the city wall. Through the glass windows, he could see that in this city where every inch of land was valuable, there were actually all kinds of unfamiliar plants and flowers planted, embellishing the villas and manors. It was obvious that they were very valuable. The roads on both sides were very clean and tidy, with countless robots shuttling around, trimming plants or cleaning. It is completely different from the dirtiness, chaos, and congestion of the outer ring road. After the armored vehicle stopped at a large empty camp, the 2 men got off and found that there were no less than 100 vehicles parked in the empty camp, and hundreds of people were chatting in groups of 3 or 4. A beautiful girl with bright eyes and white teeth came skipping up to Lu Qinzhou and the others. "Are you new here? My name is Zhong Zhenjin. Are you also here to take part in Long Yuan's newcomer assessment?" Hello, Zhong Zhenjin. What do you mean by assessment?" Chen Yaqian asked, and Lu Qinzhou also pricked up his ears, wanting to hear what the assessment was. Old Chun had never mentioned it to him. Chapter 71, Different Dimension. Don't you know? If you want to enter Long Yuan, the first step is to enter the other dimension for assessment. It depends on what the assessment is. Most of the time, it involves killing monsters and counting the points you earn. Can we team up? I'm awesome. The girl was very outgoing and wanted to form a team. Just then, a group of footsteps were heard. A professional in military uniform appeared in front of everyone. Judging from the aura he exuded, he was a gold-level professional. No one expected that in addition to the 5 gold-level professionals in Jiangxing, there was another one. From the epaulets, it could be seen that he was a major general. Gather. As the voice fell, the people in the camp found a place to stand, and Lu Qinzhou was no exception. He found a place to stand. I'm Lu Fongjun, the commander of the 10 cities in the southwest of Longyuan. Okay, enough nonsense. If you want to join Longyuan, you must prove that you are better than others. In Longyuan, we don't care about relationships or favors. We only look at one thing: combat power. Everyone who can be recommended here should be the best in Jiangxing. But this is not enough. Next, you'll undergo a life or death test, entering an alternate dimension and exterminating monsters. This time, you'll enter a small alternate dimension close to the apocalypse world. Your mission is to eliminate all creatures within. Come and exchange your professional bracelets, which will record your points. Only the top 100 will have the opportunity to join Longyuan, and you'll also have to compete with 9 other giant cities, meaning the vast majority of you will be eliminated. As Lu Fongjun finished speaking, the hundreds of professionals below immediately began to whisper to each other. It was not just the number of competitors, but also the number of people, at least several thousand if the other 9 huge cities were included, which was also dangerous. That's an alternate dimension, not a space connected to our world. They can't exit without opening a space channel. Yes, every time an alternate dimension merges into our world, it's a disaster. We're actually going to actively enter an alternate dimension. Can we withdraw? I don't want to die. The whole camp was buzzing with discussion, and Lu Qinzhou looked confused. What are they talking about? This is knowledge I don't understand again. It seems that the knowledge of the noble families is indeed beyond the reach of ordinary people. Of course, if you don't want to go, you can quit now. We at Longyuan only want elites. Of course, we won't let you die in vain. We will open up the exchange rights within Longyuan. Each person has 10,000 merit points to redeem before entering the alien plane. Of course, clearing the alien plane is not without rewards. Every bronze-level creature cleared will earn you 1 point. Points are worth the same as merit points, 100 points for silver and 10,000 for gold. As Lu Fongjun finished speaking, none of the professionals below who had been clamoring to leave were willing to withdraw. Instead, everyone was excited because Longyuan's exchange rights were open. Longyuan's internal authority. We're rich, we're rich. At this time, Zhong Xinjin ran to Lu Qinzhou and said without knowing when, Zhong Xinjin, what do you mean by getting rich? Lu Qinzhou was also curious. Let me tell you, the internal exchange authority of Longyuan is different from that of a small Jiangxing. It is the treasure house of the leader of the Human Federation. Almost anything you can think of can be found in it, as long as you have enough points. Not counting anything else, just the contribution value alone is worth 100 million. Can you guess how many things you can exchange for that are hard to find outside? Furthermore, Longyuan is a place that values fairness even more than the Night Watch Bureau. They won't break the rules for anyone. So many professionals are desperately trying to join Longyuan. After hearing what Zhong Xinjin said, Lu Qinzhou suddenly understood. Fairness is good, and the point system is even better. Who can compare with me in terms of destructive power? To be frank, everyone here is my younger brother. Can we team up together? Seeing that Zhong Xinjin always wanted to team up with him, Lu Qinzhou finally couldn't help but ask. Sister Xinjin, there are so many silver-level professionals from the aristocratic guilds here, but you're looking for a civilian like me to team up with. That's a bit unreasonable, isn't it? Let me introduce myself. I'm Zhong Xinjin, the youngest daughter of Zhong Zihao, the commander of the 5th City Defense Army. My father told me to come over and hug you tightly if I see you. Brother, take me with you. No. Lu Qinzhou refused bluntly. Sister, please take me with you. I'm very good at it. I can massage legs and give massages. Seeing that Lu Qinzhou didn't take her with him, Zhong Xinjin turned to look at Chen Yaqian, hoping to join Lu Qinzhou's team. You have to ask Brother Qinzhou about this. Chen Yaqian looked at Lu Qinzhou and joked. The ball was kicked to Lu Qinzhou again. Are you obedient? Be good. Be good. I'm very good. Be obedient. We won't take it. Zhong Xinjin was amused by Lu Qinzhou's words. She opened her eyes wide and looked at him with watery eyes, feeling extremely aggrieved. Phew. Brother Qinzhou, stop teasing the little girl. Look, she's about to cry. We can take you with us, but... Oh, really? That's great, yeah? Zhong Xinjin became happy immediately after hearing that, and turned into an emoticon in seconds. Sister Xinjin, don't be too happy too soon. There are conditions. You need to redeem the points you earn for designated items before we take you with us. Otherwise, you can find someone else. Chen Yaqian then laid out her conditions. Lu Qinzhou's ship evolution was consuming too much energy, so she needed to find some wealthy women to help her brother. The Legion commander's daughter should be well off, so she could get her when the time comes. No problem, as long as I can enter Long Yuan. It's a deal. Zhang Zhenjin was very happy that she could get such a big support. Chen Yaqian was also very happy. She was another wealthy woman, and she could fool her when the time came. Only the superficial guy Lu Qinzhou only focused on the other person's appearance and twin ponytails. After the three of them put on their new professional bracelets, they gathered together to discuss what they should choose. Lu Qinzhou still searched for what he was most interested in. 800mm city defense cannon. Exchange requires 1,000 merit points. 1,200mm railgun. Exchange requires 10,000 merit points. 3,600mm nuclear bombardment cannon. Redemption requires 200,000 merit points. 8,000mm high-energy laser cannon. Exchange requires 500,000 merit points. Plane-shattering cannon, 160 kilometers caliber. Exchange requirements. When we saw the last one, was this what we were supposed to see? This thing requires energy from several planes. The larger the number of planes, the greater the power. Destroying a planet with one shot is nothing. This single shot can shatter an entire world. Is this the power of the leader of the Human Federation? This thing is probably just for show. Rumors speculate that the human leader has surpassed the legendary realm. Seeing that these things are all in the treasure list, it should not be a rumor. Isn't it normal for a legend of a race to have such a background? Chapter 72, 1200 Railgun. In the end, the few people spent all their merit points to exchange for a 1,200mm railgun and 800 city defense gun-related cannon blueprints. These knowledge-related things were surprisingly very cheap in the Longyuan Mall. Of course, there are some high-yield plant seeds that are not available in Jiangxing, including some plant seeds rich in spiritual power, such as spiritual rice seeds from other worlds. No one knows how long it will take to go to the other dimension, and Lu Qinzhou has made full preparations. After everyone had picked out their things, they saw a light flashing in the teleportation array not far away. Oh my god, they actually used the teleportation array to send things over. This is too rich. I usually don't want to use the teleportation array, but today I opened it just to send equipment and medicinal herbs. The professionals in the camp were all shocked by Long Yuan's generosity. Who wants that giant cannon? Oh my god, this is clearly a show of tricks. How did they bring something this huge into the other dimension? Some professionals were shocked when they saw the 1,200mm railgun. Although this giant cannon is mostly made of conventional materials, its destructive power is not inferior to the full output of a silver professional. If it weren't for the special channel like Long Yuan, such a heavy weapon of this level would never have fallen into the hands of ordinary professionals. When this giant cannon appeared, everyone wanted to know which idiot brought such a thing into the alien space. It was so stupid. Not only was it difficult to operate, it was also difficult to carry. Ahem, everyone make way. This is what I want. Seeing so many people surrounding the giant cannon and pointing and talking, Lu Qinzhou stepped forward to interrupt them. Hey, you, a civilian professional, are here to take part in the Longyuan assessment and embarrass yourself. Suddenly, an unpleasant sound came from the crowd. Lu Qinzhou turned around and saw that the person coming was a flashy-dressed man with a few lackeys. When this person saw Chen Yaqian beside Lu Qinzhou, his eyes lit up and he immediately said, "Oh, there's actually a beautiful lady here. Beautiful lady, it's a pity for you to be with a commoner like him. Why don't you follow me? My grandfather is a gold-level expert, and my father is the president of one of the 5 major guilds in Jiangxing. If you follow me, resources and money are not a problem." I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be Feng Jianren. You're really everywhere. Zhang Zhenjin, who was beside Lu Qinzhou, retorted bluntly when she saw the person coming. Roll. Lu Qinzhou replied coldly. If we weren't in Long Yuan's camp, we would have summoned a warship on the spot to blow this guy into pieces for daring to target my sister Qian. Haha. Sister Zhenjin, so you are here too. I have been looking for you for a long time. Come team up with me. You will definitely pass the assessment. I have brought a silver-level team of 10 people. Feng Jianren said proudly. No, stay away from me. I don't know you well. Remember to say my full name when you call me. Zhang Zhenjin didn't even want to look at him. This playboy had nothing on his own, but relying on his own union and his grandfather, who was a gold-level patriarch, as his backer, he could be said to be doing evil things in Jiangxing, such as abducting young girls and forcing women to do evil things. Because he never attacks those who are powerful and stronger than him, those ordinary people and low-level professionals have no power to resist the union with more than 10 silver-level professionals, which further encourages his arrogance. Lu Qinzhou ignored these people and directly put his things into the warship. After entering the different dimension of assessment, if you still dare to jump around in front of him, I will tell you what it means to eliminate the opponent from a physical level. After everyone has received their equipment and items, Feng Jianren was about to speak. Lu Fengjun, the commander of Longyuan in the southwest 10 cities, immediately suppressed everyone in the camp with his aura and only spoke after seeing that there was no more noise. Everyone be quiet. Professionals who have not yet withdrawn will immediately enter the other dimension. The goal is to eliminate the zombies in the other dimension. While everyone was collecting their equipment, some of the accompanying staff had already set up a formation using precious materials on an open space. An old man appeared at the edge of the formation and injected power into it. A space gate appeared out of thin air and soon expanded into a vortex of faint light hundreds of meters wide. Looking from this side, one could vaguely see scenes on the opposite side through the blue halo. It was a barren land with dilapidated buildings and abandoned vehicles on Linxing. These were the fragments of the world that had recently merged into the vicinity of Jiangqing. Was this plane also a small plane formed after the same big world was shattered? When several people followed the crowd into the space gate, Zhong Jinjin hurriedly grabbed Lu Qinzhou's hand and said, "When we enter the alternate dimension, be sure to hold me close, otherwise you'll be randomly teleported to another place." Hearing this, Lu Qinzhou hurriedly grabbed Chen Yaqian. "Sister Yaqian, don't let go." Lu Qinzhou took the opportunity to hold Chen Yaqian's hand. He could feel the warmth and softness of her palm, and took the opportunity to clasp their fingers together. He couldn't miss this moment of intimacy. After the three people stepped through the space gate, their vision in front of them became blurred, and they instantly arrived at an open place. Lu Qinzhou found that they were standing on a road full of cracks. Some of the vehicles were dilapidated and blown by wind and sand. It was a doomsday scene. "Sister Jinjin, have we really arrived in an alternate dimension? From what I've learned, everyone knows about alternate dimensions, which are fragments of space from other worlds. But aren't they all cracks in alternate dimensions, and the monsters inside escape? How can we invade alternate dimensions? This is too. That's outrageous, isn't it? If alien dimensions can invade and integrate into our world, why can't we invade other alien dimensions?" After hearing what Lu Qinzhou said, Zhong Jinjin asked back. "That seems to be the case. From what you said, since our apocalypse world is so powerful, why are we still hiding in the city?" Lu Qinzhou asked in confusion. He had just awakened as a professional not long ago, and came from a non-professional family. Without the background of a family, he didn't know much about this world. He relied entirely on his talent and rushed around like an octopus. No matter how powerful our apocalypse world is, can it be more powerful than the people from so many other worlds? Moreover, the fact that the world was shattered into pieces of alien space and integrated into our world means that the normal creatures in the alien space have died out. Otherwise, why are the creatures that emerge from the space cracks or are captured and integrated into the apocalypse world mostly monsters? Zhong Jinjin explained to Lu Qinzhou very patiently. Chapter 73 Mutated Zombies. Forget it. No matter what this world becomes, we have tall people to hold it up. Let's get on the ship first. After saying that, Lu Qinzhou summoned the ship. The huge ship floated in front of the three people. At the bottom of this star-picking tower that connected the entire ship, layers of heavy armor deformed, opening the hanging ladder to lead the three people into the ship. When Lu Qinzhou was upgraded to a peak silver battleship, the tower-shaped bridge in the center of the deck was specially modified to connect all deck cabin spaces of the entire ship from top to bottom. This was to facilitate entry into the battleship and was specially named Zhaixing Tower. This is so big. When Zhong Jinjin saw the warship in front of her, her mouth opened wide, and it took her a long time to utter these words. "Let's go, Jinjin sister. By the way, I still haven't asked you about your occupation. What is it?" Lu Qinzhou asked curiously. "Of course it's the Shadow Sniper, and he's at level 40, peak silver. As long as he accumulates enough experience with the advancement orb, he'll be able to enter the gold level immediately. Isn't that impressive?" Awesome. Lu Qinzhou thought to himself, remembering a mission in which there were mysterious beam attacks on the battlefield, and no one was seen. It was rare that it was her. It seems that we cannot underestimate these children from aristocratic families. They have reached the peak of the silver level at such a young age. Coupled with their powerful professions and family background, we have to admire them. After several people entered the command room, the ship slowly took off. Lu Qinzhou spent experience points to add the things he obtained to the ship, replaced the bow gun with a 1200 railgun, and consumed experience points to directly evolve and upgrade it to level 3. The range is as long as 5,000 kilometers. If loaded with psychic shells generated in the mechanical factory, Lu Qinzhou guessed that the damage should reach the star level. The disadvantage is that each time a shell is fired, it needs to cool down for 10 minutes, otherwise it will be overloaded. At the very least, the orbital gun will be damaged, and at worst, the battleship will be damaged. It can only be used as a weapon of mass destruction. We can only hope that it will be better after the ship evolves to the gold level. Then input a large number of drawings related to the 800 cannon. Consume experience points to improve the production line of the mechanical factory, and you will be able to directly generate the 800 cannon in the future. There are a large number of related cannon drawings and data in the mechanical factory. If we can obtain more relevant naval gun design drawings and data, we should only need to evolve and improve the production line, and this type of psychic naval gun can directly produce larger caliber ones. The drone was sent out for reconnaissance, and it was found that this small alien dimension actually had an area of 4 to 5 million square kilometers. The road that Lu Qinzhou was traveling on went forward, and at the end was a huge ruined city. The huge screen in the command room showed densely packed red dots in the city. It seems our next main goal is to clean up this city. Prepare for battle. Some people have already started fighting with zombies on the edge of the city. It seems that there are other teams participating in the assessment. Not only are there shield guards in the front row helping to release skills, an iron shield light curtain blocks the fast-moving zombies, and the ranged professionals behind them constantly use skills to attack the zombies, while the highly mobile fighters and assassins attack from the side. This kind of professional team with comprehensive configuration cooperates very well and quickly strangles the target in front of them. The zombies' combat power is way over the top, right? As far as we know, zombies are just low-level creatures, and this team, almost all of them are silver professionals. How could they possibly have such a hard time resisting them? Even though the number of zombies is indeed huge. Lu Qinzhou looked at the big screen in the command room and said, "Something's wrong. I was wondering why Long Yuan's assessment was so simple as killing zombies. It turns out these aren't ordinary zombies, but a group of evolved zombies, with the lowest combat power reaching bronze level. And look, that one. Yes, that group of tall zombies. They should be the giant devourers and mutant lickers we killed recently. All of them are silver level. This team is in danger." After hearing Zhong Jinjin's words, Lu Qinzhou saw a group of huge zombies, more than 30 meters tall, with extremely developed muscles and skin as tough as leather. As soon as they came into view, one could tell that their attack power was extremely strong. The giant shield cast by the professional in the front row was easily shattered by the defensive light curtain skill of this group of zombies, and the professional himself flew backwards dozens of meters. After the frontline professionals were defeated by the zombies, the zombie group in the back rushed up instantly. The long-range professionals in the back were pushed down by the rushing zombies and devoured their flesh and blood. Seeing that the situation was not good, the assassin used his skills to escape as soon as the frontline shield guards were defeated. It can be said that it is a perfect interpretation of, "I would rather die than let my friend die." It's too late. This team is finished. That's a sprinter. Unlike a licker, this evolved zombie is extremely fast, with well-developed muscles and coordinated limbs. As Zhong Jinjin finished speaking, a group of zombies, each more than 20 meters long and crawling on all fours, quickly caught up with the fleeing assassin. As the screams ended, the entire team was wiped out. This is outrageous. If these zombies appeared in Jiangcheng, there wouldn't be many, millions of them, to completely wipe out Jiangcheng, a city with tens of millions of people. Even in the air, Lu Qinzhou could feel the oppression of these zombies. As Lu Qinzhou's boat got closer, the zombies on the ground noticed it. They roared and tried to attack the people flying in the sky. Fire. Ta-da-da. The moment the mobile Gatling gun and close-in defense gun opened fire, the zombies on the ground were torn to pieces like wheat being cut. Experience +1. +1. Points added 13,140. With the continuous firing, experience and points increased rapidly. Even the high-level zombies that had just destroyed this professional team were bombarded into pieces by the dense bullets. Even the sprinters who ran away quickly when they saw the situation was not good had their bodies shattered. No matter how fast you run, can you run faster than a bullet? Is this the end? This scene made Zhong Jinjin doubt her life. She hadn't even appeared yet. How could this be an assessment? It was a mowing game. It was so difficult for her to level up normally. Could it be that the way she opened it was wrong? The correct way to open it should be to hug the thigh. No wonder my dad always says that choice is more important than hard work. Brother, are you tired? Let me massage your shoulders. Zhong Jinjin immediately ran behind Lu Qinzhou and massaged his shoulders. She thought that as a shadow sniper, she could be of use, but it seemed that she had thought too much. With the power of this battleship, even 100 of her could not achieve such efficiency of mowing the lawn. Can we form a team now? Zhong Zhenjin looked at Lu Qinzhou hopefully. No, brother Qinzhou, if we team up, we will share the experience points. Let's wait until his level is raised first, and we can attack freely first. Chun Yaqian immediately retorted. All right. Zhong Zhenjin said aggrievedly. Sister Yaqian, don't forget our netherworld chamber. The corpses down there are all good things. We can use them to our advantage. That's fine. After transforming into skeletons, they can charge forward as cannon fodder, which can also save us some ammunition. The number of mutant zombies in such a huge city must be terrifying, so it's best to be cautious. Chapter 74. It's normal for the boatman to summon skeletons. The communication is over. Countless drones flew out of the cabin, grabbed corpses, and flew back into the cabin. The corpses piled up in the psychic energy conversion cabin, and the strong and rotten muscles on their bodies quickly dissipated and turned into psychic energy. The remaining bones were transferred to the netherworld cabin at the bottom level. The black netherworld aura slowly merged into the bones, and flames ignited in the skulls of some skeletons. At this time, the soul fire of the skeletons was ignited, and one skeleton after another climbed up from the pile of corpses, using the bones around them to condense a sharp sword and a bone shield. Black iron grade sword and shield skeleton warrior, level 10. These skeletons, strengthened and revived by the nether chi, were surprisingly much stronger than the skeleton warriors killed in the burial ground, almost all at the peak of their rank. And after the bronze level corpses were strengthened and revived by the nether chi, a different type of skeleton emerged. Bronze skeleton archer, level 20. This kind of skeleton can automatically condense arrows and shoot. Lu Qinzhou has seen its power. It can be called a sniper cannon. It can hit whatever it points at within 3,000 meters. When he rescued Luo Zeta, if he had not reacted quickly distanced himself, and spent experience to repair it, the ship would have been sunk. Silver skeleton mage, level 40. This kind of skeleton has several skills. The core skill is resurrection of the undead, which can revive skeleton warriors and skeleton archers. However, the levels of the resurrected skeletons vary, and they need to be slowly strengthened by the netherworld energy to reach the peak. Then there are magic skills such as fireball, bone spear, bone shield, etc., and the magic damage is very high. At that time, his ship with strong defense was hit by a rain of arrows, which made holes as big as baskets. The penetrating power was very strong. I heard from Luo Zeta that more than a dozen of his armored vehicles with strong defense were destroyed because of these skeletons. Lower the height of the ship, and expel the more than 10,000 sword and shield skeletons and more than 1,000 archer skeletons that have accumulated during this period to lure monsters. The skeletons jumped out of the cabin. The height of several hundred meters was as easy for these skeletons as eating and drinking. There are only a dozen or so silver skeleton mages. Lu Qinzhou is reluctant to let such precious treasures go to die for the time being. He leaves them in the netherworld cabin, where he can revive the skeletons and quickly accumulate the number of skeletons. After landing, they quickly formed a formation, with the sword and shield skeletons in front and the archers in the back, and the whole team quickly advanced forward. Occasionally, a group of zombies would appear. When they discovered these skeletons, arrows would be shot from behind, and the bone arrows would pierce the zombies' heads. Then drones would appear and take the corpses back to the ship. The whole scene was not as intense as when the ship opened fire. There was no sound throughout the entire process, but the intensity of this silent battlefield was no less. Skeletons armed with swords and shields blocked the charging zombies. The two sides fought back and forth. You broke my bones. I chopped off your head. Bones and heads flew everywhere. The advantage of the skeleton is that as long as the soul fire is not extinguished, it can use local materials to replace the missing bones and rejoin the battle. Isn't your profession a captain? Why can you summon skeletons? Seeing the skeletons fighting zombies on the edge of the city, Zhong Zhenjin asked in confusion. This isn't like how I think a captain should be. Shouldn't heavy artillery fire sweep the ground, and then ground troops clean up the battlefield? Drones are understandable. Even bombers and Gundams on board are understandable. But what about you summoning skeletons? Who told you that I'm a captain? My profession is a boatman. Is there anything wrong with a boatman like me summoning skeletons? No, you. Seeing Lu Qinzhou speaking so confidently, Zhong Zhenjin didn't know how to refute him. Is summoning skeletons something a boatman should be able to do? The other side. Feng Jianren's team was fleeing in a panic, and the direction of their escape was exactly the direction of Lu Qinzhou. Come on, let's go that way. One of the silver professionals in Feng Jianren's team pulled him and fled quickly. Behind him were endless zombies swarming in, and even giant devourers dozens of meters tall were chasing them. Didn't you swear that there would be no problem? Now, except for the two of us, everyone else has been killed by zombies. Even their bones have been eaten clean. Is this what you said about guaranteeing me to enter Long Yuan? Why don't you take me to a safe place quickly, you useless piece of shit? Feng Jianren cursed at the professionals around him. This professional did not dare to resist. It was because the man in front of him had his slave contract in his hands. It was because he was blind and fell for the Feng family's trick and signed the slave contract for the sake of profit. If it weren't for this contract, this useless guy who only knows how to eat, drink, gamble, and smoke would have been thrown into the pile of zombies long ago. If you hadn't led your team into the city with such fanfare, how could such a large-scale zombie riot have occurred? You can't blame me for this. It's all because of your incompetence. Trash is trash. When I get out, I'll definitely call my dad and ask him to assign me a new team of guards. Feng Jianren was also very angry and could not admit that it was his mistake. There are skeletons killing zombies over there. They should be some undead profession related to skeletons. Take me there quickly. Feng Jianren also saw Lu Qinzhou's skeleton team and, trying to divert the blame, ordered his men to take him there quickly. Feng Jianren and his men soon arrived in front of the skeleton warriors, quickly bypassed them from the side, and stopped only when they saw the ships in the sky behind them. Hurry up, these skeleton soldiers can't stop the zombie horde behind us. I don't want to die here. Master, look, where is it? Fuck, where did this massive aerospace battleship come from? It's a silver-class battleship. Are there any captains participating in the Longyuan assessment? If I had known earlier, I would have just called my grandfather and recruited him as a slave. Why would I need you? I would have been lying on it long ago and entering the game with the beauties. Feng Jianren said whimsically that if he had known about Lu Qinzhou's recent deeds, he probably wouldn't have dared to speak up. However, there are no ifs. The soldiers around Feng Jianren thought with disdain, your Feng family plus a professional guild, the highest you have is just a gold-level professional. There is not even a star powerhouse. You are not qualified to recruit people, and you still have the unrealistic idea of taking them as slaves? You're just dreaming. Come on, take me there. Captain, please let me in quickly. I am a direct descendant of the Feng family. Let me in. After you pass the assessment, I will ask my father to give you a generous reward. Feng Jianren and the other man came under the boat and shouted. Roll. Lu Qinzhou saw someone shouting below, and he didn't expect it to be the annoying guy Feng Jianren. He still remembered that this person not only mocked him, but also coveted his sister Yaqian. I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be you. How dare you, a commoner, speak to me like that? Do you know who I am? Chapter 75. Don't know life or death. As soon as Feng Jianren saw that it was Lu Qinzhou, a commoner professional, he immediately felt more confident. He knew all the professionals from the wealthy families in Jiangxing. Lu Qinzhou was a stranger and must have come from the common people. If you don't get out of here, don't blame me for being rude. Go up and capture him for me. Force him to sign a slave contract. If he doesn't agree, torture him half to death. If my father knew I had a captain as a slave, I'd prove that I'm not just a second-generation idiot who only knows how to eat, drink, and have fun. Feng Jianren dreamed of bringing back a captain and making him famous in the family. Boom, boom, boom. The ship's close-in weapon system immediately opened fire. Feng Jianren, who was still dreaming, was blown to pieces by the shell before he could react. The silver professional beside him reacted very quickly and immediately used the displacement skill to leave the current range. After feeling that the contractual relationship with Feng Jianren was passively terminated, he shouted happily. I'm finally free. This idiot, Bo Yi, can't he understand the situation? There are few people in the whole Jiangchang who dare to speak to Lu Qinzhou like this. How dare he? Boom. After 3 130mm escort guns were fired, only a big pit remained at the spot, indicating their presence. Humph, you don't know whether to live or die. A silver-level warrior is gone just like that? Zhong Xinjin also gained some new insights. No wonder the captain profession is so respected. It turns out there is a reason. Although the warrior profession seems to be common compared to other professions and has no special skills, it is tough and can fight, resist, and escape. It can be called the cattle and horses in the professional world. How can it be destroyed with one shot? The zombie tide is coming, and we must prepare to fight. Just after Lu Qinzhou dealt with the idiot Feng Jianren, he found a huge tide of zombies coming. The team of more than 1,000 skeletons below was facing a tide of hundreds of thousands of zombies. As the battle between the two sides began, the skeletons in the front row resisted the zombies' attacks with all their might. The skeleton archers shot arrows at the macrophagoides in the zombie group. Even if each arrow could cause considerable damage, for the zombies that were dozens of meters tall, it was no different from being bitten by a mosquito. Aim! Fire! As the sound fell, the muzzle of the ship began to move slowly. Suddenly, there was a loud, earth-shaking noise. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of dense artillery fire resounded throughout the battlefield. Rays of flames shot up into the sky, like a giant dragon soaring into the sky, rushing towards the target with endless power and strength. When the heavy artillery accurately landed on the giant devourer that was dozens of meters tall, there was only a loud bang, followed by a scene of heaven collapsing and earth splitting. Everything within a kilometer radius was instantly destroyed, turning into countless fragments that flew everywhere. Huge craters appeared one after another, as if the earth had been torn open by a deep gash. Those extremely fast speed zombies that had just broken through the skeleton line of defense could only fall on their way forward like grass being mowed in the face of this overwhelming artillery fire. Their mindless eyes looked at the scene before them in horror. Zhong Xinjin took out her huge light energy sniper cannon and mounted it on the side of the ship, killing the high-level speedsters in the zombie group. These speedsters had broken through the bronze level and became silver-level speedsters. They were more than 20 meters long and walked on all fours like a beast. Their sharp claws were extremely terrifying. With one grab, a large number of skeleton warriors were smashed into pieces. Even the rain of arrows shot by the top bronze-level skeleton archers could be slapped away by one slap. But in Zhong Xinjin's hands, it was like one shot killing one kid. The exploding light energy rays hit these speedsters, and the ugly heads and torsos were pierced with holes as big as buckets. She was really a rich girl. This equipment was really powerful. Lu Qinzhou had seen this kind of weapon in Long Yuan's exchange list. It was worth 1,000,000 merit points. He didn't know what the price would be if he bought it from other channels, but he couldn't afford it anyway. Chen Yaqian was in a good mood for some reason. She ran to the deck and cast an ice and snow spell, which could not even stop the more than 10-meter-tall giant devourer. Ice sculptures suddenly appeared in the firelight, and zombies were frozen into ice sculptures like works of art, and then shattered into ice cubes. Under the extreme beauty was the extreme killing. As the last ray of fire fell, not only were the hundreds of thousands of zombies chasing foam Jinren wiped out, there were only a few dozen surviving skeletons, and all of them were injured, either missing arms or short legs. Some were even worse, with only a head left, opening and closing with a crackling sound. Clean up the battlefield. Drones were quickly dispatched to collect corpses on the battlefield. Even a single bone was picked up. Damaged mechanical warriors were remanufactured and thrown into the ground, forming small teams to enter the city to search for zombies. Yeah, good brother, let's pull in another wave of monsters, okay? Zhong Xinjin said excitedly that this feeling was really great. Killing monsters was as easy as killing a chicken. In the past, when her father arranged a team of professionals to help her level up, she had to keep an eye on the monster's movements and be ready to run away at any time. It was not like now. It was as easy as whack-a-mole. Don't worry. With all the noise here, if there are any monsters nearby, they should be attracted by us. I've also sent mechanical warriors into the city to attract the zombies. We just need to wait here. Lu Qinzhou was excited that he had obtained hundreds of thousands of points. To be on the safe side, Lu Qinzhou parked the boat 50 kilometers outside the city at an altitude of 1,000 meters and activated the psychic detection array at maximum power. Looking from the sky, the city is really huge and stretches as far as the eye can see, as shown in the picture displayed by the reconnaissance drone. There were zombies everywhere. After walking for dozens of kilometers, Lu Qinzhou finally saw the iconic buildings. Tall buildings stood in the city center. The tallest building was probably more than 800 meters high, but it was very dilapidated, and the glass on the exterior wall was almost shattered. What is that? Hiss. There were two gasps beside me at the same time. So many gold-level mutant zombies? Oh my god. At the same time, several people saw in the picture the 100-meter-tall giant devourers, the over 100-meter-long sprinters, and various kinds of zombies sleeping, emitting a terrifying aura. Is this a meeting of gold-level zombies? Several people were stunned at the same time. How is this possible? Why are there so many gold-level monsters in the alternate dimension of the assessment? Is there anyone in Jiangcheng who can stop these monsters? This is not an assessment at all. This is simply a disregard for human life. I want to quit. When Zhong Xinjin saw the thousands of gold-level macrophagos and sprinters in the dense crowd of zombies in the city center, her face turned pale with fright. Chen Yaqian was no less frightened. Her hands involuntarily grasped Lu Qinzhou, and her palms were sweating with nervousness. Chapter 76 Prelude to Evolution. Don't worry, maybe we can win. At the critical moment, Lu Qinzhou said solemnly. After a rough investigation, this giant city should currently have 50 million zombie monsters. Our advantage lies in the air, which makes us inherently invincible. Later we can send out the remaining skeletons and mechanical warriors to gradually kill the zombies from the edge of the city. The zombies on the edge are almost all bronze and silver levels. As long as we don't go to the city center to disturb the sleep of those horrible monsters for the time being. As for now, we can focus on taking out other towns first, which will allow us to quickly accumulate a large amount of experience. I still have a lot of world stone fragments I acquired a few months ago. I can increase the size of my nether cabin and amass a batch of golden skeletons. We can use them to support our battles. Skeletons also provide materials even after they die. If we have enough materials to upgrade to a gold-level ship, then it won't be impossible for us to directly conquer this city. By then, we should be able to successfully upgrade to gold level as well. Lu Qinzhou said with a solemn oath. The women also readily agreed. In the following time, Lu Qinzhou temporarily left this giant city and mined minerals and various resources in this alien dimension. After the ship lowered its altitude, skeletons and mechanical warriors landed on the ground and scattered throughout the town. They killed zombies everywhere to gain experience points and dragged the corpses back to be transformed into skeletons. As soon as the drone landed, it deployed its 8 mechanical claws, cleared out the vehicles on the road and the electronic equipment in the houses, and after clearing out the electrical appliances and furniture in the houses, it began to dismantle the buildings and hollow out the steel bars inside. One by one, the big trees were cut down, cut into pieces and loaded onto the ships. It really achieved the goal of plucking feathers from passing geese and digging 3 feet into the ground. It has been several months since they entered this alien space, but the Lanyuan organization has not sent anyone in to pick up these professionals who are taking the assessment, as if they will really let them fend for themselves unless the crisis in this alien dimension is resolved. This is a great bargain for Lu Qinzhou. Half of this alien dimension has become a real ruin. It is not as dilapidated as before. At least there are still high-rise buildings. The ruins now are the kind where only rubble and bricks are left, and there is not even a screw to be seen on the ground. Where there are minerals, there are bottomless mines. While dealing with monsters in other towns, they sent out skeletons and mechanical warriors to cooperate with the ground team members to lure zombies. Zombies were attracted into the trap one by one. As soon as they stepped out of the city and into the wilderness, they were attacked by dense arrows and guns. Then they were attacked by large-scale ice and snow spells and killed by light sniper cannons. If there were still some that slipped through the net, they would use the Great Compassion Cannon. During this period, after exchanging information with other professionals, I learned that everyone was looking for opportunities to hunt zombies on the edge of the town. No one was stupid enough to rush directly to the city center. After all, before rushing in, they would encounter a large number of silver-level zombies, and that giant city seemed to have been forgotten by everyone, and no one dared to go there. Lu Qinzhou, the 6th in command, relied on his skeleton army and mechanical warriors to compete with other professionals for monsters, and also sent a large number of drones into the city to collect supplies. Although these towns are in ruins and plagued by zombies, there are still many good things, such as gold jewelry and shopping malls, high-end mattresses, bedding, electrical appliances, velvet quilts, etc., which can be moved onto the ship and stored first, in case there are more crew members in the future. As long as the items were intact, Lu Qinzhou would move away everything he liked. Nothing in the logistics park warehouse, such as expensive cigarettes and alcohol, will be left out. All vehicles and other items on the ground that could be used for ship evolution were dismantled and cleared out. Other professionals spend their days hiding from zombies and chasing each other. Lu Qinzhou was sweeping across the entire town in the other dimension, until he came across a large industrial area on the seaside, where there were factories of all sizes. Of course, there was nothing special about the factories. What made Lu Qinzhou happy was that there was a warship shipyard with high walls and martial law, as well as a supporting large military factory. What really excited Lu Qinzhou was the things inside, the equipment and technical information from this large shipyard and military factory. Many of the weapons and equipment that he coveted could be directly produced by the mechanical factory. With so much information and samples, he would be able to completely crack this psychic naval gun approach that evolved from the giant warships and cannons of the old era. By then, not to mention the 800mm psychic cannon, even the 80,000mm giant cannon can be manufactured, and no one will be able to hold themselves back by shipborne weapons. Sister Yakian, Sister Jinjin, I will arrange for the skeletons and mechanical warriors to attack this military factory. You kill the high-level monsters, and be careful not to destroy the equipment and instruments inside. This is very important and affects our future combat power. After Lu Qinzhou gave careful instructions, he gathered a large number of skeletons, especially bronze-level skeleton archers, and even sent out silver-level skeleton mages. The skeletons' movements made almost no sound except the crackling of bones rubbing against each other. After breaking into small groups and entering the factory, they used floating cannons to shoot deadly arrows and light beams through the zombies' heads. The whole process was extremely easy, just when everyone thought everything was going well. An explosion sounded. A team of professionals rushed out from a warehouse of a military factory, bombarding zombies with rocket launchers obtained from the warehouse, and they ran out while fighting. It was obvious that they did it on purpose. The huge noise instantly caused a zombie riot near the military factory. Fuck, where did these bastards come from? Sister Qian, real sister, kill them. Chun Yaqian reacted in time and controlled this group of professionals with a range skill. She really controlled the light energy sniper cannon. After a few beams of light, only a few feet were frozen to the ground, and their bodies were melted by the high temperature of the light energy cannon. Lu Qinzhou was so angry that he cursed loudly. These people were really harming others and not benefiting themselves. They really thought they could escape. The two beauties on my ship were silver-level combat forces. One had a large-scale control, and the other held a weapon with extreme single-target damage. But this is a factory area. Any factory has tens of thousands of employees. Once a riot breaks out, at least hundreds of thousands of zombies will quickly surround here. I'm so pissed off. The ship was directly lifted from its original 1,000 meters to an altitude of 10,000 meters. After escaping the zombies' sight, the skeletons killed the zombies even more unscrupulously, and the drones quickly transported the equipment from the military factory. Inside the factory, the skeletons and mechanical warriors formed a formation, occupied advantageous terrain, engaged in fierce battles with the rioting zombies, and defended their positions to the death. Finally, in order to speed up the progress, even the members on the ship put on armor to assist in the battle and quickly look for the place where the data is stored. Chapter 77 Evolution of Gold-Class Battleship. The drones acted quickly, no longer worrying about being destroyed by zombies, and quickly dismantled the equipment and transported it back to the high school battleship until the main equipment and stored data of the military factory were found and emptied. Lu Qinzhou suddenly felt more confident. While the battlefield in the factory below was still intense, Lu Qinzhou ordered the ground troops to retreat quickly. A series of graceful figures repelled the zombies, and the armor turned into streams of light and flew into the sky. Suddenly, shells fell from the sky and landed accurately on the zombie group. After half a month, the zombies once again felt the heat of artillery fire. After just half an hour of artillery fire, there was not a single zombie left standing in the entire military factory area. The skeleton warriors continued to kill without mercy until no one was left who could move. But when Lu Qinzhou saw the factory area razed to the ground, he wished he could hit himself twice. My remaining supplies. It's gone. Lu Qinzhou covered his chest and sighed heavily. A lot of stored military supplies disappeared in the artillery fire. He felt heartbroken and felt like he had missed out on 100 million. This unexpected battle allowed Lu Qinzhou to eliminate most of the monsters in the factory area. The next period of time was the time to digest the spoils of the factory area. As the drones began to dismantle the battleship shipyard, a battleship over 500 meters long was found in a large dock. The military technology of this alien dimension was actually a cannon and a huge ship. Although this battleship had not yet been completed, many of its technologies gave Lu Qinzhou a lot of inspiration. In order to get this battleship on board, he even consumed a fragment of the world stone and integrated it into the cabin of the mechanical factory. Although I, an illiterate, don't quite understand the functions and technologies of this battleship, it doesn't stop me from getting it on board and making it a consumable for evolution. The universal experience points plus supreme talents will help me evolve. More than half a year later, the resources collected from this alien dimension, plus the luxurious decorations obtained from various towns, were added to the central tower of the battleship, Star-Picking Tower. Lu Qinzhou could also understand the feelings of those rich people. Soft carpets, exquisite and luxurious lighting, mashed with various precious furniture, and rooms with different styles were created. This tower, which runs through the entire battleship, integrates all the luxurious furniture, home appliances, entertainment facilities, etc. collected. All crew cabins are in this star-picking tower. Thanks to the Longyuan organization. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known that I could enter the other dimension. Here, I have everything I want. As long as I can find it, it's mine. It feels really good to buy for free, and there are zombie monsters to fight, which not only gives experience, but also points. I should be able to accumulate hundreds of millions of points after I get out, and then I can exchange them for more things. What a nice person. Sister Yaqian, we can conquer this alternate dimension. Lu Qinzhou said excitedly that as the materials excavated from all towns and mines were collected by drones, psychic cannons were manufactured one after another, and even a lot of 800mm caliber cannons were prepared. If they fired at the same time, even the group of golden monsters in the center of the city would not be able to withstand it. Well, but I think it's safer to upgrade the ship again. This is a rare opportunity. For other professionals, this may be a difficult assessment, but for us, it's an opportunity. We have finally emptied this alien plane of materials to make it sufficient for us to consume. It's really rare to have such a good opportunity. Chen Yaqian paused before saying this, suggesting that Lu Qinzhou evolve once more before attacking again. Then evolve. All the experience that had been hard-earned over the past 6 months was consumed. The mountains of materials in the cabin, the psychic cannons in the mechanical factory, and the unfinished battleship that was originally brought on board were all converted into evolutionary consumables, including the long-forgotten slave contract that Lu Qinzhou had kept in the captain's room. Lu Qinzhou's warship finally changed its appearance. Name, Lu Qinzhou. Occupation, boatman. Level, LV40. Upgrading requires 10,000 gold level experience points. Gold level experience gem reserve, 5,100. Reserve experience, 800,000. Constitution, 4,005. Agility, 4,005. Strength, 4,005. Spirit, 4,005. Note, I mentioned earlier that each person's professional strength is different. The attribute points provided after upgrading are different, and the overall attributes improved by upgrading by 1 level are different. If you have any questions, please reread the 4th sentence of Chapter 1. Add 1 point to all attributes of the black iron broken wooden boat. Bronze sailboats, all attributes increased by 5 points. Silver battleships, all attributes increased by 10 points. Golden battleships, all attributes increased by 100 points. Origin battleship, 20 kilometers gold-class battleship, evolution requires 1 billion experience points. Shipborne weapon slots, 1024/1024. 600 Tier 3 Silver Grade 130mm Guards Cannons, 500,000 XP required to evolve, 300 Tier 3, 460mm Medium Range Cannons, 1 million XP required to evolve, 1 Tier 3, 800mm Long Range Heavy Cannon X, 123, 5 million XP required to evolve, 1 Tier 3, 1200 Railgun, 10 million XP required to evolve, Tier 3 Silver Gatling Gun Mobile Turret X, 5,000. Evolution requires 50,000 XP. Tier 3 Silver 11 Barrel 30mm CIWS Mobile Turret X, 1,000. Evolution requires 100,000 experience points. Ship Functional Compartment. Functional Chamber, Level 6 Psychic Conversion Chamber. Evolution requires 1 million experience points. Current area is 100,000 square kilometers. Functional Chamber, Level 3 Mechanical Factory. Evolution requires 1 million experience points. Current area is 100,000 square kilometers. Functional Cabin, Level 3 Ecological Cabin. Evolution requires 1 million experience points. Current area is 100,000 square kilometers. Functional Cabin, Level 3 Nether Cabin. Evolution requires 5 million experience points. Current area is 500,000 square kilometers. Functional Module, Level 4 Floating Cannon Array, with 100,000 silver level floating cannons. Evolution requires 1 million experience points. Functional Cabin, 4-level drone array, with 1 million drones and multiple functions such as reconnaissance and collection. Evolution requires 1 million experience points. Functional Chamber, Level 4 Mechanical Warrior Terminal, with 100,000 silver-level mechanical warriors. Evolution requires 1 million experience points. Functional Cabin, Captain's Room. Feature, Crew Contract. Generating a crew contract requires 10,000 experience points. Functional Cabin, Star Building contains 20,000 luxurious crew cabins, each 180 square meters. Adding one requires 10,000 experience points and the corresponding materials. 15 luxurious entertainment rooms, including a large stage, cinema, gym, various courts, etc. Adding one requires 100,000 experience points and the corresponding materials. 15 luxurious large kitchen and restaurant rooms, including various cooking kitchens, restaurants, bars, and other dining facilities. Adding one requires 100,000 experience points and the corresponding materials. Features, levitation, 500 kilometers per hour. After evolving into a gold-class battleship, the Origin battleship finally transformed into a behemoth. It had a total of 15 decks. Except for the 4 decks that had been used, the remaining 11 decks were empty, waiting for Lu Qinzhou to fill them up. With the current scale of the warships, Lu Qinzhou is full of confidence. Pointing at the huge city ahead, the entire army attacks. Kill them indiscriminately, leaving no one alive. When Lu Qinzhou drove the warship to the city, the surviving professionals could see as soon as they looked up that a giant warship with a length of 20 kilometers was floating above the edge of the city. The warship was like an interstellar battleship, with densely packed gun barrels pointing at the city below, and there were also mobile artillery positions surrounding the warship. Lu Qinzhou now possesses such powerful firepower and has upgraded his ship to a gold-class battleship. If he can wipe out the group of gold-class monsters in the city below, he is expected to be upgraded to a gold-class professional. Finally, I am no longer the boatman whose favorite boat is only 5 meters long wooden boat, and everyone despises me. Next up, it's time for the battleships to take the stage. Chapter 78, Giant Skeleton. He also met other professionals on the way who wanted to join a team, but Lu Qinzhou rejected them all. They were not beautiful girls who were willing to pay for him, so it was impossible for him to take advantage of them. When the warship sailed over the city, the sleeping giants and other zombie monsters seemed to sense the crisis and suddenly woke up, letting out huge roars. Roar! A giant devourer that was more than 300 meters tall suddenly appeared in the city. It was not discovered in the last reconnaissance. After the king of this city woke up, the zombies in the entire city appeared from all corners as if they had heard a call, and poured out from the buildings and basements, rushing towards the direction of this huge monster. When these monsters saw the warships in the sky, they let out huge roars. A new type of zombie flew out from the buildings. This zombie had bat-like wings, its entire body was covered with shells, it had huge mouthparts and several pairs of sharp claws. This insect-like zombie was huge in size, more than 10 meters long, with a wingspan of more than 30 meters. The leader was more than 100 meters long, and its wings stirred up storms. These flying zombies let out ear-piercing screams and flew out of the building in groups, rushing towards the warships in the sky. It was the first time that Lu Qinzhou saw this kind of zombie, and he was shocked. Fortunately, he listened to Chen Yaqian and evolved the battleship again before coming. Otherwise, he might have been in trouble. Fire. The dense artillery fire from the ship poured down, and groups of flying monsters were blown into pieces. Flames burned in the air, and broken limbs fell to the ground like rain. The golden flying monster in the lead was the special target, and its body was directly blown to pieces. The huge body falling from the sky smashed a large part of the buildings. Thanks to the earlier use of world stone fragments to evolve the netherworld pod, and the existence of the silver skeleton mage, millions of skeletons of various levels accumulated over half a year also charged from the edge of the city into the city, led by 40 gold-level skeleton knights, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the monsters. Those over 100-meter-tall giant devourers grabbed the zombies and building debris on the ground and threw them towards the ships in the air, which directly produced sonic booms and circular air currents exploded. Other golden monsters tried to attack the warships in various ways. Bang! The zombies collided with the bottom of the ship, and dents suddenly appeared on the hull. Lu Qinzhou immediately sensed the vibration and minor damage of the ship, and quickly spent materials and experience points to repair it. He immediately rose to an altitude of 10,000 meters and slowly retreated. He was careless, and the close-in defense guns and floating guns began to quickly intercept the objects thrown at him. The monster's continuous throwing of objects were blocked by the dense fire from the close-in defense guns. As the battleship rose to an altitude of 10,000 meters, even for a gold-level macrophagocytizer, the attack range was its shortcoming. He had no choice but to take it out on the skeletons that rushed into the city. The macrophagocytizer's huge body, when it charged, knocked down the tall buildings along the way and rushed into the group of skeletons, killing them indiscriminately. With each blow, no skeleton could resist. Even the giant bone shield cast by the silver-level skeleton wizard was shattered by a punch. Not only that, even the skeletons inside the bone shield were beaten into powder. Only the golden skeleton knight could deal with it. The skeletons attacked by these giant monsters would not be able to preserve their soul fire, and even their bones would turn into ashes. This attack power is really terrifying. Hundreds of 460mm heavy guns and 800mm cannons were aimed at these macrophagocytic beasts at the same time and fired crazily. The 1200 railguns have already started charging, aiming at the king-like giant devourer. The macrophagators seemed to sense the crisis and stopped killing the skeletons. With a roar, countless zombies spontaneously gathered around the macrophagator, forming a huge zombie ball. Is this defense mode? This monster can do this. Fire! Chen Yaqian quickly pressed the launch button. Boom! A huge sound resounded through the sky, and the huge recoil caused the warship to move back several hundred meters. The psychic shells weighing tens of tons hit the huge zombie ball, and a huge mushroom cloud suddenly rose up. The huge explosion stunned the surviving professionals. Looking in the direction of the mushroom cloud, buildings within hundreds of thousands of meters were destroyed by the huge shock wave, collapsed, and turned into dust. The broken zombie parts even flew hundreds of kilometers away. Looking down from Lu Chenzhou's position, it was more intuitive. A huge circular pit appeared on the ground. The zombies that had just formed the zombie ball were completely destroyed, but the giant devourer in the center was not dead yet. There was almost only a skeleton and broken flesh left on his body, but he was still alive tenaciously. Its vitality is too strong. Oh no. Quickly stop the other zombies from getting close to the macrophago. It's devouring zombies to recover. Chun Yaqian saw zombies rushing into the crater from all directions, climbing onto the body and even into the mouth of the macrophagator. The macrophagator, which was left with only tattered flesh and blood stuck to its skeleton, stretched out tentacle-like things from its flesh and blood, absorbing all the zombies and gradually restoring its original appearance. She hurriedly tried to stop them. Fire. Suddenly, countless shells were fired into the deep pit at high speed. Lu Chenzhou also ordered the skeletons and mechanical warriors to stop the zombies from entering the pit at all costs. The casualties on both sides increased rapidly. 10 minutes later, the 1,200 railguns were fully charged. Boom. Experience +1. Points +10,000. When the flames died down, the 300-meter-tall, giant devourer king's bones were broken into several piles, and he was finally dead. This zombie's vitality was probably far beyond the gold level, and it might even be at the star level. He was hit by 2 orbital artillery shells and tens of thousands of heavy artillery shells before he died miserably. Lu Chenzhou's sixth brother took advantage of the fact that the opponent didn't know how to fight in the air and wore him down to death. After the death of the giant devourer king, the zombies returned to chaos and disorder, fighting with the skeletons. Of course, there was also the baptism of artillery fire from the air, and mushroom clouds rose in this huge city. The remaining zombies were falling rapidly. When other professionals thought they had an opportunity, the roaring cannons on the battleships had powerful destructive power, so they didn't dare to fight for points at all, for fear that they would be wiped out if they were not careful. Hurry, hurry, bring me the corpse of that gold-level giant devourer. After the macrophagoides corpse was recovered into the battleship, gold-level macrophagocytizer corpses can be used as a material for nether pod evolution. After evolution, new skeleton soldiers can be added, including giant skeleton warriors. Seeing that it could be used as material for evolving troops in the nether cabin, Lu Chenzhou immediately consumed experience to use the 300-meter-tall giant devourer's corpse. Countless nether auras in the nether cabin poured into the pile of corpses. After a while, a blue soul fire ignited in the huge head, and a 300-meter-tall giant skeleton stood up. Its mountain-like body was golden all over, as if made of gold. Its momentum was as sharp as a tsunami, and its power was astonishing. It was found that its level was actually the peak of gold at level 60. Compared with the skeleton knights who had just stepped into the gold level, it was simply the difference between an adult and a child. A slap could smash a pile of golden skeleton knights. In the future, there will be a new type of skeleton soldier in the nether cabin, the giant skeleton warrior, but it is not known when the next one will appear. Check your class panel. Looks like you have enough gold experience. Chapter 79, Sharing Honor and Shame. Life and Death. After seeing the new abilities of the ship, Lu Chenzhou immediately showed a happy smile. Now my original ship has finally undergone a qualitative change and has gained real strength. Xiaoya can also be reborn. Sister Yaqian, Xiaoya, I formally invite you to join the Tiangong and become my deputy captain. From now on, we will share honor and disgrace, life and death together. So formal? I promise. X2 and us. XN. As Chun Yaqian and Li Xiaoya finished their words, an intangible crew contract fell in front of them. They agreed without thinking. They unconditionally believed that Lu Chenzhou would not harm them. Before they had time to be surprised, the contract was directly integrated into their bodies. In the blink of an eye, they found that their strength was increasing rapidly. Chun Yaqian quickly grew from the peak of the silver level to the gold level, and the biggest change was Li Xiaoya, who continuously transformed and promoted from the mortal life level, directly leaping to the gold level of life. The four-dimensional attributes were directly improved from the mortal's 1 point to the same four-dimensional attributes as Captain Lu Chenzhou. After the contract between them and Lu Chenzhou's original battleship was established, this power came from the blessing of the battleship. Husband, is this true? Ugh. Ever since Lu Chenzhou always liked to have them call him husband. All the women on the ship who had intimate relationships with him stopped calling him husband. Li Xiaoya felt the difference in herself at the first moment, and her speech became incoherent. Her beautiful big eyes were red, and tears immediately fell. She excitedly threw herself into Lu Qinzhou's arms. The hug was suffocating. Cough, cough, cough. Girl, be gentle. Your man is about to die. Li Xiaoya kissed Lu Qinzhou hard, let go of Lu Qinzhou, and began to pay attention to her own changes. When a profession awakens, it will connect to the laws of heaven and earth through the awakening platform to activate its own characteristics and profession. There is only one chance in a lifetime. Li Xiaoya was actually very sad for countless nights. She, Lu Qinzhou, and Chun Yeqian have had a very good relationship since childhood. When Chun Yeqian first awakened herself as an ice and snow mage, they were very happy. For this reason, they even celebrated and created a scene for what profession they would awaken in the future. Since Chun Yeqian awakened, the opportunities to meet Chun Yeqian have become much fewer. Chun Yeqian asked Li Xiaoya to take care of Lu Qinzhou on her behalf. The relationship between Li Xiaoya and Lu Qinzhou has become closer and closer, although Lu Qinzhou is always out of tune and always makes Li Xiaoya very angry. But in the end, she was the only one who had not awakened. She saw Lu Qinzhou and Li Xiaoya going further and further on their career paths, although they were still very good to her. And even if she spent a lot of energy to study and try to keep up with Lu Qinzhou's pace, it was a pity that Li Xiaoya knew in her heart that her world would one day part ways with theirs. After all, the lifespan of a professional is so long. Now Lu Qinzhou gave her new hope. Name, Li Xiaoya. Occupation, Deputy Captain of Tiangong. Level Gold. Constitution, 4101. Strength, 4101. Agility, 4101. Spirit, 4101. Characteristics. Tiangong is indestructible and life is immortal. Shared talent. Pseudo-infinite evolution. As a member of a battleship, you can choose a weapon on the Tiangong battleship to refine it into an origin weapon and evolve it infinitely. This requires the captain's authorization. The attributes are very simple. Although there is still no awakening of the profession bestowed by the laws of heaven and earth, it is a profession blessed by the Tiangong. There are only two people in the position of deputy captain. Lu Qinzhou gave it to Li Xiaoya and Chun Yeqian. The four-dimensional attribute bonus is the same as Lu Qinzhou's. The professional strength of the gold-level boatman increases by 100 points for each level up. Their future strength is equivalent to making progress together with Lu Qinzhou. But why is the power this battleship bestowed with so terrifying power that it directly pushes me to the gold level? This battleship's power is seriously exceeded. Chun Yeqian was also very surprised by the current changes. Her professional strength as an ice and snow mage was not low. After upgrading to the next level, her total attributes were almost 200 points, but most of the attributes were added to the spirit. But even so, the attributes added to the physique were higher than the attributes added by Lu Qinzhou's professional strength. Otherwise, Lu Qinzhou would not have to hold on to the wall every time he went out. However, now that Lu Qinzhou's natal battleship has evolved to gold level, its own attribute values have skyrocketed tenfold compared to the silver level battleship. But now, this is too much, isn't it? Other attributes are actually on par with the highest spiritual attribute. When I see this 20-kilometer class battleship under my feet, I feel that this is just as it should be, right? Name, Chun Yeqian. Occupation, Ice Mage, Deputy Captain of the Tiangong. Level Gold. Constitution, 4108. Strength, 4108. Agility, 4108. Spirit, 4108. Skills. Ice Arrow, Ice Tornado, 1,000 miles of freezing. Characteristics. Tiangong is indestructible and life is immortal. Shared talent. Pseudo-infinite evolution. As a member of a battleship, you can choose a weapon on the Tiangong battleship to refine it into an origin weapon for infinite evolution. Authorization from the captain is required. With Chun Yeqian's personality, Lu Qinzhou will never be able to turn things around in his life. And me? I want to be a member of your crew too. When Zhong Xinjin felt that Chun Yeqian's strength suddenly soared to the gold level, especially Li Xiaoya, an ordinary person, signed a contract and instantly became the gold level that countless people might not be able to reach in their entire lives. She quickly raised her hand and said, "You? Forget it, you can't be part of my crew." Lu Qinzhou looked at Zhong Xinjin and shook his head again. Although the way she hugged his thighs had indeed made him feel very comfortable over the past 6 months, and she had done all kinds of leg pounding, massage, cuteness, and even made embarrassing moves like trying to learn how to cook even though she clearly couldn't, he really liked this girl. But she was still the daughter of another faction, and he didn't know if it would be troublesome if Lu Chunzhou abducted her the first time she went out. Lu Chunzhou was a person who didn't like trouble, so he simply refused. In addition, there was no close interaction, so even if the other party signed, there was no way he could become a formal crew member. Unable to be promoted to gold level directly like Xiaoya and the others, the reserve crew member with only attribute bonuses could not meet her expectations. I know you don't agree. Is it because Sister Qian is your woman? I'll marry you too, okay? I'm a good boy, okay? Zhong Xinjin hugged Lu Chunzhou's arm and shook it, acting coquettishly. Haha, I agreed on behalf of my brother Qinzhou. At this time, Chen Yaqian was watching the two of them and couldn't help laughing. Oh, Sister Qian, you are so nice. Love you. Zhong Xinjin immediately ran to Chen Yaqian and hugged her affectionately. This thigh-hugging posture was so familiar. Zhong Xinjin received recognition from Chen Yaqian and was so happy that she jumped around like a little child. Ugh, Sister Qian, it's useless for her to sign now. After Lu Qinzhou whispered the reason to Chen Yaqian, she stared at him with a strange look in her eyes. How could this ability look so much like the awakening of Lu Qinzhou's soul potential? What a pervert. What? Zhong Xinjin stared at Lu Qinzhou and Sister Qian with a puzzled look on her face as they whispered to each other. Finally, Chen Yaqian came to Zhong Xinjin, bent down, and whispered into her ear. Zhong Xinjin's little face turned red in an instant, all the way to her ears, like a steamy girl, as if smoking. If you're scared, don't sign it. Chen Yaqian added fuel to the fire. I'm not afraid. Come with me. Zhong Xinjin jumped up as if she was scratched by a cat, grabbed Lu Qinzhou's hand, and walked into the room. It was another night of enjoyment for Lu Qinzhou. Chapter 80 The Heart of the Plane was stolen. 3 poles in the sun. Lu Qinzhou walked out of the captain's room feeling refreshed, followed by a pretty little beauty. Name, Zhong Xinjin. Occupation, Shadow Sniper, First Commander of Tiangong. Level Gold. Constitution, 3,699. Strength, 3,699. Agility, 3,699. Spirit, 3,699. Characteristics. Tiangong is indestructible and life is immortal. Skills, Shadow Space, Beyond Visual Range Sniper. Shared talent, Pseudo-Infinite Evolution. As a member of a battleship, you can choose a weapon on the Tiangong battleship to refine it into an origin weapon for infinite evolution. Authorization from the captain is required. Currently, there are only 2 deputy captain positions available on a gold-class battleship, so Lu Qinzhou can only give her the position of first commander. There is only 1 position on each deck, and with 15 decks, theoretically, in addition to the 2 deputy captains, 15 gold-class commanders can be born. It is necessary to use the world stone fragments to evolve each cabin before the crew can be blessed to the gold level. The personal attributes blessed by the commander position are only 90%, which is good for coaxing Zhong Xinjin. There were only 3 remaining spots for advancement to gold on the battleship, which Lu Qinzhou gave to Bai Wan, Lu Qianqian, and Bai Shanshan, who was also aboard. The remaining commander positions would remain vacant until there were enough world stone fragments to evolve the remaining 11 levels. Soon after, all the other crew members who had close relationships signed the crew contracts, and only 40 of them were successfully promoted to the silver rank. If you want to get more official crew places that can be blessed with combat power, you can only use the world stone fragments to evolve other floors of cabins, or use the world stone fragments to continue to expand the area of the current floors. As the last monster was killed, the entire alien plane was in turmoil, and a dazzling crystal slowly condensed in the air. It was more dazzling than the fragments of the world stone, attracting everyone's attention. It was obviously a good thing at first glance. At this moment, a huge hand that could be quantified appeared out of thin air and grasped the crystal. Ha ha! Yoshi, with this heart of the plane, I can take another step forward. An old man appeared out of nowhere in the air, laughing loudly while holding the crystal in his hand. A space gate also appeared on the ground. Professionals who have completed the trial, quickly evacuate. This alien plane is about to be swallowed up. When Lu Fangjuan's voice came, Lu Qinzhou didn't care about the pain of having his plane heart stolen. He hurriedly put away the warship, stepped into the space gate, and left. When he looked back for the last time, the alien plane began to collapse and merged into the apocalypse world. When he opened his eyes again, Lu Qinzhou and others had already arrived at a square. After counting the points, Lu Fangjun called Lu Qinzhou and the top 100 people to his side. Congratulations on joining Longyuan. You will be a member of our Longyuan from now on. I hope you can become the backbone of human civilization. Lu Fangjun doesn't have the old-fashioned impression of a soldier at all and can get along well with everyone. General Liu, I'd like to ask, who was that old man who stole our plane heart today? How shameless. He just took away the spoils we worked so hard to obtain. Lu Qinzhou found Lu Fongjun and complained to him that that was the heart of the plane. Is that true? I'll go take a look. Lu Fongjun used the bracelet to communicate on the spot. In the virtual image in front of me, there was a young man dressed in a robe, with golden hair and blue eyes. He turned out to be a handsome Western man. General Liu, I'll investigate. Wait a moment. I'm counting on you, Mage Carl. The young wizard named Carl was teleported into a magnificent wizard tower. On the top of the tower was a magical creation resembling an eyeball, flashing with powerful energy fluctuations. General Liu, someone did break the rules this time. According to observations, the one who stole the heart of the alternate dimension's birthplace was Miyamoto Shoji from Sakura City. Humph, you scum from Sakura City. You even dare to touch my Long Yuan's things. You are so impatient to live. Lu Fongjun slammed the table and said angrily. Fortunately, the monitoring found that the alien plane was about to collapse, and the space door was opened in time to bring these people back. Otherwise, the losses would be huge, and the boss might get angry. Lu Fongjun shrank his neck. He didn't want to be trained by the boss again. Boy, wait for me to go find him and ask for an explanation. Lu Fongjun hurriedly opened the portal and left. Lu Qinzhou stretched out his arms. Hey, no, you're just leaving like that. Where are we? This doesn't look like Jiangqing. Just leave us here and ignore us. All right, everyone who joined Long Yuan, follow me. The rest of you, go find Elder Yang and activate the teleportation array to send you back to your city. A female professional who was also wearing a black silk hip skirt came up to everyone at some point and spoke to the people in the square. Lu Qinzhou, Chen Yaqian, and the others had no choice but to follow this man until they arrived at a hall. First of all, congratulations on successfully joining Long Yuan. Regardless of where you're from, you'll be studying in the giant city of Kunlun for a month. I'm one of your trainers, Irene. I'll help you better understand your career path. In the following days, Lu Qinzhou and other Long Yuan members began to learn about Long Yuan's operating model and the current world situation. They didn't expect that they could easily enter the library of Kunlun Academy to look up information. This was one of the top academies they had dreamed of entering. They didn't expect that they could enter it easily now. It was really fate. In the past, most of Long Yuan's members were gold-level members, with strong professional characteristics and powerful combat capabilities. In order to suppress the alien spaces and even alien dimensions around the world and avoid large-scale city destruction and casualties. In recent years, facing the increasingly severe situation of alien space communities entering the apocalypse world, Long Yuan has begun to recruit silver professionals in order to expand its membership. Lu Qinzhou and his group are the subjects of this assessment. According to the information the Federation leaders obtained in the Void Star realm, our apocalypse world was originally a small, insignificant world in a remote area of the Koi world community. A sudden war destroyed the entire Koi world community, shattering countless worlds into fragments. A few fortunate fragments recovered their original world origins and formed planes of varying sizes. As for space fragments that cannot restore the origin of the world, the creatures within them will be corroded by the energy of the Void Star realm and transformed into monsters without intelligence. Space fragments will instinctively merge into other worlds. The current chaos in our apocalypse world is caused by the integration of so many space fragments. The real problem lies in the planes formed by the fragments of worlds floating in the void. Even the smallest plane has millions of square kilometers, and there are many creatures living in it. Once it comes into contact with our apocalypse world, it will be a large-scale war. Long Yuan possesses the entire human heritage. Here, you can find almost everything that human civilization has, including weapons, equipment, skills, techniques, potions, etc. As long as you go to different spaces and planes to hunt monsters, you can gain merits. Merits are everything in Long Yuan. Official members who join Long Yuan will be granted official federal military ranks and have the right to mobilize city defense forces and night patrol bureaus in wartime. We at Long Yuan are committed to the continuation of human civilization. As long as we can resolve the alien space, Long Yuan's slogan is only one sentence. No sacrifice is too great to be unacceptable. Chapter 81 Soul Flag. The days of study were easy, and Lu Qinzhou had a better understanding of his career path. He was already a gold-level professional. The members who signed crew contracts on the ship relied on the warship for their advancement, and their personal strength depended on their own attribute values. There are only two ways for almost all gold-level professionals to upgrade. One is to hunt creatures of the same level to obtain the source of life, that is, experience points. The other is to comprehend the laws. If you comprehend enough laws, you will naturally be able to advance. For gold-level professionals, there is another trick to comprehend the laws. It is to absorb the world origin within the world stone fragments. Sufficient world origin can naturally catalyze the corresponding laws, which will be reflected on the data panel. Every time a world stone fragment is absorbed, a considerable amount of experience can be gained. In addition, by hunting monsters across levels to obtain the source of life, one will naturally advance to the star level with enough experience. Once a professional reaches the star level and is born into a realm, he can enter the starry void to survive and resist the erosion of star energy with the power of his own laws. There is also a shortcut for star to advance to legend. That is to refine the will of a half-plane world with one's own will, cultivate the half-plane world into a real plane world, become the master of this plane, and master the power of the laws of the plane world. Legend is a concept of combat power, equivalent to the peak guardian of civilization. The most basic thing is to control the domain, be able to mobilize the energy of earth, fire, water, and wind, and control the laws of the plane world. The more world laws you master, the deeper your understanding, the larger the world, and the stronger your combat power. From a small plane world to a medium plane world to a large plane world, until the plane world transforms into a small world and enters the epic. Our human leader, Xianyuan Longhao, has already become a legend and is writing an epic. He has single-handedly changed the human situation, integrated the fragments of thousands of planes into the world of apocalypse, absorbed the laws and fire of civilization from other worlds to complete the world of apocalypse, created a professional system within the rules of the world of apocalypse, and promoted the entire human civilization of the world of apocalypse from weak to strong, completely raising the foundation and upper limit of mankind. When Long Yuan's instructor taught this, it was as if he saw faith. During this month, Lu Qinzhou has been working hard to learn information related to his profession, especially knowledge about warships. Lu Qinzhou has already determined his route. Since there is a shortcut, why not take it? For this battleship, the massive points he obtained in the other dimension during the assessment turned into the foundation of the battleship. First of all, the psychic shield that allows warships to survive in the astral void is purchased first, followed by the sublight speed engine. It is not that superlight speed is not good, but that it is unaffordable. A large nuclear reactor provides power for the engine, but it cannot navigate in the astral void relying solely on its suspension properties. Anti-gravity engine, 3,600 mm nuclear bombardment cannon, will be installed next time when I have enough experience. It is time to add another upgrade route, which just complements the psychic route. Micro force field construction device. This device requires a large amount of energy to build and can create a field that allows creatures on the battleship to survive and fight in the void. Cross-space portal. This technology, passed down from the Mage Tower, can locate alternate dimensions in the void and open portals. The complete version is said to be able to directly cross the endless void and teleport across worlds. It is somewhat similar to the cabin evolved using the world stone fragments, and can also open a portal. Selectively purchase some of the equipment that should be on other warships and add it to the ship. With these things on the battleship, it can fight, resist, and escape, and it finally looks like a decent ship. I'm back. This is compensation for you. Lu Fongjun suddenly appeared beside Lu Qinzhou and handed him 20 world stone fragments. Seeing Lu Qinzhou still staring at him stupidly. You should keep it. Not everyone can take advantage of Long Yuan. This is what Sakura City gave you as compensation. Unfortunately, the plain heart was used by Miyamoto Shoji of Sakura City. These rascals still love to raid and plunder. They are still not at peace in the remaining 2 of the 4 giant cities. Lu Fongjun also disliked this ethnic group, but the current situation of the Human Federation focused on the overall situation. He patted Lu Qinzhou on the shoulder and indicated that he could find faults himself in the future, but he had to consider the overall situation. Lu Qinzhou understood immediately and nodded. Don't worry. I will definitely consider the overall situation and the prosperity of the human race. When I go on missions to rescue Sakura City and Osaka City in the future, I will bring back some local specialties. I will definitely give each of the Xia brothers who have contributed to my Tiangong a pair of Sakura girls. I will give birth to them vigorously and create the next generation. Make the Xia people great again. By the way, your training time is almost over, so I won't disturb you from going on missions. Remember to make a name for ourselves as humanity's second gold-class aerospace battleship. When you have time, go to the Demon City to learn about void battleships. After Lu Fongjun finished speaking, he stepped on the flying sword and ran away in a flash. Lu Qinzhou looked at the other person with a little envy. The swordsman was really handsome. I have just obtained 20 world stone fragments, which are good stuff. My other commanders have been found. The big guys in Longyuan are really protective of their subordinates. They just said that the compensation will be paid soon. At the end of the last day of training, Lu Qinzhou and his group were awarded official military ranks. Lu Qinzhou, Zhong Xinjin, Chen Yaqian, and several other gold-level professionals were awarded the rank of Major General, and the remaining silver-level members were awarded ranks ranging from Major to Colonel. After Lu Qinzhou entered the information of his warship into the Longyuan branch of the 10 southwestern cities and connected it to the city defense system, he ensured that he would not be accidentally injured by the city defense weapons when he piloted the warship into the airspace over these cities. I plan to rest peacefully for a few days. However, Chen Yaqian, Zhong Xinjin, and other girls dragged Lu Qinzhou out of the Longyuan branch. They finally had time to go shopping. They had been in this huge city of Kunlun for a month and didn't even have time to go shopping. Every day they were either studying or on their way to study. This huge city between the mountains is extremely large, with a diameter of more than 200 kilometers and 9 rings of city walls. Each wall is about 300 meters high and is made of hard boulders. The walls are covered with various defensive formations. Hundreds of thousands of sharp swords were still suspended on the previous city wall, emitting a majestic sword aura. The next city wall was shrouded in black fog and looked eerie. This huge city of Kunlun is actually a huge city with cultivators as its main profession. On the professional avenue, a monk in a green Taoist robe was walking side by side with a coffin on his back, and a monk in a monk's robe was sitting opposite him drinking with a soul flag emitting black gas. What the hell, a monk drinking? Lu Qinzhou looked back. Never mind, it might not be because of the awakening of my profession. Even though I'm bald, I've become stronger. When he saw the soul flag, Lu Qinzhou's eyes lit up. Thinking of something good, he hurried into a shop. The shop was decorated in an antique style and was filled with incense. It looked very stylish. Chapter 82 Demonic Means. The display stand is filled with various pills, with their effects and names written on them. For example, there is the Bigu pill, which is the size of a soybean but can keep you from getting hungry for a whole day. It is much better than military compressed biscuits. There are other pills, such as the Qi boosting pill. Black iron level professionals can gain 10 experience points by eating and refining it. Gain experience? This elixir is incredible. Lu Qinzhou pondered that if these things were mass-produced, there would be an overabundance of professionals. Seeing the price of 10,000 yuan per pill, forget it. It's not very practical. This is still a low-level elixir. Looking at the high-level ones, the Soul Gathering pill is 500,000 yuan per pill, and the True Essence pill is 2 million yuan per pill. Each one is more expensive than the other. It turns out that cultivators are all masters, and they are rich masters. Fellow Taoist, what would you like to see? Just when Lu Qinzhou was secretly shocked by the prices, a female cultivator in a white Taoist robe came over and asked. Lu Qinzhou looked back and saw a woman with a split skirt and a tulle dress, and she had a big heart. Oh my goodness, which female cultivator's clothes are designed like this? Isn't this inviting crime? The boss knows marketing. Hello. I'd like to buy soul penance, the kind that can bind monster spirits. The more I can fit in, the better. It would be best if I could also get some spells, skills, or books. The more detailed, the better. Lu Qinzhou gestured with his hands and stated his request. Okay, we in Kunlun City believe in recruiting disciples widely. The knowledge in the monk system is both comprehensive and affordable. I'll get it for you right away. See each other to find what you need. Look. Those aristocratic parasites in Jiangcheng who only know how to lend money and oppress the common people at the bottom should really learn from others. This concept of opening up promotion channels for everyone is the only way for the city to prosper and the population to explode. No wonder they see a thriving situation. The flesh and blood on my ship can now be converted into spiritual energy, and the bones can be revived into skeletons. The only thing missing is the soul. I will get a soul flag and go back to evolve it. Perfect. Once we are done, we will go to the other dimension to find the sponsors of the monsters, and they will definitely arrange a one-stop service for them. Coming out of the shop, Lu Qinzhou had a happy smile on his face. This time, he not only found a soul flag that emitted black smoke, but also obtained a thick stack of magic cultivation operation manuals and some jade slips that recorded information, which detailed how to attack monsters. There are 18 kinds of magical instruments that can be refined by peeling off the skin, among which is the refining method of the soul banner and the banner cloth. There are 36 kinds of magical instruments that can be refined by pulling out tendons, from the basic puppet strings to the advanced immortal binding ropes. There are 49 ways to use flesh and blood, from the most basic blood demon pill and blood spirit pill to the blood pool creation and evolution blood sea method. The skeleton uses 64 types of methods, from bone magic tools, zombies, to bone magic. 99 and 81 ways to use souls, from imps, ghosts, various kinds of ghosts, to cultivating ghost fairies. Lu Qinzhou exclaimed, he has grown smarter. He used to be complacent about evolving the psychic energy conversion cabin, but now he sees that it is so weak. This is the boss. When we get back, we will renovate the battleship cabin and try to squeeze out all the value of the monsters. Suddenly, I felt that it was very dangerous to stay in this huge city of Kunlun, and I felt a chill all over my body. A few people were shopping with great interest when suddenly the psychic bracelets issued by Long Yuan to internal members vibrated. When they opened them, they saw that an alien space was detected in the southwest of Kunlun City and was about to be integrated. All the Long Yuan members nearby had this information pushed to their psychic bracelets. Walk. Lu Qinzhou released the warship and hovered it over Kunlun City. Several people quickly boarded the warship. Without starting the sublight speed engine, relying on the warship's own suspension characteristics, he arrived at the destination in more than half an hour. However, looking at the scene near the space crack, Lu Qinzhou was a little scared. The spatial rift wasn't huge, only about a kilometer wide, but what were those creatures that had escaped? The hopping zombies were fine, at least they could be physically eliminated, but what were those things that were emitting black smoke and looming in the distance? Ghost. This is really seeing a ghost in broad daylight. The sun is so big in the sky, and these ghosts are moving around in the shadows of the trees. Some members have arrived before Lu Qinzhou. Sword lights flashed across, and the heads of the zombies wearing tattered linen fell off. The zombies that ran out of the space cracks were wiped out, like chopping melons and vegetables. The professionals holding the soul flags all had smiles on their faces. One ghost after another was pulled into the soul flag by the ghostly flags, which made Lu Qinzhou jealous. When he saw that other professionals were not afraid of ghost attacks at all, and even the warrior's skills could deal with the ghosts floating around, Lu Qinzhou instantly gained confidence. This shows that psychic weapons can deal with these wandering souls. The drone flew out from the battleship and quickly rushed into the space crack to conduct a preliminary detection. On the screen, the drone flew by quickly, and mountains rose and fell. The monsters inside roared one after another. The plains looked like ancient cities, which were very dilapidated and filled with black air. The residents in the towns became like zombies, with green faces and fangs, and black air all over their bodies, but their bodies increased dramatically. Lu Qinzhou even saw zombies as tall as city walls, with astonishing power. The monsters in the mountains are even more terrifying. The monsters, which are already very terrifying, are now tens or hundreds of meters in size, as if they were given hormones. A giant snake monster is hovering on a 10,000-meter-high mountain, staring at the drone flying in the air with its scarlet eyes. A flash of light and shadow passed by, and it was swallowed into the stomach in one gulp. One of the images on the screen suddenly went black. As the drone continued to explore, it discovered that the mountains had been razed one after another. The buildings on them were very dilapidated, but from those exquisite buildings that were glowing with the light of formations, it could be known that this was a sect of cultivators. The monsters in the sect wearing disciple uniforms have transformed into powerful zombies and ghosts, especially those houses and cities at the foot of the mountain, where a large number of zombies have gathered. This should be the place where countless mortals or their families are at the foot of this cultivator sect. Looking at the cities at the foot of the mountain, there are probably tens of millions of people who depend on the sect for survival. But now it has turned into a powerful zombie and ghost. After a rough detection, it was found that this alien space is more than 5 million square kilometers, which is almost the same size as a microplane. It has not restored the power of the world to become a plane again. The creatures without the protection of the world's power have all transformed into monsters. Difficult. Lu Qinzhou swallowed his saliva. This was not just a piece of space debris. It was even more abnormal than the miniature alien dimension he faced during the assessment. In an alien space without the protection of the world's power, the creatures inside could actually be demonized to this extent. Lu Qinzhou opened the space door and walked out of the warship with his fully armed team members. Haha, Captain Lu actually came down in person. Come in, come in. One of the monks holding a soul flag greeted him warmly. If you ignore the smoking soul flag in his hand and the faint wailing of the soul on the flag, and only look at his handsome appearance, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he is a banished immortal with a fairy-like appearance. Chapter 83, Building a Defensive Line. All the members of Long Yuan have heard of Lu Qinzhou's name, the owner of the second aerospace battleship in the Federation. He stays in the Demon City and will not leave easily. The other one is Lu Qinzhou, who joined Long Yuan. Hello, I remember you. You gave yourself a Taoist name called Yimingzi, right? No, no, my name is Wang Ming. I'm just taking it for fun. Don't take it seriously. What's going on inside? Give us some instructions. Wang Ming smiled awkwardly and took over the topic. Other professionals also echoed him. They had just seen dense swarms of drones entering the space crack and hoped that Lu Qinzhou could give some clues. Too many seniors have failed if they went there rashly. This is something the instructor has specifically taught us. Hey, I do have a copy of the information here, but it took a lot of drones to get it. It's a precious resource. Lu Qinzhou hadn't finished speaking yet. Wang Ming spoke immediately, very understanding. Brother Lu, I understand. This is 10,000 contribution points. Do you think it's enough? Wang Ming immediately controlled the psychic bracelet to transfer 10,000 contribution points used within Long Yuan to Lu Qinzhou. After clicking to accept, Lu Qinzhou happily organized the images and information detected in this alien space into a data packet and sent it to the other party's psychic bracelet. And me, Brother Lu, give me one. I want one too. Other professionals around also came forward to buy one, which made Lu Qinzhou very happy. When they clicked on the information, hiss! A sound of gasps spread all around. When they saw the dense zombies and ghosts in the town, their scalps went numb. When they saw the monsters in the mountains, they screamed in fear. Finally, when they saw the giant snake that was tens of thousands of meters long, they finally couldn't help it. How is this possible? How can we kill such a powerful monster? Unless Long Yuan sends out a star-level professional. I'm afraid we can't do it. Don't even think about it. There are only a few people in the entire star-level federation, and there are only a few dozen people in the entire Dragon Abyss. They are all conquering other dimensions. It will take several years for them to come back. Why don't we ask for help from the federal parliament? The dozen or so people in the federal senate formed by the giant city lords are all star level. And what about the giant city lords in the lower house? There are hundreds of peak-level gold professionals. Someone suggested. That's unlikely. Look at the Sakura clan. They've been working themselves to the bone lately to develop their own dimension. They've also been causing trouble everywhere. They're planning to relocate their entire race to another dimension to survive, but they can't support tens of millions of people in two huge cities. They're implementing an elite plan to select some of the population to leave first. Other star-level professionals are either developing their own planes in the astral void, preparing to advance to the legendary level, or guarding against other races. Alas, we humans simply lack high-end combat power. Don't lose heart. Think about the Dark Ages 100 years ago. Now the population has exploded several times, far exceeding that of the old era. Our federal leaders have been legendary for a long time and are now writing epic stages. I believe that the upper limit and foundation of our human race will soon increase rapidly. Do I need to report it? Or? The group looked at Lu Qinzhou, especially the huge warship floating above his head, hoping that he would make the decision. Our suggestion is to first establish a defensive line to prevent the monsters inside from escaping, and then gradually eliminate them. This is our responsibility. We cannot retreat just because the monsters are too powerful. The Long Yuan regulations stipulate that when faced with threats from other dimensions, once we have accepted the mission, we must resolve it. Those who retreat will be sent to the death squad. I don't think you want to go through that. Everyone quickly agreed. Next, the city defense forces and construction teams were mobilized from the giant city of Kunlun to start building a defense line around this space crack. The strength of the giant city of Kunlun is countless times stronger than that of Jiangcheng, and its conventional equipment even includes armored vehicles and tanks that are glowing with spiritual light. Just looking at the muzzle flashing with powerful psychic energy fluctuations, you can tell that it is definitely no less than level 3 equipment. There are many other things, including puppets with the characteristics of monks, which are a combination of technology and monks' refining techniques. When building, they can actually use spells to accumulate soil into stone, and defensive walls are formed rapidly. Then he carved the formation, filled it with materials, and the stone glowing with spiritual light, and a formation was formed. Lu Qinzhou took it and saw that it was actually a spiritual stone. A cultivator could actually gain experience by absorbing and refining it. What a great thing. A large number of personnel were sent from the giant city of Kunlun, and a defense line was quickly established. The space crack was also slowly expanding. Every day, monsters ran out of the space crack, but they were quickly eliminated under the powerful firepower. It's not that Lu Qinzhou doesn't want to rush in, but the time is not right yet. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Lu Qinzhou doesn't want to go in alone. He doesn't feel safe rushing into the alien space directly without staying on the warship. Captain, do you want to go back to Jiangcheng? The beautiful girls who graduated this year from the beauty academy we invested in have been training in our Jiangxing base for a long time. Do you want to go back and pick them up? Yuan. It's a good opportunity to go back. Fairy Guild President Yin Ryu has urged me several times. Lu Qinzhou saw that it was Chu Yuan. He was deeply impressed by this woman. As the leader of the song and dance troupe, she was able to maintain her innocence and had very strong communication skills. Now she was the one who handled all the dealings between Tiangong and various forces. She was in charge of all the exchanges of interests and would never suffer any loss. In the huge city of Kunlun, within the sixth ring where every inch of land is valuable, they were able to obtain an area of 1 square kilometer as the headquarters of Lu Qinzhou's union. Lu Qinzhou asked Chen Yaqian to take the 1,000 crew members recruited last year and stay in Kunlun City to cooperate in setting up a defense line and handling matters in Kunlun City. Lu Qinzhou planned to replicate the beauty investment agreement and weapon assistance loan in Jiangxing. The profit was too huge. His own warships could process monster corpses and generate psychic weapons, and the profits generated in the process could reach 100 times. Other workshops require people of gathering professions to first deal with the toxins, corrosive aura, and other hazards brought by monsters, collect usable psychic materials, and then hand them over to people of manufacturing professions. The middle process requires rune construction, engraving, and other tedious processes, plus the scrap rate, so an 80% profit is considered good. It is estimated that large guilds can make more than 1 times the profit. After taking back the warship, Lu Qinzhou paid 10,000 contribution points and stepped onto the teleportation array to Jiangxing. Lu Qinzhou was in a good mood when he set foot on the land of Jiangxing again. Hello, Captain, welcome home. Chapter 84, Dryad Forest. The moment I set foot on my Jiangxing base, I saw a neat road with a red carpet already laid on the ground, and flowers and trees on both sides were decorated beautifully and magnificently. The most attractive thing is the 2 neatly arranged rows of young girls, all wearing white shirts with short skirts, white leather shoes, and slender legs. They are all top-notch young girls. At a glance, they stretch for 1,000 meters. Each one of them is a beauty picked from thousands, and Lu Qinzhou's heart is filled with emotion. Who did this? I like it, ha ha ha. I will definitely reward you handsomely tonight. A tall woman naturally took Lu Qinzhou's arm and led him along the avenue into a manor. Do you like them? These are all the beautiful students we sponsored. There are 1,000 people graduating this year, 200 of whom are awakened professionals. Then I recruited another 200 professionals. There are surprises in them. What do you think? So it's Nana, you're my favorite. Not bad, not bad. How about dancing for me tonight? I haven't seen you for half a year. Do you miss me? The woman leaned on Lu Qinzhou's shoulder gently and shyly. A moment later, Nana took Lu Qinzhou to the end of the road. Lu Qinzhou stepped through the luxurious gate and saw the exquisite manor with precious trees, flowers and plants that were carefully cared for. The estate here covers 1 square kilometer. We're building it in phases. We've prioritized building 1 section now, and the rest of the later stages are under construction. To celebrate your return, we're giving everyone 3 days off today. Wu Nana took Lu Qinzhou to visit a part of the construction that had been completed. The other party was really talented in design and designed this place beautifully. The decoration inside is also very luxurious, using a lot of psychic technology, from lighting to many automated facilities, making the residents very comfortable. In the evening, Lu Qinzhou was delighted by a song and dance performance in the manor. As the finale, Nana performed a dance for Lu Qinzhou. As Nana danced closer and closer, Lu Qinzhou was moved and hugged her around the waist. Filling in the blanks on your own. After 3 days of absurd days, everyone's vacation ended and all the workers returned to the construction site and started working. Lu Qinzhou finally agreed to Yin Ryu's request and went to the tree demon forest. After arriving at the agreed place, a charming female voice came into my ears. Oh my Captain Lu finally came to see me. I thought you had forgotten me. As soon as Yin Ryu said this, Lu Qinzhou's bones went soft. No, I came right after I finished my work. Lu Qinzhou touched his nose awkwardly. If you don't come soon, the giant eagle's eggs will hatch. If I miss it, I'll have to rely on you for the rest of my life. Yin Ryu's tearful look was really unbearable. The Fairy Guild has been able to gain a foothold in Jiangxing for many years and has grown and developed to be no less powerful than the other top guilds in Jiangxing. This woman is really powerful. Lu Qinzhou was secretly alert, but his instinct couldn't help but want to make a move. What should he do? Stop talking, dear sister, let's go. Lu Qinzhou planned to help the other party solve this problem quickly and hurry back to Kunlun City to solve the alien space. Although he had now become a gold level, He was not afraid of the other party's revenge of a mere silver level. Besides, it is always bad to go back on one's word, but there is always a little worry in his heart. As a man, the young Lu Qinzhou is more likely to have wild thoughts about seductive women. Set off. As the delicate shouts rang out, a large number of flying beasts took off from the Fairy Guild headquarters. Girls with beautiful faces and different postures piloted the flying beasts and followed Lu Qinzhou's warship. The brave Zeta directly drove the beast to fly to the surface of Lu Qinzhou's warship and docked. He looked around at this magnificent warship, his eyes sparkling with excitement. How big, how powerful. Women always have a mentality of worship and submission towards powerful things. Everyone was chattering with each other. The professionals were so powerful that they could transmit their words through psychic energy, and it was as if they were speaking next to their ears within a few thousand meters. Master President, where did you find such a strong man? If all else fails, just marry him. An equally beautiful professional with a mature appearance in the Fairy Guild joked. Get lost. Zhu Hanxiang, I think you're just itching for trouble. If I ever get married, I'll definitely take you with me as a dowry maid. Otherwise, if you don't get married, you'll become an old maid. Yin Ruyu replied without any hesitation. Pa, you are an old maid. I am a natural beauty. Those who want to take my beauty can line up from here to Kunlun. The banter between the two filled the Fairy Guild with laughter from the other girls, who all talked about it behind their backs. Ever since the previous vice president was killed by Lu Qinzhou and Zhu Hanxiang took over as vice president, the atmosphere in the guild has improved a lot. Sisters are no longer deliberately arranged to please certain powerful people. Instead, they will protect the new sisters who join the guild. In addition, Lu Qinzhou's weapon shop is open to all professionals and supplies psychic weapons and ammunition. Many sisters can also rise up through their own efforts. During this period, the number of silver professionals in the Fairy Guild increased by 2, and bronze professionals emerged like mushrooms after rain. Lu Qinzhou sat in the captain's seat, stroking the armrest of the chair, looking down at the heroic female crew commanders in the command room. I command. All personnel on board, prepare for battle. Prepare the crew to receive their psychic armor and prepare to deploy it to the ground. Activate psychic detection at full power and prepare the gun control team for artillery support. Yes. After the order was issued, the women in the command room began to issue various instructions to the members under their command. The 800 girls who boarded the ship without awakening professions need to serve the Tiangong battleship for life. They have signed crew contracts one after another. They did not have time to have close contact with the captain and became reserve crew members. Each of them has 410 points of all attributes added, reaching the level of a peak black iron combat professional. After wearing the 3rd level psychic armor, they can exert the strength of the initial silver level. This made them think that they would live their lives like ordinary people, but they did not expect that a crew contract would allow them to gain the power of a professional. This made the other 400 awakened professionals envious. They only needed to serve on this battleship for 10 years, and then they could choose to leave. However, seeing these unawakened classmates directly ascend to the peak of black iron because of a contract, most of them were only at the newly awakened black iron 1 level. Comparison made people feel tiring, especially the jealousy among girls, and they suddenly felt unbalanced. Some girls who have awakened to their careers have different ideas. The smart ones have already applied to stay on the ship for life and to obtain crew contracts. Sister Xiaoya, who are you messaging? Why are you being so sneaky? Chapter 85, Raising as a Pet. The crew member, holding a longbow and carrying a quiver of shining light on his back, looked a little panicked. Nothing, it's my sweet sister. Isn't she about to go on a mission? I'll just send a message home. You look so good in this outfit now. That's right. After we boarded the ship, we've been training in this psychic armor for the past few days. The warship sailed into the edge of the Dryad Forest, where thick fog rose. The fog was 100 meters high and made it difficult to see the scene inside clearly. This is the Dryad Forest. Lu Qinzhou hadn't expected this scene. Who would dare enter a place like this? No wonder so few professionals came here. The psychic detection radar was filled with red shadows, which could actually block the psychic detection image. If it weren't for the life detector that was later loaded, there would be no idea how many monsters were hidden inside. Captain Lu, are you sure? Look, that's where our target is. Yin Ryu didn't know when she had flown the white crane to Lu Qinzhou's boat. Looking in the direction Yin Ryu pointed, with Lu Qinzhou's current vision, he could see a giant tree over 1,000 meters high on a misty mountain about dozens of kilometers away from here. Its leaves were shining in the sunlight, and a huge eagle's nest was on top of the tree canopy, with a diameter of about several hundred meters. President Yin, what are you going to do? If you fight me head-on, there will be no problem. I can flatten this dryad forest for you. But if you go to get the giant eagle's eggs, you're going to put me in a difficult position. Lu Qinzhou didn't want to go there himself. Even though he had been upgraded to the gold level now, he just didn't want to take risks. Wouldn't it be nice to just lie down on the boat and enjoy it? How about you get all your team members up here? I'll open fire in 10 minutes and flatten this dryad forest. Lu Qinzhou tilted his head and looked at the woman who had walked up to him. Don't. If you continue to fire at me, my pet will be ruined. You will have to compensate me then. As expected, a good-looking face is attractive even when rolling his eyes. Lu Qinzhou's little pervert problem came back again. I think Sister Yin should forget about being a pet. Instead, she should become Captain Lu's wife. There's no need to be exposed to the public. Lu Qinzhou's eyes lit up when he saw the person who was speaking. What a beautiful white-haired lady. Zhu Hanxiang. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll keep you as a pet. Oh my. You just said you wanted me to be a bed girl, but now you're changing your mind. Sister Yin is so cruel. But being a canary on this battleship is fine. It'll save me from losing my life someday. What do you think? Captain Lu. Well, Lu Qinzhou touched his nose awkwardly. He couldn't just say, Okay, I just like canaries like you. Seeing the two of them bickering, it's true that if they're not from the same family, they won't marry. They both have similar personalities, so they can really get along well. Sister Hanxiang, are you really here? Lu Qianqian, who came to see Lu Qinzhou with tea and a fruit platter, exclaimed in surprise when she saw Zhu Hanxiang. Sister Qianqian, why are you dressed like this? And you sent me a message saying you're really at the gold level? Why don't you come to the guild to play with me? Don't you miss me? When Zhu Hanxiang saw Lu Qianqian in a maid outfit, she looked at Lu Qinzhou with a strange expression. Then she started talking to Lu Qianqian enthusiastically. Yin Ruyu was also stunned. Lu Qianqian is at the gold level? She had some impression of the young lady who joined the guild. She seemed to have a very promising profession, a shadow assassin, but she was not much braver than a rabbit. She didn't even dare to face monsters. At the slightest sign of trouble, she would turn invisible and run away. She even relied on teaming up to gain experience to level up. Now he surpassed me, the guild leader who's been working hard for decades, and has reached the gold level ahead of time. When did he reach the gold level? Judging from Zhu Hanxiang's expression, she knew it all along? Only I, the guild leader, don't know anything, right? No wonder Hanxiang and Iz was talking to him strangely today. Was she trying to be his friend? No wonder Hanxiang and Iz was talking to me strangely today. She always brought the topic up this way. After she figured it out, Yin Ryu realized, okay, I was wondering why Hanxiang, who is usually so domineering and sweet, is like a fox possessed today. It means she doesn't want to work hard anymore and is planning to drag herself down with it. If he could reach the gold rank and achieve the goal he had been striving for all these years, it wouldn't be impossible. Yin Ryu once again looked at Lu Qinzhou seriously. After establishing the union, they used their own advantages and the powerful strength of the Beastmasters to get along with various forces, and also established a female professional union. Wasn't the original intention to form a group with all female professionals and fight a way forward as a disadvantaged group? When did it start to deteriorate? It seems that after being stuck at the peak of the silver level for many years, the guild grew stronger and stronger. After absorbing members from wealthy families, the former fairy guild slowly became what it is now, in pursuit of greater power. He often went out to look for beastmen, and by the time he realized what was happening, the guild that once huddled together for warmth had become the so-called socialite guild of the upper class in Jiangqing. By the time he wanted to change, it was already too big to get rid of. If it weren't for the young man Lu Qinzhou who smashed the female professional from the aristocratic family with one shot and cleared out a group of parasites. If Zhu Hanxiang, the little sister who has always followed him, was promoted to be the new vice president, the guild would not be as prosperous as it is now. Speaking of which, we have to thank Lu Qinzhou for the massacre in the Fishman Lake. Almost all the female professionals from the aristocratic families were wiped out by Lu Qinzhou's artillery fire. Sister Qianqian, how about you help me? Help me steal the giant eagle egg from there. When I heard Yin Ryu say this, I don't want to go. He ran straight from Zhu Hanxiang's side and hid behind Lu Qinzhou, sticking out his little head and shaking it like a rattle. He was scared to death, thinking that it would hurt a lot if he got pecked. Everyone on the boat guessed what Lu Qianqian was like. This girl, although a gold-level professional, was incredibly strong, but she was extremely timid. Forget it, don't embarrass her. I have an idea. You can arrange for the Beastmaster to lure out the giant eagle. I'll kill it with a single cannon shot, and then we can just go and get it. After Lu Qinzhou finished speaking, Yin Ryu nodded, thinking it was feasible. In Lu Qinzhou's sight, Yin Ryu came to the deck, and magic circles appeared out of thin air. Flying beasts flew out of the magic circles, and more than a dozen white cranes flew around her. Did she poke the white crane's nest? Under her command, the dozen or so white cranes flew deep into the forest. In everyone's expectation. Violent. Chapter 86. Perfect utilization of monsters. Violent. A sharp eagle cry was heard. A hawk with a wingspan of over 200 meters, covered in golden feathers, looked majestic under the sunlight. The white cranes sent out by Yin Ryu were immediately intimidated by the giant eagle and flew around like frightened chicks, with many of their feathers falling off. A whistling sound passed through, and a white crane was torn in half by the sharp eagle claws. Yin Ryu didn't care about the pain and immediately drove the beast back. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen died, and only 2 or 3 were left. Captain Liu, please help. My white crane squad is about to die. Boom. An 800mm psychic energy shell quickly flew out from the muzzle and hit the giant eagle in the sky. Violent. After a shrill eagle cry, the giant eagle fell from the flames, its feathers on the body burning, revealing its charred skin as if its wings were roasted. Just when Lu Qinzhou was about to order the artillery to fire again, he was stopped by Yin Ryu. Hold on, this giant eagle is intelligent. I want to take advantage of it being seriously injured and contract it to be my beastmaster. Can you take me there? Since the beauty asked, Lu Qinzhou had no choice but to steer the warship into the depths of the tree demon forest. Ground team, move out immediately, land on the ground, and prepare for the attack. He agreed verbally, but Lu Qinzhou was unwilling to miss any opportunity to gain resources and experience. The tree demons in the tree demon forest produced high-level spiritual wood, and the monsters hidden in it were all nutrients for the evolution of the battleship. The battleship was advancing slowly, and at worst, it could fire another shot. The giant eagle would not run away, so resources were important. As the hatch opened, over 10,000 newly regenerated skeletons, along with the lone remaining golden skeleton knight from the previous battle, plummeted from the sky, piercing through the mist and crashing to the ground. The unlucky ones were caught in trees or landed on branches, only to be bounced back into the air by the tough branches. From the image of the psychic detection radar, it can be seen that the skeleton has already started fighting with the monster below. Following closely behind were 100,000 mechanical warriors. When the mechanical warriors entered the scene, the sound of psychic firearms continued to ring out, and large numbers of monsters were killed and then caught by drones and brought into the cabin. Since purchasing the magic manual in Kunlun, Lu Fongjun asked for 20 compensations for himself. Lu Qinzhou specially evolved several layers of cabins to deal with monsters. The monsters caught on the ship had their souls taken away immediately, and the broken soul fragments were thrown into the soul flags, fighting each other until new ghosts were born. Here were the soul flags purchased by Lu Qinzhou as samples, and then the world stone fragments and the materials for making soul flags were integrated into the battleship evolution mechanism by spending experience points. When there were enough materials in the battleship, soul flags were automatically generated and inserted into the ground, giving off a ghostly aura. Maybe in the future anyone pulled out from here will be of the level of the 10,000 souls banner. The scene of thousands of ghosts appearing is really exciting. The ghost trade in Kunlun City is very popular, and those spirit stones are excellent sources of energy. Next, the next layer of skin is peeled off completely and placed in the skinning forest. Then the tendons are removed and preserved. This is a method taken from the magic refining method. It is made using purchased negative materials and then evolved by consuming experience. In order to improve efficiency, worldstone fragments are specially integrated, which can absorb the surrounding energy and convert it into negative energy. Nurtured in the skinning forest, hanging with the skins and tendons of various monsters, after absorbing enough Yin energy, they will become materials for making soul banners, leather drums, puppet silk, and other magical materials, and even give birth to creatures such as the painted skin ghost. Next, we enter the next level, which is also made of various negative materials, such as bloodstone and other things, and then add worldstone fragments. It consumes experience to evolve and create a blood pool. When the monster is thrown into the blood pool, all the flesh and blood on its body will be turned into blood water. The blood pool formed by the blood of these monsters can also become a good thing. It can extract pure blood energy to form blood spirit pills. Refining the blood spirit pills can increase the experience points of the professionals, and the remaining evil, coldness, and filth will make the blood pool slowly evolve into a blood river and a blood sea, which may give birth to new demonic creatures and provide cannon fodder for the warships. The only remaining bones are thrown into the next layer. The useful ones can be used to refine magic tools and manufacture ammunition and consumables. The useless ones are prepared to be nourished and strengthened by the netherworld energy and awakened to become skeleton soldiers for combat. After the soul fire dies out, the bones can still be used as one of the consumables for upgrading battleships. Perfect recycling of monsters. It is worthy of the strict selection method passed down by our ancestors. This is called professionalism. Li Xiaoya flew down with the ground team. Under the giant eagle's nest, in the shielding formation under the giant tree, the 3 gold-level professionals who received the message were busy arranging something. With the addition of Li Xiaoya and the ground team, the monsters in the Dryad Forest were quickly cleared out. With mechanical warriors and skeletons in front, they faced the attack of the wolf pack. The teams were still able to cooperate with each other. Under the leadership of 3,000 old members of the previous song and dance troupe, the new 800 members quickly adapted to the attack rhythm. In addition to those in life professions who were assigned to various positions on the ship, the remaining 200 combat professionals also joined the ranks to attack the monsters. Lu Qinzhou did not favor one over the other just because they had only joined for 10 years and still prepared level 3 psychic armor for them. What if they feel that what Lu Qinzhou gives them is better than their own development in the future and are willing to join him for life? The large trees in the Dryad Forest quickly fell one after another, being harvested by drones and brought back to the ship along with the fertile soil. With the powerful detection of the battleship, the monsters inside had nowhere to hide when they appeared. In addition, the armor itself had a small detection function, so even the monsters that could hide and attack would have their heads shattered by a psychic armor-piercing bullet fired by the team members holding sniper guns in the rear. The newly recruited team of professionals really enjoyed the pleasure of slaughtering monsters. It was not as difficult as the senior professionals said. "Captain Lu, can you please hurry up? I'm afraid the giant eagle will die soon." On the warship, Yan Ruyu urged again. Feeling a large amount of experience coming in, Lu Qinzhou's mouth curled up slightly. "Let's go now. Don't be impatient. They won't die. You underestimate the vitality of gold-level creatures." It is said that Lu Qinzhou increased the speed of the warship. There was still fire where the giant eagle fell. The giant eagle fell and broke a big tree. It was lying in the pit dying, bleeding. When Yan Ryu landed on the ground riding a white crane, the giant eagle's unruly eyes revealed its desire for life. Yan Ryu took out pieces of psychic crystals and arranged the contract formation. When blood dripped, the skill was activated, and the strong psychic light connected with the giant eagle's head. "If you don't agree, you can only wait to die." Yan Ryu's voice rang in the giant eagle's ears. Finally, the desire to live overcame the unwillingness to be enslaved, and Yan Ryu successfully contracted this golden-level giant eagle. A magic circle rose under the giant eagle's body, and the giant eagle was taken into her beast-taming space, where the beast's injuries could be recovered. Successfully contracting a giant eagle with gold-level combat power made Yan Ryu feel like she was dreaming. From now on, no one would dare to look down on her. When Yan Ryu returned to the warship, someone immediately asked, "Did it work?" Chapter 87 Surrounded. Seeing her nod, the members of the Fairy Guild immediately burst into enthusiastic cheers, which meant that their president would have the 6th gold-level combat power in Jiangxing in the future. This way, the Fairy Guild would have more say and obtain more resources. "Well, I really love you so much." When Yan Ryu returned to the warship, she hugged Lu Qinzhou and gave him a big kiss when she saw him. She originally thought that she could only steal the giant eagle's egg and then spend time to incubate and cultivate it slowly by herself. She didn't expect the surprise to come so soon. With one shot, she seriously injured the gold-level giant eagle and took advantage of the opportunity. Yan Ryu felt something pressing against her and quickly stepped back, rolling her eyes a few times. What a pervert. Lu Qinzhou was left unaware of embarrassment and still immersed in the tenderness. "Hehe, Sister Ryu, your charm is irresistible." Zhu Hanxiang, who came with Yan Ryu, saw this scene and chuckled with her hands covering her mouth. "To make you laugh." When Yan Ryu saw Zhu Hanxiang's teasing expression, she immediately became anxious, rushed forward, and started tickling her slender waist. "Haha, I don't dare anymore. Haha, help me." Lu Qinzhou saw the two beauties having fun and didn't expect the fire to burn himself. When Zhu Hanxiang was hiding towards Lu Qinzhou, she stepped on the corner of her skirt and threw herself directly into Lu Qinzhou's arms. Only after the soft fragrance entered his arms did he realize how soft she was. "Why is this hand so out of control? I'll let you pinch it." Lu Qinzhou slapped the back of his hand twice. What a nice weather today." This made both of them blush, and Lu Qinzhou awkwardly tried to find a topic to talk about. The two women looked at each other. Their silent eyes seemed to say, "It's even." After this fight, their relationship became much closer. The warship continued to advance. When it approached the giant tree, Lu Qinzhou sent a drone into the nest. Sure enough, there was only one giant eagle egg inside. The higher the level of these creatures, the fewer offspring they have. The main goal has been achieved, and we are preparing to end this operation and return. Anyway, 100,000 mechanical warriors and ground teams will clear out this tree demon forest where the highest level monsters are silver level monsters. Sudden, brilliant rays of light rose from the ground, and then everyone on the battleship felt the chaos of spiritual power. The spiritual equipment on the battleship was almost completely disrupted, and the battleship staggered and fell to the ground. Woo, woo, woo. The alarm immediately sounded on the battleship. What happened? We were attacked, and it was targeted at the warship? Everyone on the battleship was in chaos. They all turned their attention to Lu Qinzhou, who was standing in the command position, hoping that he would make the decision. The warship was shaking and falling to the ground. At this moment, misfortunes never come alone. Hundreds of thick vines rose from the ground and wrapped around the warship. Report. The psychic detection radar is being interfered with. Report. The mobile psychic turret is not functioning properly and is out of control. Report. The ship's psychic cannons are uncontrollable. Captain, what should we do? This was the first time that the captain, who had always been invincible, encountered such a situation, and all the members in the command room looked at a loss. Captain Lu, we stand with you. At the critical moment, Yin Ruyu and Zhu Hanxiang stepped forward, and magic circles appeared on the deck, summoning all the beasts in the beast-controlling space. There were about 100 of them, some running on the ground and some flying in the sky. And me. Zhu Hanxiang took out her staff and pointed it, and halos appeared on the beast. She was an aura master in the auxiliary profession and could bless various buff and debuff auras. The battleship was pulled to the ground by the vines, and the trees and monsters underneath were crushed to pieces by the huge battleship. More vines emerged from the ground and wrapped around the battleship. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Lu, you have come to this day. 3 gold-level professionals appeared in front of the warship and laughed. Now Lu Qinzhou's warship was completely unable to fight back in front of the spiritual interference array that had cost a lot of financial and material resources. As long as we kill Lu Qinzhou, we can get such a huge aerospace battleship. This deal is worth it. You didn't expect that I had an undercover agent on your ship. Not only do we know your whereabouts, we also know the functions of your warship. Surrender and sign this slave contract, and I'll spare your life. The 3 seemed to have a sure win, using their spiritual power to transmit their voices so that everyone on the ship could hear them. Lu Qinzhou remained calm and said disdainfully, "Huh? Do you think you can defeat me? Of course. You took advantage of our family in Jiangxing and disrupted the order of Jiangxing. We finally got the chance. Surrender. I hope too many people will die. Come out." As he finished speaking, many professionals emerged from the hidden formations one after another. Lu Qinzhou, you robbed 30 of our buildings, snatched away our carefully trained song and dance troupe, and emptied all of them. Today, I will make sure you have enough time to rob, but not enough to spend it. After you die, I will train everyone on your ship to become our new cash cows. I, Su Damao, always keep my word. Our family head took the only 2 remaining song and dance troupes to Hangzhou. Look what's behind me. Behind Su Damao were hundreds of silver professionals, and behind these hundreds of professionals were tens of thousands of people lined up in an orderly manner like an army. Ant. These ants are like elephants, with solid shells and 2 ferocious and sharp fangs like big scissors. It is obvious that they are not easy to mess with. This shameless guy actually went to ask for help. What did he give up to deserve such support from Ant Group? If all these tens of thousands of silver-level ants died, Lao Ma would be very sad. Lu Qinzhou, you took advantage of the chaos to rob our integrated farm last time. Now I'll make you pay with blood. Lu Qinzhou, you actually dared to steal our loan business from 720 and several major banks. You almost got us fired from headquarters. How could you lend money to those untouchables at such low interest rates and even provide them with psychic weapons to help them turn their fortunes around? That's right. Now that group of civilian professionals have obtained psychic weapons and ammunition, they've grown up and are specifically targeting us. Our strongholds outside the city have almost been completely robbed. Also, several of my estates were attacked, and the wealth and women I hid there were all taken away. Now, a large number of people responsible for loan and housing fraud at our UU Bank have disappeared. Not only that, but those gang members we recruited who captured young girls and children have almost been wiped out. It's all your fault. If you hadn't provided weapons to civilian professionals, how could they rise up? The current chaos in Jiangxing is all thanks to you. Chapter 88. Catch them all. A group of people were furious and criticized Lu Qinzhou verbally and penetratingly. They listed the huge losses Lu Qinzhou had caused to their interests. More and more people surrounded Lu Qinzhou. They were basically members of the major families and trade unions in Jiangcheng, the same group of people who usually exploited and oppressed the lower-class people. Surrender. You are responsible for my grandson's death. You can't escape today. The speaker was an old man in green clothes. Be careful. That's Feng Guodong, a veteran gold-level professional in Jiangxing. His profession is plant language. He has comprehended some of the laws of plants. He was the one who controlled the vines to wrap around our warship. Yin Ryu said softly. The other one is Zhou Changjun, the head of 720 in Jiangcheng, a gold-level warrior. This company doesn't care about personnel and has been tenaciously developing since the old days. Later, it acquired a large number of online loan companies, such as Subianhua, Deshudai, Xiaoluadai, and dozens of other companies. After the merger of the staffs of various companies, they now have a large number of professional debt collectors and loan sharks. Now their main business is to make a living by lending money. They collude with the 4 major banks and specifically target civilian professionals and people with assets, but no backing to cheat and defraud them, using every possible means. I heard that they are backed by the Western Continent Giant City Alliance and have close ties with the industrial park forces in Main City. Many of the last news about missing persons came from Main City. The last one turned out to be him. Lu Qinzhou was also very curious. Who was it that could surprise Yin Ryu so much? He asked curiously, who is it? It's Xikong Sheng, the director of the Jiangxing Night Patrol. Director Xikong, we have no grudge against you. It's inappropriate for you to do this. Yin Ryu's voice came through clearly. Someone dislikes Captain Lu and asked me to kill him. Xikong Sheng's voice was calm, full of unquestionable decision. Am I so hated? Who would specifically send someone to kill me? Lu Qinzhou thought about it, but couldn't figure out who it was. Aren't all the people who have grudges against me here? Oh, and that guy who runs the dance troupe. Didn't the reinforcements arrive? Those tens of thousands of ants are still here, staring at me. In the tree demon forest, Li Xiaoya saw Lu Qinzhou's warship falling from the sky, and immediately ordered all combat units to rush here at all costs. The skeleton soldiers and mechanical warriors are the spearhead, followed by a team wearing psychic armor, rushing towards this side at full speed. The monsters and tree demons in the entire dryad forest were like a riot, blocking Li Xiaoya's way forward. Countless tree demons waved branches to drive vines and strangle the skeletons. The monsters began to launch suicidal attacks, knocking down and tearing the mechanical warriors into pieces. Even some professionals sent by Jiangxing's aristocratic families joined in the resistance, and a fierce battle broke out in the tree demon forest. Both sides suffered casualties at the cost of the other side's death and their own injuries. The main reason was that Lu Qinzhou felt sorry for the beautiful crew members. The armor had full defensive power, especially as the commander Li Xiaoya was like a tiger among a flock of sheep. A set of gold-level armor, coupled with the current gold-level strength, a long sword was swung with great force, and anyone who touched it would die. Wherever there were more professionals, he would rush there. A group of the most talented silver-level children from aristocratic families were slaughtered by Li Xiaoya as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. On Lu Qinzhou's side, do you really think my ability depends solely on the battleship? Do you really think there could be a traitor on my ship without me knowing? This is my darling battleship. Every move of everyone on the battleship is under my watch. She is the traitor you are talking about. Pa pa pa. Lu Qinzhou clapped his hands. A woman with a longbow in hand and a quiver on her back, with a cold expression, walked out from behind. Wanyao, you come and tell them the truth. Su Wanyao smiled softly, like a blooming snow lotus in Tianshan Mountain. She was indeed worthy of being a common school beauty. Her beauty became more and more beautiful the more you looked at her. Do you really think you can make me submit by controlling my family? The information you asked me to pass on was personally given to me by my husband, the captain, so that I can catch you all in one fell swoop. As for my family, they never treated me as family. Before I awakened my profession, they just wanted to sell me for a good price, looking for wealthy professionals and so-called noble sons, just like selling goods, hoping to get a high price. After I awakened my profession, they were reluctant to exchange me for the so-called material money and treated me as a cash cow. When did they ever care about me? Fortunately, I met my husband, who gave me a psychic weapon when we were in the weapons shop. That's when I had a chance to turn things around. Lu Qinzhou laughed and touched his nose. No, I was just checking on the sales in my store when I saw you wandering around. I wanted to get to know you, so I found an excuse to come over and say hello. It's all fate. The two smiled at each other and snuggled together. Everything was said without words. They had done everything they should and shouldn't have done in the past 2 days. Su Wanshua, you bitch, How dare you play tricks on us? Luckily, I anticipated this and got your details from the real undercover agent. Otherwise, why would you be so well prepared? Your warships are paralyzed. I wonder what you can do to resist. Why waste so much time talking to him? Let's just attack. The psychic jammers are working together with a no-fly formation. His ship is already half paralyzed. Now that we have him surrounded, he can't escape even if he has wings. Zhou Changjun from 720 was about to rush forward with a giant sword in hand to kill Lu Qinzhou. Haha, you're right. It's just me who surrounded you. Take a good look. Those outside are all my people. In the east, Li Xiaoya's armor was covered in blood. She was suspended in the air, her sword humming. Behind her, the Golden Skeleton Knight came with skeleton warriors and mechanical warriors. Behind them was Wu Nana, who was also wearing a set of gold-level armor. Thousands of people who stayed behind in the manors in the city also arrived wearing psychic armor. In the west, teacher Bai Wan has changed her usual gentle image. She is wearing a gold-grade armor and holding a giant hammer on her shoulder. From the huge spiritual energy fluctuations, you can tell that it will be very interesting to be hit by the hammer. Bai Wan was accompanied by a shadow assassin, the timid Lu Qianqian, who was staring at them viciously. Several gold-level professionals felt a chill on their necks. It's all your fault. I was doing fine on the ship, but you insisted on making trouble. As a result, the captain sent me out to fight. I'll stab you to death later. Lu Qianqian stared at the enemies in the field with fierce eyes. Right in front, standing on the deck, are Lu Qinzhou and Su Wanxue, who has become the commander. With the blessing of the warship, they have become new gold-level professionals. They hold longbows, and an arrow that seems to be made of ice is carried on the bow. Powerful spiritual energy is condensed in the arrow. Xikong Sheng, who was far away, only felt a sharp pain between his eyebrows. Several people looked at each other, wanting to cry. The members from other families and unions in Jiangcheng felt weak in the knees. There were already 6 gold-level members. When the 300-meter-long skeleton giant walked out of the cabin, the invisible pressure made them, who were already uneasy, collapse instantly. How could they fight 7-3? This was not counting the captain Lu Qinzhou, whose strength was unknown. Moreover, the giant skeleton warrior is very oppressive, and it may not be possible to defeat him even if everyone attacks together. Well, Captain Lu, would you believe me if I said this was a misunderstanding? Xikong Sheng said with a flattering smile. Chapter 89 Family Law. Now, let alone killing Lu Qinzhou, it would be good enough if he could just stay alive. That's right, Captain Lu, this is all a misunderstanding. Let's leave now. I don't know them well. Yes, we are just passing by. All of a sudden, the professionals from these aristocratic families and unions were looking for excuses to escape from this place. Kill. As Lu Qinzhou's voice fell. Call out. An icy arrow shot straight at Xikong Zhen, and Lu Qianqian disappeared. A sharp dagger slashed through Feng Guodong's neck, stabbing him multiple times in the heart. Then his head throbbed. Li Xiaoya fought with Zhou Changjun with a long knife in hand. Have mercy. Lu Qinzhou, do you want to make an enemy of the entire Jiangcheng? Facing the encirclement of 7 gold-level combat forces, they who were arrogant just now shouted in a stern voice. Knowing he was no match for his opponent, he used various means to escape. No, I'm not an enemy of Jiangcheng. You are just parasites of Jiangcheng. Without you, Jiangcheng will only become a better place. Kill them all, leave no one alive, and all of them will go to the 10,000 souls banner to keep company. Following Lu Qinzhou's order, skills were unleashed, sword energy flew across the sky, and the 300-meter-tall skeleton warrior seemed huge, but his movements were not slow at all. His fists dropped from the sky and slammed into the crowd with a whistling sound. Facing the professional's counterattack skills, his hard bones were not afraid at all, and not even the slightest bone fragments fell off. Even the usually gentle Bai Wan rushed into the ant colony with a large hammer, hitting each ant one at a time. The huge ant's head was smashed and fell into a deep pit. The professional behind Su De Mao tried to command the army of ants to attack him, and the knife flashed across his neck. A breeze blew, and head slid off the necks one by one. In the last sight, only a shadow flashed by and escaped into the shadow space. In a few breaths, nearly 100 silver professionals had their necks cut by Lu Qianqian before they could react, and all of them were wiped out. Wu Nana, you bitch. Hengtian Group has put so much effort into training you, and you actually gave me false information. Su De Mao looked at the corpses all over the ground and roared in despair. No, it's not fake intelligence. We used it to lure you out. If the intelligence aboard the warship was fake, you would have been able to identify it with your investigative abilities. We just withheld some of it. It's all your fault for being so self-righteous. You think you're at the top of Jiangcheng, and you look down on everyone. After today, everything is over. Bang! With a gunshot, Wu Nana ended Su Damao's life. With the last flash of the sword, Li Xiaoya completely ended Si Kongsheng's life. Tens of thousands of people died on the entire battlefield. The most unlucky one was Feng Guodong, the guy who could control the forest. He was first slashed in the neck by the invisible Lu Qianqian, and then half of his body was smashed to pieces by a hammer by Bai Wan. He never thought that he would die so miserably before he died. It's over. Yeah, it's over. Yan Ruyu and Zhu Hanxiang had both prepared to die here. They hadn't expected Lu Qinzhou's warship to be so powerful, with so many gold professionals emerging. When had it become so easy to level up? Had all their previous efforts been in vain? Moreover, Li Xiaoya is obviously just an ordinary person, but now she is emitting a golden-level life aura. The two looked at each other, as if they had made some kind of decision. Captain, this is the battleship adjustment report. The visitor was a girl named Ji Panner, who had awakened to the secondary profession of mechanical engineer. Lu Qinzhou had recently assigned her a task, to lead a team of related auxiliary life professionals to fine-tune the ship's equipment, such as the anti-gravity engine, sublight speed engine, and large nuclear furnace. A complete structural sketch of the battleship appeared before him. Lu Qinzhou was very satisfied after seeing it, and immediately spent experience points to evolve and fine-tune it. After the large nuclear furnace was started, the anti-gravity engine began to work, and the battleship slowly rose into the air again, and the vines broke one by one. After the ground team shut down the psychic interference no-fly device hidden under the giant tree, the psychic interference formation of the tree demon forest lost its effect, and the light that filled the sky slowly dissipated. The psychic energy became orderly again, no longer chaotic and violent, and the drone restarted, no longer crooked. They immediately got down to work. The bodies of the professionals were thrown into the cabin one by one. They went through the processes of skinning, tendon extraction, soaking in a pool of blood, and soul extraction and bone strengthening. Next came Lu Qinzhou's favorite job, watching them cut down the trees in the tree demon forest and exterminate all the monsters inside, filling up his warship warehouse bit by bit. Nana, we've basically wiped out all the families and guilds on the list this time. It's getting dark soon. Lead your men to retrieve the resources listed, and remember to clear everything out. I'm giving you the position of 6th Commander, granting you the authority to open the corresponding cabin door on the 6th floor. Hurry, make sure the mission is completed. That night, as the night was getting dark, an incredible thing happened in Jiangxing. 70% of the previously domineering families and trade unions in Jiangxing disappeared, their manors were looted, the residents disappeared, and the valuables were taken away. By the time someone discovered something was wrong, even the guard dogs were gone. Then the resources accumulated in their factory disappeared without a trace, and the weapons, equipment, medicine materials, etc. in the shops disappeared one after another. The workers in the factory got up in a daze, looking at the empty factory, at a loss. If time hadn't been so tight, the building might have been demolished. The impact was huge. As if they had a tacit understanding, other families and guilds occupied the vacant territories one after another. Among them, the city lord's mansion benefited the most, and the civilian guilds also occupied a lot of the cake. Lu Qinzhou hid on the ship, happily counting the spoils and enjoying a good life. One day, Yan Ruyu and the white-haired Queen Zhu Hanxiang said they wanted to discuss something with Lu Qinzhou. As a result, just 2 days later, Lu Qinzhou escaped from the captain's room again with his hands on his waist. Behind them are Yan Ruyu and Zhu Hanxiang, who are now gold-level professionals and the 7th and 8th commanders of Tiangong. Sister Qian sent a message saying that the higher-ups have ordered us to resolve the Kunlun City alien space as soon as possible. She has already led the team into the alien space in advance. Suddenly Li Xiaoya said to Lu Qinzhou, "Gogogo, return immediately. Let Nana and her men take care of the resources in the dried forest. There are star-level monsters in that alien space. Let's leave quickly. Chen Yaqian is such a worry. When I get there, I'll make sure she's punished by the family rules for 3 days and 3 nights." There was no time to sort out the assets of the Fairy Guild, so Yan Ruyu arranged for the guild's subordinates to merge directly into Lu Qinzhou's manor. After the warship was retracted, he directly stepped onto the teleportation array and arrived in Kunlun City. He couldn't wait to drive the warship into the defense line. Now the space crack has expanded to a width of 10 kilometers, and hundreds of thousands of city defense troops and people from various professional unions are stationed outside. Armored vehicles and tanks came here one after another. Thanks to the efforts of a million-strong construction team, the road from Kunlun City to here has been built to the front of the space crack defense line. In the alien space, Chen Yaqian led a team of 1,000 people, fighting and retreating outside a city. These zombies were quite difficult to deal with, and there were also ghosts attacking them. Sweat wet his forehead, and he released an ice tornado, sweeping up a large number of zombies. Retreat. First go to the space rift and wait for my warship to arrive. I will definitely destroy these scum with one shot. Cover. Chapter 90. Preparing to enter the different space. After Chun Yaqian finished speaking, the team of 1,000 people formed small teams to cover the retreat. One after another, figures drove their armor into the air and retreated to the location of the space crack. As soon as Lu Qinzhou's warship arrived above the defense line, Chun Yaqian discovered it and flew directly onto the warship. Quick, quick, give me the gun authority. I want to blow up the scum inside. It's pissing me off. Outside the command room, Chun Yaqian's anxious voice could be heard. Her armor was tattered and it was obvious that she had been beaten a lot. That won't do. We're in dire need of the resources here. We're mainly focusing on hollowing out the alien space. You're the one I'm most worried about. I just installed a 3,600mm nuclear bombardment cannon. What? 3,600 nuclear bombardment cannon. Follow me. When Chun Yaqian heard that the bow gun had been changed from a 1,200mm railgun to a 3,600mm nuclear bombardment cannon, her eyes lit up and she simply grabbed Lu Qinzhou's collar and left. Hey, let me go. Where are you taking me? Captain's cabin. In the end, it took Chun Yaqian a whole day to convince Lu Qinzhou. She walked out of the captain's room radiantly and obtained the attack authority of the bow gun. Lu Qianqian, dressed in a maid outfit, helped the extremely weak Lu Qinzhou to sit in the captain's seat. She originally wanted to punish him according to the family rules, but she didn't expect to be punished by the family rules instead. Everyone on board, get ready, we're off. Lu Qinzhou gave the order weakly. Captain, someone from another profession has requested to board the ship. Let them come up. After allowing other professionals to board the ship, some guild representatives from Kunlun City and other professionals from Longyuan used various means to board the warship. When everyone boarded the Tiangong battleship, they couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. The surface of this huge aerospace battleship was engraved with various spiritual runes, and the majestic spiritual energy flowed through the array patterns connected by the thick runes. Especially the densely packed muzzles of huge cannons on the battleship and the mobile turrets surrounding the battleship. The most eye-catching thing is the huge nuclear cannon at the bow. Although it has not been charged yet, it is intimidating just to look at it. Now we can be sure of defeating the huge giant snake monster in the opponent's alien space. This is so cool. A young swordsman touched the huge cannon on the ship's weapon position, his eyes shining. An elderly sword cultivator said sourly, "What's the big deal? My flying sword. Can your flying sword flatten a mountain with one blast?" Being confronted by the young swordsman caused a burst of laughter. Everyone came to the bridge conference room, and the crew members dressed as maids on the ship served cakes and tea to the professionals who came here. Captain Lu really knows how to enjoy life, a professional side. "What's the matter with you coming here?" Lu Qinzhou said directly to the point. I represent the Kunlun City Lord's Mansion and the City Guards. My name is Li Donghai, and this is Zhao Taizhu, the Vice President of the Kunlun City Sword Cultivator Guild. This is the Vice President of the Alchemy Association, Sun Banxian. Fellow Taoist Wang Ming, the Ghost Cultivator of Longyuan. Vice President of the Talisman Cultivation Association, Zhang Guilin. Li Donghai introduced the dozen or so people around Lu Qinzhou one by one. They were all from various forces in Kunlun City. The reason we came here today is actually to obtain resources from another dimension. Hearing this, Lu Qinzhou immediately perked up. "You're here to snatch my resources?" No. I'm counting on resources to upgrade my warships." Without waiting for Lu Qinzhou to speak, Li Donghai took out a projector. The holographic projection displayed the data of the entire alien space, which was much more detailed than the data that Lu Qinzhou had roughly explored at the beginning. Among them, prominent resource assessments were marked. 2 large spirit stone veins, one beneath the ruined sect, the other on the mountain where the 10,000-meter-long python was entangled. Each vein had an estimated reserve of 80 million spirit stones, and was highly likely to contain top-grade spirit stones, as these could absorb spiritual energy and slowly grow into spirit stone veins. There are 120 spiritual fields in the sect, many of which contain 1,000-year-old spiritual medicines. In the monster forest, the locations of spiritual medicines, spiritual springs, and even the earth veins were marked and sorted out one by one. Of course, in addition to resources, the data of zombies, ghosts, and monsters are all clearly marked. You can tell at a glance. This is professionalism. There was a sudden gasp in the conference room. Zhao Tieju's flying sword flew out of its sheath with a bang, dancing excitedly in the air. I want that spirit stone mine. I want that medicine garden. We want the spiritual spring. The zombies belong to us. Our soul flags need to be filled with ghosts. In the conference hall, everyone was trying to grab the resources they wanted, and a group of people were arguing endlessly for their own interests. At last, then Captain Lu will be required to contribute the most this time. Then the fragment of the world stone from the other dimension will be yours. Is that okay? Everyone looked in the direction of Lu Qinzhou. Snap. Fuck it, I'm done playing. Go ahead and do it yourself. I've already divided up all the resources, and you still want me to contribute? Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? Lu Qinzhou slammed the table, pointed at the group of people, and started cursing. Don't be angry. Young people are just hot-tempered. We all know Long Yuan's rules. When it comes to alien space missions, you can only advance, not retreat. With so many of us coming to help you solve the alien space, it's only right that we get some benefits. Li Donghai acted like a good guy and continued to chatter as if he had Lu Qinzhou in his grasp. Hearing this, Lu Qinzhou wanted to punch him to teach him a lesson. Get lost. You're talking as if having a group of you can solve the problem. Lu Qinzhou tilted his chair and leaned back, putting his feet on the conference table. I'm not saying this, but all of you here are garbage. You're already old and still only a mere gold rank. Isn't that shameful? And you? Yeah, you're even worse. A few silvers are asking for this and that. Who the hell gives you the face? What are you looking at? If you don't agree, come out and practice with me. I dare you to do that. Lu Qinzhou ignored their gloomy faces and grabbed a grape and put it in his mouth. Pooh. He spat the fruit peel on the face of the person sitting across the table, but seeing the pressure released by the 7 gold-level powerhouses standing behind Lu Qinzhou, he dared not say a word. He lowered his head in grievance, not daring to look at them. How dare you, a bunch of scumbags, come to me to negotiate terms? As Major General Long Yuan, I am issuing wartime orders. Swish. Chapter 91. My big cannon can't wait. Swish. More than a dozen people stood up, not daring to make the slightest movement. When Long Yuan attacked the alternate dimension, as long as a wartime order was issued, everyone in the giant city must unconditionally cooperate in destroying the alternate dimension. If the giant city refused to comply, Long Yuan members had the right to directly wipe out the current giant city, provided you had the ability to do so. Unfortunately, Lu Qinzhou just happened to have this strength, and no one dared to ignore the power of the 3,600 nuclear bombardment cannon from the aerospace battleship. I order the mobilization of Kunlun City's 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 7th Ring City Guards as the main force for this attack on the alien dimension. I also recruit the Sword Cultivation Guild, the Talisman Cultivation Guild, the Alchemy Cultivation Guild, the Magic Cultivation Guild, as the Vanguard Assault Team. Please go and make arrangements. Be ready to enter the alien dimension and fight in 4 hours. If anyone hesitates to advance, we will execute them first and report later. As soon as Lu Qinzhou finished speaking, he left the meeting room. Everyone who stood upright finally breathed a sigh of relief. Who could have imagined that in addition to Lu Qinzhou, there were 7 other gold professionals on the enemy's ship? Even if they were tied together, they could not be defeated. They thought they were young and easy to cheat, but now they have shot themselves in the foot. If they just do some small tricks, all their wealth will be wiped out. No, they are about to become the Vanguard Assault Team. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment, cold sweats pouring out of their bodies. Li Donghai also had cold sweat on his forehead. Half of the city guards might be killed, so he hurried down to issue orders. In the giant city of Kunlun, the city guards who received the order immediately began to gather troops and distribute equipment. They included psychic firearms, cannons, tanks, and armored vehicles, and they all advanced towards the space crack, forming a long team. Following closely behind was the fully dressed army, which began a forced march. After receiving the order, each professional union had to set off. If they didn't go and were found out and drafted into the death squad, they would never return. Long Yuan's slogan has always been that no sacrifice is too great to be unacceptable, just to complete the mission. This is to wipe out several giant cities that do not obey orders. After hundreds of millions of people, all the giant cities have a tacit understanding to stick to the rules and must cooperate unconditionally when it comes to clearing out the alien space. Even the leaders of the giant cities took the initiative to send strong men into the alien space to eliminate the threats. For hours later, Lu Qinzhou slowly steered the warship through the space crack and into the alien space. The ground troops nervously followed closely behind him and entered the alien space. The psychic detection radar is activated at full power. In the city ahead, there are densely packed red dots, about hundreds of thousands of zombies of various sizes. One of the huge red dots is the zombie giant that is 100 meters tall. Zhao Taizhu, take your men to clear the eastern part of the city. Don't let them get surrounded by zombies. If you don't succeed, you'll be defeated. Don't worry, we sword cultivators are not vegetarians. As a sword cultivator, Zhao Taizhu also has his own pride. Brothers, form the Tiangang Beidu formation and show these zombies what it means to have 10,000 swords return to their roots. Hundreds of sword cultivators of varying levels simultaneously soared into the air on their swords, forming a mysterious formation in the air. Zhao Taizhu stood at the center of the formation, his flying sword radiating dazzling light. Formation. In an instant, countless sword lights poured down like a rainstorm, and the zombies on the east side of the city fell down in groups. The flying ghosts were cut down by the sword lights and turned into dim light and disappeared. The soul cultivators cursed the waste. Yumingzi, you will lead the magic practitioners to clean up the west side of the city. Okay, watch me. Wang Ming, the son of the underworld, quickly led the professionals and waved the soul flags in his hands. Ghosts flew to the west of the city, and zombies were torn into pieces by ghost claws. As the soul flags were waved, countless ghosts were absorbed into the soul flags with screams. This is called professionalism. At this moment, something strange happened. The giant zombie roared to the sky and slapped the ground with its rotten hands. The whole city shook violently, countless cracks appeared on the ground, and thick black gas gushed out from the ground. Oh no, this is the deadly energy of the earth veins. It will increase his power. Wang Ming shouted loudly. On the screen in Lu Qinzhou's command room, the streets that had been cleared were once again pouring out from the hiding places in various houses. These zombies absorbed the gushing death energy from the earth veins, and their bodies suddenly expanded, and their speed became faster and more agile. The zombies carefully refined by the magic practitioners had their heads smashed one after another, and the evil spirits in the 10,000 souls banner hit Jiangshan's tough skin, making a sound of metal clashing. Damn it! The professionals in the city started cursing. Attention all units, retreat to a safe distance immediately. Artillery fire will begin in 3 minutes. Lu Qinzhou sent the communication to the wristbands of all professionals. Professionals used various means to escape from the city. Fire. Boom, 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 boom. Thousands of artillery shells shining with spiritual light fell into the city, and the entire city turned into a sea of fire and light, reducing all the zombies and ghosts to ashes. When the strong light from the psychic explosion dissipated, the entire city turned to ashes. The giant zombie that had faced Zhao Tieju's sword formation without fear was now just a skeleton, still burning with flames. Hiss! Many professionals once again felt the pressure from the warships. This was just one round of shelling. The main guns above 800 millimeters were not used. The city disappeared directly. Just one round of shelling and hundreds of thousands of zombies were gone. Notify the city guards and lead them to the following cities. Lu Qinzhou sent the coordinates to the commanders of the city defense forces below. These cities were just ordinary mortal cities inhabited by zombies and ghosts. Lu Qinzhou steered the warship towards the mountain range where the sect was located and took action separately. There was no other way. He received a task instruction from Long Yuan that he must resolve this alien dimension within 3 months. Otherwise, he would have to rely on himself to clean it up slowly. The warship was parked far away at the edge of the mountain range, and a thick smell of corpses and ghosts was hovering above the mountain. A drone was sent out for reconnaissance, flying from the plain area at the foot of the mountain into the mountain. The city at the foot of the mountain was full of zombies and ghosts, and the formations in some spiritual fields on the mountain were still running. The huge mountain gate is vaguely visible, with 3 ancient seal characters, Ghost King Sect, engraved on it. Ghost King Sect. No wonder this alien space is full of zombies and ghosts. Outside the Ghost King Sect mountains, several cities are within the range of psychic detection. According to detection, there are approximately 4.87 million zombies in the cities at the foot of the mountain, including over 100 giant gold-level zombies. Oh my god, there are even more ghosts out there. The newly recruited crew members in Jiangchang exclaimed when they saw such a large group of monsters. But the other sisters around her were unmoved. You haven't seen a big scene. Have you seen a city with tens of millions of zombies? This is just the beginning. That's perfect. My cannon can't wait any longer. Chapter 92, The 10th Commander. Chen Yaqian was ready to fight big and beat him to death. Lu Qinzhou gave the other person a look to stop Chen Yaqian's madness. As usual, the skeletons and mechanical warriors will charge. The ground team will clean up the remaining monsters and search for marked supplies, and the drones will be responsible for transportation. Seeing that Chen Yaqian was not interested, he comforted her. There will be fun for you later. Suddenly, Ji Panner stared at another set of detected data. Captain, look, the Ghost King sect's spirit stone vein has been transformed into a netherworld attribute. Lu Qinzhou looked in the direction her finger pointed and clicked on the projection on the screen. There was actually a mine there. Countless zombies were wandering outside the mine, absorbing the Yin energy. Judging from their clothes, they should be people digging for spirit stone veins. Notify all departments to prepare for battle. Naval artillery support at all times. Primary objective: clear out the monsters and bring the bodies aboard. Secondary objective: seize all valuable items, including texts, within the city. Empty everything. After Lu Qinzhou gave the order, he pulled the mechanical engineer Ji Panner back to the captain's room. This girl's ability was very useful, and Ji Panner was embarrassed. After completing a gorgeous transformation, the 10th commander of Tiangong, a gold-level mechanical engineer, awakened a large amount of mechanical-related knowledge and skills. The 9th commander, Chu Yuan, was still conducting intense negotiations in other major cities. After returning to Kunlun City, Lu Qinzhou immediately promoted Yuan, his capable subordinate, to the gold-level combat power, and instructed her to recruit crew members and sign investment agreements with various schools in Kunlun City. Chu Yuan is not like Lu Qinzhou, who will attack you if they disagree with you. Her diplomatic skills are very powerful. They are both sharp and can make all parties compromise. She can get the best benefits by playing both sides. The 6th Ring Union headquarters was built and renovated to become a place for selling various weapons and equipment for the Tiangong. Many civilian professionals got what they wanted, which accelerated the growth of civilian professionals and, of course, also brought them greater benefits. Another incident happened during this period. The top leaders of the Black and White Goose Union actually copied Lu Qinzhou's model in Jiangsheng and found the city lord's mansion of other major cities, wanting to jointly lend money. Their weapons factories manufactured equipment and weapons to provide weapons for civilian professionals, and 50% of the loan profits were given to the city lord's mansion. The Black and White Goose is really rich and powerful. Its main goal is to replicate your success and defeat the former. After Chu Yuan's investigation, she found that the interest rate was as high as 60%. Many civilians who were unaware of the truth actually took out high-value loans for this purpose, simply because the price of the other party's weapons was 30% lower than Lu Qinzhou's, only 50% of the market price. Then other large guilds also began to join in, including Ant, 720, several major federal banks, and major top forces that grew up by lending also joined in this feast. Their slogan was that 95% of the world's wealth is controlled by a very small number of people, and they can make ordinary people a 150% of the wealth. Why isn't the slogan, owing 300%? Are these capitalists afraid that ordinary people will never be able to pay it back until they die? Unfortunately, a young man came into the financial market of the lower poor and crashed into this group like a mudslide. Lu Qinzhou directly sold psychic guns and cannons at 10% of the market price. All professionals knew that guns and cannons had irresistible charm in the early stages of professional awakening. They were powerful and easy to control. Low-level professionals had weak skills, and it was really not as convenient and quick as killing monsters with psychic weapons. This price directly disrupted the peaceful market environment. For the major top forces that employed auxiliary professionals and life professionals, from collecting materials to manufacturing finished products, selling psychic weapons and ammunition at 10% of the market price made almost no profit. Small workshops could only go bankrupt in the face of such a price shock, and it would be better for them to provide raw materials and work. Of course, the technical strength and factory scale of the top forces in the Federation will not mean that there is no profit at all. Their production technology is more perfect, they have a large number of professional life workers, and various resource channels such as the internet are more advantageous. But one day later, Yuan came to the captain's room to ask Lu Qinzhou for instructions. The trump card is out. Tiangong offers a loan interest rate of only 6%, providing low-interest loans to all civilian professionals, bypassing the city lord's mansion. Chu Yuan negotiates directly with various colleges and universities to provide civilian investment agreements and weapons and ammunition loans to promote the rapid growth of all civilian professionals. As long as civilian professionals are careful, rising will not be a problem. Those who are lazy and good at eating and drinking can just die. The people in power in the big city are too greedy. I don't want to play with you anymore. Suddenly, in Kunlun City and Jiang City, all the major lending institutions in the Federation suffered setbacks, and Lu Qinzhou became overwhelmed. He relied on purchasing monsters and various raw materials from civilians and directly producing various psychic weapons in the warship's weapons factory. He originally had a 100-fold profit, but now it has shrunk to only 10 times, and he is still making a lot of money. Then, Lu Qinzhou applied for tax exemptions in the name of Major General Long Yuan, requesting a reduction from the 20% federal business tax rate to 6%. He openly stated, "I don't make any money, and all the 6% I earn goes to taxes." Does this mean he has a broad perspective and can single-handedly improve the professional foundation of the two major cities? In the end, a star-level strongman in Long Yuan came to the rescue of Lu Qinzhou's proposal. Finally, the Federal Taxation Department took into account the overall improvement of human strength and, after friendly negotiations, agreed to collect only 6% tax. Mainly, the officials in the Federal Taxation Bureau were beaten from top to bottom by this star-level strongman. In everyone's eyes, Lu Qinzhou became a big fool, providing weapons and ammunition to low-level civilian professionals at production prices. Even if the production process was improved, there would only be a tiny profit at most. The mere 6% interest earned was only enough to pay taxes, just because he loved to generate electricity. Indeed, this big fool only made a few hundred million yuan. He lay in the captain's room happily counting his money and receiving relaxing services from the beautiful crew members every day. The mechanical factory inside the battleship is fully operational and has been successfully deployed in Jiangxing and Kunlun City. Yuan has already gone to other major cities to replicate this model. Not only will she be able to make a fortune, but she will also be able to recruit beautiful graduating crew members. With the increase in merit points and the reasonable design of the battleship engineer G. Painter, more facilities will need to be added in the future and more beautiful crew members will be needed to operate it. As for why they only wanted beautiful women as crew members, and why they recruited so many, the beautiful women who were willing to sign the crew contract were just unable to betray Lu Qinzhou and get more. The reserve crew members simply cannot share the ability to refine their innate weapons and evolve infinitely like the other regular crew members who have a close relationship with Lu Qinzhou. The reserve crew members can also obtain the indestructibility of the warship and immortality, and can also obtain 10% attribute blessing, which allows them to rise from ordinary people in one step. As long as they don't die in battle, they will be immortal and always beautiful at the peak of life, which makes them unable to refuse. Eternal life always needs many flowers to embellish it, otherwise it would be too boring. I, Lu Qinzhou, am a lowly loser who has made it this far. What's wrong with a love for women? I can't be completely devoid of all desires, so why bother trying so hard? If I weren't lustful, if I didn't eat or drink, I could live forever by drinking the energy from the northwest. I had no desires, only the pursuit of becoming stronger, a pure heart, and few desires. What would be the point of eternal life? What's wrong with having more beauties? In mythology, Emperor Xianyuan even spent 3,000 days with women before ascending to heaven. I'm not greedy, just add another 10,000. Chapter 93 Magnetic Cannonballs. The 300-meter-long giant skeleton warrior will lead the charge, fighting against more than a dozen gold-level zombies. These zombies have thick skin and flesh, and can also attack with corpse poison. When faced with corpse poison, the bones of ordinary skeletons were directly corroded and smoked. Soon the soul fire was extinguished, and the remaining bones were picked up by drones. The golden giant skeleton was not afraid of the corpse poison at all. A large group of zombies pounced on the giant skeleton's feet. The sharp zombie teeth bit into the hard bones, and the two canine teeth of the zombies broke on the spot. The confused zombies were knocked into the ground by a punch before they could react. Oh, what a pity. Those silver-grade zombie teeth are worth a fortune. Lu Qinzhou thought to himself, what a pity. Mechanical warriors used psychic guns to snipe the rushing zombies from a distance. The ground team held a soul flag and shuttled through the city, searching for valuable items in some shops. The ghosts they encountered were pulled into the soul flag. After raising a valuable ghost, you can exchange it for many precious magic tools and spirit stones in Kunlun City. Drones quickly cleared the battlefield. That's the silver-armored corpse. Request artillery support. The ground team members were knocked dozens of meters away by a silver zombie and immediately called for support. Boom, boom, boom. The 130mm guard's gun and the 460mm medium-range gun overturned an entire section of the city wall with a single salvo. The densely packed zombies were cleared out, and only craters remained where the powerful armored zombies had been. An ancient building in the city was hit by a cannonball, and countless books flew all over the sky. A team member grabbed one. The secret technique of raising corpses. It turned out to be a fragment of a secret book. Lu Qinzhou immediately gave the order. Change the bombardment coordinates. Prioritize clearing the zombies outside the city. Find a way to lure them out. Fire again, and try to preserve the supplies and books within the city. A week later, all the zombies at the foot of Ghost King Sect Mountain were wiped out using various tactics. In order to complete this task successfully, Yuan also recruited 1,200 slim and beautiful girls from Kunlun City to supplement the Tiangong battleship and assigned them to various departments. In addition to destroying zombies, they also captured millions of ghosts, and many of the 10,000 souls banners in the cabin have evolved. There are thousands of storage bags of all sizes, containing all kinds of things, including materials for refining ghosts by children, soul pills, blood pills, and other elixirs. Various flying swords and magical weapons were transported onto the warship in piles. In particular, most of the secret manuals are about body refining, chi refining, foundation building, and the golden core stage. Many of the secret methods for refining ghosts and spirits overlap with those of Kunlun City, but some methods for refining zombies are worth learning from. For example, the route of refining the iron-armored corpse, a zombie with extremely strong defensive-offensive capabilities, advances from the iron-armored corpse, copper-armored corpse, silver-armored corpse, gold-armored corpse all the way to the drought demon, and each one is at the peak of the same level. Lu Chenzhou planned to train them after clearing out the Ghost King sect and add another type of ground combat force. The fog still shrouded the Ghost King sect mountains. Even if all the zombies at the foot of the mountain were eliminated and their bodies were dragged onto the boat for recycling, it still would not dissipate. The drone flew at a low altitude and entered the Ghost King sect. The ruined spiritual field was overgrown with weeds. The drone flew through a pale forest. Suddenly, the forest seemed to come alive. Countless bony hands sprang out from the ground and grabbed the low-flying drone. The bones piled up into tree trunks began to reorganize. A skeleton more than 10 meters tall grabbed the drone and began to absorb the spiritual energy from the drone. After a while, the drone lost power and was smashed to pieces by the skeleton's palm. It's a skeleton demon. It has the ability to devour psychic energy. Let me have a shot. Only then did the people in the command room recognize the origin of this thing, and Chun Yaqian pressed the firing button of one of the 460 medium-range cannons. 3 psychic shells whizzed down and exploded in the forest of bones. Boom! The body of the skeleton demon was blown to pieces, but more skeleton demons crawled out from it, absorbing the spiritual power of the psychic shells and becoming even taller. Is this thing so powerful? If we bring up the skeleton demon and the skeleton forest below, integrate them into the netherworld chamber, and evolve them, wouldn't the birth speed of the golden giant skeleton warrior be faster? It only needs to absorb energy to become taller, which is a perfect match for the giant skeleton. I'll give him a nuclear bombardment. Chun Yaqian said excitedly. If you want to level this place, just say so. Lu Chenzhou stopped him immediately. He was still counting on the Ghost King sect's background. When the time comes, he will renovate the bottom few cabins of the battleship, and the more cannon fodder with netherworld attributes, the better. I have a solution, G. Painter said at the critical moment. Everyone turned to look at the girl who had won the captain's favor not long after joining the ship. G. Painter said nervously, the railgun shells can be transformed into magnetic shells. After the purely physical attack fired by the railgun shatters the bone demon, the huge number of strong electromagnetic force beads inside the shells will induct each other, forming a strong electromagnetic force net that can capture it. Well done. Sister Panner, hurry up. Quickly transform the shells and leave the launch of the railgun to me. Chun Yaqian hugged G. Painter and said happily, I can finally touch the firing button of the main gun. Lu Chenzhou sent G. Painter's modification drawings to the mechanical factory, spending experience to evolve and increase the ability to produce magnetic shells. 1 hour later, a batch of huge magnetic shells were delivered to the 1200 railgun. As the shells were automatically loaded, drones flew back and forth in the forest of corpses, and a large number of corpse demons chased the drones in the air. Boom! The fully charged railgun roared violently, and a shell exploded in the center of the forest of bones. Dense magnetic cannonballs scattered and smashed the skeleton demons in the forest of bones. The skeleton demons were scattered into pieces of bones, and then all the movable bones were wrapped by dense magnetic marbles. A finger emerged from the gap between the magnetic marbles and tried to move. Snap! It was sensed by the nearby marbles and instantly covered up, and now it was quiet. Seeing that the fragments of the corpse demon in the forest of corpses were surrounded by the magnetic cannonball group, and there was no movement. Let's go. Uproot the entire forest of bones and send them to the netherworld cabin. Don't leave any of the underground soil that contains energy untouched. Dig it up quickly. The drone quickly flew to the forest of bones, transported all the bones, corpses, and broken bone fragments surrounded by strong magnetic beads into the netherworld cabin, and then began to dig the soil below. Bite. The drone seemed to have dug up something good. Lu Qinzhou took a bead from the drone's mechanical claws, which still exuded a cold aura. Styx bone crystal, 10,000 bone evil pearl, derived from the 10,000 years bone crystal within the Styx, crafted using inferior magical techniques. Using a Yin spirit petrification formation, it can gather a 100-mile forest of corpses, cultivate corpse demons, and use them as materials to evolve the netherworld pod. Good stuff. Keep it. Once I dig out the spirit stone mine, I will evolve the netherworld cabin. Report. The team clearing the spiritual fields has encountered a problem. Chapter 94. Prepare to fire. The member in the command room who was responsible for observing and following up on the ground team immediately stood up and reported when he discovered any problems. Everyone turned their eyes and saw a light mist rising above the entire spiritual field. There were indeed spiritual plants in the spiritual field, but they had mutated. The ginseng had grown fine teeth and was blood red all over, and the Ganoderma lucidum actually had a charming human face. What is this? Is it edible? Attention, the team responsible for the medicinal field unit. These spiritual plants are alive. Attack freely. Lu Qinzhou did not see any problems from the psychic detector and pulled out the life detection data. These spiritual plants actually had life fluctuations, so he immediately issued an attack order. The three mechanical warriors took out their tactical swords and prepared to attack. The Ganoderma lucidum suddenly puffed out a large cloud of mist, which instantly dispersed and spread to 100 meters in an instant. Come on, Captain, come and catch me, catch me. A team member opened the visor of his psychic helmet and began to talk nonsense and run around aimlessly, letting out the mist escaping from his breathing tract. The team members around him quickly grabbed the team member and brought him back to the rear. After inspection, they found that the fog had no lethality, but had a strong hallucinogenic effect. Seeing this, the people on the battleship couldn't help but laugh. Lu Qinzhou looked embarrassed. What was this crew member thinking? Don't involve me. Adjust the plan and attack all suspicious targets. An indiscriminate attack began in the medicine field. All targets suspected of being dangerous were attacked one after another, and the roar of naval guns could be heard from time to time. As the team advanced towards the core area of the Ghost King sect, very difficult zombies began to appear. These zombies were wearing the uniforms of Ghost King sect disciples, and some of them had storage bags hanging around their waists. What was surprising was the pile of spirit stones and jade slips in the storage bag, which recorded many spells. Be careful underground. The teammates who were exploring the spiritual field reminded him. The skeleton exploring the way ahead had its ankles entangled by dense white silk threads. The moment the skeleton swung its knife to cut the threads, dense liquid spurted out from the broken part, and the dark green liquid splashed on the skeleton and the surrounding grass. Sizzle. White smoke instantly rose from the skeleton's feet as they melted, and the surrounding grass withered and carbonized in an instant, emitting a pungent smell. This stuff is more terrifying than strong sulfuric acid. Look, the team members pointed to a hall in front of them, where a large amount of white silk threads were wrapped. Fist-sized white corpse worms were crawling around on the silk threads. They devoured the elixirs in the medicine garden, then returned to the main hall and went deep into the main hall. There was a magic circle operating in the main hall. This is a secret method of raising corpses. A gentle voice came from outside the battleship through psychic power. Lu Qinzhou looked out of the porthole and saw a fairy with fluttering clothes landing on Lu Qinzhou's deck. Who was this? She was so beautiful, like a fairy in the moon palace. This is a special secret method of raising corpses. It gathers 99 and 81 golden armored corpses and finally fuses them into one, thus forming a half-corpse, half-demon being. Its combat power is comparable to that of a drought demon. It transforms into a star-level powerhouse and gains the hope of surviving in the astral void. Unfortunately, he failed. Seeing Lu Qinzhou's confused expression. Haha, don't you know who I am? Your loan agreement to help civilian professionals provide weapons and ammunition is quite good. It can provide them with cheap weapons and equipment. You are someone who understands the overall situation. I even went to the State Administration of Taxation specifically to apply for the tax exemption you requested. The other party looked at Lu Qinzhou jokingly. Hello, boss. Thank you so much. Thank you for supporting me. Lu Qinzhou nodded and bowed quickly, saying that he had to give in. This woman had a great reputation in Longyuan. She was undoubtedly cruel and had a reputation that could not be offended. Don't be fooled by her current appearance, which makes her look like a fairy-like woman, making people admire her and want to take her home immediately. The 6 giant cities built by several ethnic countries in the southern archipelago faced the arrival of several alien dimensions. Because they evaded their responsibilities and did not obey Long Yuan's orders, they were directly flattened by her crescent moon. The entire southern archipelago was completely sunk. Now there is only one AO city left in that huge sea area. Because of that incident, the power of the Sea Clan expanded rapidly, and it has posed a great threat to the islands and coastal giant cities to this day. However, the Sea People have not dared to take any big action so far because of the power of that attack that sank the sea. The strongest man in Long Yuan, the top professional of star level, Li Xiaoya, is second only to one person. Haha, why call me boss? Call me sister. Good job. If anything goes wrong, tell me your name. It works. Lu Chenzhou climbed up the pole. So, Sister Xiao? Hey, Sister Xiao, come in quickly. I wonder what you're doing here all of a sudden. Lu Chenzhou hurriedly welcomed Yu Xiao in, but he didn't expect that there was an old acquaintance following her, Xia Qingxue. He was amazed for several days when he first saw her. I've come to see if you deserve the title of the Federation's second aerospace battleship. I've also come to see your strongest combat capabilities. I'll also let you take care of my apprentice. I have something important to attend to recently and won't have time to take care of her. Well, you know each other, right? Yu Xiao pointed at Xia Qingxue behind her and said, I know him. Don't worry, Sister Xiao. I will definitely take good care of him. As for my strength, don't worry. I will show it to my sister right away. Lu Chenzhou immediately ran to the captain's command position. Tiangong Battleship Channel. Issuing orders, all Kunlun City Guards, please note, immediately exit the alien space. Cleanup mode will be implemented in 2 hours. Order, all professionals, immediately exit the alien space. Cleaning mode will be implemented in 2 hours. Order, all members of the Tiangong ship return to the battleship immediately. The message was sent to everyone's psychic bracelet in the alien space. After receiving this message, the entire alien space began to jump into chaos. All the city defense forces immediately withdrew their front lines, recalled their troops, boarded their armored vehicles and tanks, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and ran away. All the professional guilds were so angry that they cursed. They had only been here for less than half a month and had not gained much benefit. Now they were going to be bombarded with artillery fire. They immediately summoned magic weapons, and the flying swords immediately retreated into the space crack. 2 hours later, all the members on the battleship were in their positions. Listen up. Start the nuclear furnace at full power. Listen up. Open the psionic shield. Yes. A stream of light shield wrapped around the warship, and the thick energy shield gave the warship a full sense of security. Hear the command. Retrieve all main guns and prepare to fire. The beautiful crew members on the ship's gun control panel began to activate the 800mm psychic main guns one by one. The psychic energy flowed rapidly on the turret, and cats. The shells were automatically pushed into the barrel. Listen up. All secondary guns activated. Immediately afterwards, nearly 1,000 triple-mounted 460mm and 130mm guns were activated in various parts of the battleship. The battleship was like a hedgehog, with long gun barrels extending from all over the ship. Listen up. Activate all mobile turrets to defend the battleship itself. Turn on the automatic attack mode of the floating cannon. Gatling gun mobile turrets and 11-barrel 30mm close-in defense gun mobile turrets flew out from all over the battleship's cabin. Thousands of mobile turrets surrounded the battleship like a swarm of bees, ready to open fire. Listen up. Start charging the nuclear bombardment cannon. Order. Activate the psychic detectors at full power. Activate the life detectors at full power. Activate the composite fire control system. Activate the human-machine data interaction system. And the crew members responsible for the operation of various ship guns and weapons prepare for battle. Unmanned reconnaissance aircraft conduct high-altitude reconnaissance. Search for the target giant snake and provide coordinates for the bow gun. Prepare. Chapter 95, The First Appearance. I'll do this. An inappropriate voice was heard in the serious command room, and Chun Yaqian ran to the control panel of the nuclear bombardment cannon in high spirits. Everything is ready. Please give the order. The battleship was turned on at full power, generating huge energy fluctuations. The only remaining zombies of the Ghost King sect crawled on the ground, and the ghosts drilled directly into the ground. The giant snake in the monster mountain range 1,000 kilometers away twisted its body and swam restlessly in the mountains. The mountain peaks were smashed by its huge body, and the big trees in the deep forest were crushed to form a wide road. Countless flying monsters and monsters flew into the sky from their hiding places, flying around aimlessly and making shrill cries filled with uneasy fear. Smoke and dust billowed in the mountains, and countless huge monsters rushed around. Open fire. Following the order, Chun Yaqian pressed the launch button of the nuclear bombardment cannon heavily. The battleship shook violently, and a blinding blue-white beam of light shot out from the bow main gun, streaking across the sky. Wherever the beam passed, the air was ionized, forming a brilliant plasma trail, and the clouds were instantly vaporized. Thousands of kilometers away, the giant snake seemed to sense the deadly threat. It raised its mountainous head and let out a deafening hiss. But it was too late. The nuclear bombardment cannon had accurately hit its body. The world was at peace. A blazing white ball of light, over tens of kilometers in diameter, rose from the center of the monster mountain range. It rapidly expanded, vaporizing rocks and reducing towering ancient trees to ash wherever it passed. The shockwave spread in a circular pattern, completely reshaping the landscape within 100 miles. The giant snake's scales peeled away in the trillion-degree heat, its flesh carbonized by the intense radiation. It twisted in agony, its 10,000-meter-long frame flattening the surrounding mountains. Hit the target! The crew members in the battleship shouted excitedly. Inside the command room, a holographic projection displayed the devastation thousands of miles away. Chun Yaqian's pupils reflected the excitement of the nuclear explosion, and her hands pressed firmly on the control panel. However, the joy did not last for 3 seconds before the alarm suddenly sounded. Warning! Large-scale life reaction detected. The young lady in charge of the sensing radar said in a tense voice. A large number of flying monsters have entered a violent state and are gathering towards us. On the main screen, red dots representing monsters spread like a plague. Millions of huge monsters swarmed in from all over the mountains. The sky was covered by flying monsters, forming a moving, dark cloud. Millions of zombies remained in the alien space, their rotten bodies rushing towards the battleship at an alarming speed. Everyone, get ready. Lu Chenzhou's voice sounded in time. Fire. The battleship opened fire. 800mm psychic main guns roared simultaneously, their shells tracing deadly arcs through the air. Each shell struck like a miniature nuclear explosion, its shockwaves ripping thousands of zombies to shreds. The triple-mounted 460mm and 130mm guns formed a crossfire, raining down their barrage. Move the turrets and fire freely. Thousands of mobile turrets spread out like a swarm of bees, Gatling guns spewing flames, and 1130mm close-in weapon systems creating a storm of metal. As soon as the flying monsters, each with a wingspan of 100 meters, broke through the outer defenses, they were simultaneously locked onto by multiple turrets and instantly reduced to sieves. The battleship's belly hatch opened, and tens of thousands of floating cannons roared out. These highly agile cannons, like needles in a needle, attacked any elusive creature, specifically targeting flying monsters. Controlled by the array's AI, they formed attack formations and attacked the enemy horde at the speed of light. Monster limbs rained down like rain. As the monsters grew in number, a giant centipede-like monster flapped its wings and broke through the fire network. Nearly 1,000 meters long, its hundreds of pairs of legs sharp as sickles, the monster slammed directly into the warship's port side, sending its psychic shields pulsing violently. Psionic shield reduced to 99%. As more and more huge monsters pounced on the warship, countless spell attacks and breath bombarded the shield. Thanks to the study in Longyuan this time, the warship was loaded with psychic shields, life detectors, and other things and equipment that a warship should have. Otherwise, facing the attack intensity of such monsters, even if we can win, it will be a barely win. Concentrate fire. Dozens of main guns turned at the same time, and the shells bombarded the heads of these centipede monsters. The shell melted under the intense heat, and green blood cascaded down onto the ground. The monster twisted its body wildly, wiping out the zombies within a few miles. Oh no, that giant snake is not dead. The giant snake, severely damaged by the nuclear bombardment, was still alive. The holographic image showed it dragging a large portion of its charred body, devouring a large amount of spirit stone, or thick black smoke billowed from its body, and it was rapidly growing flesh and blood to restore its body at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, it crawled towards the warship at an astonishing speed. Wherever it passed, the earth cracked and the mountains collapsed, leaving a wide scar. Give me authority to mobilize 800 main guns. Chun Yaqian excitedly began to control the fire control program, and the 800mm heavy guns began to adjust their muzzles. The main guns continued to bombard the giant snake, and mushroom clouds rose up. The giant snake let out a deafening hissing sound and quickly dodged the artillery attack. The main guns continued to roar, buying precious time for the nuclear cannon to recharge. "Charging complete," shouted the crew member responsible for observing the bow gun's rotation. Chen Yaqian pressed the launch button without hesitation. This time, the nuclear bombardment cannon's fierce beam streaked across the sky, directly hitting the giant snake's vital point. The moment the energy flow touched the scales began to crumble. Before the blood could flow out, it was evaporated into poisonous mist by the high temperature. The huge body quickly melted under this force, and the skin, flesh, bones, and internal organs all disintegrated at a speed visible to the naked eye. The main gun fired, and explosions continued. The giant snake finally couldn't withstand the fatal blow. Its massive head shattered, and the shockwave sent it flying for dozens of miles. The flying monsters in the path of the bow gun fell like scorched moths. Yu Xiao in the command room widened her beautiful eyes, her pretty face filled with shock and surprise. Good. Not bad. That's something to be proud of. Having just reached the gold rank, you've already defeated a star rank monster. I didn't expect you to be so slack off after I issued a 3-month cleanup order. If I hadn't come, you were planning to delay it until the last day, right? Yu Xiao looked at Lu Qinzhou with her beautiful eyes. No way, Sister Xiao. You don't know how hard it is for me, your brother. You only see the surface. Today's round of bombardment was fun, but I'm bankrupt. It consumed a huge amount of materials. I definitely won't be able to deploy warships for at least a year or two. Lu Qinzhou made a bitter face as he counted the price of a shell. This round would cost at least half of the city's GDP for a year. Moreover, the warships were still short of many cannons. The main gun position was still using 800mm psychic cannons, and there were no resources to manufacture 1,200mm main guns. Chapter 96: Devouring Beast Head. As Lu Qinzhou spoke, he secretly ordered millions of drones to start picking up the few remaining resources from the land shattered by artillery fire and digging out the remaining spirit stone mines from deep within the earth. Whispering softly, it's a loss. My resources, my monster corpses, are all gone." Yu Xiao couldn't help laughing when she saw the other person like this, and at the same time she admired him very much. It was really not easy for an ordinary professional to get to where he is today without any support from anyone. If Lu Qinzhou knew that the other party thought so highly of him, he would definitely take a few people with him to indulge himself. From the beginning to the end, Lu Qinzhou's mentality was to have fun, live his own life, collect resources, work hard to upgrade the battleship, and by the way, find a few crew members to relax in the entertainment cabin on the battleship every day. Okay, stop looking so miserable. My main purpose for coming this time was to test your combat prowess. Overall, it's okay, so I'm relieved. Here's a letter of recommendation for you. When you have time, go to the Demon City and learn about the Void Battleship project. You might be able to help me. Okay, I've roughly deduced some of your abilities. Seeing Lu Qinzhou suddenly become nervous, Yu Xiao smiled slightly, like a moonlight fairy. Don't be nervous. I mean no harm to you. The current enslavement scrolls are of little use to those who have comprehended the laws, especially those who advance to the legendary path and become world masters. Their unreasonable resistance to the laws of the world makes them enslaved. The 15th floor of your battleship already has the rudiments of a demiplane, right? It's truly a unique advantage. Here, this is for you. It should be able to help you. Okay, I'm leaving now. Qingxue is in your care. You have to take good care of my apprentice. Do you understand? As she spoke, Yu Xiao took out a space ring and handed it to Lu Qinzhou, with a hint of envy in her tone. She turned and left the warship, flying straight into the sky like Chang'e flying to the moon. Don't look anymore. Master has gone outside the apocalypse world. Seeing that Lu Qinzhou was still staring blankly at the direction where Yu Xiao flew away, Xia Qingxue said lightly. What big deal did your master go on? Lu Qinzhou came back to his senses and asked. It's my business. Stop asking. Arrange a place for me to stay. I'm going to rest first. Xia Qingxue's voice was cold, not giving Lu Qinzhou any face at all. Well, Chanqian, take her to Zhaixing Tower to pick a room. Seeing the other person's back as he left, Lu Qinzhou thought to himself, don't give me the chance, or I'll give it to you 100 times. After everyone left, Lu Qinzhou took out the space ring that Yu Xiao had given him. There were exquisite patterns engraved on the ring. It was actually a women's ring. Bad review. As his mental power probed into the space ring, a huge beast's head appeared in front of him, with a diameter of about 2 kilometers. The head looked similar to that of a dragon, but it was more ferocious. The surface of the twisted dragon horns was covered with spiderweb-like cracks, and the broken scales and skin were oozing a sticky dark purple liquid. In the open mouth, There were dozens of rows of serrated fangs arranged in an interlaced manner. According to the introduction, it turned out to be a plane-devouring beast. It grows by devouring planes. It can easily tear apart the plane barriers and take the energy, life, and matter of the entire plane into its belly. It can be called the source of disaster for the plane. This is the head of a cub of a plane-devouring beast. Somehow it fell into Yu Xiao's hands. Lu Qinzhou looked through the entire exchange list of Longyuan treasury, but there was no such thing. The head of a plane-devourer cub can be used as material for evolving a warship. It possesses the ability to devour planes and sense and locate the void world. Sister Xiao gave me a great gift. How can I thank you so much? When the last ghost in this alien space was captured by the 10,000 Souls banner, a fragment of world stone condensed in the sky. After Lu Qinzhou obtained it, he steered the warship away from the space crack. The alien space behind him suddenly shattered, and the space crack disappeared. It must have been eaten as a snack by the apocalypse world. For the next month, a celebration was held on the warship, a large-scale song and dance performance was held on the ship again, and delicious food was prepared. Lu Qinzhou stayed in the Zhaixing Tower for more than a month. Of course, he was not idle either. During the sage time, he used the fragments of the world stone to adjust the prototype of the plane in each cabin. At present, the prototype of the plane on the 15th floor of the battleship has been evolved. Except for the bottom few floors used to deal with monsters, and the floor with the mechanical factory which cannot be used, all other floors are planted with a variety of vegetables, grains, and fruit trees. Almost everyone participates in this planting event. One agricultural machine after another was manufactured in the machinery factory. These crew members drove the agricultural machinery to cultivate the land, dig lakes, raise fish, and graze livestock. The entire warship was filled with laughter. These were beautiful crew members who came from civilian families or were abandoned by their families because they had no awakened professions. The power deep in the blood has awakened. The battleship was full of life. Yuan did not disappoint Lu Qinzhou. At present, 10 major cities in Dongdao Road have completed negotiations, obtained union headquarters, and signed investment agreements with various institutions for beautiful students. The funding agreement for psychic weapons was also in full swing. It was not that there was no obstruction from the local families' union, but the reputation of the Tiangong battleship had already been made famous. Wu Yuanyuan did not go to the giant city ruled by the star powerhouses, and those gold-level city lords did not dare to take action against Chu Yuanyuan. After all, the Tiangong battleship standing behind him, especially the tens of thousands of meters long giant snake that was deliberately pulled to Kunlun City, the Tiangong, which has the ability to kill star monsters, is already on the same level as the Dinghai Shenzhen of the Demon City. The number of crew members in the huge warship has increased again, reaching 30,000, but it is still not enough. Many positions rely on mechanical warriors and drones to perform auxiliary work. The all-purpose drone ranks first among the model workers of warships. The work in the base began by recruiting ordinary people in the giant city to perform the work based on the principle of proximity. The original members of the song and dance troupe returned to the warship one by one and were reassigned to their positions. Husband, I finally cracked the miniaturization function of the teleportation array. Ji Painter ran to Lu Qinzhou happily to take credit. The use of teleportation arrays has always been expensive. Yuan's diplomatic skills are so strong that she was able to lay out 10 cities in a short period of time. This required a large supply of psychic weapons and ammunition. Each city is thousands of kilometers apart, and there are crowds of monsters along the way. How to transport and sell weapons is a big problem. You can't just fly warships around all day. I didn't expect Ji Painter to have such RD capabilities. You are really my big baby. I love you so much. Painter, next I'll ask you to lead your team to build teleportation arrays at our other giant city bases. We will also need to build a large teleportation array on our warship. However, we need to set it up so that without authorization, only one-way teleportation can be carried out from our side. No one else is allowed to use the teleportation function to our warship. Lu Qinzhou then told Ji Painter some precautions, focusing on safety and reliability, and no outsiders were allowed to enter the Tiangong. Chapter 97 Skill Book. In order to ensure the construction efficiency of Ji Painter, Lu Qinzhou used the merit points obtained from destroying the alien space in exchange for a large amount of materials for building the portal and the spirit crystals needed to activate the teleportation array. A large amount of black iron ore was transported to make the teleportation array, and the high-value star sand was used to stabilize the energy fluctuations generated during the transmission. Of course, the most important reason was the discovery of a vine in the alien space this time that had tenaciously survived the bombardment. The space spirit vine grew around the space crack, so it escaped the disaster. It was born with the power of space laws and the magical ability to assist in space travel. It also has a certain space storage function. After being collected and picked up by the drone, it was planted as soon as possible. For this reason, Lu Qinzhou also spent the world stone fragment he got to transform and evolve a place with rich space laws in the cabin for it to grow. It is currently growing well and has spread to a large area. G. Painter brought the auxiliary professionals on the ship, took advantage of the characteristics of the space spirit, and purchased relevant book data packages from Long Yuan, and attacked the teleportation array every day, and finally succeeded. But G. Painter wanted to use it to transform the psychic bracelet, and always said that she wanted to help Lu Qinzhou vent his anger. However, when I heard her plan, I was also excited. If this could be accomplished, the Human Federation would usher in a huge change, and the benefits generated would make all capitals rise up to attack it. Lu Qinzhou asked G. Painter to study it first, without rushing, and to take it step by step. After comforting the other party, with a red face, he assembled a team of engineers to build a teleportation array. In order to ensure her safety, Lu Qinzhou also prepared a set of gold-level peak psychic armor for her, the material of which came from the star-level giant snake. However, they didn't expect that when they brought back the giant snake, they found a huge snake egg in its belly. Yin Ruyu, who got the news, took it away. She was the only beastmaster on the ship, so he gave it to her. When it was discovered that this star-level snake egg still had life fluctuations, Yin Ruyu happily hugged Lu Qinzhou and kissed and hugged him. In the end, she was punished by Lu Qinzhou and went to hatch the snake egg obediently. After enjoying himself for a while, Lu Qinzhou finally remembered what he should do. He immediately went to the professional street in the second ring road and contacted several major monks' guilds in Kunlun City. Wow, what a big scene. Zhu Hanxiang elegantly picked up a grape and put it into her mouth. Look, those guys are almost pulling their faces to the ground, huh? Lu Qinzhou saw dozens of people coming to the square where all the professionals were gathered, but their faces looked ugly. Although there was no loss in this alien space, there was no benefit either. In the end, they were chased by a barrage of artillery fire. They left the alien space as if they were running for their lives. They had never been so embarrassed before. When they came out, they were covered in dust, their hair and beard were burnt, and the elegant temperament of the cultivator was completely lost. If I didn't see that other people were not much better off, I would have no place to vent my anger. Captain Lu, you called us here for something important, right? If it's nothing, my alchemy furnace is still burning. Sun Banxian from the Alchemy Guild said unhappily. My zombies are dancing. Well, they called me here. Seeing Lu Qinzhou looking at him, Wang Ming hurriedly explained. Well, I'm here to discuss a deal with you. I wonder if you are interested in that giant snake. Lu Qinzhou was not angry. He came here to discuss the deal, so he couldn't just drive the guests away. Really? Give me the snake bone. I want to refine the white bone Dharma image. Get lost. Captain, you're wasting a demon cultivator. Our sword cultivator guild can make full use of it to refine magic swords and form the 10,000 swords returning to the origin formation. Even star-level monsters won't dare to act rashly. Zhao Taizhu from the Sword Cultivator Guild pushed aside a professional in a black robe beside him and stepped forward to say, the giant snake's flesh and blood can be used for you to refine pills. If the demonic aura is removed, it can be an excellent material for pills. You can definitely refine a large number of pills that can increase your gold level strength. The Alchemist Guild was also envious. I want the scale armor. A group of people were fighting for what they wanted, and they were even not vague about using any tricks, using low-level tricks like Black Tiger ripping out the heart and Monkey stealing peaches to get what they wanted. They had been coveting the snake corpse for too long. Seeing that he had achieved his goal by deliberately leaving the giant snake corpse for a month, Lu Qinzhou slowly spoke about what he wanted. No, our union's core skills and weapon refining skills cannot be traded, and the 10,000 swords returning to the origin formation is even more impossible. Even our white bone image can't do that. Seeing these monks' guilds shaking their heads, Lu Qinzhou retorted unhappily. My first impression of Kunlun City was that it was welcoming many disciples and providing convenient access. I could just walk into any professional street and enter a shop where I could find a vast amount of information and techniques to buy. Haha. Captain Lu, have you ever seen a store that sells advanced techniques and magic weapon refining skills? You should know that what you bought are all low-level basic knowledge. Advanced things only give you an illusion. After all, ordinary people also need to see hope. It's just an extra chance for those who haven't awakened yet. How many people in the entire city have spiritual roots? Without the shortcut of awakened professionals to quickly gain experience and improve strength, how many years will it take to grow up? Hundreds of years, thousands of years. After 100 years of hard work, I still can't even touch the threshold of the bronze steps. I'll exchange it with the monk skill book from Long Yuan. Lu Qinzhou unleashed his trump card. Dragon Abyss contained a system of skill books specifically for professionals. These were created after a high-level professional had fully grasped a certain ability. For example, a cultivator's skill, required complete comprehension and successful cultivation to great perfection before it could be crafted into a skill book. This also required consuming experience points. Many high-level professionals found it difficult to gain experience points themselves, requiring them to either hunt monsters of the same level or destroy alternate dimensions and planes in order to improve themselves. Not many people are willing to spend experience to create skill books. Because of the contribution value, people in Long Yuan are willing to create high-level skill books because it is profitable. This is also one of the main reasons that attracts people to join Long Yuan. This time, in order to carry out a major transformation of the battleship, a huge amount of money will be spent. Captain Lu, are you serious? The leaders were tempted. They coveted the skill books in the Long Yuan treasure house. One skill, such as the gold-level thunder method, could save decades of comprehension. However, they didn't dare go. Although Long Yuan was a good place, the mortality rate was also high. Once they received a mission to clear the alien space, they either completed it or died in it. There was no option to exit. Now that Lu Qinzhou has spent his skill book to exchange for classics with them, he can't help but be tempted. Coupled with the temptation of the star-level giant snake, it seems that it is not impossible. Chapter 98, Drunken Immortal Do. I agree. I want the skill books for the 5 Thunders Righteousness Method and the 9 Heavens Sword Formation. The first person to speak was Zhao Taizhu from the Sword Cultivator Guild. I want the Blood River Dafa skill book. I want the Hamba Corpse Refining Technique. I want. Everyone said what they wanted, things they had already inquired about, wanted, but couldn't get. Stop. Can you please stop asking for so much? Don't you see what you're asking for? It's either a gold-level skill or a star-level skill book. Can you use them? Are you going to take them back as decoration? Equivalent exchange, don't try to take advantage of me. At worst, I can find a cultivator like Alien Space to attack. I don't believe I can't get what I want. At most, it will be delayed by a few decades. I have plenty of time. Lu Qinzhou saw this group of shameless guys, each of whom wanted something worth millions or even tens of millions of contribution points. Did they really think he was being taken advantage of? Well, you're overjoyed. As you said, we should exchange equal value. Let's see how we can exchange the skill book we just requested for this snake corpse. These are the big guys from the top guilds in Kunlun City, and they are now looking at Lu Qinzhou eagerly. All right. Since I'm here, I must be sincere. Just list 2 things you want, and if you don't understand anything, just ask him. Lu Qinzhou pointed at Wang Ming and said that he was also a member of Long Yuan and had the authority to view the exchange list of Long Yuan treasury, so it was just right to hand this task over to him. Captain Lu, don't worry, I will definitely help you with that. Look, my soul flag is almost empty. Can you give me some of this? Wang Ming took out the soul flag in his hand and said with a smile. Okay, finish your work and come to my boat. I'll give you any ghost you want, 20% off. Okay, I promise you'll be satisfied. Lu Qinzhou didn't need to worry about the resource exchange ratio and book exchange later, as there were many professional, beautiful crew members on the ship to take care of these matters. Yuan is in your hands. Let's go play. It is just right to leave this kind of brain-intensive and tedious task to Chu Yuan. Lu Qinzhou, surrounded by women, left the scene of the argument and took a good look around the giant city of Kunlun. He had been here for a long time, but hadn't had a good time. Walking all the way around the ring, one could see spiritual light flowing through the buildings. In the antique-style pavilions, a large number of cultivators were coming and going. There were not only professionals, but also many cultivators who relied on their own spiritual roots to practice. Most of them came and went in a hurry, running around for cultivation resources. Most of them were cultivators in the refining and foundation building stages, and their combat strength was roughly equal to that of black iron and bronze professionals. If you walk into any pavilion, you can see a large number of monks busy drawing talismans and carving formations. This is their way of earning spirit stones. The farms here are different from those in Jiangsheng in that they have built spirit-gathering formations and transformed them into spirit fields, where they grow precious things like spirit rice and spirit medicine. Compared with Jiangsheng, the lower-class civilians here have an additional power system. Although the aristocratic monk families and monk guilds still oppress the lower classes, there is at least a glimmer of hope, which has created this prosperous giant city. Not only is there a special street for professionals, But there is also a market open to all cultivators that sells spiritual plants, spiritual medicines, elixirs, and magical tools. The unique scenery of this city opened Lu Qinzhou's eyes. Come on, sisters, I'll take you out for a drink. Lu Qinzhou saw an antique tavern in front of him. There was a fragrant smell coming out of it, and a plaque on it read Xianjiafeng. I'd like to see how good this wine is, to be called this name. Welcome. The maid in a flowing fairy dress at the door quickly welcomed Lu Qinzhou and the other two in. You are quite enthusiastic. Tell me about the characteristics of your place. Lu Qinzhou was arranged to sit by the window and asked the maid in front of him. If we were to talk about the specialty of our immortal brewing shop, it would have to be the drunken immortal dew. Of course, it doesn't mean you get drunk right away, but the taste is different depending on the strength of each person. And every sip of the wine has a different feeling. It smells fresh and alluring, and after drinking it, it's like a dream. Seeing that the other party was talking so magically, Lu Qinzhou couldn't help but shout, "Give us a glass each." He opened his psychic bracelet to pay and waited quietly for the wine to be served. With Lu Qinzhou's current wealth, he could still afford just 3 glasses of wine. After a while, 3 glasses of colorful wine were brought up, along with a fruit plate and a few snacks. The service quality was pretty good. Come, Sister Ryu and Sister Hanxiang. Bang. After clinking the glasses lightly, Lu Qinzhou took a sip directly. The taste was simply amazing. The crisp and clear fragrance exploded on the tip of his tongue. A strange vision emerged before his eyes. Those were all the beautiful memories from his memory. He took another sip. It was a warm echo. The fantasy of the future emerged. He stood above the 9 heavens and looked down at all living beings. He drank the last sip. It was like being in a dream surrounded by billions of beauties. Good wine. The fantasy disappeared, and what caught his eye were 2 beauties with seductive eyes staring straight at Lu Qinzhou. Are these 2 Vixen and Estrus? Boom. A loud bang brought the 3 people back to reality. Lu Qinzhou looked up and saw a violent explosion on the city wall. Huge flames and smoke rose above the city wall, and countless sword energies shot out like meteors. Let's go and take a look. Lu Qinzhou pulled the 2 women and immediately rushed to the city wall. The guard monks patrolling on the city wall used their magic weapons to resist, and the buildings around the city wall also raised spiritual shields. Kunlun City is really rich. The buildings in the city are all engraved with defensive formations. The flying debris and parts of the city defense cannon were hit by the sword lights slashed by the people around them, so no greater damage was caused. After the dust settled, the city defense cannons that had originally stood on the city wall were completely destroyed and blown into various parts, and shocking cracks appeared on the city wall. You lowly person, do you know how much resources this city defense cannon consumes? This is a magic weapon refined by the Sword Cultivator Guild. We can't afford to pay for it if we sell you out. The professional in charge of city defense had his eyes wide open and was filled with anger. He grabbed the girl by the collar. You must compensate for the losses, otherwise I'll send you to the mines to pay off your debts. The girl turned pale with fear, her lips trembling as she explained, I just want to improve the city defense artillery formation. But the angry professionals didn't listen to her explanation at all. They even pulled her away and tried to distance themselves from the responsibility. Brother, wait a minute. Lu Qinzhou stepped forward, raised his hand to pull up the girl on the ground, and dodged the other person's hand that was reaching out to grab the girl. Chapter 99, Picking Up a Treasure. The 2 women behind Lu Qinzhou whispered to each other. Sister Hanxiang, our captain is thinking that this little girl is pretty and wants to show off. What? You want to cause trouble? The professional's face was gloomy. He had originally only wanted to find a few cheap formation masters to maintain the city defense cannons and formations in the area of the city wall that he was responsible for. As a result, he did not save any money, but caused a big disaster. If his superiors held him accountable, he would not be able to afford the compensation. I see this young lady is quite talented in formations. I'm willing to compensate her and take her aboard. My warship needs talent like her to improve its gun formations. Would you be willing to do that? Lu Qinzhou's eyes were fixed on the girl with a dirty face. He couldn't help but reached out and wiped the stains off her face. This action made her so embarrassed that she lowered her head. Give me money. This professional deliberately quoted a high price, but he didn't expect Lu Qinzhou to not even blink and asked him to show his account number and transfer the money directly. The quick and decisive action made the professional stand there in shock, wanting to slap himself twice for not reporting enough. The girl looked at Lu Qinzhou, her eyes filled with gratitude and shock. She said timidly, My name is Hualing. Thank you, I'm not worth that much money. No, you're a baby, of course you're worth it. As soon as these words came out, the girl immediately lowered her head shyly. Because Lu Qinzhou saw the remaining city defense cannon. Beidou's sword chi cannon cannot be used as a material for ship gun upgrades. This girl is a genius. She can actually use formations to transform into a sword energy cannon. Hualing, right? Can I call you Linga? Do you have any family? Go and say goodbye to them, and then come with me to live on the warship. Lu Qinzhou's tone left no room for doubt. Yeah, I don't have any family. Then come with me. The other person's voice was very low. Lu Qinzhou simply took the girl's hand and left, not paying any attention to the professional who was standing there and wanted to speak again. The two gold-level spiritual pressures around Lu Qinzhou acted on him, and he didn't dare to show the attitude he showed in front of the girl. Lu Qinzhou also knew about Kunlun City's city defense artillery unit. It was made by cultivators using magical techniques. Unlike Lu Qinzhou's psychic artillery shells, Lu Qinzhou's psychic naval cannons were mainly evolved and improved from rune technology and psychic materials to form traditional cannons. The advantages are fast firing speed and large explosion range, while the disadvantages are that the energy dispersion is not concentrated enough, the lethality is low, and spiritual materials are required to manufacture corpse shells. The city defense cannons of the Kunlun Giant City use the magic weapon refining technique, which is charged with spirit stones and fires energy balls. The disadvantage is that the charging is slow and requires a large amount of spirit stones. The advantage is that the energy balls are concentrated, the lethality is strong, and the range is small. As soon as I got off the city wall, I saw a female swordsman in a white dress bending over to distribute food to several children. The children surrounded her and thanked her happily. There was a gentle smile on the other person's face. Xia Qingxue, why are you here? I came out for a walk. I just saw the explosion over here, so I came over to take a look. I saw some pitiful children. Why are you here too? I didn't expect that Xia Qingxue, who usually looks cold, has such compassion. I found a treasure, look. Lu Qinzhou pulled Hualing in front of him. Snort. Xia Qingxue snorted coldly, turned around, and flew away on her sword, completely ignoring Lu Qinzhou's shouting behind her. Hey, you misunderstood. That's not what I meant. I said she is really the treasure I found. Seeing the sword light moving faster, Lu Qinzhou scratched his head in frustration, lowered his outstretched arm, and asked, Did I say something wrong again? The ones who answered him were Yin Ruyu and Zhu Hanxiang, who were shaking their heads and trying to hold back their laughter, and a little girl who was blushing and lowering her head to her chest. Let's go? Go home. The group quickly returned to the battleship. Linger, come back to your senses. Lu Qinzhou saw that the other party had been staring at the naval guns everywhere since he got on the warship, and he immediately reminded him in a daze. Oh, so many naval guns. I really want to take them apart and take a look. Hualing was pulled back and forth by Lu Qinzhou's voice, muttering softly, her eyes still involuntarily looking at the ship's guns. Okay, Linger, I'll introduce you to everyone later. After dinner, you'll be free to do whatever you want. But first, sign the crew contract. Really, a tangible contract appeared in front of her, and Hualing agreed without saying a word. Of course, let's go eat. Put on your psychic bracelet first. It has a map of the battleship. Remember to come find me if you need anything. Don't get lost. Okay. Before Lu Qinzhou could finish his words, Hualing ran away. No, I haven't finished speaking yet. Can you find where the restaurant is? Hey, another troublesome one. Half a month later, Ji Painter came back with a team of engineers. Before they could spend a moment together, Hualing called her away. Lu Qinzhou spent the following time in distress. Boom. A huge explosion sounded on the battleship. The people around were used to it and continued to do what they were supposed to do. Even Lu Qinzhou just sighed helplessly and write down a line of data in a small notebook. Today, the weather is sunny. At 3:31 p.m., a mobile Gatling turret was lost. He rubbed his messy hair and collapsed on the command chair. This was not just picking up a treasure, it was like inviting back an ancestor. Although he looked timid in ordinary days, he was braver than anyone else when it came to the transformation of the formation. Since Hualing was given freedom to move around, she quickly mastered the warship's guns and weapons, and then insisted on modifying them into some kind of sword energy cannon. At the beginning, how should I put it, it was a success. A triple-mounted 130mm psychic naval gun was modified and changed to the energy group attack mode used by Kunlun City. Lu Qinzhou's warship was simpler. Because the psychic core in the psychic cabin stored a large amount of psychic energy, it could be fired directly without the need for spirit stones for power supply, and it was very successful. Then Hualing began to use the formation to transform the launched spiritual energy ball into spiritual sword energy, and it was successful. It must be said that Hualing is still very talented in this regard. The sword energy cannon is very powerful, has a long range, and high damage. It does not rely on awakening professions. Hua Ling relies solely on his own spiritual roots to practice, and he can still have such a powerful formation talent. It is really amazing. In fact, Lu Qinzhou was already very happy at this point. This was much more economical than the psychic cannon and was more powerful. For this purpose, Lu Qinzhou also cooperated with Ling to spend experience and materials to create a 460 sword energy cannon. The result was not very ideal. The larger the size of the cannon, the slower and more deviated it would be when firing sword energy. Hua Ling then began to study mobile Gatling turrets, and as a result, several of them exploded every day. Lu Qinzhou thought painfully that the fortune I had saved with great difficulty would sooner or later be squandered by these spendthrift women on the ship. Well, Lu Qinzhou, I thought of a way that might help Hua Ling break through the main gun modification. Xia Qingxue appeared beside Lu Qinzhou at some point. What? You're going to attack the main gun? Chapter 100 Concept of Large Sword Formation. What? Are you going to attack the main gun? Lu Qinzhou jumped up immediately. No way, you can't do that. The main gun is an 800mm psychic naval gun. If you lose any one of them, you will feel pain for a long time. Recently, we have finally managed to get some wealth from the Kunlun guilds, but we can't just let it go easily. Those are exchanged for giant snake corpses and merit points. I've been looking through a lot of the monk's secret manuals and sword formation books you collected, and I've gotten some inspiration. I see that Linger and Panner are getting really anxious lately. If they can't break through the mobile turret, you wouldn't want them to just dismantle your main gun, would you? Xia Qingxue's expression remained calm, and her tone was cold but playful. You want to load the battleship with the cultivator system, right? I've been looking through a lot of sword formation books and techniques lately. I got the 10,000 swords returning to the origin sword technique from the Sword Cultivator Guild, the 9 Heavens sword technique I saw in Long Yuan, and the sword techniques I've learned on my own. I've studied all of these sword cultivation books thoroughly and have come up with a good idea. Xia Qingxue took a few light steps, leaned back on a chair, adjusted her body comfortably, lazily picked up the teacup on the table next to her, and took a sip. Lu Qinzhou's heart was pounding. That's my teacup. Actually, the solution to this problem is very simple.